Do not enter the multiverse. Do not enter the multiverse. This is an alien conspiracy. The multiverse is a trap. Once you log in, you will become a slave to extraterrestrials. The M Federation government will impose severe sanctions on the alien threats to Blue Star. On television, the news anchor was broadcasting the recent messages heavily promoted by the M Federation government. Nevertheless, this had no impact on the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom. After all, the people of Blue Star were well aware that the M Federation government had a penchant for sensationalism, a historical issue that had persisted through the ages. In the Dragon Kingdom, Haijo, at a male dormitory, room 315. All right, my sons, once we finish this meal, we shall embark on our journey. The mountains remain unchanged, and the waters flow eternally. We shall meet again. Two male students raise their stainless steel bowls filled with plain water, clinking them together. To an outsider, it might have seemed like a parting scene between gallant heroes, toasting in farewell. I say, you two have been stuck in this rut for 3 years. When will you act normally? It's just a game, and you make it sound as if you were on the brink of death. Xiao Feng remarked, bemused while eating. The two bowl-wielding individuals were his roommates. One named Li, a melodramatic individual obsessed with aliens, and the other named Zhang Fan, who suffered from a severe case of martial arts fantasy. The dormitory housed 3 people, and unfortunately, the other 2 had their own peculiarities. Such a buzzkill. Lily set down his bowl and said to Xiao Feng, "Come on, Lao Xiao, don't tell me you're not playing." The multiverse is alien technology. It requires no equipment or internet-only consciousness to log in. The game operates at a 10-to-1 real-time ratio. It's not only entertaining, but also extends one's lifespan. The 3 of us have such great synergy in our gameplay, you can't back out this time. Zhang Fan added. Exactly, you cannot escape. As per our usual arrangement, they'll be the healer while you tank. They'll tank your grandpa. Xiao Feng slammed the table, irritated. I only play as a mage. You can tank whoever you like. I've been tanking for 3 years. And now, just the sight of a boss belly makes me want to vomit. I will never play frontline again. Fine, we'll give you a chance to output this time. If you don't perform well, we'll just delete the account and start anew. Seeing his firm stance, the other 2 reluctantly agreed. However, they knew well that Xiao Feng was destined to play a tank. His inclination to charge forward demanded nothing less than a full meat build to survive a bit longer. Only an hour until the server launches. Let's find a rather flamboyant pose to lie down in. Rumor has it that this can grant an SS-level talent. After finishing their meal, the trio tidied up and prepared to enter the game. The multiverse was an alien technology that recently infiltrated the consciousness of all humanity through dreams. According to the introduction experienced in slumber, this game was developed by a super civilization known as the Supreme Divine Kingdom, disseminated across the universe through a special technology. Any sentient being could enter the game world through their consciousness. The multiverse has crafted distinct gaming realms for various civilizations. In the initial phase, players develop solely within their own cultural domains. However, upon reaching level 255, they can transcend these civilizational barriers and enter the true multiverse, where they engage with formidable champions from diverse civilizations. This game requires no equipment, no internet, as long as one possesses a sound mind. They can log in. Moreover, it is entirely free of charge, devoid of administrators, back-end accounts, transaction platforms, and other extraneous elements, ensuring a pristine experience. The game is on the verge of launching, and anticipation runs high among many. Xiao Feng reclined on his bed, closed his eyes, and silently chanted multiverse, connecting his consciousness to the game's server. Welcome to the multiverse. There are 54 minutes and 29 seconds remaining until the game launch. You may pre-create your game character. A brilliance blossomed in his mind, and his dormitory vanished from perception, replaced by an expansive hall within a grand temple. Everything around him felt vividly real, as if he were truly present. Before Xiao Feng stood a mirror, reflecting his current visa, remarkably handsome, youth clad in a pristine novice robe. I truly am handsome. Well, let's create a character first. Please select your profession. The temple's vaulted ceiling resonated with the system's directive, and the mirror showcased several selectable weapons, each representing a different class. At the game's inception, there are 6 professions: warrior, knight, mage, priest, assassin, and archer. Upon seeing the knight and warrior options, the perennial tank, Xiao Feng, felt a wave of nausea. Mage. He chose the staff without hesitation. Instantly, his robe transformed into that of a mage, and a tattered wooden staff materialized in his hands. Please enter your name. Xiao Feng, he proclaimed. Character naming successful. Upon verification, it is noted that there are 790,012 characters in the multiverse sharing your name, with 991 in this battle zone. Due to the extensive service range of the multiverse, encompassing the entirety of the cosmos, the player base is unimaginably vast, thus allowing for duplicate names. Ding at that moment, the system emitted a bright chime that a subsequent prompt followed, detected that your brain domain capacity exceeds the cosmic average by 50. The system rewards you with an additional lottery chance. A colossal spinning wheel then appeared before him. The wheel was divided into sections of varied colors, each inscribed with an array of rewards. Items included equipment, skills, talents, special artifacts, and even certificates for hidden professions. Each item was distinguished by color to indicate quality. White common, green refined, blue rare, purple epic, orange legendary, red mythical, and rainbow transcendent mythical, possessing uniqueness. Wow, such fortune exists? Brain domain capacity? What on earth is that? Xiao Feng appeared bewildered. However, he was far from foolish enough to decline a complimentary lottery opportunity. Let's aim for the highest quality. With this thought in mind, he set the wheel in motion, causing it to spin rapidly. After spinning for half a minute, the speed gradually diminished, passing through several segments. Ultimately, it halted on a vibrant, multicolored square. Super God level. My goodness. Xiao Feng's heart raced, doubling in tempo, overwhelmed with joy. Ding, congratulations. You have won a random super God level talent in the lottery. Ding, your talent is Divine Might. Divine Might. All skill effects are enhanced by 10,000 times. Wow. Upon witnessing the talent he had acquired, Xiao Feng was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, almost exclaiming aloud. Thank goodness I didn't choose the Tang class, otherwise this talent would have been wasted, he thought, relieved. With a 10,000-fold enhancement of skill effects, playing as a mage meant that one could potentially eliminate entire swathes of enemies with a single spell. This was truly an experience akin to a broken game server. He hurriedly logged off, eager to share the news with his two close friends. However, the two were deeply engrossed in the character creation process, showing no signs of coming to their senses. Xiao Feng browsed the forums related to the multiverse. Many had posted about their experiences, claiming their brain capacity exceeded the cosmic average by 50, thus earning a lottery opportunity. Some had received skill books, others had acquired equipment, and one individual even claimed to have obtained a transfer certificate for the hidden class Ancient Sword Immortal. It was then that Xiao Feng realized that as long as one was not exceptionally dim-witted, Blue Star inhabitants would receive such a lottery opportunity upon entering the game. Yet, to draw a uniquely extraordinary super God-level talent was indeed a stroke of unparalleled luck. After perusing the forum for a while, time had almost slipped away. With a sense of exhilaration, he logged back into the game, stepping once more into the world of the multiverse. Game server countdown, 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Welcome. Before the system announcement could conclude, Xiao Feng promptly entered the game world. Chapter 002. Normal attacks in the thousands. Welcome to newbie village number 0000002. Once you reach level 10, you may teleport to the main city for class advancement. May you enjoy your gaming experience. As the system notification popped up, Xiao Feng found himself amidst a throng of players. Help! I'm being crushed. Who touched my backside? I'm a man. Hey, I'm trying to find an NPC to accept a quest. Why are you pushing me out of the village? Oh no. I was killed by a wild chicken. The air was filled with a cacophony of bizarre exclamations, and the crowd's density rivaled that of a bustling subway during rush hour in a major city. Xiao Feng found himself immobilized, struggling to even take a step. Hey, brother. Did the system inform you that if you die 100 times, you can unlock a hidden class? Or am I the only one in the know? He remarked to a nearby player, feigning innocence. Hiss, is that really true? A ripple of excitement surged through the crowd. Soon after, a few individuals began to utilize the system's self-destruct feature, ending their own virtual lives on the spot. After a series of anguished cries, the area cleared significantly, finally allowing movement. Clever as I am, Xiao Feng chuckled to himself and strode purposefully towards the village exit. While NPCs could offer quests to expedite leveling, the sheer number of players made it impractical to navigate through them. It would be far more efficient to train directly. As he made his way out of the village, Xiaofeng glanced at his attributes. Name: Xiaofeng. Class: Apprentice Mage. Level: 1. Talent: Divine Might. Super God level. Health points: 108. Mana points: 25. Spell attack power: 2. Physical defense: 2. Magical defense: 1. Strength: 1. Affects physical attack. Intelligence: 1. Affects spell attack. Constitution: 1. Affects health and physical defense. Mentality: 1. Affects mana and magical defense. Agility: 1. Affects critical hit rate. Enhances attack for archers and assassins. He possessed 2 pieces of equipment. Trial Staff. Spell attack power 1. Trial Robe. Physical defense 1. Next, he checked his skills. The Novice Mage had only one basic skill, akin to a standard attack. Magic Missile. Inflicts 1/10 of attack power as magical damage, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Requiring no mana. This could be deemed a rather lackluster skill, at least for the average player. Surely, my talent should enhance this skill, Xiaofeng pondered. Reaching the village entrance, he noticed that the exit remained crowded, with an abundance of players and not enough monsters to go around. The level 1 wild creatures were wild chickens, possessing 80 health points and minimal attack power. However, for a novice with only 2 attack power, it would take a considerable amount of time to defeat one. Of course, if the crowd joined forces, the process would be expedited significantly. Xiaofeng zeroed in on a freshly spawned wild chicken and unleashed a magic missile. With a resounding thud, the missile struck the head of the wild chicken. Minus 21,997. You have defeated the wild chicken, gaining 5 experience points. System notification. An overwhelming 5-digit damage figure emerged. The wild chicken's head buzzed. And before it could glimpse the morning sun, its brief life came to an abrupt end. What a shock! How did this wild chicken suddenly perish? Who was powerful enough to eliminate it so swiftly? Came the exclamations from nearby onlookers. In the realm of heavenly realms, non-team players are unable to witness the damage dealt by others, relying solely on the fluctuations of the monster's health bar for insight. The wild chicken vanished at full health, capturing the attention of a few. Yet, it did not incite much commotion, as most players had participated in lotteries. Witnessing something extraordinary was not particularly surprising. Xiaofeng confirmed the effectiveness of his skills, brimming with confidence, and chose not to compete with others for the wild chicken, instead setting off towards a more distant locale. Beyond the territory of the wild chickens lay the domain of level 3 monsters known as the small grass spirits, where numerous players were currently teaming up to battle, making it a challenge to seize any advantage. Continuing his journey, Xiaofeng arrived at the domain of the level 5 small stone golems. Small stone golem. Level 5 health, 360 physical attack, 7 physical defense, 2 magical defense, 1 skills, none with 360 health points. This small creature posed a considerable challenge for average players. Only a select few with favorable lottery outcomes dared to level up here. Xiaofeng unleashed a magical missile, inflicting 21,975 points of damage. You have defeated the small stone golem, gaining 25 experience points. Congratulations! You have leveled up to level 2. A combination of a level 5 monster and a level 1 monster provided just enough experience for a level increase. With each level gained, players receive 2 attribute points, while the 5 core attributes automatically rise by 1 point. Xiaofeng allocated both points to intelligence, raising his intelligence value to 4 points, and his magical attack increased to 5 points. He cast another magical missile. Minus 54,987. An astonishing damage figure appeared, and the once bouncing small stone golem cracked apart with a sharp sound, dropping 2 copper coins onto the ground. Ah, this feels delightful. Taking down a monster every 5 seconds is far superior to completing novice quests. Xiaofeng beamed with joy, embarking on a fervent leveling journey. At a pace of 1 magical missile every 5 seconds, he moved swiftly. For ordinary players, this skill was akin to a basic attack, with a slow attack speed and modest damage. Yet, with the amplification from the Divine Might talent, the results were terrifying. What was even more remarkable was that this skill required no mana expenditure. Baya magical missiles flew one after another, annihilating foes effortlessly, as if he were traversing a realm devoid of monsters. A handful of players nearby, witnessing his extraordinary leveling speed, couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly impressive." It seems he is a fortunate player wielding a divine artifact, boasting over 400 attack power right in the novice village. Brother, may we team up to level together?" A sweet voice chimed in. Some even approached him, hoping to join forces for their adventures. "Go away." Lousy harbored no fondness for the 300-pound lowly. With a brusque refusal, Xiao Feng immersed himself in ascending levels. Before long, he had elevated to level 3, his intelligence points culminating in an impressive 8 points of magical attack, enabling a mere basic attack to inflict over 90,000 damage. As he traversed the terrain while vanquishing monsters, he inadvertently found himself in the domain of the level 7 forest deer. These creatures boasted a health of 750 points, necessitating a good 20 seconds to defeat even at level 10. Yet, in Xiao Feng's eyes, they remained as fragile as parchment. With a pace of dispatching one creature every 2.5 seconds, and accounting for the time spent searching for foes, he averaged a kill every 4 seconds, sustaining 0 damage in the process. In this vicinity, he was alone in his level-grinding endeavor, for the odds of encountering high-quality loot in the lottery remained dismally low, leaving the majority of players with items of orange, legendary, quality, or lower. Uninterrupted, the leveling experience became increasingly tranquil, with the experience bar surging upward. Each forest deer yielded 55 experience points, accumulating over 800 points in just a minute. This rate surpassed that of ordinary players by at least 30-fold. In a mere 10 minutes, Xiao Feng ascended to level 6. Despite his luck being rather lackluster, with no equipment drops and meager coins, his attack power had reached 20 points, allowing a missile to deal a staggering 200,000 damage. The level 7 forest deer were no longer worthy adversaries. He now sought to challenge higher-level monsters. Moving forward, he entered a densely wooded expanse devoid of creatures. Xiao Feng briefly pondered whether he had strayed into the wrong map. However, after advancing a short distance, a jet-black tiger suddenly entered his line of sight. Upon seeing the tiger, Xiao Feng recognized it as a high-level monster and immediately launched a missile. By a -218,784, a horrifying damage figure emerged. "Congratulations! You have defeated the novice village boss, earning 10 points of reputation. Congratulations! You are the first player in this battle zone to conquer the novice village boss, receiving an honor reward, an epic piece of equipment. You have vanquished the black-striped tiger, gaining 3,000 experience points. Congratulations, your level has increased to 7. Battle Zone Announcement. Player Xiao Feng has been the first to defeat the novice village boss, receiving 1 epic piece of equipment. A series of system notifications erupted around him. Xiao Feng, momentarily stunned, gazed at the motionless black tiger on the ground, blinking in disbelief. Was this creature truly a boss? My, how pitifully weak. Chapter 003, a God-level boss. Is this it? Let us examine the rewards. He opened his backpack to inspect the rare equipment he had just acquired. Honor Staff, Epic. Level, 10 spell attack, 32 intelligence, 6 stamina, 6 special effect, rejuvenation, 5 chance to restore 50 mana points upon skill release. The attributes are quite commendable, though it is regrettable that it requires level 10 for usage. Equipping this weapon would more than double his spell attack, but alas, he must wait until he reaches the necessary level. The corpse of the boss gradually faded away, leaving behind 2 dropped items. Xiao Feng collected 8 silver coins from the ground, with gold, silver, and copper exchanged at a ratio of 100, in addition to 2 pieces of armor and a map. Black Tiger Boots, level 10, exquisite quality, usable by all classes, health cap, 45, physical defense. 2 Black Tiger Crown, level 10, exquisite quality, usable by all classes. Health cap, 55, stamina. 2 Novice Village Treasure Map. An astonishing treasure has been buried in Novice Village since time immemorial, said to be discoverable only by those fated. 2 pieces of level 10 green equipment, which he is unable to wear at present. However, this treasure map piqued Xiao Feng's interest immensely. Who knows? Perhaps it leads to a divine artifact. He mused. He opened the treasure map item, revealing a flat map before his eyes. This map undoubtedly depicted an aerial view of Novice Village, with the village, grasslands, and woods clearly illustrated. The location of the treasure was deep within the forest, at the foot of a small mountain in a cave. A treasure buried in a cave. Is that not rather obvious? There is no need to dig. One merely needs to enter. What more need be said about destiny? Xiaofeng could not help but voice his thoughts. Nevertheless, his body obediently moved toward the designated location. Within the forest roamed level 9 lynx monsters, resembling diminutive tigers, possessing formidable attack power. However, before Xiaofeng's magical projectiles, each worth over 200,000, they were dispatched in mere moments without a pause. The cave was not far, and within minutes he arrived. At the forest's end, a stark rocky hill emerged, with a cave entrance standing prominently at a height of a person. Even more conspicuous was the inscription above the cave entrance, boldly proclaiming the treasure's location, an absurdity beyond measure. Truly, the game crafted by extraterrestrials possesses a certain folly. No wonder the global players exhibit cognitive capacities exceeding the average by over 50. Xiaofeng remarked as he ventured into the cave. Inside the cave, there were no monsters. It was eerily quiet. After walking over 200 meters, the area ahead suddenly widened. Before Xiaofeng appeared a dazzling mountain of gold, utterly covered in coins, numbering at least in the millions at first glance. Goodness! Is this truly a treasure? Xiaofeng had presumed that such an obvious location would yield nothing of value, yet upon entering, he was greeted with this spectacle. Millions of coins. To collect them all would surely mean an instant fortune. Although the multiverse and the blue star economy do not interact, and direct cash exchange is impossible, offline transactions remain entirely unaffected. Several million gold coins, in the early stages of the game, are estimated to be worth several hundred million. Xiaofeng stood in a daze for a moment before suddenly reacting, sprinting forward with haste. However, as he approached the mountain of gold, preparing to collect the coins, a voice erupted around him. Are the challengers of today so feeble? Not even level 10, yet you dare to challenge me? Immediately, the mountain of gold crumbled. The coins vanished, replaced by a magnificent golden lion, resplendent and regal. What the? Xiaofeng's face darkened. That was his money. Upon closer inspection, the golden lion stood over 5 meters tall, akin to an elephant. Looking at its attributes, he was rendered speechless. Golden Lion, Otto the Great, mythical boss, level 50 health, 3, 000, 000, 3, 000. Note, target level exceeds your own by 30 levels. Detailed information cannot be retrieved. Aside from its name, level, and health, all other attributes were obscured. A level 50 mythical boss. Is this really a novice village? Xiaofeng was momentarily at a loss for words. Of course, he merely felt perturbed. Fear was not in his heart. The golden lion lowered its head, gazing down at him, and spoke in human tongue. Challenger, your greedy gaze reveals your intent to seize the treasure. Do you have any objections? The treasure location is clearly marked at the entrance, yet you seek entry? Xiaofeng retorted without hesitation. What is a mere level 50 mythical boss acting so grand for? Otto the Great despised greedy individuals, yet this was the sanctuary of the gods, and he did not wish to unjustly harm the innocent and provoke divine wrath. Leave. And I shall consider you never came, the golden lion declared, then lazily lay back down. How quaint, a mere level 50 mythical boss thinking so highly of itself. Possessing the talent of divine might, Xiaofeng felt considerable indignation at being looked down upon by a mere monster. It's just a game. How could a player be scorned by a creature? Without a second thought, he cast a magic missile. Foolish. Otto the Great lay on the ground, merely lifting one eyelid to glance at him before resuming its slumber. Such a basic skill as a magic missile was beneath its notice. 1,000 would not breach its defenses, and it was utterly unconcerned. However, smack. The magic missile struck the golden lion's forehead. -201,909, a terrifying damage number appeared. And Otto, who had just prepared to sleep, was momentarily stunned. At level 7, Xiaofeng's spell attack had reached 24 points, capable of dealing 260,000 damage. Otto possessed a degree of damage mitigation and high defense, hence the damage was just over 200,000. Nevertheless, even so, The 200,000 damage had reduced the boss's health by more than 5. What on earth is happening? The golden lion suddenly jolted, leaping to its feet. Youngster, your magic missile. How can it hurt so much? It raised its front paw, rubbing its lion-like face, clearly in pain. Xiaofeng shrugged, remarking that beauty and damage were directly proportional, which left him quite helpless. He then swiftly launched another missile. Stop. Cease your attack. No more. Auto Goo, having taken another magic missile, saw its health drop by 13, and it immediately grew flustered. It relinquished its haughty demeanor and anxiously said, "Do not strike me. I can offer you treasures if you desire." Xiaofeng was taken aback. What did this mean? Such a formidable boss. And yet it was intimidated after just 2 hits from a missile? After all, it was a level 50 mythical boss, while the magic missiles inflicted considerable pain. It could effortlessly retaliate and annihilate him in a single blow. With a tone of grievance, the Golden Lion Auto Goo replied, "You adventurers can respawn infinitely. But I possess only 1 life. Given your prowess, you must have inherited the abilities of a certain supreme deity. In that case, it would be reasonable for me to bestow my treasure upon you." Xiaofeng's lips twitched. Could it be that the boss feared death? Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Mythical bosses typically did not respawn. When faced with advanced extraterrestrial technology, it was hardly surprising that these creatures exhibited human-like traits. What treasures do you possess? And why must one inherit the power of a supreme deity to obtain your treasure? Xiaofeng inquired. Auto Goo returned to the ground, lowering its posture, and explained. Auto Goo was originally the steed of the war goddess Arda. My master tragically fell in battle against the bloodthirsty demon during the Abyss War 3,000 years ago. The gods took pity on me, allowing me to return with my master's legacy to seek a worthy adventurer to inherit the power of the war god. Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng's eyes gleamed with excitement. This implied the existence of a hidden class, and not just any hidden class, but one of supreme deity caliber, certainly formidable. So, you intend to bestow the legacy of the war god upon me? He asked with a smile. Auto Goo responded awkwardly, I do entertain such thoughts. But you are a magician. My master's legacy is only suitable for the knight class. Unless you willingly relinquish all your current abilities and reclassify, you cannot inherit it. A knight? No way, that is not for me. At the mention of a tank class, Xiaofeng instinctively recoiled. However, he reconsidered, after all. It was a legacy from a supreme deity, and letting it slip away seemed a waste. Thus, he asked, is this legacy transferable? Chapter 004. Confronting the Divine Boss What? Auto Goo replied, utterly perplexed. Xiaofeng elucidated, what I mean is, I have a friend who is far more worthy to inherit the mantle of the god of war. If you bestow that so-called legacy upon me, I shall ensure it reaches him. The mention of a friend was merely a pretext. This treasure, once sold, would fetch an astronomical price. Absolutely not. The master's legacy is of immeasurable value. Should you choose to accept it, I would gladly oblige. But as for anyone else, I cannot comply. The golden lion shook its head vigorously, indicating its refusal. Oh, a smirk graced Xiaofeng's lips as he raised his hand, launching a magical missile. Minus 218,911 Hey. What are you doing? Auto Goo roared, taken aback by the high damage attack. Rising to its feet, it emitted a fierce growl. Xiaofeng, fully aware of this creature's cowardly disposition, replied confidently, You are well aware of my prowess. I shall not waste words. Hand over the relic of the god of war, or I shall not hesitate to extract it from your very being. How dare you? Do you truly believe I fear you? Auto Goo retorted angrily, golden light emanating from its form, ready to retaliate. Yet, it refrained from attacking. Xiaofeng chuckled, You could finish me off in an instant, but I would merely respawn. The journey from the resurrection point to here takes only a few minutes. How much health do you think you can recover in that time? His confidence was unwavering. According to the laws of the game, unlike dungeon bosses, wild bosses do not instantly regain full health after a battle. Instead, it is a gradual process. With the Golden Lion's health pool, it would likely recover no more than 1 per minute. Such time would not suffice to negate the damage it had sustained. With patience and perseverance, it was destined to perish. You, vile adventurer. Auto Goo seethed with rage. My master is the god of war. His legacy is far too significant to be relinquished lightly. Even if you slay me, I shall never yield. by a minus 219,813 in response. Xiao Feng unleashed another missile. Ouch. That hurts terribly. I shall retaliate. Auto Gu, having endured 4 magical missiles, was significantly weakened. Letting out a furious roar, it lunged at Xiao Feng with a powerful charge. Boom. Minus 61,891 a 5-digit damage appeared, and with Xiao Feng's health dwindling below 300, he owed the beast an additional 200 lives. Notification. You have died. Losing 20 of your current experience points. The system chimed in. Hey, are we truly fighting? In the next moment, Xiao Feng resurrected in the novice village, rushing outside with great urgency. Losing a life meant a 20 experience penalty, but on his way back, he could easily dispatch some minor creatures to regain his lost experience, alleviating concerns over demotion and attribute loss. Outside the novice village, many players were training. Most were around levels 3 to 4, with level 5 considered elite, and those above level 6 were virtually non-existent. Xiao Feng sprinted through several small maps, arriving at the cave. A glance at the elapsed time revealed he had spent a total of 5 minutes and 21 seconds. Within the cavern, the majestic figure of the golden lion Otto lay sprawled on the ground, its health bar gradually replenishing. You have returned, but I shall not yield. It roared upon catching sight of Xiao Feng, unleashing a burst of golden light from its maw. Simultaneously, Xiao Feng cast a magic missile, casting a glance at the beast's attributes. Golden Lion, Auto, mythical level boss. Health, 2, 316, 093, 000, 000. Previously, when he had been vanquished, its health was at 2, 15 million. And now it was at 2, 30 million. This indicated that it automatically regenerated health at a rate of approximately 1 per minute, averaging about 500 points per second. It could be slain, Xiao Feng thought joyfully. In the next moment, a damage value of 210,000 appeared above Otto's head, while in excess of 80,000 appeared above his own, leading him to respawn back in the village. Once more, he dashed out of the novice village, returning to the cavern. Upon observing the boss's health for the 3rd time, it had diminished to 24 million, approximately 60,000 less than before. I shall be the first to vanquish this mythical boss, Xiao Feng declared with enthusiasm, launching another magic missile, only to be instantly obliterated by Otto's roar skill. Having perished for the 4th time, he hastily rushed back out, eager to return to the cave. At this juncture, several casual players in the village had begun to take notice of him. What is up with that guy? He has died 4 times in 20 minutes. Is he facing a boss? They observed. His level is 7. He should be among the strongest. Why does he keep dying? Some expressed their confusion, yet refrained from further comment. Xiao Feng paid them no mind, sprinting back after 5 minutes, casting another magic missile, only to be killed once more in an instant. The golden lion Otto's health was slowly being chipped away, albeit at a painstakingly gradual pace. Xiao Feng's level remained unchanged. During his travels, the experience gained from defeating monsters was precisely offset by the experience lost upon death. Meanwhile, other players steadily progressed, with some beginning to catch up to him and even surpass him. After another 20 minutes, he had managed to reduce the golden lion's health to 1.9 million. Upon respawning for the 9th time, Xiao Feng had drawn the heightened attention of the casual players. This guy must be facing an incredibly formidable boss, otherwise he wouldn't keep dying. They whispered among themselves, relaying the information to the vice president, suggesting that someone should follow him. If the boss is manageable, we could take it from him. They speculated, having battled for over half an hour without success. This boss was undoubtedly fierce. Xiao Feng, lost in thoughts of the grand rewards from defeating a godly boss, remained oblivious to the unfolding events. 5 minutes later, he found himself back in the novice village once more. It's him. Follow him. A few casual players, beckoned by their companions, stealthily trailed Xiao Feng. As he burst forth from the village, intent on returning to the vicinity of the cave, a voice called out from beside him. Selling equipment. Mage gear available for level 5. Come and see. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng paused momentarily. Indeed, he could purchase equipment to enhance his fundamental attributes. His talent can amplify damage by a staggering 10,000 times. Just by increasing his attack power by a single point, he inflicts an additional 10,000 points of damage. How terrifying is that? I feel utterly foolish. Xiao Feng hurriedly approached the vendor player. Miss, do take a look at these items, he exclaimed with rapid speech. Oh, all right. See here, there are 3 pieces. The player, known as Lucky Meow, was a young woman in her 20s, quite attractive. She showcased 3 pieces of equipment. Oak Staff, level 7, common quality, spell attack 12, Grass Spirit Ring, level 5, common quality, spell attack 2, Grass Shoes, level 3, common quality. Constitution 1. How much for these? Seeing the 2 items that enhanced spell attack, Xiao Feng was elated. Lucky Meow spread her delicate, slender fingers and replied, 5. 5 silver coins. That's outrageous. 50 copper coins would be more reasonable. A bystander, equally interested in the equipment, immediately criticized the price. At this stage, most players possessed no more than 100 copper coins, unless they were the leaders of large guilds, who could amass significant copper in the novice village with the help of many companions. Lucky Meow, aware of her inflated asking price, exhibited a hint of embarrassment and timidly explained, I accepted a quest that requires a lot of silver coins. Do you have any other items that increase spell attack? Xiao Feng inquired. Yes, there's this one. She removed a necklace from around her neck. Village Chief's Blessing, level 3, exquisite quality, intelligence 2, constitution 2. I'll take all 4 of these. I'll give you 5 silver coins. Chapter 005. Is this destiny? Xiao Feng issued a trade request. Oh, all right, thank you. Lucky Cat was momentarily taken aback, astonished that such a high price could indeed find a willing buyer. Without delay, she completed the trade, transferring 4 pieces of equipment to him. Add me as a friend. Once I finish my task, huh? Why are you running so fast? Feeling somewhat guilty, Lucky Cat hoped to add him as a friend, intending to repay him later. However, Xiao Feng had already dashed away. As he traversed the map, he equipped the 4 new items simultaneously, resulting in a significant alteration of his attributes. Name Xiao Feng. Class, Mage Apprentice, level 7, Talent, Divine Might, Super God level, Health points, 324, Mana points, 77, Spell Attack Power, 39. Physical Defense, 3, Magical Defense, 2, Strength 7, Intelligence, 21, Vitality, 10, Mentality, 7, Agility, 7. His spell attack had risen to 39 points, and the theoretical damage of his missiles would surpass 400. He left the village, urging his companions to follow closely. Several players hurried after him. As Xiao Feng strolled along, he effortlessly dispatched minor monsters, replenishing his own experience points. 5 minutes later, he emerged from the woods, arriving at the base of a small rocky hill, where he discovered a cave. A cave, indeed. Could it be a treasure location? Those who had been secretly following him sensed an opportunity and quickly contacted their leader. Otto Gu, prepare to meet your end. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng had already entered the cave and unleashed another missile. Stop, please. I concede. I beg you, do not strike me again. With a resounding thud, the magical missile inflicted a damage of minus 378,112. Otto Gu, having endured a relentless barrage, had now lost his fighting spirit. His health points dwindled below 50, and the terror of impending death rendered him unable to continue the fight, leading him to concede. Isn't it a tad too late to surrender now? I could slay you, loot everything you possess, and gain a substantial amount of experience without needing to negotiate, Xiao Feng declared, brimming with confidence. As he spoke, the cooldown for the magical missile had elapsed, and he unceremoniously cast it once more. Minus 381,009. With that strike, the Golden Lioness health bar diminished to a mere 15 million. Just 3 more hits would suffice to finish him off. I'll bestow upon you my Master's legacy. Please don't kill me. If you do, these treasures will be lost. The Golden Lion bellowed, utterly forsaking his dignity, desperate for survival. Xiao Feng grinned. However, I find myself quite disinterested in that legacy now. After all, the Knight class is my least favorite. With a swift incantation, he launched another magical missile. Bio minus 388,717. The Golden Lion let out a wretched cry as his health plummeted to 760,000. Please, don't do this. I implore you. That is the legacy of the Master God. Upon class transition, one S attributes will exceed others by tenfold or more. It will undoubtedly entice you. Autogu lamented, his massive form retreating in despair, a pitiful sight indeed. Xiao Feng smiled cheerfully, dismissing the tenfold increase as mere trifles, for he held it in disdain. As soon as the cooldown of his skill expired, he launched another magic missile. Ah, how outrageous. You have gone too far. Autogu, witnessing his health plummet to a mere 370,000, teetered on the brink of despair. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the cave. Quick, quick, it's inside. I heard the roar of the boss. It must be a formidable creature. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng furrowed his brow. Someone is coming. This could complicate matters. Nevertheless, let's deal with it first. He disregarded the risk of being seen and hurled another magic missile. Autogu, resigned to his fate, made no attempt to resist. He growled, "Cursed human adventurer, I am Autogu, the Golden Lion. In the name of the war god Steed, I lay a curse upon you. Every beast on the continent of divine grace shall seek your demise at any cost. The followers of the gods shall regard you as a thorn in their side. You are a heretic, a cruel demon, and you shall face the judgment of the divine. In this world, there is no refuge for you. Your wicked name shall be eternally engraved upon the stone of judgment." The magic missile had drained Autogu's health completely, yet he continued to chant, clearly engaged in a ritual that would not cease even in death. Ding! You have been cursed by the Golden Lion Autogu. Autogu's curse. You are unable to enter the temple, inherit divine professions, or gain war contributions, and you will automatically become the primary target for all monsters. Duration, permanent. Wow, this curse is rather formidable, Xiao Feng mused in astonishment. The first three effects seemed quite dire, akin to losing certain functional privileges. The final effect left him utterly speechless. Automatically becoming the target of all monsters was essentially a super taunt. It appeared he had circled back to becoming a tank. Was this his fate? Ding, congratulations. You have slain the level 50 mythical boss, Golden Lion, Autogu, earning 10,000 reputation points. At that moment, the system notification for defeating the boss rang out. Congratulations. You are the first player in this battleground to defeat a mythical level boss, receiving an honor reward, a piece of mythical equipment. You have vanquished the Golden Lion Autogu, earning 300,000 experience points. Congratulations, your level has risen to 33. Notice, your level has reached 10. Please proceed to the main city to advance your profession. Battleground announcement. Player Xiao Feng has first defeated the mythical level boss, receiving a piece of mythical equipment. The announcements cascaded in rapid succession, overwhelming the senses. Xiao Feng gazed in awe as his level skyrocketed from 7 to 33. A grin spreading across his face. Although he had forfeited a hidden profession inheritance of the war god, the advantage of such a level increase was indeed a cause for celebration. The server had only been live for a little over an hour. Yet only a handful of players across the entire battlefield had reached level 10 to advance to the main city. However, he astonishingly surged to level 33 in one go. Upon inspection, his inventory revealed a mythical piece of equipment radiating a dazzling red glow, simply breathtaking. God Layer Robe, mythical, honor reward, non-tradable, non-modifiable, non-discardable, never drops, health 3500. Physical defense 50, magical defense 100, spirit 50, magic damage reduction 20. Special effect. Source, automatically restores 50 mana per second. Special effect. Immortal Spirit, when receiving a fatal blow. Negate the damage and grant a shield equivalent to 100 of health, lasting a maximum of 10 seconds. This effect has a cooldown of 24 hours. Incredible. And it has no level requirements. Xiao Feng was utterly astonished. He had never encountered such an extraordinary piece of equipment in his life. Without hesitation, he donned this artifact. The Godslayer robe itself boasted a deep azure hue, adorned with intricate white patterns, flickering with an ethereal light, exuding both understated elegance and opulence. After equipping the artifact, Xiao Feng had yet to allocate his level 33 attribute points, yet he already possessed 4,500 health and remarkably high defenses. Meanwhile, the individual who had just spoken was already delving deeper into the cave. "President, it's right here," a sycophantic figure exclaimed. leading the way and calling back to the others. Xiaofeng glanced back to see over 40 individuals emerging from the passage, all bearing names that began with Tianxia. Members of the Tianxia Guild? His brow furrowed slightly. Chapter 006. A good son, truly obedient, he was well aware of this guild. One of the top 10 gaming guilds in the Dragon Kingdom, reputed for its immense financial resources and boasting a permanent membership exceeding 50,000. The leader of the group entering the cave was the vice president of the Tianxia Guild, Tianxia Wushuang. Has the boss already been defeated? Goodness, look at all this loot. Could it be the one mentioned in the system announcement? Upon entering the boss room, Tianxia Wushuang beheld Xiaofeng along with the lifeless form of the golden lion. The majestic and formidable body of the beast lay before him, still untouched. What was even more astonishing were the countless gold coins scattered across the ground, shimmering with a myriad of colors. Red light. An artifact, exclaimed one of the men behind Tianxia Wushuang. Amidst the pile of coins, a pair of exquisite boots radiated a dazzling red glow, overshadowing the brilliance of the other items. Could this truly be the one mentioned in the announcement? Tianxia Wushuang gasped in astonishment. Simultaneously, several subordinates behind him advanced menacingly, pointing accusingly at Xiaofeng. You brat, this boss is ours. Get lost if you know what's good for you. Oh. At this moment, the ownership of the boss lay solely with Xiaofeng. The treasures on the ground could be picked up by no one but him. Observing the throng of individuals blocking the cave's exit, he remained utterly unperturbed. With a calm smile, he remarked, clear a path for me. Otherwise, I want to be able to leave even if I wanted to. Make way for him. The speaker commanded his companions. This man was known as Tianxia Dai Shuai, though in terms of looks, he was hardly deserving of such a title. Barely qualifying as a standard handsome man. Good son, truly obedient, ha 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 ha. Xiaofeng laughed heartily, showing no intention of departing, but rather turning to collect the treasures scattered on the ground. Gold, so much gold, he exclaimed, sweeping his hand across the coins as the system automatically recognized the bounty, depositing all the coins into his inventory. Exactly 10,000 coins. As the golden glow faded from the ground, the expressions of the Tianxia Guild members shifted dramatically. Refusing to drink the toast and opting for punishment, brothers, quickly, take him down. Tianxia Dai Shuai ordered. Yes. In the next moment, dozens of individuals launched their attacks simultaneously. Melee, ranged, and various skills were unleashed upon Xiaofeng. -1 miss, -2, -1, all their damage was in single digits, with not a single instance exceeding 5 points. Faced with the formidable defense and health of the God Layer robe, this group of underleveled players, none even reaching level 10, appeared utterly ridiculous. TSK. Level 39's artifact boots, adding over 3,000 health, a 50% increase in movement speed, and immunity to all slowing and immobilizing effects. Simply perfect. Xiaofeng disregarded the futile attacks, nonchalantly collecting the boss's loot while reciting the equipment effects. Kill him, kill him. Tianxia Dai Shuai seethed with jealousy. As a knight himself, the prospect of those boots drove him to madness. Magic missiles, piercing arrows, wind cleaves, shield strikes. Each skill struck Xiaofeng, forcing him back a half step. But the damage. Oh. The legendary skill book of the warrior. Xiaofeng picked up a skill book radiating an orange glow, revealing its attributes, Berserk Roar, which enhances both attack and defense attributes by 200 for 30 seconds, during which no other skills can be used. TSK. A basic attack dealing triple damage is indeed quite formidable. Damn it, that's mine. A player named Tianxia Zhanwang shouted, reaching out to snatch the skill book from Xiaofeng's hands. However, due to the system's settings, one could not directly seize another's belongings. He was merely putting on a show, unable to take anything. Xiaofeng then picked up another piece of equipment, reciting aloud, a level 50 legendary weapon for priests, which increases healing effects by 30 and includes an active skill that blesses a designated player, granting them a 20 reduction in physical damage for 10 seconds. Several priest players from the Tianxia Guild watched with envy, tears of jealousy trickling down their faces. Xiaofeng, I warn you, hand over these items, or there will never be a place for you in the realm of Zhutian. Tianxia Wushuang glared at Xiaofeng with a dark expression, seeing his arrogant demeanor, and spoke with menace. They had surmised that Xiaofeng was indeed the player mentioned in the system announcement, and the mage before them bore the exact name. Yet, such threats had no effect on Xiaofeng. Tianxia Wushuang, although your guild is quite strong, perhaps you should grasp the situation before speaking. Here, I hold the power. If you wish for the equipment and skill books, offer a high price and plead with me. Perhaps in a good mood, I might sell them to you. But threatening me, he shook his head, clicking his tongue. Friend, open your eyes and take a look. I'm level 33, with over 4,500 health. You can't even break my defenses. Is your threat of any use? You. Tianxia Wushuang was momentarily speechless. The existence of divine artifacts and god-tier bosses had momentarily clouded his reason. Upon hearing Xiaofeng's words, he suddenly came to a realization. Indeed, their group of dozens could not breach Xiaofeng's defenses. Attempting to kill him for divine artifacts would prove exceedingly difficult. However, how could the prestigious Tianxia Guild ever face such humiliation? To be slapped in the face by a lone player was unacceptable. Even if we chip away at your health point by point, we can wear you down. With tens of thousands of members in the Tianxia Guild, how long can you withstand? Tianxia Wushuang replied coldly. The assault from the group intensified, and Xiaofeng's health plummeted by nearly 300 points. Damn, are you resorting to underhanded tactics? While it was unlikely that thousands of players would storm him in this novice village, being surrounded and attacked by dozens was indeed troublesome. Realizing this, he quickly gathered all the boss drops on the ground, preparing to make his escape. Just then, a blue skill book suddenly caught his attention. Lightning Chain, rare skill, level 10 class requirement, mage effect. Unleashes a lightning arrow that inflicts 240 of attack power as spell damage on a designated target, with a 50 chance to ricochet and strike up to 3 additional targets within a 3-meter radius, with damage decreasing gradually and a maximum of 10 strikes. Mana cost, 20 cooldown, 10 seconds. Upon witnessing the skillbook's effects, Xiaofeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had been pondering how to eliminate foes, and this group skill seemed to be a stroke of fate. With a sly grin, he unhesitatingly learned the skill. At level 33, with his attribute points yet to be allocated, his attack power stood at a solid 70, and his skill damage. Lightning Chain. Zing. A stream of blue electricity erupted from the tip of his staff, striking the nearest knight. The knight trembled violently. After the lightning chain made contact, it unleashed an arc that struck the closest warrior as well. Ricochet, ricochet, and continue to ricochet, with a 50 ricochet probability amplified to certainty under the divine effect. It became an assured bounce. Crackle. A cacophony of electrical sounds erupted as 10 frontline members of the Tianxia Guild were engulfed in black smoke, collapsing one by one. -1. 699, 819 -1, 530, 010 -1, 379, 989. 7-digit damage figures materialized above their heads. The crimson numbers and the terrifying effects left the members of the Tianxia Guild in stunned disbelief. You have slain the player Tianxia Gongzhan. Due to being in a state of self-defense, your evil value does not increase. You have slain. The system notifications flooded the screen, and all 10 players resurrected back in the village, with one unfortunate soul dropping his level 5 weapon. 170,000? Tianxia Wushuang's eyes widened in shock as he beheld the soaring damage numbers. For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Am I dreaming? A level 33 player, in the novice village, inflicting 7-digit damage? This is impossible. Even max-level accounts cannot achieve this. He must be hacking. This is undoubtedly a case of cheating. They began to shout and protest, unwilling to accept the reality. Satisfied, Xiaofeng observed the bewildered group and taunted, "Shall we continue?" Tianxia Wushuang. The vice president's face turned a deep shade of fury, his pride thoroughly trampled. Yet, he couldn't swallow this humiliation. You must have used some rare item dropped by a boss. I refuse to believe you can unleash such an attack. Brothers, he has exhausted his tricks. Let us take him down together. With a sweeping gesture, Tianxia Wushuang raised his staff and cast a magic missile. Whack. -12, although this was significantly better than the others. At least it pierced through defenses, the damage numbers still appeared woefully insignificant. In utter astonishment, Tianxia Wushuang exclaimed, "My weapon is an epic staff of unparalleled quality obtained through a lottery, yet it inflicts such minimal damage. His defense is utterly formidable." Suddenly, a notification sounded. You are currently under malicious attack from the player Tianxia Wushuang and have entered self-defense mode. The system prompt echoed. Good son, you truly are remarkably considerate. Xiaofeng smiled broadly. Chapter 007. With his rear end raised, let father teach you the art of magic. Xiaofeng raised his wand and cast a magic missile identical to his opponent's. A resounding crack echoed as he dealt minus 768,910 damage, declaring, You have slain the player unmatched in the world. Due to your defensive state, no sin value is accrued. In disbelief, a 6-digit damage floated above the head of the vice president of the Tianxia Guild, one of the top 10 guilds in Longhua, as he transformed into a beam of white light and returned to the novice village. Additionally, he lost 20 of his experience, plummeting from level 8 back to level 7. Vice President. The members of the Tianxia Guild were in a frenzy. Witnessing Xiaofeng's terrifying damage, none dared to approach him any longer. Make way, make way. I am off to change my class. I have no time for you lot, Xiaofeng said, uninterested in quarreling with a bunch of minions as he pushed through the crowd and exited the cave. Block him. Don't let him escape. I'm calling for backup. The recently respawned unmatched in the world shouted into the channel. Several members quickly moved to intercept him. Xiaofeng noticed that these individuals had attacked him previously and, being in a group state, he could retaliate without incurring sin value. Thus, he unleashed another chain lightning spell. Crackle. The chain lightning pierced through 10 individuals, inflicting another million in damage, causing the crowd to thin significantly. Too terrifying. The effects of the consecutive chain lightning left the Tianxia Guild members stunned, rendering them incapable of obstructing him further. Xiaofeng strode directly towards the cave's exit, and the crowd dared not pursue him. A few seconds later, seeing that the chain lightning cooldown had expired, he turned to glance back at the gathering, grinning widely. With his wand raised, he cast yet another chain lightning. Sizzle. 10 more individuals fell. The members of the Tianxia Guild could only stare in disbelief. Oh. Accustomed to playing the tank, I always seem to stir trouble and draw hatred, Xiaofeng mumbled, scratching his head awkwardly, inciting the ire of the 10 or so remaining Tianxia members who had yet to succumb. Upon leaving the cave, Xiaofeng traversed a small grove, making his way back to the village. Halfway there, he encountered unmatched in the world returning with a throng of followers, significantly more than before, approaching with a formidable swagger reminiscent of a gang. Xiaofeng, you shall not leave the novice village today. Unmatched in the world bellowed. He understood that Xiaofeng had reached level 33 and needed to change classes in the main city. However, such threats appeared to Xiaofeng as mere impotent rage. If you feel that experience is too abundant, I wouldn't mind sending you all back to level 1, Xiaofeng remarked nonchalantly, fondling his newly equipped honor wand. Humph. You think this is all I have? Unmatched in the world sneered. No sooner had he spoken than several more groups emerged from the surroundings, each comprising dozens of individuals, joining the assault against Xiaofeng. Together with those who had pursued from the cave, the total now exceeded 200. Many players engaged in leveling nearby observed this scene and hastily retreated. What is happening? ISNT that unmatched in the world, the vice president of the Tianxia Guild? Why is he confronting a lone player? A lone player? Brother, please pay close attention. That is Xiaofeng, level 33. Clearly, he is the adept who just vanquished the divine boss, as announced earlier. Just look at the robe he wears, its design, its elegance. It must be an artifact. However, even with such a relic, facing over 200 opponents simultaneously would be quite challenging. It's possible he might even lose the artifact. Who knows? Let's observe for a moment. The crowd murmured softly among themselves. Xiaofeng glanced around. Although there were over 200, their equipment and levels were rather mediocre, a motley crew of inept players. He disdainfully shook his head. You, Tianxia Wushuang roared in fury. Brothers, for the honor of our guild, let us take him down, he shouted as he unleashed a magic missile. A mere minus 10 damage appeared, barely affecting Xiaofeng's health. Chain lightning. Xiaofeng retaliated. The spell crackled as it leaped through the crowd, creating a significant space. Damage numbers of 2. 4 million, 2. 3 million, and 2. 1 million flashed before them. Equipped with an epic weapon, Xiaofeng's attack power had already surpassed 100. Such terrifying damage startled the members of the Tianxia Guild anew. Even the onlookers, Unable to see the damage values, were left awestruck. He eliminated 10 foes in an instant. This individual is utterly formidable. Chain lightning, was it? He hasn't even changed classes yet possesses such a powerful skill. It's over, taking out 10 at once. The Tianxia Guild simply does not have enough members to contend with him. Amidst the murmurings, Tianxia Wushuang had already returned to resurrect himself. The remaining members, led by the most handsome in the world, charged fiercely at Xiao Feng. Shield Bash, Gale Slash, Backstab, -1 miss -1 Xiao Feng, Magic Missile, -1, 105. 666 with over 500 health points. He felt confident enough to engage the Tianxia Guild head-on. The opposing team's initial round of attacks chipped away at his health by over 80 points, as not every member could strike him in a large group. Following closely were the second and third rounds. Most members of the Tianxia Guild had rather average attack power. Even with a few lucky ones wielding advanced skills and equipment, they barely inflicted any damage. Soon, the cooldown for Chain Lightning ended, and Xiao Feng unleashed another spell. The spell fizzled. His mana decreased by 20 points, only to be restored immediately by the passive effect of the God's Lair robe. 10 members from the Tianxia Guild fell. Yet they continued their reckless assault. Keep it coming, sons. Let us see whether your experience bars can withstand this, or if my health bar can endure. Xiao Feng stood there leisurely, absorbing the hits, all the while taunting them verbally. He even had the time to check the information of the items in his bag. The members of the Tianxia Guild, accustomed to their dominance, had never imagined they would be pushed to this point by a solitary player. Each one felt increasingly frustrated, hoping to eliminate Xiao Feng at least once to regain their pride. Yet, the reality was brutally harsh. Xiao Feng examined his bag. He had hastily picked up the loot from the boss earlier without taking a close look. Now, glancing through it, he realized just how extravagant the Golden Lion's spoils were. His bag was filled to the brim. 1 artifact pair of boots, 2 legendary pieces of equipment, 3 epic scrolls, 7 epic items, 3 rare skill books, and 4 bundles of potions. Fortunately, the boss did not drop any low-quality equipment. Otherwise, his backpack would have been overflowing. The gear he acquired was primarily within the 30 to 50 level range, and among them were 2 epic items perfectly suited for his use. However, being in a state of battle prevented him from changing his equipment. On the other hand, the several bundles of potions brought a flicker of delight to Xiao Feng. Holy Life Potion 30 instantly restores 5,000 health points, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Great Restoration Elixir 30 instantly restores 53,000 health points, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. War God Potion 10 increases physical attack and defense by 50 for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 900 seconds. Charge Potion 10 increases movement speed by 200 for 15 seconds, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Initially, he harbored concerns that his health would not withstand the relentless assaults from over 200 opponents. Members of the Tianxia Guild would resurrect immediately upon death and rush back to fill the ranks, potentially exhausting him. However, upon seeing the restorative potions at his disposal, he realized that it would be quite the challenge to bring about his demise. The charge potion, in particular, would grant him unparalleled mobility. In a moment of exuberance, Xiao Feng resumed his taunting. Come on, put some effort into it. Haven't you eaten? Is this the best the Tianxia Guild can muster? Don't be timid. Confront me head on. I've got my backside ready for a good challenge. Let's see if you can handle it. The members of the Tianxia Guild were nearly driven to madness, unleashing a flurry of minor skills upon him. His health bar had already diminished significantly. We can kill him. Everyone, rally together. Someone in the team encouraged loudly. Sizzle. The chain lightning appeared every 10 seconds, claiming the lives of 10 individuals each time. Those who perished immediately rushed out from the village, eager to return and take their places. Kill him. He is down to 3,000 health. 2,000. 1,500. He is on the brink. Keep going. 1,000. The excitement among the Tianxia Guild members surged. Some had already died twice in quick succession, suffering a loss of 40 experience. Having finally glimpsed the light of victory, they felt that even if it was 200 of them against one, the price they paid was worthwhile. At the very least, they could reclaim some of their lost pride. 500 points. We've got him. He has already been killed 3 times, shouted the renowned Tianxia Wushuang from the crowd. As they watched Xiao Feng's health plummet to 200 points, they realized that just 2 more rounds of attacks could bring him down. At that moment, they beheld Xiao Feng leisurely producing a golden health potion and bringing it to his lips. With a swift motion, he opened it. 4,308. His previously empty health bar was instantly refilled. Chapter 008. Xiao holds a grudge and disbelief. The members of the Tianxia Guild erupted in frustration. How could this be happening? They had finally glimpsed a ray of hope, only to have it cruelly extinguished. Xiao Feng raised his hand and unleashed a chain of lightning, sweeping away 10 individuals in a heartbeat. Vice President, I no longer wish to fight, one lamented, having been annihilated with over 2 million damage, only to revive in the village and lose a level. Faced with such formidable prowess from Xiao Feng, their resolve had crumbled. However, the vice president of the guild was not one to concede easily. Suppressing his rage, he encouraged his members, do not be disheartened. That ultra-rare healing potion must be exceedingly precious. He cannot possibly possess another. We shall press on and ensure we defeat him. He carries numerous purple and orange items dropped by bosses, and whoever suffers the greatest loss shall reap the rewards. The mention of purple and orange gear reignited the spirits of those who had been disheartened by their level loss. All right, let us continue. With renewed vigor, they surged toward the monster zone outside the village. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng continued his harvest, having already claimed nearly 200 victims. Except for the mages, priests, and archers safely positioned at a distance, the melee fighters had all succumbed, returning only to rejoin the fray. Alas, if only killing yielded experience. He mused with a feigned sense of regret, ensuring his voice carried for the enemies to hear. The melee fighters of the Tianxia Guild, driven to madness, resorted to manual attacks, unleashing their basic strikes as their skills cooled down. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. Their assault frequency was relentless, and Xiao Feng's health was once again perilously low. He's almost finished. Let us push harder, roared the vice president over the team channel. As they watched Xiao Feng's health gradually decline, panic set in. Oh no, Vice President, he pulled out another healing potion. In the next moment, they beheld Xiao Feng produce a resplendent golden vial, downing it in one swift motion. 4298. The hard-earned health they had whittled away was instantly restored. This is outrageous. The Tianxia Guild members pounded their fists in frustration, unable to comprehend why, despite playing the same game and having been active for just over an hour, Xiao Feng was so extraordinarily powerful. Vice President, what do we do? The members were on the brink of tears. They had spent 2 minutes to reduce his health bar, which he had replenished in an instant. How could they possibly continue? If this persisted, they would not be able to replace fallen comrades fast enough. At that moment, the number of those who could stand beside Xiao Feng to attack barely exceeded 80. Many others were still en route, unable to arrive swiftly. With a crackling sound, the chain of lightning struck again, claiming another 10 members of the Tianxia Guild. Xiao Feng stretched his limbs, resembling someone who had just awakened, stifling a yawn as he declared, I appreciate your enthusiastic and attentive massage service. I have thoroughly enjoyed it. Farewell. With that, he strode away from the crowd. As someone attempted to intercept him, they were swiftly obliterated by a magical projectile. Xiao Feng, halt at once. Tianxia Wushuang shouted from a distance as he hurried back for the 3rd time. Oh, that was quite a swift arrival, Xiao Feng chuckled, approaching him with brisk steps. What do you intend to do? Tianxia Wushuang, noticing Xiao Feng's advance, instinctively retreated a few steps, the haunting shadow of his previous defeats lingering ominously. Yet, he quickly realized that such cowardice was unbecoming and stepped forward again, brandishing his staff in preparation for combat. He presumed he would once again meet his demise. However, Xiao Feng refrained from attacking. Instead, he erupted in laughter. Tianxia Wushuang, your guild members are truly adept at pampering. Their massage was quite delightful. Here's a tip for you. Share it as you will. With that, he produced a single copper coin, flicked it with his finger, and sent it flying toward Tianxia Wushuang. The onlookers were left speechless. You bastard! Tianxia Wushuang nearly exploded with rage, wishing to wield his staff as a weapon to shatter Xiao Feng. The sight of his ire only fueled Xiao Feng's amusement further. Good son. Father is off to change classes. We shall meet again when time allows. With that, he consumed a burst potion, doubling his speed, and vanished from sight in an instant. Xiaofeng, I shall not let this stand. Unable to exact revenge, Tianxia Wushuang could only roar at the heavens in frustration. Meanwhile, the members who had perished twice wore gloomy expressions, resignedly dispersing to resume their training. Xiaofeng sprinted back to the novice village, encountering several members of the Tianxia Guild along the way. However, they did not attempt to impede his progress, and he was disinclined to waste time engaging in combat. Upon returning to the village, his name remained white, free from any notoriety. After a prolonged period of defense, he approached the village elder directly, stating, "Elder, I wish to journey to the main city." The elder received him warmly, smiling kindly. "Brave Xiaofeng, your level has reached 10, granting you the privilege to explore a wider world. Which main city do you wish to visit?" Before him appeared 3 options: Stormwind City, Moonlight City, Birdsong City. "What distinguishes these cities?" he inquired. The elder explained, "Each main city venerates a different deity. Stormwind City worships the god of storms. Moonlight City reveres the god of the moon, and Birdsong City honors the god of birds. Additionally, their geographical locations vary. Stormwind City lies to the east, Moonlight City to the north, and Birdsong City to the south." Xiaofeng sighed, feeling that the elder's lengthy explanation had been a waste of a minute. "Have you decided where you wish to go, brave Xiaofeng?" The elder continued, undeterred by his sarcasm. The 3 options floated before him once more. "I choose Stormwind City. Its name is classic and aligns with my persona," Xiaofeng pondered before responding. "Very well, I understand. Brave Xiaofeng, please step into the teleportation array. As one of the first 10 warriors to reach level 10 in this village, you may travel to the main city free of charge," the elder said with a gentle demeanor. Previously, engaging in battles against bosses and clashing with members of the Tianxia Guild had consumed a considerable amount of time. A few diligent and fortunate players had already departed ahead. Xiaofeng approached the teleportation array, preparing to set off. At that moment, a sudden shout echoed from a distance. "Hey, you with deep pockets and a foolish demeanor, wait a moment." A female player clad in priestly robes waved her hand, evidently addressing Xiaofeng. "Deep pockets and a foolish demeanor?" Xiaofeng turned around, 3 question marks appearing above his head, his expression turning sour. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the female player as the fortunate cat who had previously sold him equipment. "What is it?" Xiaofeng halted outside the teleportation array, responding curtly. The fortunate cat jogged over to him, stating, "I sold you that equipment for too high a price, so I've come to return the excess money." As she spoke, she initiated a trade request. Xiaofeng outright refused, declaring, "No need. I'm foolish and wealthy. I don't mind this small amount." "Oh, no. I was just joking. Please don't be upset." The fortunate cat, noticing his unwelcoming expression, hastily explained. Xiaofeng chuckled coldly to himself. "Not upset? How could that be? I, Xiao, hold grudges with great fervor." He recalled a time in his tanking days when someone had called him a useless damage dealer. Infuriated, he unleashed a relentless barrage of control effects, rendering the offender immobile, and slowly whittled down their health with -1 damage until they perished. Though the fortunate cat had not harmed him, he felt compelled to show her a stern face. "I'm truly sorry, it wasn't intentional." Seeing his displeasure, the fortunate cat apologized again, adopting a pitiful expression. She was quite attractive, pouting and furrowing her brows, her eyes shimmering with tears, a sight that could be quite disarming. However, Xiaofeng was as unyielding as steel. Seeing her employ her social skills only made him more eager to depart. He quickly remarked, "There's no need. A mere 5 silver coins. Consider it a gift for your mother. I mean for you. I take my leave." With that, he stepped into the teleportation array and began his journey. What a joke. Could women be allies? They were merely stumbling blocks on the road to success. Obstacles on the path of progress. Uttering even a single word could lead to one's downfall. "Hey, how can you? At least add me as a friend." The fortunate cat, filled with confusion, watched him flee. She sent a friend request, only to be met with Xiaofeng's harsh rejection. How infuriating. The fortunate cat stomped her foot in frustration. She activated the game's mirror feature, gazing at her stunning visage, reassessing her allure. After a brief moment, she nodded to herself, muttering, "This guy must have a fear of women and is undoubtedly gay." Otherwise, with my charm, hum. Chapter 009. Educated by NPC's Level 3 Main City, Stormwind. Central Teleportation Array. The figure of Xiaofeng gradually solidified, materializing within the heart of this grand city. How magnificent! Before his eyes lay an extraordinarily spacious Western-style ancient city, with the square of the teleportation array alone being the size of a football field. The streets in the distance could comfortably accommodate 8 vehicles side by side, wide and immaculate. At this moment, players in the main city were still scarce. Most were around level 7, while those exceeding level 10 were likely the fortunate few who had encountered superior rewards during lotteries. Make way, don't block the path. While Xiaofeng was admiring the scenery of the main city, an impatient voice suddenly pierced through the air beside him. Before he could react, he was forcefully shoved aside by an overwhelming force. Hey, who dares to push me? Xiaofeng's temper flared, and instinctively, he was about to retaliate. However, upon closer inspection, he realized it was a patrolling squad of city guards, clad in gleaming silver armor and wielding long spears. City Guard Commander, Legendary Boss. Level, 150 health. 5, 400, 0005, 400, 000. Target level 2 high. Unable to retrieve further data. City Guard Soldier, Elite. Level, 120 health. 700, 000 700, 000. Target level 2 high. Unable to retrieve further data. Xiaofeng. This is madness. This game has gone mad. A group of NPCs actually dares to push a player? Is there no justice left? Do they not realize that players are akin to gods? Yet, these are city guards. Reasoning with them is futile since NPCs lack the capacity for rational thought. Furthermore, offending the NPC military would likely condemn him to a lifetime in a prison cell. Not worth the trouble, best to let it go. Xiaofeng's desire for retribution was curbed by the harsh realities of the game, leaving him no choice but to swallow his indignation. Time to change classes. He departed from the teleportation square, jogging briskly. The city map marked the location of his class change destination. After approximately 5 minutes of running, he arrived at the designated site. Looking up, he beheld a towering and majestic temple, its entrance adorned with the grand inscription Temple of Stormwind. Stop! The Temple of Stormwind is a sacred place. No impure beings are permitted to approach. Just as he reached the entrance, a knightly guard emerged, blocking his path with a massive shield and a long lance. What the heck is happening? Xiaofeng's eyes widened as he suddenly realized a crucial issue, the Curse of Awaken. This curse not only endowed him with a super taunt, making him the primary target for all monsters, but it also barred him from entering the temple, preventing him from inheriting a divine class and earning contributions to the war. Initially, Xiaofeng merely lamented the loss of potential war contributions. However, it now appeared that he could not even change his class. The class change location was within the temple, and the class mentors resided in the temple's hall. If he couldn't enter, how could he possibly change classes? It is well acknowledged that the significance of job change is primarily twofold: the enhancement of attribute growth rates and the acquisition of new skills. Should one remain an apprentice mage without transitioning, their attributes would inevitably lag behind those of their peers, whether in terms of spell attack, health points, or mana. They would suffer considerable losses. Furthermore, the foundational skills of each profession are inherently limited, rendering other avenues inaccessible. The hallmark spells of the mage profession, such as Fireball, Firestorm, Resistance Ring, and Meteor, would remain unattainable. What, then, could one truly call themselves if they could not wield such powers? To be an apprentice mage for a lifetime, relying solely on a magic missile and chain lightning? The mere thought is exasperating. Xiaofeng felt overwhelmed by the situation. Please leave at once, commanded the temple knight, glaring fiercely at Xiaofeng, who bore the auto-ancient curse, exuding palpable hostility. Were it not for the decorum demanded by his position, he might have already impaled Xiaofeng with a spear. How frustrating. Perhaps I should just storm in and threaten the job change instructor to grant me the transition. Xiaofeng pondered. However, upon assessing the attributes of the temple knight, high-level temple knight, legendary boss, level, 180 health points, 7, 200, 0007, 200. 000, target level 2 high to retrieve further data. Such NPCs stood guard at the temple entrance. There were 8 of them. Forget it. I shall remain an apprentice mage. If necessary, I can always purchase some spell books from the player market instead of learning Fireball and its ilk. Moreover, it is worth noting that the foundational professions within the temple cannot be altered, and one is not entirely barred from hidden professions. Perhaps fortune may smile upon me one day, and I might encounter a formidable hidden class that could easily outshine the lackluster instructors of the temple. With a heavy heart, Xiaofeng departed. As he strolled through the bustling streets of the main city, he gradually discerned the ramifications of the Auto-Ancient Curse. This curse incited aversion from all warlike NPCs, such as the city guards, temple sentinels, and the stewards of the war hall. This starkly illustrated the immense influence wielded by Auto, the war deity steed. Conversely, the non-warlike NPCs exhibited a friendlier demeanor towards Xiaofeng. The merchants at the market, for instance, greeted him with smiles, just as they normally would. When he brandished a handful of gold coins, they bowed and nodded in a manner reminiscent of real-life merchants, showcasing an exceptional degree of realism. Xiaofeng wandered through the city for several minutes, during which he procured several mid-tier health potions that restored 500 points and high-tier health potions that restored 1,000 points for daily consumption. These two types of potions served as lesser versions of the Divine Health Potion, sharing a common cooldown period. The Divine Health Potion is rather precious and cannot be purchased at shops. Keeping some on hand can be a lifesaver. As for mana potions, they were of no necessity. The Godslayer robe naturally restored 50 mana points per second, and the Honor Staff possessed a slight chance of replenishing mana. His magical energy would never run dry. Xiaofeng procured several level 30 whiteboard garments from the system shop, subtly adjusting his attributes. He also purchased a bundle of return scrolls. Finally, he visited the warehouse, storing away the precious artifacts, legendary equipment, skill books, and other items he currently had no use for, to prevent his inventory from overflowing, which might hinder his ability to tackle other divine bosses later. He decided to venture out of the city to gain experience and, perhaps, discover opportunities for hidden class advancements. Those high-quality items would be better suited for auctioning later when the main city became bustling with players and gold flowed more abundantly, he mused. Departing from the main city, he sought out places to level up. At this point, his attributes had improved considerably since his days in the novice village. Name: Xiaofeng. Class: Mage Apprentice. Level: 33. Talent: Divine Might, Super Divine. Health points: 5,255, 5,255 mana points, 355, magic attack power, 192 physical defense, 68 magic defense, 112 strength, 33 intelligence, 121 constitution, 51 mentality, 45 agility, 40 potential points, 0 having allocated all his attribute points to intelligence. Xiaofeng's attack power could only be described as terrifying. Indeed, while the numbers on the surface appeared rather unimpressive, multiplying the attack power by 10,000 rendered it truly astonishing. Exiting through the eastern gate of Stormwind City, he encountered a herd of level 13 wild bull creatures, with 2,500 health points. These creatures were akin to knights with full constitution points and dressed in green gear. Xiaofeng unleashed a magic missile, which struck the bull's head, resulting in a staggering -199 damage as it collapsed slowly. Wild bull, what merit do I possess? Xiaofeng smirked, sensing that these monsters were far too weak, yielding pitiful experience that could not satisfy his needs for leveling up at level 33. He perused the map and set off towards the horizon. Within a 10-kilometer radius of the main city, there were no formidable monsters to be found. To level up, he had to journey further afield. With a single breath, he sprinted over 20 kilometers, effortlessly dispatching numerous monsters along the way, yet his level remained stagnant at 33, with only a negligible increase in his experience bar. The distance traveled consumed over an hour of his time. He checked the leaderboard, noting his position at the pinnacle with level 33, while the second player, named Sword Slash of the World, had reached level 27, showcasing an astonishing leveling speed. The third place and below languished around level 17, displaying a significant disparity in efficiency. This Sword Slash of the World seemed to have made an appearance in the battleground announcements as well. Xiaofeng scrolled through the system notices and found a relevant message. Sword Slash of the World had slain a mythical boss 30 minutes prior, resulting in a meteoric rise in level. It appeared that the realm of heavens held more exceptional talents than just himself. He recognized the need for continuous self-improvement. At that moment, he finally arrived at his chosen leveling location. Chapter 010. The Neighbor. Oldly, this map is named the Wind Spirit Valley, an active region for monsters ranging from levels 55 to 65. Given Xiaofeng's attributes, even encountering level 100 wild beasts would pose little challenge. However, the level 100 area lies far beyond reach. Currently, the teleportation array remains incomplete, necessitating a 3-hour journey on foot, which is quite inefficient. Thus, it is prudent to initially engage with the relatively higher-level monsters nearby to accumulate experience. The creatures in Wind Spirit Valley are of two kinds. One is the Wind Apostle, resembling a genie from a magic lamp, capable of wielding wind-based magic, dealing significant damage while possessing low health. However, they come with a 50 reduction in both physical and magical damage, making them rather formidable adversaries. The other type is the Rock Giant, boasting high defense and substantial health, albeit with sluggish movement, making them suitable targets for stationary spellcasting mages to level up. As Xiaofeng stepped into the valley, he raised his hand and unleashed a magic missile. With a resounding thud, the nearest rock giant, towering at 3.5 meters, was struck by the droplet-sized missile. It shattered with a crunch, yielding over 600 experience points. A mere 600 points per monster, and with over 380,000 points required for his next level. Progress felt painfully slow. Even if he were to dispatch 20 monsters per minute, it would take over half an hour to level up by just one rank. Nonetheless, compared to the average player's leveling speed, this was already quite rapid. After all, reaching level 33 would generally take until the following day for a typical player, with the rate of advancement significantly reduced. With a crackle, a chain lightning spell shot forth, vanquishing another Wind Apostle, granting him 625 experience points. Due to the considerable distance between the monsters, exceeding 3 meters, the chain lightning could not bounce to additional targets. Xiaofeng moved deeper into the throng of monsters, periodically launching a basic attack to obliterate his foes. He hardly glanced at their health bars. Any contact resulted in instantaneous death, rendering the need for follow-up attacks unnecessary. Progressing steadily, he ventured further into the valley, his experience points accumulating steadily. Ding! You have received a friend request. At that moment, the system announced a notification. Upon checking, Xiaofeng discovered it was from a player named Old Li from next door. Li? He thought, promptly accepting the request. Old Xiao, is that you? What is happening? You're the top level? First to slay the divine boss? The astonished voice of Li emerged from the communicator. In this battle zone, there existed thousands of players named Xiaofeng. Without being friends, it was challenging to distinguish one from another. When Xiaofeng's name appeared on the battleground announcement, many players sought to add him as a friend. However, the game, Heavens, had already anticipated this issue. To prevent renowned players from being inundated with requests from thousands of players, it disabled the nickname search feature. Therefore, aside from adding friends face-to-face, the only way to search was by identity serial number. This identity serial number, akin to a personal identification number, is unique. It was automatically bound before character creation, and the 3 members of Xiaofeng's dormitory were well aware of each other's numbers. As Li emerged from the novice village and added Xiaofeng to his party, he was taken aback upon noticing Xiaofeng's impressive level of 33. A glance at the leaderboard left him utterly astonished. Alas, there was nothing to be done. Xiaofeng's striking good looks compelled the system to shower him with experience and rewards in an effort to win his favor, a situation that left Li quite exasperated. In the presence of his close friends in the dormitory, it was difficult for Xiaofeng to resist showing off. This time, however, it was not mere pretense. He was genuinely remarkable. Wow, you've really made it big now, Li exclaimed. Had I known you would excel as a mage, I wouldn't have let you play a tank before. Quickly, tell me which main city you are in. I'll come find you right away. Good to know. You wasted 3 years of my precious time, and now you'll have to work hard to make it up to me. Xiaofeng replied with a sense of pride. promptly revealing the name of Stormwind City. As for working hard, he could consider being a maid for a while as well. On another note, what exquisite treasures did you acquire from defeating the divine bosses? If they are valuable, I wouldn't mind sharing the burden with you, Lily jested. Xiaofeng took a moment to examine Li's attributes. As expected, Lily had chosen the support class of priest yet again, now at level 10. Just having left the village, he possessed a legendary priest weapon of level 50, but alas, Li was not yet of sufficient level to wield it. Well, you actually have one. A legendary weapon. I've heard they don't come cheap. Offline trading prices must be in the hundreds of thousands. It seems I'll need to have a daughter so I can repay you by becoming your father-in-law, Li remarked with feigned seriousness. Get lost. You expect me to pay a dowry? Xiaofeng retorted with annoyance. In truth, he had contemplated the matter of finances. The current popularity of the heavens surpassed that of all previous games, and with such a vast player base, the in-game economy had become exceedingly stable. Therefore, the prices for high-quality equipment and skill books were bound to be exorbitant. The items dropped by the Golden Lion, if sold, would be enough to ensure Xiaofeng's financial security for the rest of his life. However, Xiaofeng was not short-sighted. He understood the significance of his talents. With such gifts, he could command the game for a long time to come. Money? It was of little consequence, as long as he had enough for his needs in the real world. Though his family's circumstances were not ideal, they sufficed for a comfortable life. His primary goal was to grow stronger and acquire more resources. Of course, any equipment he couldn't use would certainly be sold or shared with trustworthy friends to bolster the strength of his circle. This way, should he encounter formidable opponents in the future, he could band together with his allies to vanquish them. Goodness. It costs 10 gold coins to teleport between main cities. What a ridiculous expense. Li's voice suddenly echoed with frustration. Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng burst into laughter. Then find a party to level up with. I don't plan on visiting other main cities for the time being. We'll talk later. All right. I'll look for Lao Zhang. He's in the same city as I am, so we can team up, Li replied. Sounds good. Wishing you both a harmonious time together. Oh wait, I just spotted a boss. I need to go collect the loot. We'll chat later. As Xiaofeng was in the midst of conversation, his attention was abruptly captured by the emergence of an enormous stone giant ahead, causing him to brighten up and terminate the call. What on earth? The words of Li were stifled within the communicator, as the notion of encountering a boss felt akin to discovering a windfall, provoking a desire to voice his exasperation. Approximately 80 meters ahead, a colossal rock giant, towering at 10 meters and enveloped in a hue of purplish-brown, had just materialized. It struck the ground with its massive arms, producing a thunderous sound. Upon observing its attributes, he noted, Rock Golem, Epic Boss, Level, 70 health points, 500,000, target level 2 high, unable to retrieve additional data. Quite splendid, an entirely free boss. Xiaofeng remarked with a smile, wielding the honor staff, and advancing with haste. At 25 meters, he entered the range of a mage's attack. As he crossed this threshold, he unleashed a chain lightning spell. The rock golem's alert radius extended to 50 meters. By the time he entered, it had already risen, preparing to strike with its fists. However, being merely a physical creature with short reach, before it could swing its fists, the chain lightning struck its massive forehead. With a crackling sound, damage was dealt. -4891881. The rock golem? In an instant, the gargantuan stone giant shattered into a multitude of debris, collapsing spectacularly. Congratulations, you have defeated the level 70 epic boss. Rock Golem, earning 550 reputation points. You have vanquished the rock golem, gaining 200,100 experience. Congratulations, your level has risen to 34. Even before the rock golem had completely crumbled, a radiant glow of leveling up enveloped Xiaofeng. The ground was strewn with an abundance of gold, silver coins, and equipment. As Xiaofeng approached to collect them, a skill book suddenly caught his eye. Chapter 11. Unparalleled Revenge, Earth Elemental Shield, Common Skill, Level Requirement. First Transmutation Class Requirement. Mage Effect. Summons an Earth Elemental Shield that absorbs damage equivalent to 120 of attack power. This shield possesses no defensive attributes and lasts for a maximum of 30 seconds. Mana cost, 10 cooldown, 30 seconds remarkable indeed. Upon witnessing this, Xiaofeng was overwhelmed with joy. Under his magnification of 1,000-fold, this shield magic would manifest as a damage absorption shield exceeding 2 million in value. Moreover, it endures for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 30 seconds, allowing for a seamless transition, originally intended for ordinary mages. This skill would typically yield only a few hundred shield points, akin to an additional 1/5 of health every 30 seconds, truly a lackluster skill, bordering on uselessness. However, in his hands, it transformed into something extraordinary. With a shield value of 2 million, how could one hope to breach it? Although the shield itself offers no defensive value, it would require an extraordinarily vast number of attackers to shatter it. Regrettably, it could only be learned upon achieving the first transmutation. Oh, the curse of autos truly is a burden. After the initial euphoria, a wave of concern washed over him. Such a formidable skill, yet imprisoned by the inability to change classes, the frustration was palpable. Sighing, Xiaofeng continued deeper into the valley, grinding for experience and levels. 10 minutes, 20 minutes. The monotony of battling monsters wore on. After more than an hour, Xiaofeng had elevated his level to 36. While the majority of players had already departed from the novice village, flooding into the major cities. At this moment, a system announcement suddenly reverberated throughout the entire battlefield. Battlefield announcement. Congratulations to the player team Xiaofeng. I'll ruin your family for being the first to complete the level 25 main storyline dungeon, Secret Camp. First-time players, unparalleled. No thieves in the world, the handsomest in the world, the greatest healer, the supreme sword. Battlefield announcement. Battlefield announcement. Xiaofeng? The announcement rang out 3 times before finally quieting, leaving Xiaofeng's mood somewhat agitated after the 3rd round. Old Xiao, what is going on? Are they cursing you in the announcement? Lili swiftly messaged him inquiring. Well, the members of the Tianxia Guild tried to seize my artifact in the novice village, and I ended up eliminating over 400 of them. So they become desperate. Xiaofeng explained. Wow, you dared to provoke the Tianxia Guild? That is quite bold. Lili couldn't help but commend him with a thumbs up. He then asked, what now? Are we going to confront them or confront them? Can't do it. Xiaofeng sighed. Given his vengeful nature, he certainly wished to rush, confronting unparalleled, and retaliate. However, with players now exceeding level 10, the number of players the Tianxia Guild could muster had escalated from hundreds to thousands. If he were to be besieged by tens of thousands, he would undoubtedly struggle to withstand such an onslaught. Moreover, those like Tianxia Wushuang can be the first to conquer the level 25 dungeon, indicating that their luck and skill are not to be underestimated. Currently, he is unable to learn the Earth Elemental Shield skill, nor does he possess any other offensive spells to utilize. Venturing forth alone, he might eliminate a few hundred opponents, yet he too would inevitably face defeat. Although the legendary robe does not drop, the arduous journey of leveling up is fraught with loss for him. A single loss of experience at level 36 is significantly more detrimental than it would be for someone at level 20. Should he merely endure this humiliation? Old Xiao. This is not in line with your usual demeanor, Li remarked with a hint of frustration. I shall seek revenge once I change my class, Xiaofeng declared vehemently. The Tianxia Guild. They shall never establish a stronghold in their lifetime. His words were filled with determination. The inability to retaliate at this moment did not signify cowardice, once he had transitioned to a new class and acquired more skills. The nightmare for the Tianxia Guild would truly commence. Suddenly, a chill ran through him, causing Lili to shudder. He couldn't help but recall a certain individual he had once encountered, trapped in a dead end, who had been struck repeatedly in the face with a shield for over 5 hours, only to eventually perish. By the way, old Li, do you have any information regarding hidden mage classes? I cannot enter the temple to change my class, which is rather troublesome, Xiaofeng inquired. Li was an avid forum-goer, well-versed in various gossip and hidden curiosities. Upon hearing this, he replied, while I was offline, I perused the forums on my phone. And there are indeed many discussions about hidden classes. One poster revealed their experience of acquiring a hidden class by inappropriately interacting with a female NPC outside the main city, transitioning from assassin apprentice to flower thief. You might consider this approach for inspiration. Xiaofeng's expression froze. Inappropriately engaging with a female NPC to become a flower thief? Were extraterrestrial beings so audacious in their gaming endeavors? A ripple of excitement surged within him. He couldn't help but speculate whether the game Jution allowed even the most risky content. Perhaps he should venture to his small town to investigate. Immediately, Xiaofeng opened the map, searching for the nearest NPC town. While the call remained connected, Lily caught wind of his musings and teased, "I say, old Xiao, you're quite the campus heartthrob, with many pursuing your sister. Is it truly necessary to target NPCs? What kind of nonsense is that?" Xiaofeng retorted, his eyes widening. "This is merely a matter of taste. Do you not understand? Haha. I thought you would claim to be a paragon of virtue, not inclined to experiment in such ways." Lily laughed heartily before ending the call. Xiaofeng's retort lingered unspoken within him. Nevertheless, Lily's comment held a grain of truth. He indeed lacked any perverse desire for gratification within the game. Rather, he was simply eager to explore the potential for discovering hidden mage classes. After examining the map, he swiftly located the nearest town, which was called Silver Mine Town, nestled at the base of a hill not far from the Kamikaze Canyon. Without delay, Xiaofeng turned and made his way towards Silver Mine Town. Typically, towns serve as a refuge for players to replenish health and mana potions while grinding in the wild or undertaking minor quests. The number of NPCs in the town is rather limited, and there is no notable military presence to safeguard it. As Xiaofeng approached the entrance of the quaint settlement, two militia members glared at him with hostility, clearly itching for a confrontation. Their attributes were rather unimpressive, possessing a mere 500,000 health points, an easily dispatched foe with a single missile. However, their status indicated an untouchable friendly hue, rendering any form of reprimand impossible. This small town had yet to welcome any players, preserving an air of pristine simplicity. A few NPC matriarchs were outdoors, drying herbs and weaving fabric, contributing to a serene and tranquil atmosphere. Upon entering the town, one of the elder women approached him with a sense of urgency, inquiring, "Young adventurer, my daughter Ruth has mysteriously vanished. Could you assist me in locating her?" A notification chimed in. "Would you like to accept the quest, Lost Girl?" Without hesitation, Xiaofeng shook his head, uninterested. "Ah, I see. My apologies for the disturbance," the elder woman remarked, her expression filled with disappointment as she retreated. Wandering through the town, Xiaofeng sought out a mage-type NPC but found none after making a considerable circuit. The only inhabitants were the matriarchs, the militia, and a few children running amok, which left him thoroughly disheartened. Just as he contemplated departing, a militia NPC sprinted back into town, panic etched across his bloodied face, with his health plummeting to a mere 5. Upon entering the settlement, he exclaimed, "A horde of abyssal creatures has suddenly emerged from the silver mine. Many have perished. We must alert the main city, or we shall all meet our doom." Simultaneously, a system notification echoed in Xiaofeng's ear. "Discover the public quest, Crisis at Silver Mine Town. Proceed immediately to the Lord's Manor or War Hall in Stormwind City to report, and you shall receive a reward." Below, a small icon displayed the quest rewards: 100,000 experience points and 10 gold coins. A flicker of temptation danced within him. However, he quickly reconsidered. After all, he was a formidable figure. Why should he embark on a lengthy journey merely to report? Would it not suffice to storm into the silver mine and swiftly eliminate those abyssal creatures? Chapter 012. The opportunity to retaliate has arrived. Upon this thought, he approached the injured militia member and inquired, "Good sir, could you direct me to the silver mine?" "You vile heretic, begone. I wish not to lay eyes upon you," retorted the militia NPC with a furious roar, refusing to divulge any information. Xiaofeng's expression darkened. It was understandable. He bore the curse of Otto, rendering him quite detestable to any soldier-type NPC, making inquiries rather challenging. "Never mind," he thought. "I shall ask someone else." He casually approached an elder NPC in the village, posing the same question. The town's matriarchs were kind-hearted, and her demeanor was exceedingly amiable as she promptly pointed him in the right direction. The silver mine lay nestled at the base of a small hill to the west of the village, a deep chasm leading into the earth. This location was not marked on the system map, indicating it belonged to a hidden category of maps. Such places typically harbored splendid rewards. without a moment's hesitation. Xiaofeng grasped his staff and dashed towards his destination. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the mine. The system's narrative unfolded here, revealing several miners and militia members lamenting and wailing at the entrance. "Young adventurer, could you fetch us some healing potions from the town?" one of the miner NPCs pleaded. The system promptly displayed a confirmation window for a minor quest. Xiaofeng, disinterested in running errands, declined the task with a dismissive remark, "Hang in there. Wait for the next batch of players to rescue you," and plunged into the depths of the mine. In the next instant, a notification chimed. "Ding, you have discovered the level 75 main storyline dungeon, Silver Mine." Note: the main storyline dungeon remains in a closed state until successfully cleared or all party members are defeated. Exiting is not permitted otherwise. What? This is a main storyline dungeon? Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback, swiftly followed by a surge of exhilaration. How splendid, he thought, to reclaim his dignity so swiftly. Just moments ago, he had been berated thrice by the renowned Tianxiao Wushuang via a battleground announcement. And now he found himself facing a main storyline dungeon of even higher level. If he could conquer this dungeon, he would earn another opportunity for an announcement, allowing him to retaliate with his party name, utterly overshadowing his adversaries. Onward, Xiaofeng ventured deeper into the mine. The passage was rather narrow, accommodating only a single individual. Thus, should they enter in a group, the knight would need to lead the charge, with mages and archers following behind to support. After advancing a few dozen paces, the first wave of dungeon creatures emerged. They were a cluster of lizard-like monsters, 5 in total, roughly the size of small dogs, boasting a level of 70 and a health pool of 10,000. With them closely grouped, Xiaofeng unleashed a chain lightning spell, incinerating them in a brilliant display. "You have defeated the mine lizard, gaining 1850 experience points. You have defeated." The experience garnered from dungeon creatures exceeded that of the wild monsters outside. Although they were only a few levels higher, they offered thrice the experience compared to the rock giants. This indeed proved to be an excellent training ground. Content. Xiaofeng remarked to himself, as he collected several copper coins from the ground and pressed onward. The number of cave lizards was quite substantial, with waves of them encountered every few dozen steps. After defeating around 10 waves of minor adversaries, Xiaofeng arrived at a corner. This was a transit area within the cavern, spanning approximately 30 to 40 meters, littered with various mining tools. Scattered on the ground were several miners' corpses, and in the center lay a colossal lizard. Clearly, the first boss of the dungeon had emerged. Xiaofeng cast a glance at the creature. Cavern Lizard King, rare level leader, level 75 health, 250, 250, 000, target level 2 high, unable to retrieve further data, weak, exceedingly feeble. With a flick of his wrist, Xiaofeng unleashed a magic missile. The imposing Lizard King barely had a moment to react before it let out a pitiful cry and collapsed onto the ground. You have defeated the Cavern Lizard King, earning 144,000 experience points. His experience surged significantly, nearing the threshold of leveling up. Xiaofeng collected the coins and items dropped by the boss, inspecting them thoroughly, only to find nothing of use, which left him somewhat disappointed. He pressed onward. Beyond the corner lay a downward slope. Continuing downwards for over 100 meters, the terrain eventually leveled out once more. This must be the second layer of the cavern, which was considerably more spacious. Oh, and the monsters had changed? A new wave of minor foes appeared ahead. Upon closer inspection, there were no longer lizards, but rather little mud creatures, dark and resembling slimes. Abyss Servant, level 75 health, 512, 500, target level 2 high. Unable to retrieve further data, the attributes of these minor foes were quite fragile, easily dispatched with a single missile. However, as the second layer's expanse widened, these Abyss Servants were not as densely packed as the lizard adversaries, making it impossible to utilize chain lightning effectively, forcing a more methodical approach to eliminate them one by one. With a swift motion, Xiaofeng unleashed his spells, but the cooldown was not rapid enough, allowing 2 Abyss Servants to close in on him, one slapping him on the rear. Minus 221 given the artifact level defense, such damage was rather formidable. However, How dare they touch me? Enraged, Xiao Feng retaliated with another magic missile, obliterating the offender. A second abyss servant clung to him, landing a punch on his thigh, narrowly missing a more sensitive area. Damn, these creatures are quite lewd. Xiao Feng's face flushed in embarrassment, unable to cast his spells. He resorted to a physical attack with his staff. Thud. -14. His strike was forceful, yet the damage was pitifully low. The super god talent only enhanced spell effects. Such a mundane attack received no amplification. The abyss servant, still audacious, brandished its sticky fists, preparing to strike again. Xiao Feng deftly stepped back to evade, and just then, the cooldown for his chain lightning ended. He unleashed a powerful electric shock, reducing the minor foe to ashes. The monsters in the second layer of the cavern were numerous, and progress was slow, consuming considerable time. Nevertheless, the experience gained from dungeon foes was thrice that of the outside world, making it a worthwhile endeavor in terms of leveling up. Gradually advancing, he had traversed nearly 2 kilometers deep, and over 30 minutes had elapsed. Xiao Feng's level gracefully ascended to 37, his attack power surpassing the formidable threshold of 200. After traversing a long and arduous journey, he finally arrived at the chamber of the second boss. Crossing a barrier, the space ahead opened up expansively. As Xiao Feng stepped into the boss room, he was momentarily taken aback, for this dungeon's second boss was not singular, but rather a formidable quartet. Abyss Servant Chief, Red, Rare Boss, Level, 80 Health, 295, 000 295. 000, target level 2 high to retrieve further data. In terms of attributes, this boss was not significantly more powerful than the first, the Lizard King. Yet within this colossal boss chamber, spanning a radius of 50 meters, there were 4 such bosses. Red, blue, green, and purple. The only distinction among them was their vibrant hues, while their attributes remained identical. With 4 foes to contend with, Xiao Feng calculated that he could unleash a missile every 2.5 seconds, interspersing them with a chain lightning. If executed swiftly, he would likely endure only a single blow before vanquishing them. High damage output was his greatest advantage. This dungeon was notoriously challenging. A typical party of 5 ordinary players would struggle to withstand the onslaught of 4 bosses while maintaining offensive output. One could only imagine the difficulty. However, Xiao Feng faced no such tribulations. He strode forward, observing the 4 bosses meandering around the room, none initiating an attack against him. Let the battle commence. Magic Missile. By the nearest red boss was swiftly obliterated by a single missile. Xiao Feng shifted his momentum and charged towards the blue boss on his left. Just then, he was startled to hear the low, mournful wails of the 3 remaining bosses. In an instant, dark energy surged, causing their forms to swell dramatically. Upon examining their attributes, Xiao Feng was left in a state of astonishment. Abyss Servant Chief, Blue, Rare Boss, Level, 80 Health, 393, 333, 393. 333, target level 2 high to retrieve further data. Chapter 13, A Warrior's Rescue. My health has significantly increased, nearly by 100,000. To my astonishment, after vanquishing a boss, its health is entirely redistributed among the remaining bosses? Xiao Feng exclaimed, not out of fear, for 390,000 health and 200,000 health felt identical to him. However, for a typical player group, such a mechanic could shatter their morale. Intriguingly, I find myself anticipating the arrival of others to tackle this dungeon. With a mischievous grin, Xiao Feng unleashed a chain lightning spell, obliterating the blue boss. The remaining 2 bosses continued to shriek, their dark energy surging as their forms expanded once again. Simultaneously, their health surged to a total of 590,000 each. The green and purple bosses had approached, one opening its gaping maw to expel a glob of saliva while the other raised its fist to strike. The 2 bosses attacked in succession, draining over 1,500 of Xiao Feng's health. Fortunately, his missile had cooled down, and he hurled it once more, dispatching the green boss in an instant. The final purple boss emitted a piercing wail, its dark energy swelling, and its health skyrocketed to a staggering 180,000. Astoundingly, its quality had elevated from rare to epic. With a resounding clap, the purple boss brought its hand down. Xiao Feng, a moment too slow in evasion, was unable to evade the colossal strike. He was sent hurtling through the air, crashing against the wall with a thud, slowly sliding down. What a tremendous amount of damage. Could it be that the boss's transfer involved not just health, but also its attack power? Comparing the two instances of damage, it was evident this slap was far more agonizing than the previous punch. Xiao Feng realized that when the bosses were split into four, their attack power was pitifully weak. Easily withstandable. However, with the transfer of attributes, they became increasingly formidable. The correct strategy would be to draw the four monsters together, gradually whittling down their health, and then eliminate them simultaneously. Should one perish even a second later, it would transform into this 180,000 health epic boss. Thankfully, I am a formidable player. Otherwise, I would truly be at a loss. Rising from the ground, Xiao Feng found his missile had cooled down. The purple boss was poised to unleash a torrent of toxic saliva upon him, but in the next moment, the missile struck. With a resounding explosion, the boss was reduced to a puddle of muck, scattering in all directions. You have defeated the Abyss Servant Leader, earning 282,000 experience points. The fusion into an epic boss grants experience of an epic caliber, albeit without corresponding prestige rewards. Xiao Feng remained unaware of the significance of prestige. Thus he did not dwell on it. After the boss's demise, a plethora of rewards littered the ground. However, without receiving a system notification of clearing the level, it indicated that another boss likely awaited ahead. Xiao Feng stepped forward to collect the rewards from the second boss. Fortune smiled upon me this time, as I stumbled upon an epic-quality two-handed sword for warriors, its attributes formidable. Alas, it requires level 75 for equipping, rendering it unsellable at a lucrative price. Sigh. If only I could acquire a few more spellbooks for mages. Xiao Feng grimaced, feeling exceedingly vexed that at level 37, he possessed a mere 2 skills. Yet, there was no alternative but to forge ahead. He traversed through the boss chamber and descended to the third level of the mine. The third level of the mine had become a labyrinthine expanse, no longer a single path but a multitude of branching routes. Peering at the map, he found it shrouded in mist, obscuring any shortcuts. Just as he pondered which path to take, a voice suddenly echoed nearby. Warrior, warrior, Sabi. The deep voice, laced with agony, unmistakably belonged to a minor NPC. Following the sound, Xiao Feng approached to discover an NPC resembling a miner lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. Silver Miner, Rafflero, level, 50 health, 5,075,000 attack power, 350 physical defense, 50 magical defense, 30 skills, mining, fireball, magic missile. Xiao Feng's spirits lifted upon seeing this. A miner who was also a mage? Are you all right, sir? He inquired, addressing NPC Rafflero. The latter gasped and replied, I am gravely injured, without a divine life potion. I fear I shall not survive. A divine life potion? I have one. Without hesitation, Xiao Feng produced a golden vial and offered it to Rafflero. Though this potion was rare, he possessed 28 of them and could afford to spare one. Ah, you possess such a miraculous elixir, Rafflero exclaimed, his face lighting up with gratitude as he accepted the potion and swallowed it in one gulp. While the potion only healed players for 5,000 health, Rafflero's health bar, which had been at 75,000, was instantly restored to full. He recovered from his near-death state to one of vitality and stood up, expressing his heartfelt thanks. Xiao Feng, warrior, I cannot thank you enough. To repay your immense kindness, I shall guide you through the labyrinth to seek the abyssal creatures deep within the mine. Thank you very much. Xiao Feng nodded slightly, grasping the significance of this NPC's presence. By offering a divine life potion, he could save time and swiftly locate the boss. Otherwise, navigating the myriad of paths was fraught with uncertainty, potentially wasting time or leading to deadly traps. Let us proceed this way. I have worked in this mine for over a decade. I know it well enough to traverse it with my eyes closed. Rafflero led the way, with Xiao Feng following closely behind. Warrior, be cautious. The creature lord within is exceedingly fearsome. Many of our brethren have perished at its hands. Had you not saved my life, I would never have dared to take this risk to guide you. I hope you are strong enough to defeat the creature lord and restore tranquility to the mine. If I manage to return alive this time, I shall resign from my current position. Over the years, I have accumulated a substantial amount of wealth, sufficient to return to my hometown, marry a spouse, and secure a position as a magic instructor, thereby enjoying a tranquil existence in the latter half of my life. Alas, a monster! Brave warrior, save me. This Robro is a loquacious NPC, incessantly chattering throughout our journey. When encountering monsters, he emits a shriek and cowers in a corner, exhibiting none of the fortitude expected of a mage. The creatures on the third level are notably more formidable than those on the second, being 75-level abyssal venomous worms, capable of both close-range attacks and long-range venomous sprays. With swift precision, Xiaofeng dispatched them effortlessly. After navigating the winding paths of the mine for several minutes, Xiaofeng finally arrived before a vast cavern. Before him lay the lair of the Abyssal Lord. Initially, we had stumbled upon some magical crystals beneath the silver mine, intending to extract them. However, unexpectedly, we unearthed a portal from which a horde of abyssal creatures emerged. It was utterly terrifying. Warrior, please assist us in vanquishing that creature lord, closing the portal, and saving us. Robro continued his incessant prattle. Xiaofeng nodded slightly, preparing to enter the boss chamber to confront the third boss. To his surprise, the boss was even quicker. Before he could step into the chamber, a sinister voice echoed from within. Foolish miner, how dare you disturb the great Lord Samaka with your presence? It seems you are tired of living. Whoosh. The sound of slicing air filled the space. Several tentacles, resembling those of an octopus, extended from the cavern, ensnaring Robro's limbs and violently pulling him inside. Help! Warrior! Save me! Chapter 014. A harsh rebuke. Refuro was being dragged inward by tendrils, suggesting an impending narrative demise. This middle-aged NPC, who had dedicated over a decade to labor, aspired to retire and wed, yet his fate seemed preordained to be dismal. A sudden wave of displeasure washed over Xiaofeng. Although Refuro was quite loquacious, he had been a guide for him. How could the boss, without uttering a single word to him, wish to eliminate Refuro? Was this not a slap to his face? Cease at once, he commanded, hastening into the fray. Refuro, pulled by the tendrils, moved slightly faster than him, yet he managed to keep pace. Upon entering the boss room, Xiaofeng was met with the sight of a colossal eye, a magical orb. The chamber spanned nearly 100 meters, with a portal in the distance and a central blue pool surrounded by eerie blue magical crystals. The boss lounged within the crystal pool, resembling a gigantic octopus with a bald head and 8 robust, elongated tentacles. Unlike an octopus, however, it possessed an enormous eye that nearly dominated its entire visage. Lord of the Abyss, Samaka, Epic, Level, 80 Health, 500,000, Target Level 2 High, unable to retrieve further data. Release him at once, you repugnant tentacled beast. Xiaofeng proclaimed vehemently, hurling a magical missile. Smack! -2000299, a damage figure of 2 million erupted above the boss's head. Yet it did not perish. Even after its health bar was depleted, the boss remained submerged, cackling malevolently. Foolish adventurer, do you truly believe you can vanquish me? I am the magnificent Lord Samaka, the most exquisite creature of the abyss. As long as the magical crystal pool exists, I am indomitable. No sooner had the words left its mouth than the boss's health bar rapidly replenished, returning to full. Brave warrior, save me. I do not wish to die. I have yet to marry. Refuro wailed, suspended in midair, sobbing pitifully. A magical crystal pool, you say? Thank you for the insight. Xiaofeng disregarded Refuro's lamentations and focused on the magical crystal pool. To his surprise, he discovered that the pool possessed attributes of its own. Magical crystal pool, health, for 50,000,000,000,000 physical defense, 0 magical defense, 10 impressive health. Indeed, it was evident that Lord Samaka's health regeneration stemmed from the magical pool. Should he dismantle the crystal pool, this boss would be but a mere shadow of its former self. He raised his hand and unleashed a chain lightning spell, directing it toward the magical pool. Crackle! The destructive power of the chain lightning far surpassed that of the magical missile. -450000 with a single electric strike. The entire magical pool began to boil, the waters within evaporating completely. Structures can only withstand a fixed amount of damage. Their health determines the damage they can absorb, with no overflow possible. With a staggering damage output of 4.8 million, Xiaofeng effortlessly obliterated the boss, Samaka, in one fell swoop. This was inconceivable. The Lord of the Abyss, Samaka, was struck with panic upon realizing this horrifying reality, emitting a terrified roar. The crystal pool was his lifeblood. And now that it was gone, so was his foundation. Great bloodthirsty demon god, grant me strength. He bellowed, thrashing his tentacles. Almost immediately, dark purple magical runes began to swirl around his tentacles, seemingly enhancing his power. How annoying, Xiaofeng remarked, raising his staff to unleash a magic missile. With a resounding crack, another 2 million damage was inflicted. The great lord of the abyss, Samaka, did not even have the chance to cast a single skill before meeting his demise. Congratulations! You have successfully defeated the lord of the abyss, Samaka, accomplishing the first clear of the level 75 main quest dungeon, Silver Mine. Congratulations! You have vanquished the epic boss, Lord of the Abyss, Samaka, earning 800 reputation. You have defeated the Lord of the Abyss, Samaka, gaining 282,000 experience points. Congratulations! Your level has risen to 38. Please name your party, up to 8 characters. The system will announce it in the battle zone. With ease, Xiaofeng completed the dungeon solo. Luofu, having freed himself from the tentacle's grasp, expressed profound gratitude towards Xiaofeng. The portal behind them continued to shimmer. Although the dungeon had been cleared, the narrative seemed far from over. Instead of hastily exploring, Xiaofeng chose to first address the system announcement. Recalling the previous grand announcement, he pondered briefly before inputting 8 characters. In the next moment, the system announcement reverberated throughout the Blue Star server. Battle Zone announcement. Congratulations to the player team. My grandson is unparalleled and defiant for achieving the first clear of the level 75 main quest dungeon, Silver Mine. With the clearing player, Xiaofeng. Battle Zone announcement. Battle Zone announcement. Instantly, all online players in the battle zone were left bewildered by the announcement. What was happening? Who was unparalleled? Wait, did I hear that correctly? A level 75 main quest dungeon? And it was cleared by a single person. How much time had passed? An hour? They had just completed the level 25 dungeon, and now the level 75 dungeon was cleared as well? Many were incredulous. Opening the text version of the information log to verify the authenticity of the battle zone announcement. In that moment, numerous high-end players were stunned by the news of the first clear of the level 75 dungeon. Level 75. Even those who had drawn divine artifacts and lotteries could only gaze in awe at the attributes of level 75 epic monsters. After all, no artifact, no matter how powerful, could withstand the vast level disparity against a boss that had fully evolved. Often, one might have sufficient attack, but lack survivability, or vice versa. Attempting to challenge a dungeon 50 levels higher was practically impossible. Yet now, this individual named Xiaofeng had braved the level 75 main quest dungeon all on his own. Moreover, the name of the squad does not engage in any form of promotion. It is simply a direct insult. Although the squad name of the Tianxia Guild also contains derogatory elements, its members, all sharing the prefix Tianxia, certainly possess an advertising effect. At this moment, astute observers have already discerned that Xiaofeng's team name is a response to the announcement made by the Tianxia Guild an hour prior. Furthermore, he has outdone them all, single-handedly conquering the level 75 dungeon, leaving the Tianxia Wushuang team far behind. We must investigate the true origins of this Xiaofeng. He is the one who achieved the first kill of the divine boss, and he also vanquished the novice village boss first. He holds the top position on the level leaderboard. Numerous guild leaders and elite players have begun sending their subordinates to gather information on Xiaofeng. At this juncture, Xiaofeng's close friend, Li, also sent a message. Wow, old Xiao, you've really made it big this time. A level 75 dungeon. At least a week ahead of ordinary players. Li expressed his admiration fervently. Xiaofeng remained calm, responding, "It's not too bad, just average. Call me daddy, and I'll take you through this dungeon for free epic loot." Dude, I thought we were brothers, and you want me to call you daddy? Li shot back, sending a gif of someone banging their head against a wall. Nevertheless, with this announcement, it seems Tianxia Wushuang will be out for blood. Li stated seriously. Xiaofeng nodded, That is likely, but it's of no concern. At his level, even with divine artifacts, he cannot defeat me. Were it not for their numbers, I could easily send him back to the novice village at any moment. You know they have the advantage of numbers. If the Tianxia Guild decides to target you, your friends might also face repercussions, Li Li remarked with a hint of concern. What, are you afraid? Xiaofeng chuckled. Li Li scoffed. What I have to fear? If you don't say anything, I don't say anything, and old Zhang doesn't say anything. Who would know I'm your friend? Besides, we used to confront the president of the Longhun Guild. Why would we fear someone from Tianxia? Enough of that. It's you who would get into trouble for trying to confront them. You need not worry about Tianxia Wushuang. It's not a significant issue. Once I change my class, I'll gradually teach them a lesson, Xiaofeng reassured. Li Li nodded. All right then, I'll continue leveling up with old Zhang. Save any good gear for us, and when we have enough gold, we'll come find you. Absolutely. I'll continue to watch the story unfold. Chapter 015. Appointment for class change. As the chat was silenced, Xiaofeng began to gather the spoils from the defeated boss. The Lord of Samaka, as the final boss. Dropped items significantly more luxurious than those from the previous encounters. Not only did he yield 2 pieces of epic gear, but he also dropped a shimmering legendary item. Abyssal Essence. This is the energy essence of abyssal creatures, enabling the bearer to traverse the abyssal realm without being repelled by its dark forces, though it becomes ineffective when stored in the inventory. This item possesses permanent efficacy. At first glance, the item description seemed rather ordinary, lacking any distinctive features. It was merely a special artifact. However, being of legendary quality, its value was undeniably high. Furthermore, there was a teleportation portal behind the boss's chamber, potentially leading to the abyssal world, which could prove advantageous. In addition to these treasures, 2 blue skill books also dropped. Blade Shock, a rare skill for second-tier warriors, enhancing the attack power of all allies by 5, while simultaneously reducing the defense of all enemies by 5. The effect has a radius of 50 meters, lasts for 30 seconds, and has a cooldown of 300 seconds. This status cannot be stacked or dispelled. Corruption of the Abyss, a rare skill for second-tier mages that inflicts a state on a single target, causing it to lose one of its attack power every second for 15 seconds, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. This status cannot be dispelled, although the effects can be. One skill is a powerful team ability, while the other serves to weaken an individual target. Upon reading the description of Corruption of the Abyss, Xiaofeng couldn't help but feel intrigued. If I were to utilize this skill, would its effects amplify 1,000-fold, rendering my target utterly powerless? For an ordinary user, stacking it for 15 seconds would only deduct 15 of the attack power, necessitating the reapplication of the debuff to begin the process anew. Yet for him, the attack power would decrease by 1 per second, translating to a staggering 10,000 reduction each second, plunging the target into negative figures and persisting for a full 15 seconds. Even if the effect were to be dispelled, the state would linger, leading to inevitable negative repercussions in the following moment. Regrettably, this skill could only be learned upon reaching the second tier, which felt like an insurmountable obstacle for him, as he had yet to complete even the first tier. The remaining drops were rather mundane, comprising low-quality equipment and potions, all of which were level 75 and thus rendered useless. After clearing the battlefield, Xiaofeng turned his attention to Rafro. This NPC was initially destined to meet an untimely demise in the storyline, yet his rapid defeat of the boss had saved him. Presently, Rafro's health bar was still half full, indicating he was in no immediate peril. Rafro, you are safe now. You can return home and marry. Xiaofeng chuckled. Indeed, I cannot thank you enough. Brave warrior Xiaofeng, Rafro exclaimed, his face beaming with joy, overwhelmed by the sense of having narrowly escaped death. Don't just express your gratitude. Is there a tangible reward you can offer? Xiaofeng grinned, revealing his true intentions. Rafro scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, and replied, Apart from a small amount of money, I have nothing of value to repay you with. Moreover, the money is scarcely enough for my living expenses upon my return. I am not in need of money. You appear to be a mage. Could you assist me in changing my class? Xiaofeng declared, unveiling his ulterior motive. He was utterly indifferent to rewards. What he desired now was merely equipment and gold. The only things he lacked were a class change and skills. Upon hearing this, Rafro expressed his astonishment. Class change? You are already so formidable. Transitioning to a third class is beyond my capacity to assist. In his estimation, any player capable of conquering this dungeon must possess considerable strength, at least being level 50 with a second class transition, with the next change occurring at level 100. Yet, Xiaofeng was an exception. He raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, stating, "As you can see, I am still merely a mage apprentice. Not even a full-fledged mage." The NPC had the ability to check players' basic information, and upon glancing, Rafro was indeed astounded to find him as a mage apprentice. This is utterly absurd. He blinked in disbelief and inquired, "How did you manage to defeat the Abyss Lord?" To which Xiaofeng replied, "Well, it's best left unmentioned. Just tell me if you can assist me with the class change." Aware of the NPC's tendency to ramble, he sought to cut to the chase. Rafro, feeling a bit awkward and uncertain, responded, I will try. My teacher is quite a powerful magician, but due to my impoverished background, I could not afford the costs of magical studies, leading me to abandon my mage identity to work as a miner. He has held this against me and has never really liked me. I will speak with him to see if he can assist you. That would be wonderful. Thank you immensely. Xiaofeng smiled knowingly, his spirits lifted. By the way, your teacher, he isn't one of the clergy in the temple, is he? A moment of concern crossed his mind. Rafro shook his head. My teacher isn't that powerful. The clergy in the temple are all legendary archmages above level 150, while my teacher is only level 130. That's a relief, Xiaofeng sighed, feeling reassured. As long as it wasn't the temple or the war hall, he would be able to enter. I will leave the mine now to prepare. Brave warrior Xiaofeng, after you finish, just come to the general store in Silver Mine Town to find me. Rafro arranged a meeting place with him and quickly turned to leave. Xiaofeng watched him depart, a smile gracing his lips, finally having a clear direction for his class change. This chatterbox had not been saved in vain, and he felt a surge of reflection. This game offered far more than the online games of Blue Star's past. Although NPCs generally had lower intelligence, they presented a myriad of possibilities. After saving Rafro, he could guide him, and subsequent encounters could lead to peril, with varying outcomes based on whether to assist or not. More importantly, as a low-level NPC, Rafro embodied numerous potentials. Treating them as real individuals and engaging in dialogue could unveil many useful insights. Through this experience, Xiaofeng's perception of this game world began to shift. Perhaps it was more than just a game. After all, with extraterrestrial technology, the login methods were so extraordinary that it was conceivable to create NPCs using a growth-capable AI system. As long as one diligently delves into their studies, one might just uncover a plethora of earth-shattering discoveries. With this thought in mind, Xiaofeng could not help but recall a certain matter, the curse of Otto. If even an ordinary individual like Ravlo appeared so vividly alive, then how extraordinary must Otto, the former master of the god of war, be? Having slain Otto and succumbed to the curse, it seems, perhaps, that I have truly dug myself a deep pit. Originally, Otto, a level 50 mythical boss, was not intended for players to confront in the novice village. Rather, it was designed for a fated individual to encounter, allowing them to obtain a hidden class inheritance from the god of war through their own serendipity. And Xiaofeng sighed, contemplating this. He felt a profound sense of despair. However, as matters stand, it is too late for regret. He could only ponder how to dispel Otto's curse. Just then, as Xiaofeng was enveloped in helplessness, the boss chamber suddenly trembled. He initially thought the chamber was about to reclaim its space, intending to expel him. However, upon lifting his gaze, he realized that was not the case. Instead, the distant portal was slowly shrinking, on the verge of closing. Chapter 016. The narcissistic imp. The portal before him led to the Abyssal Realm. Within the lore of the game, the Abyssal Realm represents a faction that stands in opposition to the gods. The pantheon comprises 24 primary deities, each corresponding to one of the 24 major cities. Beneath the abyss, formidable demon gods also reside, possessing immense power. According to summaries from players on various forums, the Abyssal Realm is deemed suitable for exploration by players ranging from level 150 to 250, with a minimum requirement of level 100 to enter. Otherwise, one risks a swift demise. However, Xiaofeng is no ordinary player. Faced with such a grand portal slowly closing, he felt an overwhelming urge to delve into its depths. The potential loss would be too significant to ignore. Moreover, he possessed no particularly valuable items, so even if he perished within, he would merely incur a slight experience loss, without risking the loss of any treasured possessions. With this thought in mind, he brandished the teleportation item, Essence of Abyssal Creatures, clenched tightly in his left hand, while his right held aloft his staff. He charged forward, plunging into the portal. With a whoosh, the portal sealed shut, and the instant's map was reclaimed by the system. Vanishing entirely, Xiaofeng found himself enveloped in darkness. After several seconds, light gradually returned to his surroundings. Ding! You have entered the Abyssal Realm. Notification: due to the oppressive forces of the Abyss, all healing effects are reduced by 50, and your attack power is diminished by 10. Before he could fully grasp his surroundings, Xiaofeng felt a wave of weakness wash over him. His attack power plummeted from just over 200 to 180. Clang, clang, cough. The sounds of mining echoed around him, as hues of blue and purple filled his vision. Once again, he found himself in an underground cavern. Unlike the silver mine, this one lacked torches for illumination. However, the surrounding ores were not silver but magical crystals, radiating a ghostly blue glow, interspersed with exquisite purple high-quality magical crystals, creating a stunning spectacle. Several miners tirelessly swung their pickaxes, producing crisp sounds of excavation, though some coughed incessantly, evidently in poor health. Xiaofeng examined the information of one miner. Magical Crystal Miner, Jeffrey, level, 50 health, 35, 00035. 000 attack power, 160 physical defense, 40 magical defense, 40 skills. Mining, alchemy. This miner was human, possessing attributes inferior even to those of Robro, and lacking any magical skills. Crack. Before Xiaofeng could assess the attributes of the other miners, a sharp crack of a whip echoed from ahead, accompanied by a shrill voice cursing, "You pathetic humans. Slacking off is not permitted. Work diligently, or I shall whip you." Following the sound, he beheld a thin, purple-black skinned imp, standing at a height of 1.2 meters, wielding a long whip as it lashed out at a frail, elderly miner. Imp Overseer, Elite Monster, level, 100 health, 120, 000 120. 000, target level too high to acquire further data. I find it most intolerable when others act arrogantly in my presence. Xiaofeng smirked slightly and conjured a magical missile. Crack. The imp took the hit, suffering nearly 2 million points of damage, and perished instantly. What just happened? The miners expressed their astonishment, bewildered by the sudden demise of their leader. However, they soon noticed the presence of an adventurer among them. "Ah, brave warrior, have the gods sent you to rescue us?" Miners Jeffrey rushed forward, grasping Xiaofeng's arm, his eyes brimming with tears of gratitude. "Warrior, a warrior, please save us. We have been trapped here for months." "Woe is us," the NPC miners cried out, their plight truly pitiful. Where exactly are we? Are the abyssal monsters formidable?" Xiaofeng inquired. The map indicated that he was currently in the abyssal world, yet it failed to provide a specific location, clearly indicating incomplete information. Miner Jeffrey replied, "This is the magic crystal mine of the abyssal monsters. Their tunnels have pierced through the earth's veins, intersecting with our silver mine. We are miners who were captured and forced to labor for them. Should we refuse, they would cast us into the blood pool of the abyss Lord Ramika, leaving us to a gruesome fate." As he spoke, tears and snot streamed down his face, accentuating his misery. "Pierced through." Xiaofeng smirked. If that were truly the case, a portal would be unnecessary. Swarms of monsters would invade the surface, leading to a decisive battle with Storm City. Clearly, this was merely a narrative for a hidden quest. The portal was not permanently open and required certain conditions to be fulfilled before returning the miners. "What level is Lord Ramika?" Xiaofeng asked. "Ramika, Samaka, they sound quite similar. They are likely of the same ilk, perhaps even brothers." Jeffrey shook his head. "We do not know. He is far too powerful. Many of our brethren have already been devoured by him. Brave warrior, please assist us." We are truly at our wits' end. Very well. Stay here for now. I shall investigate. Xiaofeng nodded. Although the system did not provide a quest prompt, he sensed that this was indeed a mission, a hidden one at that, likely with substantial rewards. If you follow the mine towards the exit, you will find many monsters. There is also a powerful human from the outside world imprisoned there. Brave warrior, you can rescue him, and he will aid you, Jeffrey advised. Oh, even better. Thank you. Xiaofeng replied with delight. He ventured into the mine, heading towards the exit. Along the way, he encountered several imp overseers wandering about, supervising the human miners. He dispatched them with magical missiles from a distance, the imps unable to even raise an alarm before meeting their demise. Thus, he proceeded quietly, avoiding the attention of large groups of monsters. Soon, Xiaofeng arrived at an iron gate. The iron fence served as a formidable barrier, obstructing his path forward. Xiaofeng attempted to pull it open but found it immovable. The system notified him. Forcefully opening this gate requires 500 strength points. Xiaofeng was rendered speechless. His strength stood at a mere 38 points, and even with all his might, he could not budge it. Magic missile. He decided to cast a spell in hopes of breaking through. However, the missile vanished as if swallowed by the earth, leaving not a ripple in its wake. Clearly, this iron barrier was unlike the previous magical crystal pool. It was not a destructible structure. It appeared he would have to await the arrival of the little demons to unlock the gate. With no other option, he remained stationary. After a few minutes, two diminutive demon leaders, each standing at 1 meters, approached from outside. One of them was cursing loudly, exclaiming, "Damn it, it's just a shabby mage, ugly and skinny. Only level 130. How dare he act tough with us? If it weren't for the princess specifically requesting him as her male pet, we would have devoured him long ago." The other chimed in, "Exactly. What a pretentious show. Moreover, it's outrageous. Our princess is the most beautiful flower in the abyss. Yet she chooses a grotesque human mage over dashing beings like us. It's like placing a flower in a pile of dung." With a clatter, the demon leader unlocked the gate and pushed open the iron fence. "Let's vent our frustrations by capturing a few human miners. We'll feast on 3 of them." The left demon leader growled. They turned to delve deeper into the mine in search of their quarry, only to be met unexpectedly by the hideous visage of a human. Just as the demon leader was about to vocalize his thoughts, a chain of lightning struck down, instantly ensnaring both of them. Damage values of -4. 3 million appeared, and the 2 demon leaders were reduced to ashes, leaving no trace of their remains. Yet, they left behind 10 gold coins. It seems these little demons were rather affluent. Xiaofeng mused as he picked up the coins, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Exiting through the gate, he continued his exploration. Outside, a cacophony of male voices erupted in fervent curses. As he listened intently, a peculiar expression crossed his face. Could it be that male mage who was to be forcibly wed to the demon princess? Chapter 017, The Infatuated Sorceress and the Handsome Mage. O vile abyssal creatures, may you meet a most wretched demise. The radiance of the gods shall deliver judgment upon you. You are destined to plunge into the abyss, never to see the light of day again. The great god of meteorology shall redeem me. Though my body may perish, my soul shall endure eternally. Do not touch me. Remove your filthy hands. I, Ramstern, shall never yield to your grotesque sorcery. Release me, release me. As a devoted follower of the great weather deity, I shall not allow my dignity to be tarnished." A woe is me, curses and cries of anguish reverberated through the mine. Xiaofeng's lips twitched as he involuntarily conjured an image of the dashing mage being forcibly subdued by the hideous sorceress. After all, he is still human. Let mercy guide her hand and save him, Xiaofeng mused. He quickened his pace, exiting the mine and entering a chamber reminiscent of a prison. The wails emanated from the first cell on the left. As he approached, another voice echoed from within. "Little one, cease your cries. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one shall come to your aid. I, the daughter of the bloodthirsty demon god, the noble Princess Minya, am surely worthy of your attention, are I not? Oh dear, why do you still bite? Such a lack of gentlemanly decorum." The voice was soft and melodious, remarkably enchanting, causing Xiaofeng to feel a twinge of desire. Yet, the resolute mage, Ramstern, defiantly retorted, "Wretched sorceress, had you not sealed my powers, I would have torn you to shreds with my meteorological magic. I shall bite you to death." Xiaofeng stepped closer, and within the cell, he beheld a male mage clad in tattered robes, disheveled and pinned against the wall. The sorceress, adorned in a black gauzy gown, had him firmly cornered, her hands exploring him as she occasionally whispered seductive breaths into his ear, indulging in the art of temptation. The male mage, flushed with embarrassment and anger, found himself utterly powerless. Goodness, that silhouette is a vision of allure. Xiaofeng marveled at the sorceress's graceful form. However, recalling the little ones who proclaimed their handsomeness while deriding human aesthetics, declaring the sorceress to be a flower, he pondered, perhaps she is merely a master of shadows. Magic missile. Xiaofeng, intent on rescuing the mage, raised his hand and launched a missile toward the sorceress. Smack. -1729001 A damage figure exceeding 1 million appeared, as if a bubble had burst around the sorceress. Yet she did not falter. Who? Startled by the attack, the sorceress, who had been teasing the handsome mage, spun around in shock. Oh no, she remains unscathed. A sense of dread washed over Xiaofeng as he checked the sorceress's information, leaving him utterly bewildered. Abyssal Princess, Minya, mythical level boss, level 120 health, 9000090000000. Target level 2 high to access further data, a level 120 mythical boss with a staggering 9 million health. Moreover, the missile that had just struck inflicted over 1 million points of damage, yet it did not diminish her health in the slightest. It was evident that some form of shield was safeguarding her. How to combat this? Chain lightning. Xiaofeng realized he had but mere seconds to unleash his attack, swiftly casting a chain lightning spell. Zing! The arc of electricity traversed the space, landing upon the witch. However, it was thwarted by an unseen barrier. While it appeared to deal over 4 million damage, in reality, it inflicted no harm whatsoever, and she remained at full health. At that moment, Xiaofeng beheld the witch's visage. Astonishingly, she was extraordinarily beautiful. How dare this human adventurer attempt to ambush me? Oh wait, the witch, furious from the two assaults, prepared to retaliate and eliminate Xiaofeng. Yet, in the next instant, upon recognizing his appearance, she was rendered momentarily speechless. So handsome. The witch stood frozen in place, gazing blankly. Her chest heaved, her breath became erratic. The entire witch, exhibited the demeanor of an infatuated maiden. Xiaofeng. A moment of shared astonishment passed between the two. He observed the witch's exquisite features, nearly indistinguishable from those of a human, her crimson lips and alluring eyes brimming with charm, while her deep violet irises radiated an enchanting magic that ensnared the beholder. Of course, Xiaofeng had reached a maximum level of resistance to beauty, feeling no particular allure. He merely found it curious that, by the standards of lesser beings, this time the roles were not reversed. He had already prepared himself for the possibility of being swiftly defeated and resurrecting in Stormwind City. However, to his surprise, she did not attack. Instead, she seemed to be smitten. This witch, was she of unsound mind? At that moment, 1,000 alpacas seemed to gallop through Xiaofeng's mind, plunging him into deep contemplation. What is your name? The witch asked, biting her lower lip and speaking cautiously, as if afraid that a louder voice might startle him away. Her violet eyes quivered gently, glistening with innocence, as though a naive girl had suddenly encountered a divine figure, her very soul trembling with excitement. Ah, while I appreciate my own handsomeness, there is no need to gaze at me so intently. Pardon me, but I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Xiaofeng had no intention of lingering, pulling out a scroll to return home. A level 120 mythical boss, equipped with an unknown defensive mechanism, was beyond his capacity to breach. His only option was to flee. As for hidden quests, there would be other opportunities in the future. Wait, you cannot leave. Unexpectedly, the witch had no intention of letting him escape, casting forth a tendril of dark energy that ensnared his feet. The spell immobilized him for 10 seconds. A message flashed in the battle log. No damage inflicted, yet he could not move. Xiaofeng, this is it. He had been captured by the infatuated witch. It seemed he was destined to share the same fate as the imprisoned Ramster the Magus. His purity was at stake. Recalling what Li had previously remarked, someone had committed an indecent act towards the NPC sister, consequently becoming a flower thief. A wave of discomfort swept over him. Was he destined to reverse the situation and be assaulted by an NPC? Xiaofeng, your name is truly melodious. The sorceress emerged from her cell. Her eyes devoid of any trace of the Ramstert Magus, fixated solely on Xiaofeng. Upon noticing his presence, she cautiously approached. Her delicate hand caressing his cheek as she softly proclaimed, "You are the most handsome human I have ever encountered. According to her customs, you must become my consort and bear our first child together." Xiaofeng interjected, "There is absolutely no need for that. In truth, I am a eunuch. Incapable in that regard. I implore you to spare me." Confined within the prison, he found himself unable to escape or return to the city. Even the option of self-harm was thwarted, leaving him with no choice but to concede. "Is that so? Allow me to verify the truth of your statement." The sorceress appeared unconvinced, her alabaster hand resting on his left shoulder, her crimson lips whispering a breath against his right ear. Then she pressed against his clothing, slowly sliding down, traversing his chest and abdomen. "Stop, please," Xiaofeng shouted. "What troubles you?" The sorceress gazed at him with a teasing smile, her eyes rife with mischief. "Please let me go. I am merely an innocent boy. I cannot be defiled by an NPC." Xiaofeng lamented, his expression one of distress. As a man, being approached by a woman could be deemed acceptable, especially given his handsome appearance, which might naturally attract attention. However, this was far from an ordinary girl. This was an NPC. To be accosted by a mere string of game data, what sort of predicament was that? If word got out, his life would be irrevocably tarnished, a source of mockery for all eternity. "What is an NPI? My name is Minya, daughter of the bloody demon god, princess of the abyss." The sorceress feigned innocence, her finger resting on her chin as she curiously regarded him. Xiaofeng found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, the Ramstert Magus from the cell shouted, "Wretched heretic, rebel against the gods, Xiaofeng. You dare consort with the sorceress? Once I return to the land illuminated by the gods, I shall expose your vile nature and summon the divine judgment upon you." Chapter 018. What do you want from me? Xiaofeng, what is happening? He was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation. Ramsdell then berated him. "You vile butcher. How dare you slay the golden lion and consort with the witch? You have descended into the abyss, becoming a minion of the bloody demon, utterly unforgivable." A torrent of insults followed. It was only then that Xiaofeng realized that not only NPC soldiers despised him, but also the devout followers of the gods harbored a deep hatred for him. No wonder he had attempted to rescue Ramsdell, only to be met with a barrage of vitriol. "Silence! Do not insult my man." Slap. Ramsdell's insults grew increasingly vile, and even the witch Minerva could no longer tolerate it. She delivered a resounding slap that struck Ramsdell's face. Xiaofeng couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. That slap had knocked off a staggering 100,000 of Ramsdell's health points. Weather Sorcerer, Ramsdell, Legendary Boss, Level, 130 Health, 2, 550, 0002, 650, 000, Target Level 2 High, unable to retrieve more data. You. Ramsdell was momentarily stunned. Just moments ago, the witch who had been flirting with him had turned against him, striking him for another man. His emotions were a tumult of confusion, leaving him at a loss for words. "Xiaofeng, dear brother, let us depart and ignore him. Come to my chamber, where we shall begin our sweet life together," Minerva said, entwining her arm with Xiaofeng's, using her unknown strength to lead him toward the door. Stop, you pair of dog lovers. The gods will judge you, and you shall not meet a good end." Ramsdell felt utterly humiliated, erupting into a fierce tirade. At that moment, even Xiaofeng wanted to deliver a blow. What did he mean by dog lovers? Xiaofeng was clearly the victim. He had attempted to save someone, only to be wronged instead, with no outlet for his grievances. "Your Highness, what has transpired? Why is it so noisy here?" A voice echoed from outside the mine. Xiaofeng turned to see an extraordinarily hideous humanoid octopus entering. This so-called humanoid octopus donned clothing resembling that of a human but had no limbs, only 8 tentacles, writhing upright on the ground. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to the previous mine dungeon boss, albeit much smaller, resembling a human in size. Upon inspecting its information, High Abyss Lord, Ramika, Legendary Boss, Level, 150 health. 4, 700, 0004, 700, 000. Target level too high. Unable to retrieve more data, this Ramika was significantly stronger than the previous Samaka, likely not a brother but a descendant. However, as long as it lacked a protective skill akin to that of the witch, Xiaofeng was still capable of obliterating it in an instant. The arrival of Ramika rendered Ramster utterly silent, unable to utter another word. Conversely, the enchantress exhibited a hint of discomfort, loosening her grip on Xiaofeng's arm. "It is nothing, Uncle Ramika. I have captured a new human and am preparing to take him back for training." "An unsightly human," she remarked, casting a glance at the handsome Xiaofeng. Then, adopting a tone befitting an elder, she advised, "Your Highness, the illustrious bloodthirsty demon god has declared that humans are the most filthy of creatures and should not be associated with. Please relinquish this human to me. I shall ensure he is returned to where he belongs." The enchantress furrowed her brow slightly. "No, How splendid. Thank you, handsome Mr. Ramika. Please dispose of me quickly. I wish to return to the city. I do not wish to linger here, even for a moment." Before the enchantress could finish her sentence, Xiaofeng interjected. Faced with the enchantress who left him utterly helpless, he deemed it safer to forfeit 20 of his experience and return to the city. Otherwise, who knows what the enchantress might do to him? This game might very well have no taboos in that regard. "You, do not speak in such a manner." Enchantress Minya became flustered and turned to Lord Ramika. "Uncle Ramika, do not heed his nonsense. He is already my pet, and I shall take him home for training." "Who is your pet?" "I am the envoy of the gods, the glory of the holy light, the heir to the great war, god Asada. Hurry and eliminate me, or I shall not spare you." Xiaofeng understood that weak pleas would yield no desired results. Thus he resorted to provocation, invoking the name of the deity most detested by abyssal creatures to amplify his enmity. As for the name of the deity, he only knew one. He simply uttered the only name he had ever heard. To his astonishment, the expressions of Lord Ramika and Enchantress Minya both shifted in that moment. "What? You are the heir of Asada." The air around them seemed to freeze, enveloped in a profound silence. Is something amiss? Are you angry? If so, please dispatch me quickly. I would welcome it." Xiaofeng felt a tightening in his chest, but quickly regained composure, persisting in his plea for demise. Unexpectedly, however, the two demonic figures did not immediately eliminate him. Instead, they simultaneously displayed expressions of reverence. "Asada is a hero, although he is our enemy. We hold him in high regard. Your status as his successor indicates commendable character, and it seems you are worthy of being the princess's consort," Lord Ramika proclaimed earnestly, his singular eye betraying admiration. Xiaofeng, the sensation of having lifted a stone only to crush his own foot left him yearning to strike himself. Suddenly, he recalled that the Golden Lion Otto had mentioned that the war god Asada had been slain by the bloodthirsty demon god, and these two before him were indeed the subordinates of that very deity. Minya was the daughter of the bloodthirsty demon god. Alas, he realized he was doomed to be taken back for some unspeakable ordeal. Xiaofeng lamented, engulfed in despair. "To my astonishment, you are indeed the heir of the god of war. Alas, no wonder you are so handsome. It is no surprise that I fell in love with you at first sight. How splendid, brother Xiaofeng. Let us hasten to meet father and request him to officiate our wedding, so we may marry forthwith." Minaya embraced Xiaofeng's arm, attempting to pull him away. Xiaofeng was at a loss, tears welling in his eyes. Just then, Ramsdell, imprisoned in his cell, burst into laughter. "What is so amusing?" the sorceress inquired. Ramsdell, appearing almost deranged, scoffed, "I laugh at your folly." "Huh, are you seeking death?" Lord Ramika glared, his tentacles twitching with menace. Ramsdell declared, "This man is not the heir of the god of war at all. On the contrary, he has slain the steed of the god of war, Adak, and is thus cursed for life by him. It is ludicrous that you consider him a virtuous soul. In truth, he is the most malevolent of all." Jealousy had so distorted his visage that he had completely forgotten that the abyssal demons were humanity's common enemy. "What? Is this true?" Both the sorceress Minaya and Lord Ramika turned to Xiaofeng, questioning him. Yes, indeed, it was I who did it. Please, kill me swiftly to avenge Adak." Xiaofeng, sensing a glimmer of hope for redemption, nodded fervently. The sorceress and the lord exchanged glances. After a moment, Ramika remarked, "Slaying Ada could indeed help us eradicate this menace, which is not entirely a bad outcome." Despair nearly consumed Xiaofeng. What on earth do they want from him? Being good was futile, being evil was equally so. Was it truly so difficult to seek a swift demise? However, the sorceress gazed at him, suddenly sighing. If father were to learn of this, he would likely make things difficult for you. Although he personally killed Asada, he has always regarded Asada as a confidant, and he holds a fondness for the fleeing Adak. I cannot allow you to meet him, otherwise he would certainly take your life. With that, she revealed a look of regret, reluctantly loosening her hold on Xiaofeng's arm. Chapter 019. The hidden profession of exploitation. Xiaofeng was filled with elation. Truly, it was a moment of despair transformed into unexpected hope. His heartfelt gratitude was palpable as he declared his intent not to intrude further, taking his leave with a polite farewell. He promptly produced a return scroll, initiating the incantation to depart. However, scoundrels, you cannot simply let him go. He is a sinner, a wretched heretic. My hatred cannot be quelled without his demise. Ramsdell suddenly shouted. His words seemed somewhat disjointed, as he, a devout follower of the gods, sought to command the forces of darkness. It was a peculiar stance. Yet, remarkably, Xiaofeng found it within himself to empathize with him. After all, Ramsdell had once been ensnared by the enchantress Minya, nearly becoming the son-in-law of a demon god. It was only natural for him to perceive his relationship with the sorceress as unusually profound. Yet, Xiaofeng's mere presence had swiftly diverted the affections of the enchantress, leaving Ramsdell with a heavy heart, an unbearable blow for any man, regardless of his feelings towards the sorceress. In that moment, jealousy consumed Ramsdell's thoughts. He yearned to harness any power available to eliminate Xiaofeng, his rival. Well, dying once is inconsequential. I have already prepared for the worst. Xiaofeng shrugged nonchalantly, interrupting the incantation of the scroll. The enchantress Minya cast a deep, lingering gaze upon him, a flicker of compassion shimmering within her deep violet eyes. "Ah, I nearly forgot you were cursed by Otogu. Returning to the human realm will undoubtedly be fraught with challenges, filled with disdain and humiliation," she uttered, her voice laced with a somber tone. Xiaofeng tilted his head, a series of question marks materializing above him. What is happening? Why does her tone imply sympathy? Is she perhaps considering bestowing upon me some artifact for my protection? Well, he inquired, what do you propose? The sorceress replied, we cannot grant you our magical artifacts, for they would only ensnare you in greater peril. Instead, use what he possesses. She gestured towards Ramsdell within the confines of the cell. With a graceful motion, she clenched her delicate hand, conjuring a black magic orb that coalesced in her palm before soaring towards Ramsdell. Boom! With a resounding explosion, Ramsdell's body was obliterated. While his physical form remained intact, his vitality was extinguished in an instant. Over 2 million hit points were instantly nullified. He was irretrievably dead. What the? Xiaofeng was left in stunned disbelief. A level 100 mythical enchantress could annihilate a level 130 legendary mage in an instant? Was this a scripted event? Or did the confines of the cell grant the sorceress dominion over life and death? As Ramsdell perished, a plethora of items erupted forth from the ground. Though slain by an NPC, it appeared as if Xiaofeng, the player, had dealt the fatal blow, resulting in a cascade of loot. Aside from the absence of experience points, nearly everything else was bestowed upon him. Quickly, collect the items. Many of them will prove useful to you, the sorceress urged. Very well, he acquiesced. Although he felt a twinge of sympathy for Ramsder, at this moment, Xiaofeng would not be foolish enough to refuse the advantages before him. He stepped into the cell and began to collect. You have acquired the legendary weapon, Weather Staff, level 50. You have obtained the legendary accessory, Ring of Magical Will, level 100. You have secured the class certification item, Weather Mage's Secret Tome. 2 pieces of legendary equipment, numerous epic items, along with a class transition certification. The more Xiaofeng collected, the more joy and astonishment filled him. By the end, he could no longer suppress a grin. A weather mage, a hidden class. Unexpectedly, through a twist of fate, I stumbled upon such a fortuitous occurrence. Though being touched by the witch was somewhat uncomfortable, Obtaining the recognition for a hidden class was certainly worth it. Thank you both. I shall take my leave. In his good spirits, Xiao Feng even bid farewell before retrieving the scroll to return to the city. Wait, the witch Minea interrupted him, approaching with an item in hand. Xiao Feng, I cannot bear to see you go. Take this, I will come to find you in the future. It was a purple-black flower, somewhat reminiscent of a rose. Abyssal rose, mythical item, a token of affection from the demon princess Minea, which allows for the summoning of Minea upon use. Special item, non-tradable, non-discardable, non-droppable, Xiao Feng. You may leave now. If you linger any longer, I fear I shall become reluctant to part with you. Minea turned away, forcing herself not to look back at him. Xiao Feng wore a peculiar expression, unsure of what to say. Ultimately, he remained silent, crushing the return scroll and vanishing into thin air. As for rescuing the miners, in the presence of two formidable bosses, he found himself powerless, leaving that matter for another time. In Storm City, at the teleportation square, Xiao Feng's figure materialized, clutching the abyssal essence and the abyssal rose. What a rich aura of the abyss. Quickly, he searched for its source. The city guards approached him immediately. Xiao Feng hastily stowed the two items in his backpack. That would be foolish. These guards would delight in apprehending him. If they caught him red-handed, he would likely find himself imprisoned. Once the items were concealed, the aura of the abyss dissipated. The guards approached, barking, "Clear the way. Don't block the path." They rudely shoved Xiao Feng aside and strode away. Though he had experienced such treatment before, Xiao Feng still felt an irritation bubble within him. How brazen. Just wait until I level up. I will topple your lord's mansion, he thought to himself. At this moment, the main city was exceedingly crowded. While still spacious, the influx of players had reached alarming proportions, resulting in severe traffic congestion throughout the city. After all, the entire Blue Star battleground comprises merely 24 main cities. Yet the player population exceeds a staggering 1 billion. This translates to an average of several tens of millions of individuals per city. A level of pressure that is quite palpable, particularly in cities such as Stormwind and Dragonblood City, which are exclusive to the Dragon Nation. The congestion is almost unbearable given the vast population base. Xiao Feng opened the level leaderboard to check the latest rankings. He is currently at level 38, maintaining his position at the pinnacle. The second contender, Jian Zhansangxing, has already reached level 30, exhibiting commendable progress. The subsequent players have more standard levels, predominantly around 24 or 25. In the near future, a plethora of level 30 players will emerge, and the items dropped by Auto-Gu can soon be prepared for listing. Xiao Feng mused to himself. However, the most pressing matter at hand remains the job change. He retrieved the job change item dropped by Ramsder, preparing to undergo a transformation into a hidden profession right then and there. Yet, the system promptly notified him. The job change item cannot be used directly. Please seek guidance from a job change mentor. Well, it seems he indeed must consult an NPC. Fortunately, he had previously rescued the miner, Rovro, thereby paving the way for his own job change. Off he goes. Silvermine Town. With a heart brimming with excitement, Xiao Feng headed to the warehouse to store away unnecessary items. Armed with the job change item and the skill books he could utilize, he set forth towards Silvermine Town. Chapter 020. Rovro is in danger again after over an hour of running. Numerous players engaged in leveling encounters became apparent along the way. The world of heavens is vast, and fortunate players abound, far beyond just Xiao Feng. Many elite player teams, unsatisfied with the experience offered by monsters of the same level, ventured into areas populated by level 40 and even 50 monsters. The creatures surrounding Silvermine Town are between level 50 and 60, yet many have gathered here. When Xiao Feng arrived, he even witnessed players undertaking quests to heal injured miners, delivering medicine to the mine's entrance. Following his successful first exploration of the silver mine, it transformed into a publicly accessible experience dungeon, marked on the world map. Some audacious individuals have already formed teams to delve into it. However, even the mightiest player squads find themselves facing insurmountable challenges within, as the miner monsters pose significant difficulties, let alone the terrifying second and third bosses. The flow of people in Silvermine Town remained sparse, as Xiao Feng entered through the main gate. He was met with the scornful glares of the militia. Having grown accustomed to this treatment, he paid them no mind and made his way directly to the general store. From a distance, he spotted Rafro reclining in a rocking chair, engaging in cheerful banter with the store owner. "Rafro, what are you up to? Busy charming the shopkeeper?" Xiaofeng teased as he stepped inside. "Stop talking nonsense. She is already married," the shopkeeper retorted playfully. Upon closer inspection, Xiaofeng noted that the shopkeeper was indeed quite attractive, embodying the elegance of an Eastern beauty with a lingering charm of maturity. Rafro, upon seeing Xiaofeng, cleared his throat awkwardly and remarked, "Warrior, you've arrived. Well, shall we go? I've packed my belongings and am ready to set off at any time." "All right," Xiaofeng nodded, promptly exiting the store. Rafro exchanged a few parting words with the shopkeeper, appearing somewhat reluctant to leave, which sparked suspicions of an illicit affair between them. Soon after, the two set out. Departing Silvermine Town. "Rafro, where is your hometown? Is it far?" Xiaofeng inquired. "West Tower Village, a beautiful place. It's about 3,000 kilometers from here," Rafro replied. Over 3,000 kilometers? Xiaofeng nearly choked on his words. The running speed of game characters is roughly 20 kilometers per hour, requiring frequent breaks. At that distance, wouldn't they only arrive when others have reached level 100 and completed their third promotion? Indeed, but we can take the teleportation array from Stormwind City. So it won't take long, Rafro explained. Well then, Xiaofeng sighed in relief. Hence, they were not required to traverse an extensive distance. A return trip to Stormwind City followed by a payment of 20 gold coins for teleportation would suffice to reach the level 3 main city, Thunder City. Nonetheless, the back-and-forth journey would still consume a fair amount of time. Throughout the journey, Rafro indulged his loquacious nature, leaving Xiaofeng to listen patiently. His ears feeling as if they were developing calluses, wishing he could silence him with a swift strike. However, considering his need for a career change, he restrained himself. The NPC moved at a leisurely pace, taking over an hour to arrive and a full 3 hours to return. In such a lengthy span, the average player had leveled up by 3 levels, nearing 30, just as they were approaching Stormwind, ready to board the teleportation array to reach another city. A group of players adorned with the characters Tianxia appeared before them. "Hey, Xiaofeng, did you expect this?" came a sneering voice. The core members of the Tianxia Guild, including the world's handsomest and world's best healer, obstructed their path. "You all," Xiaofeng furrowed his brow. Having accompanied Luo on this slow journey, he had encountered numerous players along the way. Given the Tianxia Guild's influence, it was hardly surprising they had tracked him down. He was not particularly afraid of a confrontation, but he felt a twinge of anxiety. If this low-level NPC, Luo, were to be killed by players, his opportunity for a career change would vanish. A throng of players emerged, each with the characters Tianxia hovering above their heads, numbering no less than 500. "Warrior, what is happening? What do they want?" Luo noticed the unusual situation and nervously inquired. "Ha!" A boisterous laugh erupted from the crowd. Dressed in a full set of epic gear, Tianxia Wushuang stepped forward and proclaimed, "Xiaofeng, as a lone player, if you dare to oppose our guild, be prepared to be sent back to the novice village. That NPC is your quest character, isn't it? Well then, he is about to meet his demise. You dare to kill an NPC?" Xiaofeng's expression darkened. "What is there to fear? It's merely a few days in jail." Tianxia Wushuang replied nonchalantly, calling out to his members, "Brothers, a reward of 200,000 cash for anyone who kills that NPC. Who's in?" "Haha, I'm in. Count me in." The crowd eagerly responded, unfazed by the prospect of a brief incarceration. "They want to kill me. Warrior, save me." Luo, realizing their intentions, cowered behind Xiaofeng. However, they were encircled from all sides, leaving him no escape. "What on earth do I do?" Xiaofeng felt a headache coming on. Even if he were slain, he would only lose a few pieces of equipment and skill books. Though painful, it was not catastrophic. Upon resurrection in the city, he could go wherever he pleased. Aside from the humiliation, the losses were within acceptable limits. After all, in a game, combat often leads to death, and no one can forever enjoy an upper hand. But an NPC was different. The demise of an NPC was final. He had painstakingly secured a chance for a career change, only for it to slip away. What to do? What to do? Xiaofeng anxiously paced, his mind racing for a solution. Yet, he maintained a facade of composure, even finding time for banter. Wu Shuang, it seems you haven't been killed enough in the novice village. This time, I shall deliver a severe lesson. Regardless of the circumstances, one must not lose face in such a scenario. Amidst laughter, one faces impending doom, yet remains defiant. Brothers, they declare, let our formidable skills demonstrate the proper way to engage in this game. The player known as Unmatched Under Heaven cackles incessantly, raising his staff to unleash his prowess. A fireball, the size of a human head, hurtles towards Xiaofeng, crashing into him with a resounding minus 583 damage. Clad in epic gear, Unmatched Under Heaven's attack power is nothing short of terrifying when compared to ordinary players. Even with Xiaofeng's over 100 magic defense, he still suffers considerable damage, which explains how he achieved the first kill in a level 25 dungeon. Beep. You are currently under malicious attack from player Unmatched Under Heaven and have entered defense mode. The system notification rings out, transforming the names of the 50 members of Unmatched Under Heaven's team into red, marking them as attackable. Lightning Chain. Xiaofeng, unwilling to remain a passive target, unleashes a Lightning Chain spell, which ricochets 9 times, eliminating Unmatched Under Heaven and 10 others in a flash. My goodness, such immense damage. Unmatched Under Heaven lies on the ground, not immediately opting for resurrection, managing to utter a curse instead. The 10 players who were eliminated suffered damage ranging from 4.8 million to over 3 million, with none below 7 digits. Yet, despite this devastation, they could not withstand the overwhelming assault of hundreds of players. DS down. The most handsome player in the realm raises his shield and charges forward, shouting passionately. In an instant, hundreds from the Unmatched Guild strike simultaneously. This is dire. There's no way out. I can only. Xiaofeng experiences a throbbing headache and reluctantly retrieves the divine item he had just obtained, the Abyssal Rose. Chapter 021. What kind of deity is this? A low hum resonated as the Abyssal Rose was summoned, conjuring a black, translucent shield that enveloped both him and the nearby Rovro. Numerous first-tier skills collided against the bubble-like barrier, creating a dazzling display of light, yet failing to inflict any discernible harm. The scene mirrored the moment when Xiaofeng had previously attacked Minya. Xiaofeng, have you already begun to long for someone? A voice, imbued with an irresistible charm, echoed. Xiaofeng felt as though a soft hand had caressed his chin. Moments later, dark mist coalesced before him, revealing the enchanting witch Minya, clad in a black sheer gown, her figure captivating. What is happening? What has this individual done? He pondered, mesmerized. Such a beautiful woman, her figure, her face, her legs. Oh, my dear wife, please don't strike me. You are the fairest of them all. She is but an ugly pig. The sudden appearance of the woman momentarily stunned the players of the Tianxia Guild, causing their attacks to falter. Minya surveyed her surroundings, her delicate brows knitting together. Xiaofeng, what is the situation? Are these individuals your adversaries? Well, could you assist me in resolving this predicament? Xiaofeng asked, somewhat embarrassed. He had fully intended to eternally conceal the Abyssal Rose, relegating it to his backpack, untouched. Who would have thought that merely 4 hours later, he would be compelled to summon it? Alas, he realized that he could not protect Rovro alone. Minya, a level 120 mythic boss, was his only assurance of success. Such a trivial matter is certainly within my capabilities. However, this appears to be the territory of your human main city, and it is perilous for me to be here. If I inadvertently reveal my presence and am captured by your temple, I could face judgment and execution. Minya expressed, a troubled look gracing her features. What should we do? Xiaofeng was aware that she sought some form of compensation, yet he feigned ignorance. With a playful tilt of his chin, the witch seductively proposed, as long as you promise to serve me well afterwards, I shall assist you this time. Xiaofeng yearned to inquire whether her notion of serving was sincere, but the words were stuck in his throat. There were hundreds of onlookers. If the truth were to surface, how could he maintain his dignity? The greatest taboo in adversarial relations is for one party to uncover the other's secrets. Otherwise, the rival would undoubtedly exploit this knowledge to malign one's reputation. In front of the hundreds from the Tianxia Guild, If it were revealed that he had bartered for the assistance of a female boss through such means, he would find himself forever shunned from the world of Zhutian. However, at this moment, any attempt to conceal the truth was already too late. Look, that woman is a boss. A level 120 mythic boss. My goodness. What is Xiaofeng's background to be able to summon such a formidable entity? And it appears they share a rather intimate connection? This is utterly absurd. The top-ranked player, Xiaofeng, is but a pampered dandy feeding off the favors of an NPC. This must be shared on the forum. It deserves to be pinned for a century. A multitude of sounds reverberated around. Fortunately, this game was not directly connected to the Blue Star network. Otherwise, the cacophony would undoubtedly have been recorded and disseminated. Xiaofeng's heart twitched, already regretting his summoning of Minya. You are quite the noisy bunch. At that moment, Minya grew increasingly impatient with the clamor created by the members of the Tianxia Guild. With a graceful wave of her jade hand, a torrent of black magical energy surged forth, forming an immense dome that enveloped a radius of 100 meters. Boom! An energetic wave erupted from within the black dome. The hundreds of members of the Tianxia Guild simultaneously displayed a six-figure damage number above their heads, all meeting an instant demise, with none surviving. Thud! A sound emanated from behind. Luofu had fainted, overwhelmed by the sorceress's formidable presence, collapsing limply to the ground. Xiaofeng, you must flee. The Storm Temple is coming. Immediately after dispatching the crowd, Minya adopted an urgent tone. So soon? Xiaofeng was taken aback. The aura has been compromised. I must depart. Next time, summon me in a safer location. With a swift turn, Minya vanished into thin air. The abyssal rose reappeared in Xiaofeng's hand, now accompanied by a new status. Cooldown, 7 days. Monsters, where do you think you are going? Thunder roared. In an instant, a tempest howled, and a tornado spiraled upwards. Outside the city gates, colossal tornadoes materialized from thin air. Powerful NPCs from the temple had arrived outside the city gates, hovering above the tornadoes and surveying the surroundings. Goodness! One of their piercing gazes fell upon Xiaofeng, startling him into hastily sheathing the abyssal rose. Rebel, meet your end. Boom! The individual who had fixed his gaze upon Xiaofeng raised a hand, and a bolt of thunder descended, aimed directly at him. Damn it! A level 200 NPC is bullying a mere level 38 child. Xiaofeng nearly cried in frustration. Fortunately, just as the lightning was about to strike him, another NPC conjured a wind shield, deflecting the bolt. In the conflict between gods and demons, innocents must not be harmed. Though the boy is a rebel, it is not for us to punish him, the one who intervened stated. Xiaofeng glanced at the information displayed before him. Storm Grand Archbishop, Norton, mythical boss. Level, 220 health. 18, 500, 000, 18, 500, 000. Target level too high. Unable to retrieve further data. The Grand Archbishop speaks wisely. I shall pursue the whereabouts of the demons. The initial speaker declared before vanishing in a flash. Before he disappeared, Xiaofeng caught a glimpse of his attributes. Storm General, Zeviel, mythical boss. Level, 200 health, 21, 000, 000, 21, 000, target level too high. Unable to retrieve further data, this individual, though of a lower level, possessed greater health. It was evident that the growth of health points varied by profession. Innocent adventurer, be revived. After Zeviel departed, Norton muttered a few incantations in a tongue unknown to Xiaofeng. With a wave of his hand, a cascade of white light descended. The recently slain bodies, having been instantaneously vanquished by Minerva and not yet revived, began to rise once more, suffering no loss of experience. Xiaofeng. Ha ha ha, Xiaofeng. How will you remain arrogant now? The members of the unmatched guild were all resurrected, encircling him with unabashed glee. The Storm Temple, I truly feel vexed. Xiaofeng was engulfed in despair. After all this effort, he had achieved nothing and had instead paid the price of serving the Enchantress. What to do now? The Enchantress had revealed her trump cards, yet he remained unable to gain the upper hand. Was he truly to concede defeat? The members of the World Guild erupted in boisterous laughter, unleashing a barrage of skills. Stop! Just as Xiaofeng was on the brink of being obliterated, A fiery, elemental shield suddenly materialized around him. The shield absorbed all incoming damage. Following this, a figure emerged from the crowd. Rafro, so it was you here. Chapter 022, Job Change. Meteorologist. Suddenly, an elderly sorcerer clad in a crimson robe and wielding a staff appeared. He paid no attention to Xiaofeng. Instead, he directly helped the unconscious Rafro to his feet. What is happening? Who is this? Tianxia Wushuang was bewildered. He merely sought to kill Xiaofeng once, to avenge himself and release his pent-up frustration. Yet, now there was a witch one moment and a grand sorcerer the next. What was going on? Xiaofeng was equally perplexed. After glancing at the information regarding the red-robed sorcerer, he finally comprehended the situation. Flame Magus, U2, legendary leader. Level, 120 health points. 2, 100, 0002, 100. 000, target level too high. Unable to retrieve further data. This elderly sorcerer, who had come to the rescue, was indeed the teacher Rafro had spoken of. Teacher, I must be dreaming. Is it truly you? Upon U2's call, Rafro slowly regained consciousness. Seeing his long-lost mentor, he found it hard to believe. Soon overwhelmed with emotion to the point of tears. My child Rafro, you have lost so much weight. You must have endured great hardships over the years. The elderly magus lamented, gazing at the emaciated Rafro with deep sorrow. Vice President, what shall we do? The members of the Tianxia Guild scratched their heads, furrowing their brows. Nearly at their wits' end. Faced with a level 120 legendary boss, they dared not make a move. Let us wait and see. Tianxia Wushuang realized that it was impossible to kill Xiaofeng at present. They could only wait for the NPC to depart before engaging in battle. The powerful divine NPCs from the Storm Temple had vanished at some point, leaving the elderly sorcerer U2 as the strongest force outside the city gates. After a moment of heartfelt reminiscence, the emotional reunion between master and apprentice gradually settled. Teacher, I am sorry. I should not have left home to venture so far. Foolish child, it is I who should apologize. Had I not pushed you back then, you would have likely established a family and a prosperous life by now, rather than being so far from home, forlorn and destitute. Teacher, fortunately, I searched diligently and finally discovered your whereabouts. Just now. It was thanks to the esteemed individuals from the Storm Temple. Had you been slain by the monsters, I would have blamed myself for eternity. Teacher, sob Rafro. A grown man found himself weeping in front of his teacher. Xiaofeng observed from the sidelines, anxious about his own predicament, while also feeling a flicker of curiosity about the story between these two NPCs. Teacher, it was thanks to the valiant Xiaofeng this time. If not for his intervention, I would have perished at the hands of the abyssal creatures in the mines. At this moment, Rafro recalled the one who saved his life and spoke up. The elderly sorcerer U2 turned to regard Xiaofeng, scrutinizing him from head to toe with a slight frown. There was an air of rebellion about him. He did not seem like a good person. Both Xiaofeng and Rafro found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. The latter hastily clarified, No, teacher, he is a good person who saved the lives of everyone in our mine and even personally vanquished the abyssal beast lord. Oh, is that so? The old wizard U2, not a member of the temple, displayed no strong reaction to the curse of Otto, merely harboring a mild dislike for Xiaofeng. Upon hearing his apprentice's explanation, his expression softened considerably, and he nodded. In that case, one must repay the debt of life. Speak, what is it that you desire? Before Xiaofeng could voice his wish, Rafro interjected, Teacher, he hopes to officially transition into the profession of a wizard. You are so formidable. You must assist him. Transition, you say? That is quite simple. The old wizard raised a hand, prepared to commence the transition ceremony for Xiaofeng. Wait, Xiaofeng had not anticipated such a rapid shift in circumstances. Just a minute ago, he had nearly met his demise, and now, within the span of a few sentences, he was on the brink of a career change. Do you have any questions? U2's tone remained brusque, his dislike for Xiaofeng palpable. Master? I have brought my own transition item. You can use this to assist me, Xiaofeng awkwardly stated, retrieving the meteorological wizard's secret tome from his backpack. The hidden profession surpassed an ordinary one by far. After transitioning to a meteorological wizard, his strength would undoubtedly be greater than that of a typical wizard, and he would have access to a wider array of skills. Meteorological wizard? That is the legacy of the god of meteorology, which lies outside the domain of the 24 primary deities. However, it is indeed quite powerful. U2 regarded the transition item, nodding slightly. In terms of divine power, the god of meteorology was not as formidable as the 24 primary deities. Yet, the legacies bestowed by the temple of the primary deities were merely ordinary professions and not true divine inheritances. Only hidden professions like the war god's legacy held by Otto could surpass the meteorological wizard. Calm yourself, remain devout, and humbly accept, U2 the Magus advised Xiaofeng. Before taking the meteorological wizard's secret tome and striking it with one hand, infusing it with a surge of formidable magical energy. In an instant, a beam of golden light shot into the heavens, coalescing into 4 distinct patterns: wind, fire, thunder, and rain. These represented the 4 elemental skills of the meteorological wizard. The 4 patterns spun in the air, solidified, and then descended, merging into Xiaofeng's being. Ding, congratulations, you have transitioned into the hidden profession of meteorological wizard. Due to your career advancement, your basic attributes have increased. You have comprehended the exclusive talent of the meteorological wizard, meteorological mastery. Ding, you have learned the universal wizard skill, fireball. Ding, you have learned the universal wizard skill, lightning arrow. Ding, you have acquired the exclusive skill of the meteorological wizard, gale. Ding, you have learned the exclusive skill of the meteorological wizard, torrential rain. A series of notifications resounded in his ears, bringing Xiaofeng immense relief. 1 exclusive talent and 4 professional skills. How exhilarating! It is well known that a typical wizard only receives 2 basic skills, fireball and lightning arrow, upon their first transition from the temple. The meteorological mage possesses not only these 2 skills, but also 2 additional, more formidable exclusive abilities. Well, I have repaid the favor I owed to Rafro. Rafro, let us depart. After assisting Xiaofeng with his class advancement, U2 took his leave. The meteorological mage's secret tome returned to Xiaofeng's possession, a relic that could be utilized twice more, enabling him to undertake 2nd and 3rd advancements. However, he would need to seek the guidance of another powerful sorcerer for further enlightenment. Warrior Xiaofeng, I once again express my heartfelt gratitude for your life-saving assistance. I must return to my master now. Should you find yourself with leisure time in the future, feel free to visit me in Zeta Village. Farewell. Rafro conveyed his appreciation to Xiaofeng before departing. The 2 NPCs gradually made their way towards Stormwind City. Meanwhile, the members of the Tianxia Guild began to stir restlessly. Heh, Xiaofeng, let us see who will come to your rescue now. Tianxia Wushuang chuckled maliciously, clutching his staff and preparing to unleash his skills. Yet, Xiaofeng's visage bore no trace of trepidation. With a calm demeanor, he retrieved his skill book and addressed the crowd. Fools, you have 10 seconds to flee. If you do not escape now, it will soon be too late. Even at death's door, you dare to speak defiantly? Brothers, unleash your wrath upon him. Tianxia Wushuang bellowed in fury, commanding the attack. At that moment, Xiaofeng had already mastered the skill book. Chapter 023, Meteoric Art versus Fireball Art. Ding. You have acquired the Universal Mage skill, Earth Elemental Shield. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaofeng unleashed this newly learned spell. With a crisp sound, the Earth Elemental Shield materialized instantaneously, forming a translucent, earth-toned barrier resembling a soccer ball, comprised of numerous hexagons, enveloping Xiaofeng in a 360-degree protective embrace. In the next moment, the combined might of hundreds from the Tianxia Guild unleashed over 200 attacks upon him. -290, -322, -418 damage numbers cascaded above his head. Yet they appeared not in crimson, but in white, indicating shield damage. The Earth Elemental Shield lacked defensive power. It could absorb as much damage as was dealt. This rendered the damage values visually spectacular, each one more ferocious than the last. Some even reached 4-digit damage. However, bolstered by Xiaofeng's over 200 points of spell attack and his extraordinary godlike talent amplifying his power tenfold, his Earth Elemental Shield boasted an astonishing 2.5 million hit points. 2.5 million hit points. This was comparable to the health of a legendary boss over level 100. And here was a mere group of players in their 20s attempting to breach it. After a barrage of assaults, the shield's health diminished by a mere 2%, resulting in negligible loss. How's that? Satisfied with the beating? Xiaofeng refrained from countering and instead observed the spectacle with a smile. Members of the Tianxia Guild were astonished by his nonchalant demeanor. How had he not perished? What was that skill? An elemental shield? I have encountered such a skill before. It crumbles at the slightest touch. Yet here, it seems, many were baffled, but their relentless attacks continued. With an array of first transformation basic skills and techniques gleaned from their spellbooks pouring forth in a frenzy. Fireball, armor-piercing arrow, blood-piercing, whirlwind slash, minus 515 minus 409 minus 299, is that all? Is that truly all? TSK, too weak. Strike harder. Have you not eaten? I'm ready for it. With the earth elemental shield surrounding him, Xiaofeng stood impervious, exuding confidence, a stark contrast to his previous gloomy demeanor. How utterly arrogant. Vice President. Unleash your forbidden spell upon him. The ever-dashing Tianxia could no longer tolerate the sight and called out to Tianxia Wushuang. All right. Enraged, Tianxia Wushuang began to chant the forbidden magic he had recently mastered as he witnessed Xiaofeng remain stationary and absorb the onslaught. Oh, is he about to unleash a grand spell? Xiaofeng watched with keen interest. While the shield magic might be regarded as inferior, it bore the distinct advantage of being uninterruptible, unlike some physical shield skills that shatter under substantial impact, rendering any damage reduction futile. Forbidden spell, meteoric art. Tianxia Wushuang chanted for a full 10 seconds before finally unleashing his ultimate spell. The sky suddenly darkened as an enormous meteor plummeted from above, hurtling directly towards Xiaofeng. It appeared quite ominous. The duration of the earth element shield had expired, and its cooldown was also over. Xiaofeng adeptly summoned a new one. Boom. The meteor descended in a mere 2 seconds, striking Xiaofeng's head with unerring precision. Amidst the resounding crash, the earth trembled as if the meteor had buried Xiaofeng beneath it. Yet, in truth, no harm was inflicted. A damage figure of minus 25,919 flashed into view. To be fair, such damage was indeed terrifying. At this stage, no player could withstand it. Alas, it merely struck against the 5 million shield points. Akin to a mere tickle. Wow. Incredible! It managed to reduce my shield by a full one. Xiaofeng exclaimed, giving a thumbs up with exaggerated enthusiasm. You. Tianxia Wushuang nearly spat blood in disbelief. His eyes widened as he gazed at the barely diminished white shield bar, feeling more vexed than if he had swallowed a fly. Are you all done playing? Now it's my turn, right? Xiaofeng chuckled, gradually raising his staff. Prepare for a chain lightning. Everyone, scatter. Tianxia immediately reacted, distancing himself from his companions. Haha. Unfortunately, you guessed wrong. Fireball. A seemingly unremarkable fireball spell was unleashed. Oh, wait, it was anything but unremarkable. With the incredulous gazes of the crowd upon him, a fireball, 1 meter in diameter and resembling a miniature sun, erupted from the tip of his staff, soaring towards Tianxia Wushuang. Goodness, such a massive fireball. Can he also cast meteor? Or did he just throw it from his hand? This must be an inferno spell. Vice President. Run. Tianxia shouted. Tianxia Wushuang was momentarily stunned, his gaze fixed. He wanted to flee, yet was trapped among the throng of people, unable to move. Furthermore, how could Xiaofeng also wield the meteor spell? This was a forbidden spell he had acquired for over 1 million in cash from a fortunate player. Logically, it should have been a one-of-a-kind. Rumble before anyone could ponder further. The colossal fireball had traversed over 20 meters, crashing down upon Tianxia Wushuang's forehead. -5115123-5113040-5114929 5 million damage, shocking everyone present. Not only Tianxia Wushuang perished, all teammates within 3 meters of him were incinerated on the spot, reduced to mere charred remnants. A gulp echoed as everyone stood in stunned silence. Is this even human? 5 million? Goodness. I would need a year to inflict that. This damage was utterly horrifying. In comparison, Tianxia Wushuang's meteor spell was nothing but a jest. What was even more terrifying was that Xiao Feng was already preparing his next skill. Run. A voice suddenly pierced the air, sending a throng of hundreds into a frenzy, scattering in all directions. Seeking escape? Is it truly so simple? Rainstorm spell. With a deafening roar, thunder rumbled, and dark clouds swiftly enveloped the sky. A 50-meter square area was entirely shrouded in shadow. Rainstorm spell. Chanting for 5 seconds summons rain clouds, striking all targets within a 10 by 10 meter range. It inflicts 15 of attack power as spell damage per second, lasting for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 60 seconds and a mana cost of 80. Actual range. 50 by 50 meters. Pattering down came large raindrops, saturating every inch of earth. Those standing below felt the impact, as damage numbers in the hundreds of thousands appeared above their heads, causing them to collapse instantly. What just happened? Why am I dead? What sorcery is this? How's the range so vast? You have been struck by the rainstorm spell cast by player Xiao Feng, losing minus 348, 191 health. Screams echoed incessantly. And within a mere second, only Xiao Feng remained alive in the 50-meter expanse. However, around 100 members of the Tianxia Guild had managed to flee swiftly, escaping the spell's grasp. Before they could celebrate their timely retreat, Xiao Feng began casting again. Gale spell, chanting for 5 seconds summons wind elements to encircle oneself, forming a tornado with a radius of 20 meters. All enemies within the skill's range suffer 25 of attack power as spell damage per second. The cooldown is 60 seconds, consuming 100 mana. Actual range, 100 meters. A tempest suddenly erupted. Vivid green winds, visible to the naked eye, rapidly expanded from its center, quickly enveloping a 100-meter area. What in the world is this skill? I'm astounded. What an expansive range. Is this a super forbidden spell? Is a 1-second chant reasonable? Gale spell? Directed at me? Inflicting? 560, 000 damage? Oh, what the? In mere moments, not a single member of the Tianxia Guild remained standing within the 100-meter radius. If not for the attack system's restriction against harming friendly players, even bystanders further afield would have been obliterated. Where the gale swept, not a blade of grass remained. The hundreds who had assaulted Xiao Feng were utterly annihilated, leaving behind a trove of equipment. The entire spectacle unfolded in less than 10 seconds. Ah, truly pathetic. The weak shall always remain weak. I shall graciously accept the spoils you left behind, Xiao Feng remarked, shaking his head in feigned disappointment. Chapter 024. The effect of the second talent. Xiao Feng, do not be too complacent. The renowned Tianxia Wushuang roared in fury on the ground. Yet, Xiao Feng paid no heed to his wrath and nonchalantly picked up the epic belt that had dropped from his opponent. Sapphire belt. Level 20, health 150, magic defense 10. Spirit 5, mana recovery rate 5.2. Although the attributes were not particularly remarkable, they surpassed the worthless belt he was currently wearing by a considerable margin, allowing him to equip it immediately. Quite commendable. At the very least, it could fetch a price of 1,000 coins. Thank you, my dear grandson. Xiao Feng chuckled mischievously. You scoundrel, I will not let you off so easily. Tianxia Wushuang bellowed. As the vice president of the Tianxia Guild, he had never endured such humiliation. With 500 members, they could effortlessly challenge a mythic boss of the same level, yet they were completely annihilated by a single player. If word of this spread, where could he hide his face? However, it was evident that the news had already circulated. Stormwind City, the main hub, was bustling with players coming and going. Nothing could escape their notice. Moments ago, a conflict erupted between the two sides, followed by the divine boss Minerva appearing and instantly eliminating 500 players. Subsequently, the 4 legendary NPCs from the Stormwind Temple made a grand entrance to revive the fallen, and then a level 120 legendary NPC emerged, conducting a live demonstration of a hidden class transfer. Finally, Xiao Feng unleashed 3 earth-shattering spells, leaving the members of the Tianxia Guild in disarray and without an escape route. Such a grand visual spectacle could hardly be concealed. Fortunately, Zitiang lacked a recording feature. Otherwise, the preceding 5 minutes would have spread like wildfire across the forums. Even so, the news, Tianxia Guild's 500 members surrounding the top-ranked god Xiao Feng, only to be annihilated, soared through the battlefield like wings, reaching an almost ubiquitous level of notoriety. Wushuang, What happened? How could you be trampled by a casual player? At that moment, lying on the ground, Tianxiao Wushuang received a message. Big brother, Tianxiao Wushuang was on the verge of tears. The sender was none other than the esteemed president of the Tianxia Guild, Tianxiao Wudi. Though Wushuang was arrogant, he remained obedient in the presence of his brother. He narrated the events that had transpired, vividly illustrating how Xiao Feng had displayed arrogance and disdain toward the Tianxia Guild. He concluded with, "Brother, we cannot let this matter slide. Otherwise, our guild will struggle to establish a foothold in Zhujiang and will forever be the subject of ridicule." There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. After half a minute, Tianxia Wudi replied, "Do not rush. There is a matter of greater importance at hand. Gather your brothers and come to assist immediately." What? This is not urgent? What could possibly be more important than the dignity of our guild? Tianxia Wushuang questioned, perplexed. What else could it be but the territory order? Tianxia Wudi responded. What? The territory order? Upon hearing these words, Tianxia Wushuang was taken aback and inquired, "Elder brother, have you located the boss?" The outpost construction order is an essential item for guilds seeking to establish a base. Since the inception of Zhutian, no guild has managed to acquire one. This item can only be dropped by divine bosses of level 100 or above, far beyond the capabilities of current players. Even if one encounters a suitable boss, a strategy of sheer numbers is required to deplete its immense health pool, utilizing forced damage of -1, which would necessitate the sacrifice of millions in health points. The losses incurred are unimaginable. Even large guilds are reluctant to undertake such endeavors lightly. A level 105 boss is exceedingly challenging. I have expended 5 million to hire 5,000 individuals from other guilds to assist in whittling down its health. We still require a primary strike team. You and a Shuai must come immediately. Once the outpost is established, we shall deal with that Xiao Feng at our leisure, declared Tianxiao Wudi with composure. Understood. We are on our way. Although Tianxia Wushuang was seething with anger, he recognized the gravity of the situation. The first guild to establish an outpost within the war zone would reap immeasurable rewards, to be enjoyed by all guild members. This was a matter of utmost importance and could not be treated lightly. As for Xiao Feng, once the outpost is secured and the guild members have mastered the legion skills, he would be easily dealt with. Xiao Feng, just you wait. Tianxia Wushuang bellowed once more before resurrecting and returning to Stormwind City. Take care. No need to see me off, Xiao Feng chuckled, still scavenging items from the ground upon hearing this remark. The Tianxia Guild was quite affluent. Among the 500 individuals, they had dropped 2 pieces of epic gear, dozens of rare items, and hundreds of gold coins, surpassing the wealth of even an epic boss. After a lengthy period of gathering, he departed contentedly, his inventory bursting. At that moment, many on the streets of Stormwind City were observing him, pointing and whispering in admiration. He was none other than Xiao Feng, the protagonist of the recent storm battle. Remarkable, victorious in a 1v500 confrontation, simply astonishing. The Tianxia Guild had finally been trampled upon. What a relief! It was unclear how he had achieved such a feat. He had just transitioned to a hidden class known as the Weather Mage, a title that carried an impressive aura. Xiao Feng, however, paid little mind to the attention. Being a deity, it was only natural to be the center of admiration wherever he went. At this moment, he was far more concerned with his attributes. Name Xiao Feng class, Weather Mage level, 38, talent, Divine Might Super God. Meteorological Control, legendary, health points, 5,600 and 25,620 mana points, 445, spell attack power, 227, physical defense, 71, spell defense, 113 strength, 38, intelligence, 146, vitality, 61, mentality, 55, agility, 45, potential points, 0 having equipped 2 new pieces of gear. Along with the additional attribute points granted by his class advancement, his attribute panel had seen a modest increase. However, this enhancement is rather insignificant. One might even say it is minuscule. The attribute growth of the meteorological mage class is precisely the same as that of an ordinary mage, offering no discernible advantage whatsoever. The true distinction lies in the newly acquired talent, weather manipulation. Weather manipulation, legendary, initial form. The meteorological mage calls upon the heavens and the earth, expanding the scale of all spell skills by 500. With each job advancement, an additional 500 is added. This quintupled scale of skills is the source of all terror. This talent is unaffected by divine might, as it is a talent rather than a skill. However, the 500 scale increase does not pertain to an expansion of area or volume, but rather to an increase in length, width, or radius by 5-fold. Consequently, the torrential rain spell transforms from a length and width of 10 meters to an expansive 50 meters. The gale spell escalates from a radius of 20 meters to a formidable 100 meters. The fireball spell, too, grows from the size of a human head diameter of 20 centimeters to an impressive diameter of 1 meter. Beep beep beep, the friends list flickers, and the only friend, Old Lee, sends a communication request. Old Lee, Xiao phone connects the chat. Damn, Old Xiao, you've become a legend. As soon as the connection is made, Li's startled voice resonates. Has the news traveled that swiftly to you? Xiao phone queries, somewhat astonished. He had just returned to the city after gathering his belongings. A process that took no more than 5 minutes, and yet the news had reached his good friend in another main city. Li exclaims in exaggerated tones, "You're absolutely insane. Just now, a friend mentioned you were outside the gates of Storm City, single-handedly taking on over 500 members of the World Guild. And you accomplished this using merely 3 skills, each more outrageous than the last." The tornado spell swept across several kilometers, blocking out the sun, akin to a level 12 tornado. That's an exaggeration, Xiao Feng quickly clarifies. Several kilometers? That's utterly ridiculous. It was merely a 100-meter radius. 100 meters? And you say merely? Li retorts with a tone of disbelief. He shouts, "Old Xiao, stop talking. You must come and lead us. We're on the verge of being utterly decimated by the boss. It's utterly unacceptable for you to not assist your brothers given your prowess." Xiao Feng can't help but smile. "All right. I happen to have nothing pressing at the moment, so I shall come to your location and level up a bit." With the matters concerning Storm City resolved, his profession finally secured, he found himself with little left to arrange aside from selling the items in his warehouse. "Which main city are you in?" he inquires. "Dragon Blood City. We just returned from death. If you come now, we can meet at the teleportation array," Li responds. "Return from death? What happened? Did you encounter a formidable boss?" Xiao Feng asks, intrigued. Chapter 025. This generation of girls is unimpressive, although his 2 roommates were not as peculiar as he was. Their gaming skills were commendable. When facing a boss of the same level, with a bit of teamwork, they could certainly take on the challenge. However, Li unexpectedly announced, "Old Zhang has triggered an extraordinary quest to defeat a level 55 legendary boss. This boss was quite outrageous, boasting an impressive 900,000 health points, and could turn invisible, swiftly eliminating players with lethal precision, sending us all back in mere moments. A level 55 legendary boss." Xiao Feng immediately felt intrigued. "All right, I'm on my way." Up until now, the only boss he had personally vanquished that was of mythic caliber was the Golden Lion. The rest were all of epic tier, and he had yet to encounter a legendary one. Given this opportunity, he certainly could not let it slip away. Thus, Xiao Feng hurried towards the teleportation array, paying a fee of 10 gold coins to be transported to Dragon Blood City. In the Blue Star War Zone, there are a total of 24 main cities, with 15 at level 3, 6 at level 2, and only 3 at level 1. Currently, the level 2 and level 1 cities remain inaccessible, requiring players to trigger the appropriate main storyline to unlock them. Among the 15 level 3 cities, only 7 belong to the Dragon Nation: Moon City, Flame City, Ice City, Storm City, Dragon Blood City, Bird City, and Giant Elephant City. The remaining 8 cities, Sun City, Star City, Thunder City, Sky City, Earth City, Ocean City, Flower City, and 10,000 Trees City, are shared among overseas players. Players from various regions and countries abroad collectively utilize these 8 main cities, while the Dragon Nation enjoys exclusive rights to 7. Relative to other nations, players from the Dragon Nation experience a more favorable survival environment, not having to contend for territory with foreign players from the outset. However, Once the number of level 3, 100 level, players reaches 100,000, the boundaries of all main cities will open, ushering in an unprecedented chaotic battle in the Blue Star War Zone, rife with guild wars, alliance conflicts, and power struggles. The competition for control over level 2 and level 1 cities is bound to be intense. Of course, these matters were not a concern for Xiaofeng. He had no fixed guild, and with his formidable strength, as long as the main city he resided in was not seized by foreigners, he could continue to enjoy the game. Dragonblood City, one of the 7 major cities of the Dragon Nation, naturally attracted the highest number of players due to its name. As Xiaofeng stepped out of the teleportation array, the throngs of players made him feel as if he had returned to the novice village at the launch of the game. Make way, make way. Don't block the path. The familiar voices echoed in his ears. Before he could fully exit the teleportation array, he was jostled by patrolling city guards in the square. Damn it, these NPC soldiers are so arrogant. Xiaofeng frowned in frustration. This was the 3rd time it had happened. The curse of Otto was quite a nuisance. If it couldn't be lifted, he would have to endure the disdainful glares of NPC soldiers daily. However, he currently had no effective solution and could only bear with it. After all, his strength was still insufficient to dismantle the main city and eliminate the city guards. A familiar voice echoed from a distance, drawing Xiaofeng's attention. He turned to see Lili, clad in priestly robes, alongside Zhang Fan, who was donned in light armor. 2 female companions awaited them, completing their team. Ah! A 2v2 match. 2 pairs. How intriguing, Xiaofeng remarked as he approached the group, noticing both teammates were female. Don't be ridiculous. They are merely ordinary teammates. Zhang Fan retorted with irritation. His gaming ID, next door old Zhang, bore a striking resemblance to that of Lili. Upon seeing their IDs, Xiaofeng felt as though he were an unwelcome light bulb in a dormitory setting. I'm not joking. You two are a couple, while these ladies are ethereal beings. He quipped, disdain evident in his tone. Curse you! Zhang Fan exclaimed, playfully prodding him with the hilt of his sword. Their friendly banter was harmless, and the NPC guards paid no heed. Upon closer inspection of the 2 female teammates, Xiaofeng noted that the petite girl on the left was clad in heavy plate armor, carrying a shield larger than her frame. Her name, One Shield to Smash You, indicated her tank role. At level 26, she boasted nearly 4,000 health points and impressive gear. However, her cute, doll-like appearance contrasted sharply with her choice of the most cumbersome and damage-absorbing class. The other, taller girl was an archer, boasting long legs and a slender waist. Her name, Blind Archer, was peculiar, and she was at level 27, adorned in a blend of blue and green equipment, with a health pool of only 2,000. Yet her weapon quality appeared commendable. Allow me to introduce you. This is our good brother, Xiaofeng. His ID reflects his real name. He has just bested a formidable player from the Tianxia Guild. However, I must warn you, ladies, he is quite the lecher. Keep your distance. It could be perilous. The knight, affectionately referred to as Shield, was rumored to be a freshman at their university, though this had yet to be confirmed. You can simply call her Shield. Lili continued. As for the archer, she is a technical player, not one for many words, but fiercely loyal, reliable as a teammate. You may call her Blind Sister. There was supposed to be a mage, but he was too incompetent. Knowing you were coming, we had to kick him. Lili introduced the 3 of them. Xiaofeng. Senior, please take care of us. The knight cheerfully winked at him, greeting him with a wave. The blind archer remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Such a calm reaction. Xiaofeng mused inwardly. Despite having just vanquished a prominent figure from the Tianxia Guild, there was no evident excitement from them. He had anticipated their enthusiasm at teaming with a renowned player like himself to tackle a boss, yet they merely offered polite greetings, lacking any exuberant exclamations. Disappointment washed over him. The ability of this generation of girls to foster excitement was severely lacking. Let us set off. We'll discuss the boss situation as we walk, Zhang Fan suggested, organizing the team and adding each other as friends before heading towards the outskirts of the city. His demeanor conveyed a sense of urgency to conquer this boss. It is evident that his task must be of great significance. As Xiaofeng entered the team, his level and profession were revealed. A level 38 meteor mage. Senior Xiaofeng, are you perhaps a hidden class? How did you level up so swiftly? The petite Shun Shun glanced over and her eyes widened in astonishment. Swiftly? I haven't gained any experience for 4 hours. Xiaofeng scoffed. His name had consistently perched atop the leaderboard, yet this girl appeared utterly oblivious, seemingly immersed in her own world, paying no heed to anything beyond her immediate surroundings. 4 hours? Just 4 hours ago, we were barely at level 20. Shun Shun's surprise deepened, her expression one of incredulity, as if she thought Xiaofeng was merely boasting. Xiaofeng looked speechlessly at his two good friends. Before I arrived, did you not inform the team of my prowess? Of course we did, Li Li replied nonchalantly. Then why are they so calm? Xiaofeng questioned, perplexed. That is because your strength pales in comparison to the challenges posed by Lao Zhang's current task. Li Li replied with an air of mystery. Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng's interest was immediately piqued. Chapter 026. The reclusive lowly knight. Such grandiose claims, could it be the legacy of the supreme deity? He asked in astonishment. Li Li and Zhang Fan. In a show of secrecy, cryptically remarked, the Buddha says, it cannot be spoken. Annoyed, he refrained from pressing further, knowing that the truth would soon reveal itself during the boss encounter. After departing the city, the team hastened towards the distant area inhabited by formidable monsters. The teammates were particularly intrigued by Xiaofeng's hidden class, posing several inquiries. However, Xiaofeng chose to remain somewhat reticent, merely indicating that his spell range was considerably broader. They soon returned to the matter at hand, discussing the impending boss battle. Zhang Fan's quest had commenced in the novice village, a chain task that started with defeating level 15 minor monsters. Subsequently, they progressed to the main city, where they vanquished a level 25 elite monster, followed by a rare boss at level 35 and an epic boss at level 45. Now, they were poised to confront the legendary boss at level 55. Xiaofeng was genuinely astonished that they had managed to defeat the epic boss at level 45. After all, they were merely around level 26. The challenge of facing a boss 20 levels above them was evident. Upon inquiry, he learned that they had exploited the terrain, taking refuge in a position where the boss could not reach them, gradually whittling it down with ranged attacks. Could there possibly be a level 65 mythical boss or a level 75 super divine boss lurking ahead? Xiaofeng speculated. Zhang Fan dismissed the notion, asserting that this was indeed the final stage of the quest. Upon completion, he would receive a token, allowing him to seek a class change from the High Priest in the Dragon Blood Cathedral. The High Priest of Dragon Blood, much like the Storm High Priest, was an exceedingly formidable mythical NPC. Xiaofeng's interest was further piqued. Let us level up along the way. It's quite a trek, suggested Li Li. He unleashed a punishment spell upon a level 25 agitated lemur lurking by the roadside. Whoosh! The blind girl reacted swiftly as the priest initiated the attack. She, as a marksman, immediately followed up with an arrow. -89, -388. 2 damage figures emerged above the agitated lemur's head, depleting a tenth of its health. Squeak! The lemur shrieked, summoning 4 or 5 nearby monsters to charge at the team. Taunt! The lowly tank, Shield, brandished her enormous shield and executed a taunting skill, drawing the aggro of the monsters, then did nothing further, pulling out sunflower seeds purchased from the system shop, preparing to munch on them while enduring the blows. Zhang Fan readied his weapon to deal damage. However, in the next moment, much to everyone's astonishment, the 5 agitated lemurs, screeching loudly, circumvented Shield, ignoring her taunt. They surged directly towards Xiaofeng. Watch out, Senior Xiaofeng. Shield, realizing her taunt had failed, gasped in shock, hastily discarding her seeds and rushing over to deliver a shield strike, attempting to reclaim the aggro. The irritable lemur received a shield bash, turned its head and glared at the shield bearer, before charging towards Xiaofeng once more. Shield bearer. Xiaofeng. Whoosh, 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 multi-shot. The blind archer unleashed her area attack, releasing 7 or 8 arrows in a single breath, which fell among the minions, inflicting a series of damage ranging from 200 to 400. Zhang Fan shouted a whirlwind slash, unleashing a circle of sword energy that dealt over 300 damage. Old Xiao, why are you still dawdling? Attack! Li Li called out from the side. Although he noticed that Xiaofeng's health was substantial, thicker than that of a knight, standing idle as a mage seemed rather lackluster. Oh, Xiaofeng acknowledged, raising his staff. Thud. He brought it down on the oncoming lemur. -8, a single-digit damage appeared. What are you doing? The others turned pale, nearly rushing in to beat him alongside the monster. -49, -38, -41 the lemurs had all charged forward, wildly clawing at Xiao Feng, resembling a fierce brawl among shrews, the scene quite intense. Yet, Xiao Feng displayed no intention of fighting back, instead smiling and saying, "I'm merely providing you with an opportunity to shine. Otherwise, it would be rather dull if I intervened." "Damn it." He said it again with his pretentiousness. Lily muttered in exasperation. "Courage blessing." He cast a skill upon the blind archer. With the blessing, her attack power surged by 15. Her body emanating a faint holy glow as she nimbly released arrows like a torrential downpour. -459, -398, -800 critical hit. The damage numbers kept escalating. As both the archer and assassin classes, built for agility, naturally possessed a high critical hit rate, allowing for the occasional display of amplified damage figures. Zhang Fan continuously unleashed 5 different skills, dealing a commendable amount of damage. Xiao Feng allowed the lemurs to batter him while observing his teammates' skill combinations. The battle concluded swiftly. A group of level 25 minions could hardly withstand the relentless barrage from 2 damage dealers. Old Xiao, that's not how you slack off. While potions may be a tad costly, must you be so frugal? After the minions were dispatched, Li Li remarked with disbelief. Before Xiao Feng could respond, Shield Bearer approached with a troubled expression, inquiring, "Why did my taunt fail?" "Senior Xiao Feng, you can't possibly be a knight disguised in a mage's robe?" The notion that a knight could not hold the aggro of mere minions struck her hard. Even more baffling was that Xiao Feng had not even attacked. Why had the aggro shifted? Watching the adorably naive little tank, Xiao Feng offered an encouraging gaze, stating, "Do not be disheartened, with a bit more effort. You will surely be able to hold the aggro." Shield Bearer. Those words were hardly comforting. They were rather demoralizing. Humph. Shield Bearer sulked, hefting her large shield as she continued onward. Another lemur spawned by the roadside. With a heavy heart, she charged forward using a skill, her massive shield slamming down like a door against the lemur's face. Shield Bash. Taunt. After unleashing 3 consecutive skills, though the damage was modest, it generated a considerable amount of aggro. Moments later, as the lemur regained its senses from the stun, it completely disregarded the fierce tank, bouncing and squawking as it charged towards Xiao Feng. The tank stood in disbelief, while the onlookers shared a similar sentiment. Alas, being handsome is surely a curse. Even monsters are drawn to me, Xiao Feng lamented shamelessly. He was acutely aware that the curse of Autogu was at play, ensuring that his aggro consistently remained at the pinnacle of the team, rendering any efforts by the knight to divert it futile, regardless of the skills employed, including forced aggro. "I refuse to accept this." The tank fumed. For a knight, this was an utter disgrace. "Do not engage it. I wish to discern what is amiss with these minor adversaries." The irate little tank ran back, brandishing her gigantic shield, positioning herself between Xiao Feng and the lemur. She stood close, creating an impenetrable barrier between the 3 of them, preventing the lemur from reaching Xiao Feng. Yet, to the bewilderment of the onlookers, the lemur leaped aside, circumventing the tank, intent on attacking Xiao Feng. This is infuriating. The tank, now thoroughly enraged, had shed any semblance of her earlier nonchalance, wildly smashing her shield. With a mere 4,000 health points, the lemur was on the brink of being crushed by the knight's relentless assault. Yet it remained resolute in its desire to strike Xiao Feng, completely disregarding the tank's rage and attacks. In no time, the lemur perished beneath the shield, dropping 8 copper coins and a piece of white gear. The tank, now reduced to a state of indignation, nearly shed tears. Casting a glance at Xiao Feng, whose aggro was remarkably stable and health exceeding 5,600, she silently stowed her shield and drew a great sword. Since she could not hold aggro, she resolved to shift her role to that of a damage dealer. Knights, after all, could wield a variety of weapons, including great swords and polearms. However, given her full tank build, it was likely that her damage output would be somewhat lacking. Chapter 027. Is this the Great One? Old Xiao. It's wrong to bully your sister. The team continued their advance as Lili quietly crept beside Xiao Feng, softly lamenting. Shun Shun is a junior from our school. We see each other frequently. Please, Show some consideration. I don't want to either. It's beyond my control. Xiaofeng replied helplessly, confessing the circumstances surrounding the curse. Really? It can be like that? Upon hearing this, Li let out an exclamation. The teammates also caught wind of this explanation. Leading the way with her greatsword, Shun turned her head back, casting a sorrowful glance at Xiaofeng. Sniffing back her tears, feeling even more aggrieved, she then channeled this grievance against the wild monsters. Charge. Shield strike. Taunt. Never mind. Normal attack. With a flurry of attacks, Shun, now transformed into a sword knight, unleashed a series of strikes, causing the monster's health to gradually diminish. The blind girl released a piercing arrow that dealt more damage than her several skills combined. In that moment, Shun felt increasingly despondent, even contemplating logging off. We're almost there. As they journeyed, the monsters grew progressively stronger. Unbeknownst to them, they had already arrived near their destination. Zhang Fan glanced at the map, pointing towards a valley ahead, stating, "The NPC is within the valley. After conversing, we can enter the exclusive dungeon." Without further ado, everyone rushed towards the valley. This valley, known as the Earth Dragon Valley, was home to giant lizard monsters ranging from level 45 to 55. Along the way, the blind girl habitually used her ranged skills to lure a few minor monsters for leveling. At this moment, Shun exclaimed, "These are level 50 monsters. If we lure too many, we won't be able to withstand them." "It's fine. Old Xiao has plenty of health," Li quickly asserted, casting a courage blessing on the blind girl and casually tossing out a punishment spell. However, Shun wanted to say more. But upon noticing that everyone had implicitly accepted Xiaofeng as the team's main tank, she fell silent. That detestable senior. Charge. Shield strike. Taunt. Normal attack. A series of skills struck the level 50 Earth Dragon, inflicting minimal damage. With a staggering health pool of 8,200. The level 50 Earth Dragon was a tank-type monster, boasting high defense and substantial health, requiring a prolonged effort to defeat. Furthermore, with its level, its attack power was not to be underestimated. Pulling 5 at once would lead to a swift depletion of health. The blind girl and Zhang Fan hurriedly unleashed their attacks, eager to conclude the battle quickly. Yet, given their damage output, it would still take some time to vanquish such resilient foes. "Old Xiao, why aren't you taking action? Do you only intend to showcase your magic against the boss?" Li urged. Throughout their journey, Xiaofeng had refrained from utilizing any skills, merely functioning as an emotionless taunting machine. However, his earlier inaction stemmed from the fact that whether he engaged or not did not significantly affect their pace. Now, however, the speed had evidently slowed, and if he did not assist soon, they would waste precious time. "Fine, I shall take action now, but please, do not retreat into silence," Xiaofeng remarked. "Why would I retreat into silence?" Zhang Fan asked, perplexed. Shun merely pouted, indicating that she was already lost in her own thoughts. Xiaofeng offered no explanation. He merely raised his staff and casually unleashed a chain of lightning. Boom! A lightning arrow, as thick as an arm, shot forth, transforming into a chain of electricity. The damage numbers -5441812, -5119929, -4891012 floated into the air. Initially, the lightning chain was no thicker than a finger. Yet under the amplification of his meteorological control, it swelled to a colossal size. All 5 minor monsters perished, 4 of them turning to ash, while 1 emitted steam, as if it had been thoroughly roasted. Witnessing these staggering damage figures, the onlookers were momentarily speechless, their mouths agape. 500 million? Zhang Fan stuttered, struggling to articulate his disbelief. Li was stunned for a moment before exclaiming, "What on earth? 5 million? Old Xiao, what kind of damage is this?" Even the usually silent blind girl couldn't resist asking, "How? How did you accomplish this?" As for Shun, he had entirely lost the ability to speak. Pouting silently while clutching his rare quality greatsword, retreating to a corner to weep quietly. "Oh, it's nothing. Just a bit of a powerful output. Let's hurry along," Xiaofeng said, his vanity thoroughly satisfied by the astonished expressions of his teammates. However, he did not let it show on his face, instead adopting a demeanor of nonchalance as he strode forward. His companions followed him like automatons, completely awestruck by his damage output. A few million in damage. No wonder his aggro was so steady. So, this is what it means to be a master? I finally comprehend the disparity. Oldly, do you think I can truly compete with old Xiao after my class change? Amidst the complex emotions of the team, they arrived before the task NPC. Old Zhang, let's get started, Xiao Feng reminded. Zhang Fan cast a lingering glance at him before approaching the NPC. Mr. Larnio, I come in the name of the Dragon Blood High Priest to assist you in suppressing the abyssal creatures. The NPC was an aged temple knight. A level 120 epic boss, his armor worn and battered, his face etched with the passage of time. Behind him loomed a crack about a foot wide, from which faint tendrils of darkness occasionally emerged. Brave warrior Zhang, you have already failed once. You should understand how formidable the creatures within are. With your current strength, it is impossible for you to conquer them, Larnio said earnestly, attempting to dissuade Zhang Fan from proceeding. We are well prepared this time and confident in our ability to defeat him, Zhang Fan affirmed. However, the NPC wished to offer further counsel, but seeing Zhang's determination, he could only say, very well, I shall open the fissure for you. You may bring a few companions with you, but remember, you have only 5 chances to challenge him. If you fail all of them, it will indicate that you are unfit to inherit the power of the Dragon Blood Warriors. I understand. Please proceed, Zhang Fan replied. Xiao Feng, listening nearby, nodded subtly, realizing that the Dragon Blood Warriors were indeed a legacy of the Supreme Deity. The primary deity worshipped in the Dragon Blood Temple is the Dragon God, and the Dragon Blood Warriors naturally inherit a legacy of the highest order, comparable to that of the war god found in the novice village. How is it that there exists a traitor among the deities within your ranks? Lanius was preparing to open the dungeon when he suddenly heard Xiao Feng's voice and could not help but glance over. Upon doing so, his eyes widened in surprise, filled with animosity. Xiao Feng, what's going on, old Xiao? Zhang Fan inquired, perplexed. Sigh. It's still that cursed matter, Xiao Feng shrugged, expressing his helplessness. Lanius's hostility was palpable, his hand already resting upon the hilt of his sword. Zhang Fan hurriedly stepped forward to clarify and persuade. After 3 minutes of earnest dialogue, he finally succeeded in convincing the loyal follower of the Dragon Blood Temple. In consideration of the Archbishop, I shall grant you a chance for atonement this time. Enter. This is your second challenge, Lanius remarked with a huff. He then recited an incantation, widening the crevice of the valley behind him. A temporary portal materialized within the fissure, emanating a perilous aura. Xiao Feng and his companions swiftly plunged into the portal, and in the next moment, they found themselves within Zhang Fan's exclusive dungeon. Chitter. Per heir of the Dragon Blood, here to meet your demise once more. This time, I shall take my time to torment you, allowing you to experience the terror of death amidst your wails and screams. A sinister voice echoed from all directions. Everyone, be cautious. We have entered combat. The boss is in a state of invisibility, Zhang Fan cautioned. This dungeon does not feature any minor foes. It begins directly with a boss battle. Victory means progression, while defeat results in a return to the city. Blind Sister, be careful. It will prioritize assassinating the player with the lowest health. Lily added another warning. Blind Sister nodded slowly, moving cautiously, her back against the wall. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng promptly cast an earth elemental shield upon himself. Prioritizing assassinations, should not it be him instead? Chapter 028. Who is the boss? This exclusive dungeon is relatively small, with a radius of approximately 20 meters. Situated within a dimly lit cave. A small opening at the top allows a faint beam of light to filter in. The cave is completely sealed off, reinforced by mysterious runes that prevent the boss from escaping. Zhang Fan and his companions had already faced defeat once, thus they understood the formidable nature of the boss. To avoid being ambushed, they stood with their backs against the wall. The boss, capable of striking from an invisible state, could inflict a terrifying amount of damage exceeding 1,000,000 if it struck an unsuspecting target from behind, completely ignoring defenses and eliminating anyone in sight instantly. Conversely, a strike to the front would only result in 4-digit damage, with a chance to endure. The battle commenced, and Lily bestowed a blessing of resilience upon the Blind Sister, enhancing her defenses as her health was critically low. Shun Shun activated his valiant state, sharing 20 of damage taken with his teammates. Pathetic ants. Perish. Suddenly, a dark silhouette materialized before the Blind Sister, who stood against the wall. It was a humanoid creature with the arms of a mantis. As it appeared, it ruthlessly thrust its mantis blade into the blind sister's chest. Ah! The blind sister gasped in shock as she was struck. Minus 3,988. She fell to the ground. Shun Shun also received over 600 points of damage, his health diminishing significantly. It was still insufficient. The blind sister was instantly defeated, letting out a resigned sigh. Oldly, you're next. Your health is low. Buff yourself with defenses. Old Xiao, use area damage to draw it out. Keep your guard up. Zhang Fan maintained his composure, directing the team. After the boss had struck the blind sister, it immediately returned to its invisible state, vanishing from sight. Within that fleeting moment of less than a second, Xiao Feng caught a glimpse of the boss's information. Abyssal Malefactor, Poison Blade, Legendary Boss. Level, 55 health. 910, 000, 910, 000. Target level 2 high. Unable to retrieve further data. Stay defensive. Leave it to me. After coasting along, it's time for my performance. He had not been attacked previously, which took him by surprise. It seemed the abyssal creature was not affected by the curse of Autogoo, rendering its overwhelming enmity ineffective. Rainstorm Technique. Xiao Feng made his move. He possessed only 2 area skills. After a 1.5-second chant, he designated the area, and a thunderous roar echoed through the cave. Following this, a chilling wind howled. Dark clouds obscured the cave's ceiling, and a torrential downpour commenced. The range of the rainstorm technique spanned 50 by 50 meters, surpassing the dimensions of the cave, completely enveloping the boss's chamber. No matter where the creature hid in its invisible state, it had nowhere to escape. What is this skill? Such an extensive range. Zhang Fan, initially planning to haphazardly cast a few skills in front of Lily to possibly reveal the boss, was taken aback by Xiao Feng's grand maneuver. Damn it! What is this thing? An angry curse echoed from the darkness. The silhouette of the boss emerged from 5 meters away, battered by the ferocity of the storm's onslaught. A staggering amount of damage surged from the boss, nearly claiming his life after merely 3 strikes. Yet, the tempest showed no signs of abating and persisted for a full 7 seconds. I will slay you. The abyssal harbinger let out a piercing cry. Suddenly enveloped by a thin, black shield that absorbed 2 instances of the storm's damage. In an instant, he teleported before Xiao Feng, thrusting the scythe with great force. Dodge! Lao Xiao! Zhang Fan shouted. Though he could not fathom the source of Xiao Feng's terrifying damage, such a formidable ally was crucial for their success. If he were to fall, Lili, in his first reincarnation, lacked the resurrection spell and would be unable to continue. However, as the blade of the abyssal harbinger descended, the team was left in stunned silence. With a sickening sound, the strike found its mark in Xiao Feng's chest. Not only did it hit him, but it also dealt a critical blow. The damage soared to minus 138, 193. As an assassin-type boss, a critical hit meant a staggering tenfold increase in damage, far surpassing that of any assassin player. The overwhelming damage left Zhang Fan and the others' hearts racing. They believed Xiao Feng was doomed, that today would end in futility. Yet, the next moment, all 4 were left agape. How is this possible? The abyssal harbinger exclaimed in disbelief. Xiao Feng, having endured such immense damage, stood unharmed. With only a mere 5 of his health shield diminished. Over 100,000 damage, and yet only 5? This is absurd. Zhang Fan and Lili blurted out in astonishment. In the following moment, they beheld Xiao Feng break into a grin and address the boss. Surely, no one believes themselves to be the boss here? In truth, I am the true boss. He then raised his staff, unleashing a formidable bolt of lightning. Lightning Arrow, a universal mage skill that harnesses the elements of thunder to inflict 280 of attack power as spell damage on a designated target. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Mana cost, 20. This was Xiao Feng's most potent single-target damage skill. With a flash, the lightning arrow struck. Above the abyssal harbinger, the damage indicator surged to 4,800. 000, reducing him to ashes, leaving no trace of his body behind. Despite the boss possessing over 20 magical damage reduction, it proved utterly ineffectual against Xiao Feng's terrifying amplification. Ding, you have defeated the legendary boss, Abyssal Harbinger, Venomous Blade, and have collectively received 102, 500 experience points. You have vanquished the legendary boss, Abyssal Harbinger, Venomous Blade, earning 500 reputation points. Congratulations! Your level has risen to 39. Following the boss's demise, the system notifications promptly rang out. The experience calculation for legendary and mythical bosses differs from that of ordinary monsters, as it is based on a total experience value, which is then distributed among all participants. The experience shared among the 5 participants exceeds that of equally ranked epic monsters. The fewer individuals present, the richer the experience gained. The reputation awarded is substantial, comparable to that garnered from defeating 10 similarly leveled epic bosses. Incredible! It is truly a remarkable achievement. At this moment, Zhang Fan trembles with excitement. Such a formidable boss was effortlessly vanquished by his good friend in mere moments. Initially, he had prepared himself to undertake this task only after reaching level 50, but now, accomplishing it so easily seems utterly unbelievable. Lao Xiao, you are the true boss, Li Li remarked quietly. One skill deals hundreds of thousands, even millions in damage. Yet sustaining over 100,000 damage barely affects his health bar. What else could this be if not a boss? Not only is he a boss, but he is also of a transcendent caliber. Quickly, revive Blind Sister. The rewards from the Abyssal Corruptor litter the ground, a dazzling array of colors and treasures. As a teammate, Blind Sister participated in the battle, though her contribution was minimal. Her presence was essential for the sake of team integrity. Li Li produced a resurrection scroll, akin to a resurrection spell, though unusable in combat, with experience points still deducted, bringing Blind Sister back to her feet. Lao Xiao, you delivered the final blow. You should claim the spoils. Zhang Fan exclaimed with enthusiasm. His primary task had already been accomplished. The rewards from the boss were merely a bonus, and he would have been content to forego them entirely. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng replied, "Then I shall not be modest." He stepped forward to gather the fallen loot. The first item, glowing red, was an artifact of divine quality. Chapter 29, a fortuitous discovery, yet it was not a divine artifact, but rather a scroll. Godly Assassination Scroll. When employed in battle, it requires a 3-second incantation to inflict a lethal effect on a designated target within a 100-meter radius, dealing 200,000 points of physical damage, ignoring defenses. Though it can be mitigated. Such a remarkable scroll. 200,000 points of fixed damage. Even a level 100 character undergoing their third-class transition could be vanquished instantly. This item would fetch no less than 100,000 in the marketplace. The crowd gasped in astonishment, overwhelmed by the formidable damage figure. However, upon reflection, compared to Xiao Feng's magic, this scroll was rather lackluster. Turning to the next item, the boss had also dropped a legendary piece of equipment. Swift foot boots, no level or class restrictions, providing an increase of 500 health, 20 agility, and a 100 boost to base movement speed. With the passive effect, Lightfoot, ignoring all slowing effects. Now, this was indeed an artifact. With no level or class restrictions, it meant anyone could wear it. Although the additional attributes were not extensive, its practicality rivaled that of a divine artifact. Xiao Feng displayed a look of surprise, exclaiming, "Old Zhang, I must have these boots. I'll trade you for my divine shoes." He had long admired the divine shoes dropped by Otto, yet due to class limitations, only knights and warriors could don them, rendering his desire futile. Now, with these legendary boots granting even greater speed, it was absolutely perfect. With this item, his base movement speed would be double that of others. And with a charge potion, it would become 6-fold. Its impact was undeniable. Zhang Fan retorted, somewhat exasperated, "Trade? Just take them. Without you, we wouldn't have stood a chance against this boss." He added, however, "If you happen to possess any unused divine artifacts or super divine items you wish to bestow upon me, I would not refuse. Then I shall be unreserved." Xiao Feng replied, gratefully accepting the agile boots and putting them on immediately. His previous footwear was subpar, only adding 3 points of agility and 30 health. Upon equipping the new boots, his health soared past 6,000, and his agility increase also boosted his critical hit rate. What else is there? The others inquired eagerly. There were still many items scattered on the ground. Xiao Feng continued to unveil the treasures. Another legendary item was the essence of abyssal beasts. Identical to one already in his inventory, so he distributed it to Zhang Fan. Additionally, there were 3 pieces of epic gear suitable for level 50. which he allocated to Li Li, Blind Sister, and Shield. The remaining potions and junk gear were shared, with the gold evenly divided among the five. It was quite perplexing. Having done so little, yet reaping such substantial rewards was rather discomforting. Shield held a pair of epic leg armor, his expression still reflecting a profound existential doubt. Instead of feeling elated about the spoils, he felt even more like a burden. "I feel the same," Blind Sister echoed with empathy. "Who doesn't?" sighed another. "Forming a party with a boss means this is the norm. We must adapt. For there will surely be more opportunities like this in the future." Lily leisurely counted his gold coins, speaking comfortably. As roommates, he and Xiao Feng had played together for 3 years, so there was no need for formality. Xiao Feng smiled and suggested, "Let us venture into a dungeon and see how impressive old Zhang's hidden class is. Yes, we must surpass old Xiao and put this arrogant fellow in his place," Lily declared fiercely. Laughter erupted among the group as they exited the dungeon. Upon returning to the Dragonblood Valley, Zhang Fan conversed with the NPC Rania for a moment and received a proof of challenge completion. The 5 of them then used the teleportation scroll to return to the main city. Make way, don't block the path." As soon as they arrived at the teleportation array, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. Xiao Feng was promptly shoved aside once again. "How does that NPC soldier manage to always bump into me whenever I return to the city?" Xiao Feng lamented, feeling exasperated. He was becoming accustomed to this incessant shoving, which was utterly ridiculous. "I'll head to the Divine Temple to change my class. You all can wander around the city and sell any useless gear." Zhang Fan informed the group before hastily departing, his heart brimming with excitement as he raced toward the Dragon Blood Temple. With nothing pressing to attend to, Xiao Feng and the others decided to visit the marketplace. Player levels had gradually increased, and level 30 equipment was soon to become the norm. Xiao Feng happened to have some stock in his warehouse, which he planned to take to the auction house for consignment, although most of it was merely of rare quality. Given the current prices, a single rare item could fetch around 50 gold coins, calculating at the offline trading rate of 1 gold coin equaling 10 yuan. That would amount to 500 yuan. All warehouses in the main city were interconnected, so he retrieved the equipment he had previously stored in Dragon Blood City for consignment. After sorting through the vast warehouse, only a few skill books and 5 pieces of equipment remained. These 5 items were 1. Odo Ancient Boots, mythical quality, usable by warriors knights at level 30. 2. Holy Word Staff, legendary quality, usable by priests at level 50. 3. Meteorology Staff, legendary quality, an exclusive weapon for meteorology mages, usable at level 50. It possessed considerable attack power and additionally doubled the range of meteorology mage-specific skills. 4. Magical Wool Ring, legendary quality, usable by mages priests at level 100. While its attributes were average, it could record 3 different skills for later use, not occupying the caster's cooldown or consuming mana. 5. Magic Crystal Pendant, an epic necklace, universally usable by all classes at level 50, with a single attribute that increased spirit by 120. This unique piece was rare, so he decided to keep it. After consigning the equipment, Xiao Feng also purchased an epic pair of gloves from the auction house. Moonlight Gauntlets, epic gloves for level 30 mages, enhancing maximum health by 100, intelligence by 20, magic defense by 10, and casting speed by 5. This item cost him 600 gold coins, which was somewhat pricey, yet the attributes were quite impressive, significantly boosting his attack power and slightly enhancing his health defense. Upon exiting the auction house, Xiao Feng resolved to revisit the warehouse to retrieve the Staff of Divine Words, Otto's Ancient Boots, and the skill book Furious Roar, which he had set aside for his friends. At that moment, he noticed a group of players, distinguished by their Tianxia icons, hastily rushing to the warehouse, swiftly collecting something before darting towards the outskirts of the city. "Old Xiao, your rivals," Lili remarked, having also witnessed the scene. "Indeed. The Tianxia War King and Tianxia's most flamboyant are considered core members. I wonder what urgent task they are engaged in," Xiao Feng mused as he recognized 2 of their IDs, yet could not discern the reason for their haste. At that instant, Blind Girl suddenly interjected, "They must have fallen in battle and are here to replenish their gear." "Oh? How did you deduce that?" Xiao Feng inquired, surprised. Blind Girl nodded, Their equipment is incomplete, and I overheard one of them saying, "Hurry. We need to buy more resurrection scrolls. Our consumption rate is too high." Resurrection scrolls? This. Xiaofeng and Lili exchanged a glance, both revealing expressions of astonishment. The Tianxia Guild must be engaged in a confrontation with an exceedingly formidable boss. Chapter 030. The Divine Profession and Forbidden Spell Skills. The Resurrection Scroll is an item that can only be used after disengaging from battle, akin to a costly instant revival. Purchasing such an item is merely a convenience to avoid the tediousness of traveling back and forth. As a core member of a prominent guild, one would undoubtedly carry a substantial number of these scrolls at all times. Given this context, the necessity to procure additional scrolls indicates a singular truth. They must be confronting a formidable boss that requires multiple attempts to defeat. With the might of the Heavenly Guild, the only adversaries capable of instigating such a state of readiness must be of legendary caliber. Blind sister, are you certain? At this distance, you can truly hear? Lili expressed incredulity. Just moments ago, the members of the Heavenly War King were retrieving items from the marketplace warehouse, yet they were a good 10 meters away. Speaking softly at such a distance, it is challenging to hear anything beyond 5 meters, let alone 10. Blind sister nodded once more. My hearing is exceptionally sharp. The game Heavenly Realms possesses a unique feature where certain real-life abilities of players have a probability of transferring into the game. Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng could not help but inquire, "Are you truly blind in reality?" Individuals with extraordinary hearing often either possess a rare talent or have developed keen hearing due to visual impairment. The name Blind Archer, coupled with her performance, naturally invoked such associations. "Yes," Blind Sister replied succinctly, offering no further explanation. Upon hearing this, Shun Shun could not help but display a hint of sympathy. Xiaofeng and Lili exchanged glances, sharing a moment of silence. Ultimately, they chose to withhold their sentiments, keeping their compassion tucked away to avoid any inadvertent affront to Blind Sister's pride. Let us inquire about what the Heavenly Guild is up to regarding their boss. If the opportunity arises, we might teach them a lesson. Xiaofeng shifted the topic back to the Heavenly Guild. "Leave it to me. I have numerous informants." Lili replied, promptly opening his friend list to commence his information gathering. "Old Xiao, Old Li, Blind Sister, Shun Shun, I have arrived." At that moment, Zhang Fan, having completed his class transition, dashed over from the main city road, exuding pride as he declared, "Hey, Old Xiao, take a look at my stats. How do they compare to yours?" His face radiated with joy, heavily laced with an air of boasting. In the next instant, he shared his attribute panel in the team channel. "Let me see." The others, intrigued by his smug demeanor, eagerly opened the shared stats. Upon viewing, they collectively gasped in astonishment. "My heavens! How many years of bad luck did you accumulate to achieve this?" Even Xiaofeng widened his eyes in disbelief, uttering a sound of amazement. Name, Neighbor Old Zhang. Profession, Dragon Blood Warrior. Level, 28. Talent, Dragonborn. God tier, permanent increase of 300 to both defenses. Mana limit converted to life limit at a ratio of 10:1. Skills can be cast without mana consumption and can transform into a dragon once every 24 hours. Health points, 22,540. 22,540 mana points. 00 physical attack, 1122 physical defense, 303 magical defense, 660 strength, 244 intelligence, 28 constitution, 58 mentality, 375 agility, 46 equipment. Dragon Tooth Rune Sword, mythical. Dragon Scale Armor, mythical. Dragon Crystal Ring, mythical. Skills: Wind Cleave, Triple Slash, Whirlwind Slash, Heroic Strike, Dragon Roar, circular area control damage within a 15-meter radius. Dragon Ascend, increases speed and attack power. Dragon Transformation, talent skill, upon use, transforms into Dragon Man form, reducing damage taken by 50, increasing attack by 50, while doubling the effects of Dragon Blood Warrior exclusive skills, lasting for 1 minute. Incredible! This attribute panel is nothing short of terrifying, with health surpassing 20,000, attack power exceeding 1,000, exceptionally high defenses, alongside 2 formidable exclusive skills and an even more powerful talent skill. It is no exaggeration to state that within the Blue Star War zone of all heavens, there are fewer than 10 individuals capable of defeating Zhang Fan in a one-on-one duel. 3 exclusive divine artifacts, with mana converted to life at tenfold. This profession is utterly outrageous. The teammates looked on with envy. Zhang Fan chuckled. When I changed my class, the High Priest reset all my potential points. I allocated all my previous constitution points to mentality, resulting in an explosive magical defense and an abundance of health, coupled with the divine artifacts, which also bestow a significant amount of mental attributes. I have truly taken flight. Of course, I still cannot compare to old Xiao. Suddenly, I am somewhat reluctant to give you the artifact shoes, Xiaofeng said softly. You can forget about reneging on the deal. Hee. I won't take your artifact for free. I have also come to claim something good from you. Zhang Fan grinned mischievously, suddenly building suspense. What good thing? Xiaofeng inquired. Zhang Fan produced a skill book. Here, the legendary mage skill book, meteorite technique. Xiaofeng's eyes widened in astonishment. What? Isn't that the ultimate move from the Unparalleled Realm? He vividly recalled the previous instance when Unparalleled chanted for 10 seconds, dealing over 20,000 damage, an unforgettable display. The damage, the spectacle, the visual effects were all utterly explosive. Upon examining the skill book, he immediately beamed with joy. Meteorite technique, quality, legendary attribute requirement, intelligence 500 profession requirement, mage effect, condenses fire elements to summon meteorites from the sky, dealing 2,000 spell damage to a designated target area, and inflicting 50 splash damage to a surrounding 30-meter radius. Chanting time, 10 seconds mana cost, 500 cooldown, 60 minutes powerful, invincible. Xiaofeng was thoroughly exhilarated. This is a legendary skill, commonly referred to as the Mage's Forbidden Spell. After a 10-second incantation, it unleashes a devastating attack with 20 times the damage, capable of striking multiple targets within a 30-meter radius. It is nothing short of cataclysmic. With the dual talents of divine might and meteorological mastery, his skill not only escalates to an astounding 200,000 times the base attack power, but also extends its reach to a terrifying 150 meters. It is akin to the spectacle of an asteroid plummeting to Earth. Although mastering this spell requires 500 intelligence points, which is currently unattainable. Acquiring several pieces of intelligence-enhancing gear or temporary potions to boost intelligence attributes would suffice to meet the requirements. If the Unparalleled can achieve this, how could I, Xiao, be left behind? Old Zhang, hurry. Give me the shoes. I can't shake this unease. Xiaofeng eagerly activated the trading function, handing over the legendary boots. Otto's ancient war boots to Zhang Fan. Haha, no need for pleasantries, brother. Zhang Fan reciprocated, recognizing that the exchange of a legendary skill book for an artifact was of comparable value. In fact, one might argue that Xiaofeng had the upper hand. After all, lower-tier artifacts would eventually become obsolete, whereas the forbidden spell could be utilized for a lifetime. What shall we engage in now? Leveling up or seeking a boss to test our skills? Zhang Fan inquired. Feeling rather emboldened after his transition to a dragon blood warrior and eager for a one-on-one confrontation with a boss, Xiaofeng replied, let us wait for news from Old Li. I may need to embrace my inner schemer. Oh, what is the matter? Have I missed something? Zhang Fan's expression immediately shifted to one of intrigue. Shortly thereafter, Li closed the friend chat, redirecting his attention to his teammates. So what is the verdict? Xiaofeng asked. Li chuckled. Old Xiao, this is a grand opportunity. Chapter 031. Boss, I have come to your rescue. What does it mean? Speak quickly. Upon seeing his friend's expression, Xiaofeng understood that the situation was undoubtedly significant. A vague suspicion began to form in his mind. Li did not speak directly but shifted to the team channel, using a voice inaudible to outsiders, and said, the Unrivaled is currently leading a group to assault a mythical boss above level 100. The specific details of the boss remain undisclosed, but it is certain that they are after the territory construction token. Xiaofeng's eyes widened in realization. Indeed, his conjecture was correct. It was the mythical boss that had prompted the Tianxia Guild to be on high alert. The territory construction order. So far, it had yet to appear in the Blue Star battle zone. It was rumored that the Dragon Soul Guild and the Pantheon Guild had both offered a bounty of 100 million in cash. merely to become the first guild to establish a territory. It seemed that Tianxia had taken the lead, discovering the boss above level 100 earlier than other major guilds. Zhang Fan remarked in astonishment. The popularity of the All Heavens was undeniable, with over 1 billion players engaged in the game across Blue Star. Yet, not a single guild territory had been established. This was primarily because guild territories were not part of the initial gameplay, but rather a feature introduced in the mid-game. Once the average player level approached 100, the guild war mechanics would be activated, and territories would acquire true significance. Attacking others and defending against assaults would all hinge upon the territory as a stronghold. With a territory, one could also learn legion skills, making boss raids exceptionally formidable. Completing daily construction quests would yield substantial experience in gold, and periodically, there would be monster siege events, often resulting in multiple level-ups after the battles concluded. These were the benefits brought by the territory construction order. Moreover, the level of the territory could also be upgraded. By continuously consuming the territory construction orders, one could elevate the level and expand the territory scale, transforming a small village into a grand city over time. It was said that after consuming over 30 territory construction orders, a guild could upgrade their territory to the scale of a level 3 main city, rivaling the system's main cities. Of course, the construction costs during the upgrade process were astronomical. If successfully built, merely attracting NPCs and player merchants would yield an astonishing daily tax revenue. Old Xiao, what do you think? Zhang Fan and Lili looked at Xiao Feng, eager to discern his thoughts. Both were well aware of his nature, knowing that he held grudges deeply. The Tianxia Guild had blocked him once in the Novice Village and again in Stormwind City, although he had retaliated successfully on both occasions. The animosity stirred by their provocations would not be so easily forgotten. It was not feasible to wait passively for others to challenge him repeatedly, enduring their provocations in silence. Where are they? Xiao Feng inquired. Upon hearing this, Lili understood that he had resolved to take action. He promptly responded, Tianxia's secrecy measures are quite effective. However, with so many people, it is inevitable that someone has seen them. It can be reasonably concluded that they are currently in one of the two maps, the Land of Divine Ruin or the Phantom Plains. Upon receiving this information, Xiao Feng immediately opened the world map. The Land of the Fallen Gods and the Phantom Plains are both high-level monster maps within the Dragon Blood City region. These two locations are closely connected. The former serves as a leveling area for players between levels 100 and 120, while the latter caters to those between levels 80 and 100. Given the elevated levels required, it is highly unlikely that many adventurers venture there now. One could easily dominate the area and eliminate bosses without the need for clearing it first. It is quite a distance away, and I must set off immediately, otherwise I might arrive only to find that the boss has already been vanquished, remarked Xiao Feng as he dashed out of the city. Hey, Lao Xiao, wait for us, Lili shouted. Clad in the level-less, swift boots, Xiao Feng sprinted away at double the speed of his companions, quickly disappearing from sight. Unable to keep pace, the others could only call out to him through the team channel. Xiao Feng, however, replied, You all need not follow. I possess 1,000,000 shields and a colossal AoE. And I fear not a crowd of thousands. But you would not fare as well. Should you fall and lose valuable items, it would be a great loss. Now, you underestimate us. We are all brothers. When it comes to battle, we stand shoulder to shoulder. If death comes, it is not the end of the world. There is no need to fear. Lili retorted, a hint of displeasure evident in his tone, feeling somewhat abandoned by his friend. Zhang Fan added, I have just transitioned into a hidden class and was eager to engage. It is rather inconsiderate of you to go alone. Shun Shun and Blind Sister remained silent. Their abilities were far from qualifying them for such elite team battles, and their camaraderie with Xiao Feng was not deep enough to risk offending the illustrious guild for his sake. Old Zhang, although your artifact is bound, you are well aware of the power of a 1,000-strong team. It is best to develop your skills first. At least equip the auto-ancient boots before considering a foray into battle. If you wish to hone your skills, take them to slay a few epic bosses. This time, I shall not lead you, but next time, I promise. Xiao Feng stated earnestly, leaving no room for negotiation. It was not that he looked down upon his friends. but rather that the ferocity of a battle at the scale of 1,000 was simply too daunting. Nowadays, mages and archers possess considerable attack ranges in open terrain. A single individual might endure over 500 simultaneous attacks from an entire guild. Not even an ordinary player stands a chance. Even Zhang Fan, with his 20,000 health points and high defenses as a hidden class, would be obliterated in an instant. Only his Earth Elemental Shield could withstand such a barrage. After donning legendary boots and epic gauntlets, Xiao Feng's health surged to approximately 6,200, while his attack power reached 250 points. His overall prowess now eclipsed that of a level 50 mythical boss, Otto Gu, rendering conventional metrics ineffective. Engaging in battle against the Tianxia Guild would also serve as a test of his damage absorption capabilities. Upon exiting the city, Xiao Feng unleashed his speed, racing towards the eastern part of Dragon Blood City. The land of the fallen gods lay a daunting 100 kilometers away. A single trip would surely leave one exhausted. Fortunately, his boots granted him double speed, allowing him to traverse the distance much faster than ordinary players. As he sprinted along the main road, he soon spotted the Tianxia War King and the illustrious Tianxia First Flamboyant, characters he had encountered just moments earlier in the main city. To avoid alerting them, Xiao Feng refrained from engaging and instead chose to circumvent them, proceeding onward from a distance. As he raced forward, he couldn't even be bothered to dispatch a few minor creatures, prioritizing speed above all else, anxious that the boss might succumb to the relentless onslaught before he could arrive, thus granting the Tianxia Guild an undeserved victory. Along the journey, Lili sent him several messages. The main city's resurrection area had begun to teem with players from the Mighty Men Guild, likely reinforcements for Tianxia, who had returned only after exhausting their resurrection scrolls. Members of Tianxia gradually emerged from the resurrection zone as well, though in limited numbers. They were primarily frontline classes, likely unable to resurrect on-site due to their distant deaths. Before reaching his destination, Xiao Feng's imagination conjured an epic scene of a legion besieging the boss, relentlessly reviving one another in a frenzy. After more than an hour, he finally entered the Phantom Plains map. This expanse was set against the backdrop of an ancient battlefield where a deity and its followers had clashed with abyssal monstrosities. Ultimately, that deity met its demise here, and the central region of the plains became known as the fallen god's domain. The followers of the deity, their spirits unyielding, lingered in the plains, guarding their divine master, unwilling to depart. However, as the powers of the abyss seeped into this realm, the spirits were tainted and gradually transformed into malevolent specters. Many of the elite soldiers from the fallen god's domain had morphed into elite monsters, wreaking havoc upon the world. The experience gained from the level 80 to 100 malevolent specters was quite substantial. Xiao Feng effortlessly dispatched several with his instant cast skills such as Lightning Arrow, Chain Lightning, and Magic Missile. His pace remained unimpeded as his experience steadily climbed. And coupled with the previous gains from the legendary boss, he gradually leveled up to 39. Upon leveling up, he finally found himself within the fallen god's domain map. In the distance, a vast congregation of players gathered, a veritable sea of humanity. Amidst the crowd, low, furious roars occasionally broke through the din. Xiao Feng exhaled a sigh of relief. Hang in there, dear boss. I am on my way to rescue you. Chapter 032. You are surrounded by me charge. Accelerating once more, Xiao Feng raced towards the heart of the fallen god's domain. This realm was distinct from the plains, its ground entirely shrouded in darkness, as if scorched by an immensely powerful forbidden spell, rendering it barren. The sky overhead was equally somber, thick clouds obscuring the sun, while relentless gusts of chilling winds carried an aura of desolation. At the center of this region lay a vast pit, approximately 1.5 kilometers in diameter, resembling a crater formed by the impact of a small asteroid. The boss that the Tianxia Guild was challenging resided there. Who goes there? This area is reserved. Please leave immediately. The Tianxia Guild was numerous. Some members were engaged in battle within the pit, while others stood as substitutes outside, waiting. As a player clad in a deep blue mage robe approached, one of the junior managers stepped forward to obstruct him. Xiao Feng glanced at the individual's information. Tianxia Zue Air, level 25 Knight, 3,800 health points. Given such a level and health, he was evidently not a significant threat. Without further ado, Xiao Feng raised his hand and cast a magic missile. Ding! You have actively attacked and slain the peaceful player Tianxia Zui'er, gaining 50 points of notoriety. The system displayed a notification, and over 2 million damage appeared above Tianxia Zui'er's head, causing him to collapse instantly. What the hell? I was killed in an instant? As a knight, Tianxia Zui'er believed himself to be quite formidable, ranking among the world's top players. Yet, he was unexpectedly annihilated by a passerby, leaving him utterly bewildered. Upon reviewing the battle log, the sight of Xiao Feng's name alongside the staggering 7-digit damage left him in a state of shock. Immediately, he shouted in the guild channel, "President, we have a serious problem. Xiao Feng is here." Xiao Feng, the commander of the guild, Tianxiao Wudi, who was orchestrating the assault on the mythical boss from within the pit, furrowed his brow in concern. "Wushuang, what is going on?" he directly inquired of the mage. Tianxia Wushuang, who had a personal vendetta against Xiao Feng. Upon hearing the name, Tianxia Wushuang became somewhat agitated. After muttering an expletive, he replied, "I don't know, brother. Could he have come here on his own accord?" Tianxia Wudi pondered this possibility. "We mobilized 30,000 men, and several hundred have perished. It's not surprising if we were discovered. Brother, what should we do now? Although that guy is infuriating, his damage output is indeed terrifying. The brothers behind us may encounter some difficulties." Tianxiao Wushuang expressed his concerns. "Fear not, no matter how powerful he is, he remains but a single individual." Tianxia Wudi remained unfazed, merely feeling a twinge of annoyance. He addressed the guild channel. "Brothers from the 4th and 5th Legions, clear out that Xiao Feng. The boss still has 35 health remaining. We cannot afford any mishaps at this juncture." "Understood." The members of the 4th and 5th Legions promptly acknowledged his command. In the game Zhutian, a legion represents the largest player team unit, with a squad consisting of 5 members and a team comprising 50. A legion comprises precisely 5,000 individuals, and only a guild possesses the authority to establish such a legion. Solitary players are excluded from this privilege. The crowd stirred with a cacophony. 2 legions, numbering 10,000, were mobilized at the behest of the invincible leader, encircling Xiao Feng from both sides. The plain still harbored numerous level 100 wild creatures that sporadically emerged. Yet, before they could fully comprehend their surroundings, they were swiftly annihilated by concentrated fire from the overwhelming throng. "Xiao Feng, you have been encircled by us. If you are wise, retreat to the main city. We are magnanimous and can overlook your transgressions," declared the leader of the 4th Legion, Tianxia Kuangma, calling out from a distance. The spectacle of 10,000 players converging was indeed grand. In the somber hues of the world, these 10,000 donned a myriad of armors, resembling a disciplined army. Their skills primed and poised, surrounding Xiao Feng in the center. Faced with such a formidable legion, Xiao Feng remained undaunted. He erupted into laughter thrice and proclaimed, "I have a similar sentiment to convey to you. The progeny of the Tianxia Guild, you have found yourselves ensnared by me." The crowd gaped at him. Perceiving him as a fool, "Eliminate him," Tianxia Kuangma commanded with a wave of his hand. Given the vastness of the legion, it was improbable that every member could target Xiao Feng. However, if even a few hundred managed to strike him, the colossal damage would be sufficient to obliterate any epic boss below level 50. Should players encounter him, they would be utterly vanquished. Unfortunately for them, today they faced Xiao Feng, Earth Elemental Shield. With a flourish of his staff, a semi-transparent, earth-toned shield, resembling a soccer ball, enveloped him. The air erupted with a cacophony of skills, arrows, fireballs, sword energies, lightning bolts, beams of light, and blunt physical strikes rained down upon the shield. The defenses of the shield, initially at 0, flickered under the onslaught, with damage numbers ranging from hundreds to thousands appearing, giving it a precarious demeanor. After the initial barrage, the shield's health plummeted from 3 million to 2,800,000, with a relentless damage output of 160,000 per second. If they were allowed to continue unimpeded, even my 30 seconds of shield regeneration would prove insufficient. Xiao Feng swiftly calculated his damage absorption limits in his mind. To offset the incoming damage, he needed to retaliate, preventing them from comfortably assailing him. With a determined thought, he initiated his counterattack. Fireball. A robust, enhanced fireball. Measuring 1 meter in diameter, launched from the apex of his staff, hurtling towards the distant ranged team. The Tianxia Guild had arranged their ranks tightly to besiege him, leaving little room for evasion. Witnessing the enormous fireball, fellow mages from Tianxia could only exclaim in disbelief. The fireball collided with one individual, detonating on impact. The explosion resonated like a miniature missile, engulfing a 3-meter radius in flames. A series of indistinguishable high-damage figures flashed across the screen, and all within the 3-meter radius collapsed, with several pieces of equipment scattering from the aftermath. Xiaofeng did not relent. As the fireball soared, he was already chanting the next incantation. Rains of Fury. Thunder rumbled ominously, and dark clouds gathered. A torrential downpour cascaded down. Xiaofeng designated the area of his Rains of Fury at a distance of 20 meters, targeting the archer and mage teams, bypassing the nearby melee players. After all, the damage inflicted by melee fighters paled in comparison to that of ranged attackers, and their short reach rendered them less capable of striking him, instead forming a barrier that obstructed their own rear guards. The downpour fell, and within a 50 by 50 meter radius, not a single survivor remained. Ding! You have actively attacked and slain the peaceful player, the strongest under heaven, earning 50 points of sin. Ding! You have actively. Ding! You have actively. The system notifications began to flood the screen. After his initial strike, the opposing legion switched to defense mode, perceiving all of Xiaofeng's actions as malevolent attacks. With one Rains of Fury, his name transitioned from red to black, the sin counter reaching its maximum of 5,000 points. Hurry, eliminate him. Destroy his artifact. The madman of heaven shouted. Xiaofeng, now marked in crimson and nearly black, faced the risk of losing all equipable items upon death. However, he remained unfazed, raising his hand to unleash another chain lightning. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The chain lightning ricocheted relentlessly, taking down another 10 players. Damn, this guy inflicts terrifying damage. Quickly, don't stop, eliminate him. The leaders of the 4th and 5th legions grew anxious, witnessing their ranks diminish by the hundreds, fearful of being unable to overcome Xiaofeng. With the command to attack, the members of the Heavenly Guild began their combined assault. Those at a distance could not strike him, so they advanced. However, a few foolish players, eager for glory, plunged headlong into the area of the Rains of Fury. Ah, damn, that hurts. I was careless. Instantly, damage figures of 300,000 to 400,000 emerged, and those who ventured into the Rains of Fury perished. A bunch of fools. Xiaofeng laughed heartily, casting lightning arrows and magic missiles with ease, randomly selecting a fortunate player to deduct 20 of their experience. Damn, control him. The madman of heaven was nearly driven mad. As with so many attacking a solitary player, they could not even breach his shield, feeling as though they had encountered a level 200 boss. Chapter 033. Do not approach the melee players unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks upon Xiaofeng, employing shield strikes, leap attacks, and various control skills in quick succession. However, the number of melee combatants capable of reaching him was already quite limited, compounded by the fact that his level exceeded theirs by a staggering 13 levels. Under such a significant level disparity, his counter-control effects were remarkably pronounced, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone to inflict a stun upon him. Even in the rare instances when a stun was successfully executed, it would dissipate in less than a second. With a series of skills raining down, the glow of the Earth Elemental shield flickered while his white health bar gradually diminished. Nevertheless, due to the disruption caused by his skills and the clearing effect of the rainstorm spell, the rate at which his shield points were depleted was notably halved during the 10 seconds of no attacks directed at him, allowing it to withstand the 30 seconds required for replenishment. Madman, have you dealt with him yet? Come down and rotate with Team 2. In the guild channel, the invincible Tianxia inquired about progress. To him, eliminating a single player, no matter how formidable, should be a matter of mere seconds. Tianxia Quangmo replied with frustration, President, this fellow is quite the nuisance. His shield is absurdly thick. I estimate it to be around 3 million. After several rounds of assault, I still haven't broken through. Moreover, his damage output is terrifying. Whoever he targets meets their demise. Enough with the excuses. Rotate down in 1 minute. Don't you have a scroll? Use it to take him out. Tianxia's impatience was palpable. Roar. Damn adventurers. In the pit below, the boss's roar grew increasingly frenzied, heralding the approach of a powerful attack. Beneath the pit, nearly 15,000 players surrounded the boss, continuously unleashing their skills. Although each strike inflicted a mere -1 damage and frequently missed, the sheer number of players ensured that 400 to 500 hits landed every second, accumulating to a loss of 2,000 to 3,000 health in just a minute. When the boss retaliated, whether through normal attacks or skills, the result was invariably fatal for those caught in its path. The distinction lay solely in the fact that a normal attack would claim one life, while a skill could annihilate entire groups. Attack. Above and below the pit. Two waves of the Tianxia Guild were fervently assailing the target at the center of the circle. The scenes mirrored each other remarkably, save for the fact that below was a level 105 mythic boss, while above stood a mere level 39 player. Hurry, unleash every skill you have. Don't delay the president in defeating the boss, Tianxia Quangma urged. To avoid giving the president the impression of incompetence, he produced a precious epic scroll and activated it on the spot. With a howl, the scroll transformed into a 3-meter-tall, translucent wolf spirit, launching itself towards Xiaofeng. The wolf spirit's pounce inflicted a solid 5,000 points of damage directly upon him. Is this damage bypassing my shield? Xiaofeng was taken aback. With only 6,200 health, suffering a loss of 5,000 put him in a precarious position, prompting him to quickly consume a gleaming golden divine life potion to restore his health to full. Damn, how can his health be so substantial? Tianxia Quangma was left speechless. Even the epic scroll failed to eliminate him, which was utterly ridiculous. After more than 20 seconds of relentless assault, Xiaofeng's shield value finally reached its limit. Quickly strike. His shield is about to break. Let's eliminate him in a single wave, Tianxia Quangma urged. The group gathered their strength, unleashing a torrent of firepower. Come on, please finish me off. Xiaofeng taunted joyfully. Lightning arrow, chain lightning, fireball, earth elemental shield. His skills were ceaseless, although the number of abilities at his disposal was limited. Their overall frequency remained impressive. A single wave of damage dispatched dozens of foes, and just as the cooldown for the earth elemental shield concluded, he promptly reactivated it. Tianxia Quangma awaited the moment the shield would falter, ready to strike and loot the scattered equipment. Unexpectedly, in the next instant, a new protective shell enveloped Xiaofeng, leaving the attackers momentarily stunned. What on earth is this skill? A shield worth millions, and he can use it again so swiftly. Tianxia Quangma roared in fury. In his eyes, a skill capable of generating a 3 million shield effect must be divine. Such divine skills often have lengthy cooldowns, with usage once a day being exceptional. There was no way he could unleash it again so quickly. He found it utterly unacceptable. Then, in the following moment, something even more incomprehensible occurred. Gale spell. Xiaofeng had waited 30 seconds to ensure that his two large-scale skills, each with a 60-second cooldown, could be applied to the two shields, alleviating his damage intake and preventing the shields from being shattered unevenly. The time had come. His maximum range skill was finally unleashed. Whoosh wind elements coalesced around him, swirling and expanding. In a mere 1.5 seconds, it enveloped a radius of 100 meters. A colossal tornado, 200 meters in diameter, unfurled right before him. Take that. Xiaofeng grinned. Immediately, thousands of 6-digit damage numbers erupted like a volcanic eruption. What the hell? Within the 100-meter radius, everyone perished instantaneously, without a chance to retaliate. And this was merely the first second. Charge potion. Xiaofeng would not foolishly remain stationary, wasting the remaining 4 seconds of skill time. Downing a speed potion, his movement velocity surged to approximately 6 times that of an ordinary player. With a swift motion, he surged forward. Simultaneously, the colossal 200-meter tornado followed in his wake. Don't come any closer. Players who had been positioned 100 meters away watched in horror as an immense void appeared before them, their teammates collapsing one after another. Following that, the greenish-blue tornado swept toward them. Panic ensued as a group of players scrambled to escape. However, the heavy formation of their legion impeded their ability to move swiftly, making escape nearly impossible. Furthermore, their movement speed was already significantly inferior to Xiaofeng's. Even if they were given a chance to flee, it would be futile. Unrivaled in the realm, grandfather has arrived. Ha ha ha. With a hearty laugh, Xiao Feng traversed nearly 200 meters in a mere 4 seconds, reaching the edge of the pit. In his wake, a tornado with a radius of 100 meters swirled like a colossal meat grinder, claiming the lives of over 2,000 souls. Lightning chain. Fireball. Clear the way for me. With a flurry of skills, he dispatched the last few rows of players obstructing the pit's edge. At last, Xiao Feng beheld the true form of the boss besieged by the Tianxia Guild. My goodness. The throng is immense. Below in the abyss, nearly 15,000 players encircled a formidable figure clad in tattered battle armor, wielding a rusted spear, and mounted upon a skeletal warhorse, towering over 5 meters. The boss's health bar indicated only about 30% remained. However, judging by its stats, it appeared capable of enduring for a while longer. Ethereal General, Evil Spear, Mythic Boss, Level, 105 Health, 3, 658, for 155 11, 800, 000, Target Level 2 High. Unable to retrieve further data, this boss possessed a staggering total health of 11.8 million, surpassing even that of the level 120 Minerva. Roar. Perish, all of you. The radiance of the war god shall illuminate the earth forever. Just as Xiao Feng arrived at the pit's edge, the boss was poised to unleash its ultimate attack. The formidable undead general bellowed, raising its spear high, from which a dense black mist erupted. The ultimate move is upon us, retreat, shouted Tianxia Wudi. Thousands of guild members swiftly maneuvered to create space for their frontline allies to withdraw. Yet, they were a moment too late. The black mist coalesced into a dragon that soared into the sky before diving toward the ground. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, the black dragon detonated, leaving no survivors in a 100-meter radius around the boss. What a splendid boss. Its might is nearly rivaling mine. Xiao Feng nodded in satisfaction. Such a boss should yield him a commendable bounty. Chapter 034. I wish to annihilate you. Why is Xiao Feng not yet perished? While commanding his legion in battle, Tianxia Wudi remained vigilant about the situation above the pit. The words uttered by Xiao Feng rendered Tianxia Wushuang's countenance ashen, simultaneously indicating that he was unscathed. Upon hearing the president's inquiry, Tianxia Quanghua bitterly replied, President, our 4th regiment has lost over 2,000 men. The leader of the 5th regiment, Tianxia Aozhan, awkwardly added, the 5th regiment has suffered over 1,300 casualties. What? In just this minute, over 3,000 have perished. Even the usually composed Tianxia Wudi felt an overwhelming urge to hurl something upon hearing this news. It was inconceivable that such a mythical boss as the evil spirit general could eliminate so many in a mere minute. What on earth is happening? Tianxia Wudi demanded angrily. Before Quanghua and Ao Zhan could respond, Tianxia Wushuang timidly explained, Big brother, it's just as I mentioned earlier. That lad Xiao Feng possesses an ultra-large AoE skill. How can this be? Tianxia Wudi expressed disbelief. Sharing the same amount of time in the game and starting anew, how could one individual slay 10,000 enemies, remain unscathed, and even retaliate with the deaths of over 3,000? We ought to spread out. That should improve our chances, Tianxia Wushuang meekly suggested. Tianxia Wudi's brows furrowed in frustration. If concentrated fire couldn't eradicate him, how could they possibly succeed by dispersing? Tianxia Wushuang dared not utter a word. Despite a desire to inquire, then how should we engage him? Before Tianxia Wudi could devise a strategy, Xiao Feng had already charged down the slope. Wushuang, Xiaoshuai, Nai. And the pups. Grandpa has come to visit you all. As he spoke, he unleashed spells. Fireball, Chain Lightning, Lightning Arrow, casting them as soon as they cooled down. During cooldowns, he picked off fortunate players with missiles. Although these minor skills did not kill as swiftly as his 2 major abilities, they still claimed dozens of lives along his path. Witnessing Xiao Feng traverse the battlefield with such ease while the boss slaughtered the melee fighters, Tianxia Wudi's calm demeanor began to fracture. Xiao Feng, what are your intentions? He called out from a distance. Xiao Feng, relaxed and casually reaping the lives of Tianxia Guild's players, responded, I have no particular intention. I simply felt good today and came to check on my grandchildren. You're courting death. Tianxia Wushuang, already harboring resentment, was incensed to see Xiao Feng dismissing his elder brother's authority and made to attack with his staff. Tianxia Wudi restrained him. To boast of verbal prowess is hardly the mark of a hero. You merely ambushed us, if you possess the courage. Wait until we finish the boss and engage in a fair fight. Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng burst into laughter. Oh, Woody, has my dear Wushuang given you a blow to the head? I never claimed to be a hero when an opportunity for ambush presents itself. Why would I foolishly confront you head-on? Besides, it was your little Wushuang who attempted to ambush me, seeking to usurp my mythical boss. Today, I have come merely to exact retribution. Furthermore, you speak of engaging in a fair fight? Pray, take a good look, dear brother. You are but a multitude of over 20,000, while I stand alone. Is this what you deem as honorable? This is nothing less than a tactic of overwhelming numbers. Xiaofeng retorted without reservation. The unrivaled one was momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, he inquired, "What do you propose? State your terms." "Now that is more like it." Xiaofeng snapped his fingers. Before the eyes of the multitude, he proclaimed loudly, "I wish to obliterate you." The rainstorm spell was instantly cast. As the words left his lips, the heavens darkened, thunder roared, and torrential rain began to pour down upon the heads of the unrivaled one and the unparalleled. Within a mere second, every high-ranking member of the Heavenly Alliance perished without exception. Xiaofeng, the unparalleled, bellowed in fury, nearly consumed by the desire to charge forth and tear him apart. The unrivaled one's temper flared as well. Lying on the ground, he coldly declared, "Xiaofeng, do you wish for an unending feud with our guild? And what of it?" Xiaofeng scoffed, unceasing in his skills, reaping the lives of countless heavenly members. Many attempted to vanquish him, but their feeble attacks were akin to mere tickles, utterly insignificant. Very well. The unrivaled one was utterly infuriated. Since the establishment of the Heavenly Alliance, he had never encountered anyone bold enough to defy him in such a manner. Even the titans of the Dragon Kingdom's top 10 gaming guilds, such as Dragon Soul and the Pantheon, treated him with courtesy, maintaining a facade of friendliness regardless of how heated the skirmishes became. But Xiaofeng, not only did he show him no respect, but he also took the initiative to strike, annihilating him and his fellow guild executives in one fell swoop. "Everyone, attack!" the unrivaled one commanded in a low voice. The word "kill" echoed through the guild channel. Everyone? The members of the First and Second Legions, who were battling the boss, paused momentarily. Yes, everyone. Regardless of the boss, the priority was to eliminate him. Swiftly, they regained their composure and echoed the guild leader's order in the channel. Following that, a colossal force of 20,000 surged forth, converging upon Xiaofeng. "Ha ha ha, come forth, come forth. Let me witness the might of the Heavenly Alliance of the Dragon Kingdom." Xiaofeng stood undaunted, his staff raised high as he summoned a new earthen elemental shield. He then began to chant a spell, the incantation cascading down. A tremendous gale erupted. With a throng of thousands encircling him, the density of the crowd was palpable. The gale spell swept through, and the air was filled with the wails of the dying, claiming no fewer than 1,000 lives in an instant. Xiaofeng dashed forward, his speed at 200% of that of an ordinary player, as he dove into the midst of the crowd with the tornado at his heels. The terrain of the deep pit was inherently constricted, leaving no room for retreat. Coupled with the overwhelming assault from the Heavenly Alliance, evasion was utterly impossible. With a sudden charge, damage numbers soared into the air, and dozens of individuals collapsed, falling like wheat before a harvester with astonishing efficiency. His ultimate ability lasted merely 5 seconds. "Do not fear, press on," shouted the unparalleled warrior. He understood Xiaofeng better than anyone. Having experienced all his skills and recognized his vulnerabilities, if one could call cooldowns a vulnerability, kill. Countless warriors brandished their weapons, both ranged and melee, launching a frenzied assault. Xiaofeng became the target of relentless attacks, with damage figures rising into the double, triple, and even quadruple digits, yet he steadfastly endured, bolstered by his earth element shield. Meanwhile, in the depths of the pit, the once besieged mythical boss found respite as the onslaught ceased. The General of Evil had a limited patrol area. As the large contingent converged on Xiaofeng, most had vacated his vigilance range. The boss took a few steps, dispatching the last remaining players within the alert zone with a couple of minor abilities, before leisurely returning to the center of his patrol area. Ambling on his skeletal steed and gradually restoring his health, the evil spear, had finally escaped peril thanks to the valiant rescue of Xiaofeng. Chapter 35. A resounding victory. I am utterly exasperated. How could this shield be so impenetrable? I have exhausted all my mana, and yet he remains unscathed. Is this even reasonable? Do not falter. Keep attacking him. Charge. Assault him. The cohesion of the Tianxia Guild is remarkably robust, boasting a legion of over 10,000 members, all converging to strike at one Xiaofeng, a sight of extraordinary magnitude. However, given that everyone is merely a first transcendence player, the range and methods of attack are severely restricted, leaving only a few hundred capable of actually landing a blow on him. With damage exceeding 100,000 points per second, they methodically chip away at Xiaofeng's shield, just as they seem on the verge of breaching it. He unleashes a torrential rain of spells, instantly clearing the vicinity. In the wake of this sudden reprieve, he leisurely conjures a new elemental earth shield, replenishing his white health bar to full. This is intolerable. I am truly at my wit's end. What manner of attributes does he possess? Is he employing hacks? Unleash your ultimate abilities. Even the mightiest must eventually exhaust their mana and health. Even if he consumes potions interminably, his equipment must have durability. We will shatter his durability. I refuse to believe he cannot be vanquished. The senior executives of the Tianxia Guild are fervently analyzing and directing the battle. With so many warriors, such a colossal legion, to be unable to subdue a single Xiaofeng is a source of deep humiliation. Initially, another vice president, Tianxia Hero, intended to suggest retaining some members to distract the boss, preventing it from recovering health. Yet, upon witnessing Xiaofeng's resilience, even more formidable than the boss, not losing a single drop of health, he hesitated to voice his thoughts. Ha ha ha, children, muster your strength. Channel the vigor you exerted in those unseemly escapades. I have not eaten for 3 days. My limbs are weak, and yet you still lack the power to strike. Oh. Come on, engage with me. Ladies of the Tianxia Guild, please, indulge me. I am a submissive soul. As Xiaofeng decimates his foes with spells, he mockingly taunts them with his words. The players of the Tianxia Guild nearby grit their teeth in fury, yearning to silence his derision. Yet, with their inability to breach his shield, even tearing at his mocking lips proves a daunting task. Damn it. Tianxia Wudi, observing his members falling one after another, begins to feel a sense of urgency. He too has been swiftly dispatched and understands the extent of Xiaofeng's terrifying damage. Although the guild has prepared an abundance of resurrection scrolls, and those who have disengaged can immediately revive fallen comrades in the fray, a critical mass of casualties in one location can lead to model congestion. When too many perish in close proximity, there is simply no room to stand, rendering the scrolls ineffective. They can only watch helplessly as the resurrection countdown concludes, forced to return to the main city by the system. As a result, under the relentless barrage of Xiaofeng's skills, their numbers dwindle, with thousands already compelled to retreat. President, we cannot continue this way. His shield appears inexhaustible, and we lack the scrolls to breach it. We cannot kill him. Tianxia Hero remains relatively composed, capable of assessing the current predicament. The unparalleled warrior had already succumbed to the fervor of battle, joining the fray and relentlessly assaulting Xiaofeng from a distance. He coldly scoffed, declaring, "If there are no scrolls, then procure them. I refuse to believe that such a multitude cannot vanquish him. If necessary, summon reinforcements, bring forth anyone capable of bypassing the shield and eliminate him instantly. 100,000, 200,000, money is no object. I shall cover the cost." A moment of silence enveloped the battlefield as Tianxia Wudi contemplated the feasibility of the plan. He opened his friends list, where he noted a player named Jianzhan Songxing, whose level was exceptionally high. However, after much hesitation, he ultimately refrained from sending a message. "It's too far," Tianxia Haoyue remarked, shaking his head. "It would take 2 hours to run from the main city, while we could handle a boss and supply our forces, engaging in combat. Given Xiaofeng's attack frequency, in 2 hours, we may very well be dead ourselves. Even in death, we must ensure he meets his end alongside us." Furious, Tianxia Wushuang began to chant his ultimate skill, Meteor Strike, summoning a colossal meteor that descended from the heavens, inflicting 5-digit damage. Tianxia Haoyue continued to shake his head, opting not to respond to Tianxia Wushuang, but instead addressing Tianxia Wudi, "President, This course of action is untenable. Perhaps we should retreat. No, we cannot withdraw. I must kill him. Tianxia Wuxuan shouted, his fury palpable. At that moment, Xiao Feng unleashed another whirlwind attack. Within 100 meters, none survived. And Tianxia Wuxuan was swept away as well. Are you all incapable? Have you not dined? Should I wait here while you log off to eat? Xiao Feng taunted. After several rounds of powerful skills, the number of Tianxia guild members who perished at his hands numbered not less than 8,000. The enemy piled upon one another, causing many fallen members to be unable to resurrect, instead being sent back to the city by the system, leaving him in a state of bemused disbelief. Enough. Finally, after a prolonged silence, Tianxia Wudi spoke again. His face was ashen, rage evident in his demeanor. Gazing at the arrogant Xiao Feng, he coldly stated, "Today, you have triumphed. I concede defeat. Should we meet again, I shall seek retribution and ensure you are expelled from this game. Brothers, retreat." With that, he activated a return scroll and departed without hesitation. Boss, President, the members of the Tianxia Guild were left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend their leader's sudden withdrawal from the battle. Despite having numerous resurrection scrolls at their disposal, they stood united, willing to continue the fight. Yet, Tianxia Wudi had left. This departure dealt a severe blow to their morale. Boss, we still have the strength to fight. Why are we retreating? Tianxia Wuxuan privately messaged Tianxia Wudi. The latter sighed in response, "We cannot prevail this time. It is best to accept our defeat. A true man knows when to yield. We are many, and with the support of our guild, there will be opportunities to reclaim our honor." But Tianxia Wuxuan expressed his discontent. "We have invested so much money, so much experience, and have battled this boss for 3 full hours. Must we truly abandon our efforts? What alternative do we have? The boss still possesses immense health. We cannot defeat it in the short term. With Xiao Feng obstructing our efforts, we find ourselves unable to withstand the onslaught. Rather than continuing to face certain death, it would be wiser to halt our losses and retreat to the city to regain our levels. As for the boss, we shall seek another." The tone of Unrivaled Under Heaven remained remarkably calm. In truth, he felt the pangs of regret more acutely than anyone else. He had invested 5 million to enlist the assistance of the Mighty Men Guild to whittle down the boss's health by 20%. And then he had sent over 20,000 players to take turns dying, accumulating countless fatalities in the process, achieving only a modest reduction in its health. The sheer amount of experience, equipment, and potions expended was incalculable. Such a loss was unbearable for him. Yet, he could not voice his grievances, for he was the guild leader. Brother, Unrivaled Under Heaven's heart bled for the loss. He suddenly felt a twinge of regret for having provoked Xiao Feng in the novice village. However, upon reflection, he realized that no matter how misguided his actions had been, he had never been so ruthless as to single-handedly nullify the efforts of 30,000 players. Moreover, he had already been killed by Xiao Feng 5 or 6 times. The debts of vengeance had long been settled. Even now, with such animosity directed towards him, it was undeniably cruel. Xiao Feng, I must exact my revenge. Unrivaled Under Heaven vowed resolutely. He then chose to return to the city to resurrect, departing from the Godfall land. Upon witnessing the departure of both the guild leader and the vice leader, the other members felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction. However, morale had already dwindled, and continuing the fight seemed futile. Consequently, some who were not engaged in combat quietly shattered their return scrolls to return to Dragon Blood City. Meanwhile, a few hot-headed and impetuous individuals continued to recklessly assault Xiao Feng. Seeing that the main players had retreated, Xiao Feng gradually lost interest in further slaughter. He declared in a resonant voice, "You may leave now," and subsequently ceased his skill output, granting everyone an opportunity to disengage from battle. Chapter 036. Who are you? Big Brother. There were still individuals attacking him, albeit with diminishing frequency. After a while, the morale of the members of the Tianxia Guild waned, and they gradually chose to cease their efforts. Xiao Feng's name blazed in crimson, yet his elemental earth shield remained unbroken. Those individuals, filled with helplessness and resentment, awaited the end of the battle before returning to the main city. Some of them, before departing, scavenged the equipment dropped by their fallen comrades, hoping to recoup some of their losses. Xiao Feng, too, engaged in gathering equipment, having fought so hard against so many, he certainly could not let anything go to waste. Several pieces of epic gear scattered on the ground were swiftly collected by him. Unfortunately, he did not encounter any legendary or mythical quality equipment. It was likely that, if any existed, they had been swiftly claimed by their own. Let us go, let us go. The defeated members of the Tianxia Guild gradually retreated from the God-fallen land. They had originally arrived with a total of 25,000, supplemented by 5,000 auxiliary fighters, bringing their numbers to 30,000. Although many had perished at the hands of the boss, most were swiftly resurrected on the spot, resulting in minimal losses. It was only after Xiao Feng's arrival that their numbers began to dwindle significantly. Before long, only a few remained, not wishing to continue their futile struggle against Xiao Feng. Instead, they murmured about the consequences of offending such a formidable deity, concluding that the guild was doomed and that it was best to leave. They promptly opened the guild interface, withdrew from the guild, and became lone players. Subsequently, they retrieved their return scrolls and departed. Xiao Feng found the actions of these remaining individuals rather intriguing. In his moment of exhilaration, he had forgotten to proclaim the ultimate slogan of Leave the Guild, and Do Not Kill, which was indeed a miscalculation. He shook his head, feeling a twinge of regret. Leave the guild, and do not kill. This was a phrase that must be shouted when one's guild had the upper hand over a rival in the gaming world. He, Xiao Feng, had single-handedly encircled over 20,000 foes, successfully annihilating more than 10,000 and forcing the likes of Tianxia Wudi to retreat. Such an impressive feat left no room for doubt regarding his dominance. Not having shouted the slogan was indeed a tremendous loss. Ah, well, there is always next time. They still need to establish a base. When the time comes, he could unleash a few gales, torrential rains, and meteor strikes upon their stronghold, turning the ground beneath them to chaos. At that moment, proclaiming the slogan would be most magnificent, Xiao Feng thought mischievously. Of course, he was merely indulging in fanciful thoughts. In truth, once this battle concluded, he had essentially laid to rest any grievances with the Tianxia Guild. As long as they did not provoke him further, he would not occupy himself with bullying them. Except for Tianxia Wushuang, of course. This individual had publicly insulted him in the battle zone announcements, and the contempt he felt was akin to a vendetta over familial grievances, unforgivable and unending. Old Xiao, how are things on your end? I see the bulk of Tianxia Wudi's forces have returned to the city, at least 10,000 to 20,000. Li Li's voice echoed with concern in the team channel. Xiao Feng had not disbanded his team upon leaving Longxue City, and they remained in a grouped state. However, due to the considerable distance, his infamy would not affect his teammates. Upon hearing the question, Xiao Feng merely replied with 4 words: a resounding victory. Astonishing, isn't it? One individual vanquishing 20,000. Achieving such a triumph. Old Xiao, you are truly like a brother to me. No, more like a mother. From this moment forth, I shall follow you. The left thigh is mine. Let no one dare to snatch it away. I shall claim the right thigh. Li Li and Zhang Fan, upon hearing such astonishing news, couldn't help but indulge in playful antics. Xiao Feng, somewhat annoyed, retorted, Scram, you too. The middle thigh is more suited for you. The trio erupted into laughter. Seizing the moment, Xiao Feng gathered the gold coins, silver coins, and valuable equipment scattered on the ground. Senior Xiao Feng, did you manage to seize their base token? At that moment, Shun Shun suddenly inquired. Not yet. The boss hasn't perished, and its health is nearly restored. Xiao Feng glanced at the boss in the pit and responded. Shun Shun sighed in disappointment, exclaiming, What a shame. The Dragon Soul and the gods are offering a 100 million bounty for the base. If you had secured it, you would have become a billionaire instantly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng curled his lip and remarked, It's not essential to seize it. This boss, in my opinion, isn't all that impressive. I shall attempt to challenge it alone and see if I can extract this modest target, despite the boss possessing a staggering health of 11.8 million. Far more daunting than the Witch Minya, his skills appeared limited to charges, sweeps, and black dragon waves, output-oriented abilities. Such damage should be adequately mitigated by the Earth Elemental Shield. Furthermore, the boss's survivability evidently pales in comparison to Minya, lacking any peculiar shield that directly nullifies damage. Therefore, Xiaofeng believed he had a significant chance of slaying this boss solo. Solo challenge? Old Xiao, that's rather inconsiderate. You're taking on the boss without us. Zhang Fan shouted loudly. He, as a hidden class of the goddess inheritance, yearned to confront the boss. Yet Xiaofeng coldly rejected him, stating, this boss's level is too high. No matter how impressive your attributes, you would perish upon contact. I promise to take you along next time. Truly, I will. Boo-hoo. Zhang Fan dramatically began to fake cry. Li Li also adopted a pitiful tone. Brother Xiaofeng, you've changed. You used to care for us so much. Yet now you won't even share experience with us. Sob, sob, sob enough. You two should really stop. Don't scare Shun Shun and Blind Sister. Xiaofeng rolled his eyes and promptly closed the team channel. A level 105 mythical boss undoubtedly grants immense experience. Such creatures require experience to be shared. With his teammates situated in Dragon Blood City, it would take them 2 hours to reach him, and he simply lacked the patience to wait. Thus, he intended to claim it all for himself. Boss, I'm coming. Now is the time for you to repay your debt of gratitude. Xiaofeng let out a peculiar cry, brandishing his staff and charging toward the boss. The level 105 mythical boss, Evil Spirit General, Evil Spear, stood magnificently, its armor tattered and its steed reduced to a skeletal horse. Yet it still exuded an imposing presence. His health bar surged from approximately 30 back to over 70, increasing at an astonishing rate. Xiaofeng was unwilling to wait for his opponent to fully recover before striking. He charged into the boss's alert zone, ready to unleash his skills. However, the boss was swifter, with a colossal alert radius of 200 meters, well beyond the reach of Xiaofeng's abilities. Upon noticing an intruder, the boss uttered a dramatic proclamation. You pitiful ant dare challenge the great god. With that, he raised his spear and thrust it forward, unleashing a black energy that traversed the distance and struck Xiaofeng directly. The damage was a staggering -129, 819. A single skill inflicted nearly 130,000 points of damage. Had it not been for the protection of his earth elemental shield, Xiaofeng would have been forced to retreat. Such damage would be formidable even for a level 100 knight. Undeterred, he pressed forward, readying his highest single target damage spell, the lightning arrow. Once again, a bolt of black energy shot toward him, dealing another 130,000 points of damage. Simultaneously, the boss bellowed in a furious tone, It's you. It's actually you. Taken aback, Xiaofeng thought, Who are you? Do we know each other? Why did the boss sound as though they were intimately acquainted? In the next moment, the truth dawned on him. The malevolent general of the abyss raised his cursed spear and roared, You dared to slay Autogu, the most beloved steed of the Lord God? In the name of the holy spear of the 10 great generals of the war goddess Hall, I sentence you to death. With a thunderous crash, a surge of dark energy erupted from him. He had become enraged. What the hell? Autogu again. What sin have I committed? Chapter 037. Has the cooked boss flew away? Xiaofeng nearly spat blood. The malevolent spirit general charged forth on horseback, brandishing a 9-meter-long spear that descended like a utility pole, leaving no room for evasion. Xiaofeng braced himself against the blow. A white -289,131 damage indicator appearing above his head, the damage multiplying by more than twofold. The enraged boss had attributes that were nearly equivalent to an increase of 50 levels. Rebellious scoundrel, take my spear. The malevolent spirit general struck true. And upon seeing that his foe had not succumbed, he continued his assault. Xiaofeng, now incensed, unleashed a lightning arrow. Swoosh. -348989 a massive damage figure floated into view. Theoretically capable of inflicting 7 million damage, the lightning arrow only achieved half its potential, clearly indicating the boss's high magical damage mitigation. Nevertheless, it sufficed. Ah, great war deity Asada, grant me strength. The once noble spear, now corrupted into a malevolent weapon, still held faith in its former deity, Asada. After invoking the name of his god, a dark radiance enveloped his weapon. With a single swing of his arm, a colossal crescent-shaped wave, 30 meters wide, surged forth. Boom. Xiaofeng was unceremoniously toppled, subjected to a controlling effect that rendered him incapacitated for 5 seconds. Simultaneously, a staggering -300 000 damage appeared above him. Although his shield bore no defensive power, the magnitude of this damage was utterly absurd. Even a level 100 knight would be akin to paper. Xiaofeng was left speechless. He was aware that the auto curse on him was compelling the boss to grow even more formidable. Yet he still harbored a certain dread towards this level 105 mythical boss. Fortunately, his shield was sufficiently robust, otherwise, he would indeed have perished today. During the 5 seconds of incapacitation, he was unable to break free or rise. The boss shouted slogans loyal to the gods, black energy spewing forth from him, as he raised his spear once more to unleash the vast black dragon wave skill. The black dragon-shaped demonic energy surged skyward, then crashed back to the ground. With a thunderous boom, minus 520,000 horrifying damage appeared above Xiaofeng. This was utterly. Xiaofeng found himself devoid of words. Thankfully, the 5-second control effect soon concluded. He initiated with a fireball, quickly following up with a magic missile. Bang! Minus 3, 199, for 121 minus 25, 000 burning minus 1, 587. 131 damage numbers, even more terrifying than the bosses emerged, nearly draining the malevolent spirit general's health bar, leaving him with just over 400, 000. Xiaofeng was poised to cast another chain lightning to finish the foe. However, at that moment, a beam of light suddenly descended from the heavens. Holy Spear General, your loyalty has resonated with the gods. In the name of the second war deity of the War Temple, I accept your soul's allegiance. Return, Relio. The sacred light bathed the malevolent spirit general's form. His battered armor and rusted spear, in that instant, shed their ancient remnants inch by inch, restoring them to pristine condition. The steed beneath him was also filled with golden light, as if resurrected, standing once again in majestic splendor. Ah! The malevolent general of spirits raised his head to the heavens, his roar reverberating across the land as he opened his arms to embrace the divine light. Tears of exhilaration streaming down his face. O Lord, you have finally remembered me. Though the god of war had long since fallen, the temple endured, and faith remained unshaken. The golden light gradually purified the general of spirits inch by inch, while Xiaofeng covertly hurled a lightning chain, only to have it ruthlessly deflected, dealing not even a single point of damage. Surely this boss won't flee all of a sudden. A level 105 mythical boss, rich in experience. Do not let any mishaps occur. Xiaofeng felt a sense of helplessness, fearing that the cooked duck might fly away. Gradually, the armor of the general of spirits transformed into a pristine state, and he was no longer in a state of decay, but had metamorphosed into a strikingly handsome figure, akin to a celestial being, riding a magnificent steed. Upon inspecting his information, it had completely changed. General of the Holy Spear, Lario, mythical leader, level, 210 health, 23. 600, 00023, 600, 000, target level too high, unable to retrieve further data. Xiaofeng, the level and health have both doubled, and his status is at full capacity. With such attributes, continuing the fight may prove to be quite challenging. As the divine light receded, the evolved form of the Holy Spear General Lario gazed down upon the diminutive meteorological mage, standing at a mere 8 meters. He declared, "Wretched rebel, I ought to vanquish you on behalf of the War Temple, yet in consideration of your power that aided my summons to the temple, I shall spare you this time. Should we meet again, I will not be so lenient." With that, he tightened his legs around the horse's belly, and the steed leapt into the air, soaring into the distance. Hey, where are you going? What about my experience? What about my artifact? This is absurd. Xiaofeng watched in desperation as the boss made his untimely retreat, unable to contain his expletives. As Lario ascended further into the sky, a chilling voice echoed in his ears. "Rebel, should you wish to challenge me, seek me out at the War City Temple. Lario awaits your arrival at any time." As the words faded, the handsome knight vanished beyond the horizon. Simultaneously, where the boss had stood moments before, a brilliant explosion of golden and black light erupted. Countless items scattered upon the ground, the sound of coins clinking resonating sharply, alongside the dazzling interplay of red, orange, and purple hues that dazzled Xiaofeng's eyes. "Ding, congratulations. You have defeated the mythical leader, the General of Spirits, the Wicked Spear, and earned 28 500 prestige. Congratulations. You have triggered the activation conditions for the Level 2 main city, War City. Please follow the clues to proceed and unlock War City as soon as possible. You have vanquished the General of Spirits, earning 21,600,000 experience points. Congratulations. Your level has risen to 40. Congratulations. Your level has risen to 41. Congratulations. Your level. Congratulations. Your level has risen to 57. Notice, your level has reached the requirement for second-tier advancement. Please proceed to the temple for your second job transfer to gain even greater power. A series of system notifications exploded in his ears, and Xiaofeng let out a tremendous sigh of relief. Fortunately, the efforts were not in vain. The boss rewards were indeed dispensed. A staggering experience of 21.6 million points was granted, surpassing the total accumulation of all his prior experiences. Originally at level 39, he ascended a remarkable 18 levels to reach level 57, once again placing him far ahead of all players in the battlefield. What delighted Xiaofeng the most was the plethora of items that had dropped on the ground. The level 105 mythical boss, Super Invincible Glamorous Explosion Plus. Gold coins everywhere. Upon picking one up, the system indicated a total of 720,000 gold coins had been dropped, causing Xiaofeng's eyes to widen in astonishment. With each gold coin valued at 10 yuan, that amounts to 7.2 million. A seaside property in Haizhou. My goodness, what a windfall. And this was merely the basic gold drop. He hurriedly examined what other treasures lay in wait. The red glow was undoubtedly the most alluring sight. Aside from the unprecedented multicolored super divine items, red items represented the highest quality. A total of 4 red items were dropped. However, not all were equipment. The first, and most exhilarating for Xiaofeng, was an item resembling a token. Residence Construction Order, a mythical grade item, held by guild leaders or vice leaders. Allows the bearer to approach a level 3 or higher main city lord's office to apply for a designated area to establish a residence during the construction. A monster siege event will occur. Failure to defend will result in the establishment failing, and the residence construction order will not be refunded. The value of this item is unmistakably high, starting at 100 million. If sold at the auction house, it could potentially fetch an even higher price, though it might also fail to sell for a high price due to insufficient gold reserves. A small goal. Oh, how I adore you. Without hesitation, Xiaofeng immediately placed it into his backpack, fearful of the system refreshing it away. He then turned to the next divine item. Invitation from Lario. The invitation from Lario, the spear general among the top 10 generals of the War Temple. Holding this allows one to enter the War City Temple and challenge the level 210 mythical boss Lario. Preliminary conditions. Subduing the 4 great evil spirits must be met. Chapter 038. Mythical Quest. This is the subsequent narrative triggered by Lario's final words. The system notification indicated that the activation conditions for the level 2 main city had been met, specifically concerning this particular item. Upon inspection, Xiaofeng discovered a new task had appeared in his quest log. It was the very first quest he had accepted since the game's inception. Subjugate the 4 great malevolent spirits. Mythical Quest. Quest description. 3 millennia ago, the war god temple crumbled following the demise of the war goddess Sarda. Among the 10 generals and 4 high priests, for perished while pursuing abyssal creatures in battle. Subsequently, they were besieged by demonic energies and fell into the depths of malevolence. Quest requirements. Defeat the 4 malevolent spirits scattered throughout the world and liberate their imprisoned souls. Current progress, 1-4. Available targets, Malevolent General, Demon Sword, Malevolent High Priest, Smoke of War. Malevolent High Priest, Blood Sea Quest duration, 30 days, in-game. There are no hints provided for the quest. And the locations of these 3 bosses remain shrouded in mystery. How is one to proceed? Xiaofeng pondered the task details, feeling a slight headache begin to form. Nevertheless, given that this was a divine-level quest, the rewards for successful completion would undoubtedly be extraordinarily bountiful. Upon reviewing the other rewards, he noted 2 additional red items, both of which were equipment. Malevolent War Spear, quality, mythical level requirement, 100 class requirement, Knight physical attack, 780 strength, 50 constitution, 100 special effect, Bloodthirst, active skill lifesteal 10 special effect. Block. Using the weapon to block can negate 70 of physical damage. Active skill, Battle Song of Fury, damage reduction 15. Increased damage 25, lasts 300 seconds. Limited to 1 use per day. Note. Never wears down. Heroic Spirit Ring, quality. Mythical equipment requirement. None. All attributes 10. Activated at level 10. All attributes 20. Activated at level 50. All attributes 30. Activated at level 100. All attributes 40. Activated at level 150. Special effect, Holy Radiance. When the wearer's level reaches 200. An additional 10 increase in physical magic attack. How formidable. Upon observing the attributes of the 2 divine artifacts, Xiao Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. The weapon was somewhat acceptable. While its attributes were indeed substantial, it was not suited for his use, and with a level requirement of 100. It would be difficult to sell, merely a fleeting indulgence. Yet, the effect of the heroic spirit ring left him elated beyond measure, prompting him to don it immediately. This ring, when fully activated, could enhance all attributes by 100 points, amounting to a staggering total of 500 attribute points. Although he was currently at level 50 and could only activate the 10 and 20 effects, the all-attribute 30 was already exceedingly powerful, granting him over 800 additional health points, 200 mana points, 36 spell attack, along with a slight increase in critical strike chance, with the divine ring adorning his finger and the atmospheric staff in hand. His attributes would surge dramatically, making his damage output even more terrifying and his defenses substantially fortified. Xiaofeng felt a surge of excitement. Once he completed his second-class transition and acquired new skills, he would update all his attributes. He pondered the possibility of attempting to dismantle a temple. Though he knew that within such a sacred space resided at least 4 mythic bosses, each exceeding level 200, whose abilities could manifest in bewildering ways, reminiscent of the likes of Minerva. Thus, Xiaofeng concluded that it would be prudent to temper his ambitions for the time being. At the very least, he should wait until his skill damage surpassed 20 million, enabling him to vanquish a high priest in an instant before embarking on such a venture. Moreover, he was acutely aware of another critical issue. His name was stained with infamy, rendering him unable to enter the main city or retrieve the meteorological staff from his storage. Returning now would mean confronting the entire city guard alone, with thousands of soldiers ready to ambush him, leaving him no avenue for escape. Therefore, those exhilarating feats would have to be postponed for a while. Xiaofeng continued to gather items. After stowing away 4 red items, he noticed 8 legendary artifacts remaining on the ground, 4 of which were level 100 legendary equipment, currently of no use to him and destined for storage. The other 4 included a level S9 exclusive weapon shield, the Holy Spirit round shield, which, while having negligible attack power, granted an impressive 50 points in constitution and 200 points in physical defense, making it a fine weapon in its own right. The remaining 3 items were as follows: Evil Spirit Summoning Scroll, legendary, summons an 80-level epic boss. The Evil Spirit General, to assist in battle. This general boasts 700 health and 500 attack power, with no skills, and can persist for a maximum of 600 seconds. Divine Light Redemption Potion 4, legendary. When used on any target, it purifies their malevolent essence, a quest item, non-tradable. Divine Essence, the energy essence of the Temple Guardians, allowing entry into the divine realm without being repelled by its powers. The potions were essential for the quest involving the 4 great evil spirit conquerors, but now with only 3 bosses remaining, he needed just 3 potions, leaving him with an extra that might serve another purpose. The divine essence, akin to the abyssal monster essence, was required to access the divine realm corresponding to the abyss. Xiaofeng collected each item meticulously. Next came the task of sorting through a dozen epic gear pieces and skill books. His inventory had been nearly filled to capacity with the equipment dropped by the Tianxia Guild, and now, having acquired so many exceptional items, he was compelled to discard some of the lesser blue gear. All the epic equipment was level 100, none of which were usable. Thus they too would be relegated to storage. However, within the skill books, he found a few gems that could be gifted to Zhang Fan, Li Li, and others. After tidying up the area, he turned his attention to a pressing concern, removing his notoriety. With a staggering 700 points of infamy, he wondered how long it would take to cleanse his name. He grimaced at the sight of his current infamy score. The thrill of flaunting his status came with a price. The road to redemption would be arduous. The maximum infamy score was 5,000, and he could only reduce it by 1 point for every minute spent online. Relying solely on this method would take over 3 days. However, slaying monsters and bosses could also contribute to diminishing his infamy. Moments ago, a mythical boss fell before me, yielding a staggering 300 points in a single breath. The creatures of the land of divine desolation possess a higher level, and the effects of purification are markedly more pronounced here. I shall hone my skills in this realm before returning to the main city to seek a method for my second-class advancement. Emerging from the depths of the boss area, I, Xiao Feng, commenced my battle upon the scorched earth. Sinister Archer, level 100 health, 28,500, 18,500. Sinister Knight, level 110 health, 37,900, 27,900. Sinister Mage, level 105 health, 29,100, 19,100. The nearby creatures are mere paper-thin foes to me. Easily dispatched. Their attack power is indeed formidable, inflicting damages of 800 to 900 upon me, greater than that of the most elite players currently. Yet, with my seamless earth elemental shield, such threats pose little concern. You have vanquished the Sinister Archer and earned 1520 experience. You have defeated the Sinister Knight and gained 1905 experience. You have triumphed over the Sinister Mage and acquired 1592 experience. The system notifications continued to refresh ceaselessly. Yet I paid them no heed, dedicating myself wholly to the task at hand, encountering foes and vanquishing bosses. The land of divine desolation remains devoid of other players, leaving me alone amidst an abundance of adversaries for relentless combat. Occasionally, I unleash a torrential downpour of spells or a gust of wind to clear the field, leaving traces of my bombardments scattered across the darkened terrain. From time to time, elite monsters or minor bosses may appear, yet I scarcely glance their way, striking them down instantaneously with no room for negotiation. Minutes stretched into 10, 20, 30. The time spent in the purification process felt interminably tedious. In my ennui, I opened the leaderboard to inspect the latest ranking of levels. The hierarchy among players has largely stabilized, with little fluctuation among the top 10. Level rankings. First, 57 level, Meteorologist Xiao Feng. Second, 44 level, Ancient Sword Immortal Jian Zhansong Xing. Third, 40 level, Flower Whisperer Assassin Yi Dao Yi Gupu Xin Nan. Fourth, 39 level, Flower Picker Wang Fugue. Fifth, 39 level, Archer Herd You Can Win Prizes. Sixth, 36 level, Moon Witch Lucky Cat. Seventh, 36 level, Star Hunter Handshakes Not Parkinson's. Eighth, 36 level, Warrior Please Stop Hitting Me. Ninth, 36 level, Priest Deflated. 10th, 36 level, Dragon Knight Shield Against the Sky. Chapter 039, Sale of the Construction Order. The gradient of the ranking list is quite intriguing. Both Xiao Feng and Jian Zhansongxing occupy a unique echelon. The subsequent 3 players, around level 40, are significantly ahead of their peers. However, the true diligent levelers are those at level 36. They lack access to numerous legendary and mythical bosses, or are simply unable to defeat them. Thus, their experience is meticulously accumulated through monster slaying and quest completion, rendering them the genuine top tier. Following this elite group is the second tier, comprising players around level 33, all of whom are exceptional talents, largely absorbed by various major guilds. Zhang Fan, Li Li, and others find themselves in the third tier, currently at level 30. Nevertheless, Zhang Fan, who has transitioned to a hidden class, has significantly enhanced his strength and is noticeably accelerating his experience gain, gradually catching up. Alas, how tedious and lonely it is. The winds in the God's desolation are fierce, nearly driving Xiao Feng to madness. He tirelessly fights monsters to level up, with his skill output now reaching 1 action per second. Excluding the time spent searching for foes, he can defeat approximately 30 monsters within a minute. Engaging creatures 50 levels above him yields a high efficiency in cleansing his notoriety. Each minor foe reduces his sin value by 1 point. Consequently, He can eliminate around 30 points of notoriety per minute while accumulating over 50,000 experience points. At this pace, he could cleanse his name in 2.5 hours and potentially reach level 59. Yet, after more than 2 hours, he finds himself utterly alone, which inevitably breeds a sense of solitude. Casting a glance at his splendidly filled backpack, Xiaofeng contemplated for a moment before messaging Li. Old Li, I wish to sell the construction order for the outpost at a price of 120 million. Please help me find a buyer. If they seem trustworthy, share my serial number with them, and I will inform them of the transaction location. Li, currently engaged in battling bosses with Zhang Fan and others, nearly experienced cardiac arrest upon receiving such news. What? You truly took down a mythical boss? Li exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, check the leaderboard, Xiaofeng replied nonchalantly. Goodness. Level 57. And you didn't share any of that experience with us? Boo-hoo. How cruel. Get lost. Stop trying to annoy me and discuss serious matters. All right. If you wish to sell, I can contact a few guild leaders to see who will offer the highest bid, Li stated, adopting a more serious tone. Yes, 120 million is my ideal price, but if it's too high, 100 million will suffice, Xiaofeng clarified. Wow, that's impressive. Setting daily goals. You're more ambitious than some corporate executives. Just a small feat. I still possess 2 artifacts, Xiaofeng replied with a grin. By the way, as the saying goes, to the victor belong the spoils. Once I sell the outpost order, I'll gift you and old Zhang each a house. What? Li was rendered speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. In this day and age, housing prices surpass one's life. Earning a living until death doesn't even afford the luxury of a home. In Haizhou, the price per square meter starts at 50,000, and in more prosperous areas, it exceeds a staggering 100,000. Not to mention ordinary university students, even business families hesitate to utter the desire to purchase property. Xiaofeng unexpectedly declared that he would generously gift each of them a complete set. It was not merely a rental, it was a purchase. Calm down, old Xiao. Calm down. Zhang Fan interjected, joining the conversation. The trio formed a small channel of discussion, urging, although you have excelled in this game and made a significant profit, matters concerning money should always be approached with caution. Moreover, we have yet to graduate. There is no need to consider purchasing a home at this stage. Living on campus is convenient and secure. There is no necessity to venture outside. Upon reflection, Xiaofeng found merit in their reasoning. What do you desire, then? A luxury watch? A sports car? A young model? A female celebrity? This time, I shall treat you. He jested. Haha, those are trivial. We are all gaming enthusiasts. If you wish to bestow a gift, simply provide us with some excellent equipment, Zhang Fan replied with a smile. Li then chimed in, suggesting, once you convert the base command into cash, you might consider sending some money home to show filial respect to your parents. Typically carefree, Li also demonstrated a mature understanding. However, Xiaofeng disagreed, stating, transferring such a substantial amount might alarm my parents, potentially leading to health issues. My family's financial situation is decent. Once I require funds or have laid a solid foundation, I will reveal my income source to them and express my gratitude in a more prudent manner. Earning 100 million from gaming is something that most would find utterly unbelievable. If it weren't happening to him, Xiaofeng would not have accepted it himself. He certainly did not want to transfer the money only for his parents to suspect the legitimacy of his earnings and report him to the authorities, thus leading to a familial betrayal that could land him in trouble. You have a point. Let us not overthink it. The items must be sold. Yet we should not take it too seriously. Let us cherish our university days and enjoy gaming. We can address future matters later, Zhang Fan summarized. All right. I will consult with the Divine Emperor and see if they are willing to meet this price, Li declared before reaching out to his network to connect with potential buyers. By the way, old Xiao, with your current prowess, have you considered establishing your own guild? Zhang Fan inquired. Xiaofeng smiled, replying, perhaps not. The 3 of us lack management skills, and it would only lead to a plethora of troublesome issues that would cause you to lose your hair. However, we could consider aligning with a casual guild as a base of operations. If others face formidable bosses, we could assist in defeating them and share the rewards. Joining a large guild would provide substantial benefits, such as daily-based tasks that would expedite our leveling by 5 compared to others. Engaging in guilds is essential for gaming. Otherwise, many activities are inaccessible. Moreover, not all guilds participate in warfare. Many are simply casual guilds. Xiaofeng preferred not to be micromanaged, making casual guilds the most suitable option for him. If there are no objections, I shall search for one when I have the time. Preferably one with an abundance of female members, Zhang Fan chuckled. LSP. Xiaofeng scoffed in disdain. A few minutes later, Li Li's voice resonated once more in the small channel. He announced, after inquiring, I just spoke with the leaders of 4 major guilds through a friend, and they all quoted prices exceeding 1 billion. Which guilds are these, and what amounts did they offer? Xiaofeng, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired eagerly. Li Li responded. The Gods and Dragon Soul factions previously set a bounty of 100 million. This time, I can provide definite information that we have issued the outpost decree. The Gods have expressed their willingness to offer 110 million, while Dragon Soul is sticking to 100 million, along with 2 opportunities for hidden class transitions. What about the other 2 factions? Xiaofeng continued to probe. Li Li replied, the next one is East Sea, another of the top 10, offering the same price as the Gods, which is also 110 million. The final one is a newly emerged guild called War Across the Heavens, the sole faction willing to pay 120 million. Although Xiaofeng had quoted a high price of 120 million, he had not genuinely intended to sell at such a figure. He found the prices offered by the first 3 factions acceptable. The fact that someone was willing to pay 120 million took him by surprise. What is this War Across the Heavens? I have never heard of it. Both Xiaofeng and Zhang Fan queried simultaneously. Li Li elucidated, their predecessor was the Beacon Fire Guild. It is said that with the launch of Heavens, they received substantial investment from a mysterious benefactor, suddenly becoming quite formidable. A mysterious benefactor? Xiaofeng felt even more perplexed. He could comprehend someone spending money to play a game, but the notion of a hidden figure creating an air of mystery felt somewhat absurd. Li Li clarified. The financier behind War Across the Heavens is indeed enigmatic. Even the heads of other major guilds have been unable to uncover the identity of the investor. Some speculate that it could be a department of the Dragon Kingdom's government supporting them in an endeavor to explore the extraterrestrial civilization behind Heavens. There exists a similar guild in the M Federation division, rumored to be even more ferocious than ours. Xiaofeng and Zhang Fan were momentarily rendered speechless. If the Dragon Kingdom is indeed backing them, that is an impressively solid foundation. If true, then they must sell to this faction. Let War Across the Heavens at me. I am currently marked red and need them for transactions in the wild, Xiaofeng declared, having made his decision. Chapter 040. Sudden Wealth in Less Than a Minute. Xiaofeng received a friend request. Upon opening it, he discovered it was from a player named Zhan Tian. Such a name, in the Blue Star Battle Zone. Surely numbered in the tens of thousands. However, the player was of considerable level, boasting a rank of 35 as a sharpshooter. Greetings, esteemed Xiaofeng. I am the president of the Conqueror of the Heavens Guild. After adding each other as friends, Zhan Tian wasted no time and directly inquired. I heard from my friend that you have obtained a construction order for a base. May I take a look? The game's chat function allowed the direct sharing of item information for friends to peruse. Without hesitation, Xiaofeng sent the divine item, base construction order, through the message interface. He had acquired it half an hour prior by defeating a boss belonging to the Tianxia Guild, and he did not shy away from stating the fact plainly. Oh, you dared to seize a boss from Tianxia? Truly, you are worthy of your reputation. Zhan Tian expressed a mix of surprise and delight after confirming the item's authenticity. Well then, President Zhan, are you interested in purchasing it? Xiaofeng asked. Zhan Tian laughed heartily, of course. As I mentioned to your friend, the price is 120 million. Upon completion of the transaction, the funds will be transferred directly to your account. My associate is already at the bank counter. All you need to do is provide your account number and corresponding details. If you're worried about being cheated, I can arrange for several reputable individuals as guarantors, all of whom possess assets exceeding 100 billion in reality, ensuring you will not suffer any loss. Seemingly aware of Xiaofeng's apprehension, Zhan Tian added this reassurance. Truthfully, given the substantial sum involved, Xiao Feng felt a twinge of fear that the other party might take the item and refuse to acknowledge the transaction. However, the absence of an official trading platform within the game left him with no other options. Since Zhang Tian had proactively suggested involving guarantors, Xiao Feng found this reasonable and nodded in agreement. Then let us find a trustworthy figure to act as a notary. I am currently in a red name status and unable to return to town. Please meet me at the Dragon Blood City Phantom Plains, coordinates XXXX, XXXX. I will await your arrival. All right, I shall come at once. Ah, it seems the location is quite distant. You may need to wait a little, Zhang Tian replied, noticing that the map indicated an area for level 80 players, prompting a wry smile. Not a problem, if you're in a hurry. I can move back a bit, Xiao Feng suggested. After some discussion, they ultimately decided to meet at the level 60 monster map, Cold Wind Ancient Path. Zhang Tian would bring along some teammates for protection, in case he became too vulnerable to wild monsters, and a notary would accompany him as well. With the transaction location established, Xiao Feng departed from the God-fallen land and made his way towards the Cold Wind Ancient Path. The monsters there still posed a significant challenge to ordinary players, though they were not overwhelmingly powerful, allowing some elite players to opt for leveling in that vicinity. As he walked back with a crimson name glowing ominously, many players eyed him greedily, envious of his splendid gear, artifacts, and legendary equipment, all hoping to claim his bounty. However, upon examining his information, the formidable level 57 meteorological mage, Xiao Feng, occupying the top position on the leaderboard with over 8,000 health points, instilled trepidation in many. A rogue player, unable to resist temptation, chose to launch a sneak attack, employing backstab, bloodstrike, and deadly poison blade. After a flurry of skills, he inflicted over 5,000 damage. Yet, to no avail, Xiao Feng remained unscathed, a robust shield obscuring his health bar, enduring the assault without flinching. Subsequently, the infamous Xiao Feng raised his staff and unleashed a magnificent fireball, a meter in diameter, obliterating the rogue into mere fragments. Witnessing such terrifying resilience and offensive power, the onlookers dared not harbor any ill intentions, instinctively retreating, fearful of drawing the attention of this notorious player. Xiao Feng awaited the arrival of Zhang Tian and his companions at the Cold Wind Ancient Path for approximately 10 minutes. A total of 13 individuals arrived. 2 teams of 5 members adorned with the Conquest icon, representing the Conquest Guild. The remaining 3 were present as notaries to provide assurance. Xiao Feng, your notoriety is quite intimidating, Zhang Tian called out from a distance. How many must you have slain to attain such infamy? The leader of the robbery guild is indeed extraordinary. The accompanying bodyguards were equally astonished. These bodyguards were renowned experts within the gaming realm, including a top 10 hidden class, the Starry Sky Hunter, whose name was mistakenly typed, not due to tremors. Yet, in the face of Xiao Feng's capability to single-handedly confront a guild, they appeared rather mundane. Clad in an earth elemental shield, Xiao Feng approached the group and lamented, I still need to vanquish thousands of high-level monsters to cleanse my name. I risked being eliminated to engage in this transaction. Ha ha ha, with your level and strength, who could possibly defeat you? Zhang Tian chuckled heartily. As they engaged face to face, he introduced himself, Xiao Feng. It is a pleasure to formally meet you. I am Zhang Tian, the president of the Conquest Guild. My real name is Yang Yixiao, and my identity can be verified through corporate records in the Dragon Kingdom. Our venture into the Conquest realm is twofold, to expand our online business and to unwind. It is indeed an honor to meet a master of your caliber. Xiao Feng, merely a university student, lacked the eloquence, humbly responding, I am not worthy. I am just a bit more fortunate than others. Following this, Zhang Tian introduced the 3 notaries. This is Su Mo, the vice president of Longyin Group, known in-game as Longyin Jiuxiao. You can verify his information online. He is a person of great repute. This is the president of the 8 Desolations Guild. The 8 Desolation War God. You may have heard of him, a titan in the gaming world, my mentor and predecessor. And this is the owner of the Treasure Merchant Association, the Little God of Wealth, Gao Qian, a formidable figure whose presence resonates throughout the gaming community. Each individual was more formidable than the last. Longyin Group is a prominent enterprise in the Dragon Kingdom, with assets in the billions, underscoring the vice president's authority. Xiao Feng was aware of the 8 Desolations Guild, one of the top 10 in the Dragon Kingdom, albeit ranked slightly lower, yet comparable to the Conquest Guild. Such a distinguished figure refrains from purchasing the construction permit for a residence and even acts as a notary for competitors, which is indeed perplexing. The third individual is even more renowned. The little god of wealth, Gao Qian, nearly 60 years old, remains an active presence in the gaming realm. In recent years, every popular game on Blue Star has invariably featured the presence of the Treasure Merchant Guild, which consistently ranks among the foremost player associations within these virtual worlds. His real-world assets are said to have reached a staggering 100 billion, underscoring the immense fortune he has amassed from the Blue Star gaming community. With such 3 eminent figures as guarantors, Xiao Feng's apprehensions were finally alleviated. The transaction commenced on the spot. Gao Qian's credibility is unparalleled. Xiao Feng temporarily transferred the construction permit to him and subsequently provided his banking details to Zhang Tian. After logging off for a moment to check his bank information, he was astonished to receive a notification of a deposit amounting to 120 million within a mere 3 minutes. His account was automatically upgraded to a diamond level, accompanied by a notification regarding the availability of private banking services. The lengthy string of zeros left him somewhat dizzy. He counted several times to confirm its accuracy before logging back in. Ignoring other messages, Xiao Feng returned to the game. The discrepancy between real-world time and game time was significant. Although he had been offline for only a minute, 10 minutes had passed in the game. After a prolonged wait, the players finally saw him re-enter. Upon logging in, Xiao Feng noticed that others displayed red health bars, indicating they were in an attackable state. Instinctively, he cast a shield on himself. Zhang Tian, observing this, chuckled. "There is no need to be so tense, great god Xiao. You should have received the funds by now. Right?" Yes, I have," Xiao Feng replied, his emotions still tumultuous. With his confirmation, Gao Qian proceeded to transfer the construction permit to Zhang Tian. Their collaboration was indeed pleasant. "Great god Xiao seems to lack a guild. Would you be interested in joining us in the Conquest Guild?" Zhang Tian inquired cheerfully after acquiring the construction permit. Xiao Feng politely declined, stating, "I have no plans to join a guild at the moment, perhaps another time." "Very well. I shall not intrude further, but the Conquest Guild always welcomes your membership," Zhang Tian replied amiably. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they soon shattered their return scrolls and departed. Eager to apply for a residence and establish the first player territory in the Blue Star Battle Zone, they could hardly contain their excitement. This transaction had proceeded remarkably smoothly, without a hint of unexpected occurrences. After sharing his joy with friends following the substantial deposit, Xiao Feng gradually calmed his exhilarated spirit. He could now immerse himself in the game without the looming concern of post-graduation job hunting. He secretly rejoiced at his fortune. In an era where everyone toils relentlessly for survival, he felt as though he must have saved the universe in a past life to receive such a windfall. With a solid economic foundation, Xiao Feng brimmed with confidence, and his motivation to engage in the game intensified. After completing the cleansing ritual, I immediately sought a way to transition to the second level and proceeded to undertake the quest of the 4 great evil spirits. My ambition lies in unsealing the second-tier city, dismantling the temple, confronting the supreme deity, and piercing through the heavens. I am determined to carve out a successful path in this world. While others are preoccupied with leveling up, acquiring hidden professions, and exchanging temple contributions for high-tier equipment, my foremost desire is to obliterate those NPCs and temple clergy who harbor animosity towards me. Chapter 041. The Garrison Defense Battle. Alas, how utterly dreary. In the land of Divine Fall, a strikingly handsome mage clad in an exquisite cerulean robe carelessly unleashed spells upon a horde of unsuspecting evil spirits. Lightning arrow. Magic missile. Fireball. Magic missile. One by one, the malevolent creatures succumbed, and the evil value gradually diminished. After manually vanquishing thousands of foes, Xiao Feng felt as though he were on the verge of transforming into an automatic spellcasting machine. Ding District Announcement. The Guild Conquer the Heavens has successfully completed the prerequisite task for the garrison construction application and has been granted special approval by the Lord of Moon City. As the first guild in this district to construct a garrison, All members will receive double experience for garrison tasks for 7 days in game time. And the difficulty of the first garrison defense battle will be reduced to 50. The announcement echoed throughout the entire district, even reaching overseas players simultaneously. A wave of astonishment swept over everyone. How formidable! The first day of the game had scarcely concluded, and construction of a garrison had already commenced. It was rumored that the garrison construction decree could only be dropped by mythic bosses above level 100. What kind of guild was Conquer the Heavens to achieve such an extraordinary feat? Double experience for all tasks sounded incredibly enticing. Farewell, guild leader. I am off to exploit this experience. How envious. I wish to join as well, but alas, I am a guild leader myself. Woe is me. The players of the Dragon Kingdom were truly fervent. Could they have employed a strategy of sheer numbers to overpower the boss? Across the Blue Star District of Heavens, excitement surged. Countless individuals inquired about where Conquer the Heavens was recruiting, for the system announcement regarding double experience proved far more effective than any advertisement, instantly drawing immense attention to the guild, with millions eager to join their ranks. Even though this double experience bonus was only applicable to garrison construction tasks, amounting to roughly an additional 2 million experience points over the span of 7 days, it equated to the arduous efforts of an ordinary player grinding monsters for 3 hours. While Xiao Feng was idly defeating monsters in the land of Divine Fall, the announcement piqued his curiosity. He opened his friends list and found Zhang Tian. Inquiring, President Zhang Tian, what is the approximate difficulty of your garrison defense battle? When does it commence? Zhang Tian seemed rather occupied, taking a moment to reply. Esteemed Xiao, thanks to your support, we've garnered quite the attention. I'm currently inundated with private messages from hundreds of individuals, and I'm nearly overwhelmed. As for the garrison defense battle, it will commence 24 hours from now. The specific difficulty remains uncertain, but the NPC City Lord has dispatched a 300-member, level 100 city guard to assist us in defense, so there should be no significant issues. The garrison defense battle, as it were, entailed a siege of monsters. Waves upon waves of wild creatures would emerge from all directions, assaulting the newly constructed garrison. The speed of city construction is remarkably swift. Within just 24 hours, a level 1 encampment can be established, transforming into a quaint village with sides measuring 1,000 meters. This rudimentary encampment lacks sturdy walls, replaced instead by mere fences, rendering its defenses exceedingly fragile. Should it encounter a formidable boss assault, the situation would become perilous, relying solely on a human barricade for protection. Upon hearing Zhang Tian's words, Xiao Feng furrowed his brow and remarked, it is evident that, despite the reduced difficulty, an additional 300 level 100 soldiers have been dispatched to you. Clearly, the city lord understands that the defense will be challenging and believes you may falter, hence the assistance. He continued, Zhang Tian, I advise you to prepare ample resurrection scrolls and damage scrolls to avert any potential calamity. Zhang Tian pondered this advice and conceded, you make a valid point. I shall ensure my comrades level up swiftly and gather additional personnel for defense. Xiao Feng added, grant me guest status. If the situation becomes untenable, I shall come to your aid. After all, having received a substantial sum of 1.2 billion, it would reflect poorly on him if the opposing side lost an encampment token due to inadequate defense. Zhang Tian exclaimed joyfully, what an honor. With the assistance of the esteemed Xiao Feng, our success is assured. He had learned through whispers that Xiao Feng had single-handedly driven away over 20,000 members of the Tianxia Guild, which underscored the terrifying prowess of this top-level player. Naturally, he was elated to have such a formidable ally willing to assist without charge. As their communication ended, Xiao Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. In truth, his ulterior motive for assisting was to amass experience points. While the encampment defense battle poses a calamity for players of lesser strength, it represents a golden opportunity for those of greater skill to ascend rapidly in levels. With monsters surging forth like a tide on the battlefield, unleashing a Tempest spell or a Deluge spell would yield experience points that skyrocket. Merely envisioning it is exhilarating. The encampment construction by the Xinjiang Guild has sparked considerable interest and discussion among countless players. Many are eager to join the guild to partake in the double experience and defense events. However, this excitement is not universally shared. While the senior management of the Xinjiang Guild is inundated with membership applications, in another locale, the high-ranking members of the Tianxia Guild, such as Tianxia Wudi, Tianxia Wushuang, and Tianxia Haojie, were expressions as dark as soot. The president has uncovered that the encampment token was indeed purchased from Xiaofeng, one member reported to the trio. Although the exact transaction amount remains undisclosed, it likely exceeded the bounties set by the gods and Dragon Soul. Damn it! Tianxia Wushuang seethed. This should have been our glory. Now tarnished by Xiaofeng. In this battle, they not only failed to secure the encampment token and establish themselves as the foremost guild in the battlefield, but also squandered 3 hours of leveling time, incurring significant experience losses. When all was tallied, they had effectively lost 4 or 5 levels. I am filled with rage. We are all gamers. Why is he so powerful while we languish in mediocrity? Enough. In the realm of unparalleled prowess, one was still lamenting, yet was abruptly interrupted by a distinguished vice president of equal standing. He admonished, Wu Shuang, you ought to engage in some self-reflection. Had you not provoked Xiaofeng first, we would not have found ourselves in this predicament. This is not the time for complaints. Instead, we must devise ways to mitigate our losses and recover our progress. Wu Shuang, already fuming, felt his anger escalate upon being reprimanded. Just as he prepared to retort, he heard their leader, Wudi, speak in a solemn tone. Haojie is correct. Your actions have indeed played a significant role in this situation. Brother, Wu Shuang, who had always held deep respect for his elder brother, found himself at a loss for words, feeling a sense of injustice welling within him. Wudi continued, we have been brothers for many years, and I do not wish to speak harshly. However, from this point forward, you must learn to exercise a bit more humility. In the realm of the heavens, every player has had their share of fortune, and countless lucky individuals possess hidden strengths we may not be aware of. Unless faced with unavoidable circumstances, it is best to refrain from making enemies. Having learned a harsh lesson, Wu Shuang felt increasingly wronged and harbored an even deeper animosity towards Xiaofeng. He lowered his head, clenched his fists, and gritted his teeth, murmuring, yes, brother, I understand. Continue gathering intelligence. Even if we lose our first position, we must strive to maintain our place in the top 3. We cannot afford to fall behind, lest we risk losing our standing among the top 10 guilds. Wudi declared with gravity, issuing his command. President, what if when we next confront the mythical boss, Xiaofeng returns to disrupt us? Haojie expressed his concerns. Wudi gazed into the distance, his expression complex, and after a moment, he replied, I will enlist a master to stand with us. With his presence, Xiaofeng will not be able to stir up any trouble. Such a person exists? The 2 vice presidents expressed their astonishment. Under their curious gazes, Wudi nodded. Indeed, it is Yijian. While his hidden class may not match Xiaofeng in terms of area damage, in the realm of single-target assassination, he is undoubtedly the strongest presence in the Blue Star battle zone. Indeed, it is him. Haojie's expression shifted to one of relief, while Wu Shuang couldn't help but smile sinisterly, as if envisioning the moment when Xiaofeng would be defeated in a one-on-one confrontation. Chapter 042, Major Update on Attributes in the Abyss of Divine Desolation. Xiaofeng continued to battle ferocious creatures. Approximately 10 minutes after the announcement of his conquest, his malevolent points were finally eradicated. The system prompted, congratulations. You have ascended to level 59, as his name reverted to its original white hue. Xiaofeng's level surged to 59, placing him further ahead of his peers. At last, he could escape this cursed place. Relieved, Xiaofeng eagerly shattered the teleportation scroll, laden with an abundance of exquisite equipment, and returned to Dragon Blood City. With over 700,000 gold coins in his possession, he was poised to indulge in a shopping spree at the auction house. This time, he intended to replace all his gear with epic items of level 50 and above, relishing the taste of opulence. Upon his arrival in Dragon Blood City, Xiaofeng's first encounter was a scolding from the patrolling city guards. Get out of the way. Don't obstruct our path. The NPC soldiers had grown increasingly menacing. They either ignored other players or politely requested them to move aside. However, upon Xiaofeng's arrival, they transformed as if they had encountered a sworn enemy. As he watched a small squad of NPC soldiers gradually retreat, he began to ponder the potential loot they might drop upon their demise. Revenge is a dish best served cold. I shall return to dismantle your stronghold in a few days, he thought with malevolent glee. He then made his way directly to the marketplace. Upon reaching the warehouse section of the marketplace, Xiaofeng promptly retrieved his class-exclusive weapon from storage, the meteorological staff. Meteorological staff, class-exclusive, non-tradable, non-modifiable, non-discardable. Never drops, quality, legendary level requirement, 50 class requirement, meteorological mage spell attack, 195 intelligence, 50 constitution, 25 special effect, mastery of fire. 1 chance to instantly reset the cooldown of class-exclusive skills upon usage. Special effect, meteorological expansion. All spell-based skills increase in scale by 100, enhanced from the original scale. Equipped with this weapon, Xiaofeng's attack power soared beyond 500. And that was not all. He adorned himself with the finest epic and legendary gear available, swiftly acquiring any missing pieces from the auction house. Xiaofeng quickly swapped out his current equipment for items of superior quality. After a visit to the auction house to withdraw all the gold earned from previously auctioned gear, he purchased several suitable epic items of level 50. Even the recently acquired level 30 epic gloves, moonlight gauntlets, and the level 20 sapphire belt, obtained from the legendary drop, were exchanged for better alternatives. Once he completed the overhaul of his equipment and allocated his attribute points, Xiaofeng's stats had been completely rejuvenated. Name: Xiaofeng. Occupation: meteorological mage, upgradable, level 59, talent, divine might, super divine. Weather control, legendary, health points, 9,834, 9,834, mana points, 1476, spell attack power, 815, physical defense, 110, magical defense, 180 strength, 89 intelligence, 297 constitution, 139 mentality, 264 agility, 109 potential points, 0 mastered skills, magic missile, chain lightning, fireball, lightning arrow, torrential rain, gale, earth element shield equipment, meteor staff, legendary, attack power 195, intelligence 50, constitution 25, magic crystal pendant, epic. Maximum health 500. Mentality 100, ethereal ring, mythical, all attributes 30, fire element ring, epic. Attack power 25, intelligence 10, physical defense 10. Additional enhancement to fire magic damage can be disregarded by Xiaofeng. God layer robe, mythical, maximum health 3600, mentality 50, physical defense 50, magical defense 100. Mana regeneration 50 per second, eternal headscarf, epic. Maximum health 450, constitution 10, physical defense 20, automatic health recovery 10 every 5 seconds, scholar's belt, epic. Maximum health 350. Mentality 10, magical defense 25, automatic mana recovery 5 every 5 seconds, snow mountain magic pattern pants, epic. Maximum health 400, constitution 10, physical defense 15. Magical defense 15, princess flower gauntlets, epic. Maximum health 250, intelligence 20, mentality 10, magical defense 15, swift boots, legendary. Maximum health 500, agility 20. Movement speed 100. The comprehensive attribute panel of the 59-level meteorological mage, Xiaofeng, is already quite extravagant. Even without a tenfold talent, he undoubtedly qualifies as an elite player. Initially, Xiaofeng contemplated forsaking health and defense altogether to invest entirely in offensive attributes. After all, every single point of spell attack equates to 12,000 points of shield value. No amount of health or defense could rival that. However, the scarcity of level 50 epic gear in the auction house left him with no choice but to select the relatively effective options available. How fortunate it is to be part of a grand guild. Even when Tianxia was merely at level 20, they had already mastered Meteor Strike. Here I am at level 59 with an intelligence barely reaching 300. Truly, the comparison is disheartening. A pang of envy stirred within Xiaofeng. Yet, upon reflection, isn't Conquer the Heavens also a formidable guild? Their current influence likely surpasses even that of Tianxia. Perhaps it would be prudent to seek assistance from them. With that thought, he reached out to Zhang Tian once more. President Zhang Tian, I have a favor to ask, Xiao Feng stated directly. Please, speak freely. As long as it is within my capabilities, it shall be no trouble at all, Zhang Tian responded warmly. Xiao Feng succinctly explained his circumstances. He currently requires specialized equipment to enhance his intelligence points, targeting level 50 in the mage class, with an emphasis on maximizing intelligence while disregarding other attributes. The price is negotiable, as he possesses ample gold. As long as the items are available, monetary concerns are trivial. Is the sole focus on intelligence for the purpose of mastering advanced skills? Zhang Tian, well-versed in gaming experience, quickly discerned his intent. He replied, no problem. This minor request is quite manageable for our guild. Provide me with a coordinate, and I will have my associates deliver the items to you shortly. You need not worry about payment. It's a trivial matter. That cannot be. My demands are relatively high, and acquiring everything. Xiao Feng felt a twinge of discomfort at the prospect of receiving something for nothing. Yet Zhang Tian chuckled. Aren't you merely learning a skill? Once you've acquired it, you can return the equipment. We have already engaged in a transaction worth over 100 million, making us partners in this endeavor. I cannot very well charge you rent for borrowing a few items, can I? You have a point. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng felt enlightened. Then I sincerely thank you, President Zhang. Ha ha ha. No need for formalities. You may call me Lao Yang if you don't mind my seniority. And I shall address you as Brother Xiao. Zhang Tian was exceedingly cordial. This guild leader understood the significant influence top players wield within the gaming realm, and he viewed Xiao Feng's potential with great optimism. Even though he could not recruit him, he certainly did not wish to foster animosity. Assisting him felt advantageous to Zhang Tian, as the favor Xiao Feng owed was far more valuable than mere equipment. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Tian returned to his duties. Xiao Feng remained in place for a brief span, soon spotting a rogue player adorned with a conquest emblem approaching hastily. Apologies for keeping you waiting, Master Xiao Feng. The newcomer introduced himself as Jia Tian, a level 35 player straddling the line between the first and second tiers. Thank you for making the trip, Xiao Feng replied courteously. Eschewing any airs of superiority, they conducted the transaction, and several pieces of purely intelligence-enhancing equipment were transferred to Xiao Feng. Wise Boots, Epic, Intelligence 30. Intelligence 30, Compendium of Knowledge, Epic. Intelligence 100, Special Effect, Erudition, Additional Intelligence 50. Sage's Discipline Ring, Epic. Intelligence 30. Intelligence 20, Spirit Mage Necklace, Legendary. Intelligence 150. All four pieces of equipment were exceptionally focused on intelligence, lacking any other beneficial attributes. Such equipment is rather peculiar. One could deem it as either exceptional or subpar, as it provides no enhancements beyond intelligence, rendering it unsuitable for the average player. However, for Xiao Feng, it proved highly effective, given that his attack power was nearly equivalent to his health, making it quite reliable. Although they had agreed it was merely a loan, he felt hesitant to express a desire to purchase the items outright. After learning the skill, he would indeed have to return them. Do you wish to learn the Meteor Spell skill? Upon learning, the skill book will vanish from your inventory. Chapter 43, An Unexpected Encounter. He utilized the skill book from his backpack, prompting the system to display a notification. Without hesitation, Xiao Feng selected Confirm. Ding. Congratulations. You have learned the legendary skill, Meteor Strike. Meteor Strike, harnessing the power of fire elements, summon meteors to rain down from the heavens, inflicting 2,000 spell damage to the designated target area, with an additional 50 splash damage within a 30-meter radius. Casting time is 10 seconds, mana cost is 500, and cooldown is 60 minutes. Gazing at the newly acquired orange skill in his skill bar, Xiao Feng grinned like a madman. With a staggering 200,000 times spell damage, his 815 attack power could yield a damage value of 163 million, and with a 600 amplification, the damage within a radius of 180 meters would reach an astonishing 81.5 million. Haha, I am truly a god. He could hardly contain his excitement to test the skill's efficacy. However, patience was essential. The job advancement was of utmost importance. The second job change marked a significant turning point. All major classes would learn skills to dispel control and achieve invulnerability. And attribute growth would also improve. with each attribute point translating into more substantial final statistics. Yet, Xiaofeng's advancement differed from others. Although he possessed the job change item, Weather Mage's secret tome, he lacked a mentor and needed assistance from an NPC. The mentor, Yu2, who had facilitated his last job change, had seemingly vanished. And given his previous demeanor, it was unlikely he would offer help a second time. Thus, Xiaofeng resolved to seek out another mentor. But where to find one? Throughout the day, he had spent most of his time adventuring, battling monsters, or engaging with members of the Tianxia Guild. He had not undertaken any quests, rendering him quite unfamiliar with the distribution of NPCs within the game. After some contemplation, Xiaofeng opened his friend list and tapped on Li. Old Li. You are well informed. Help me find a mage NPC above level 100, aside from the temple clergy. I need to advance to the second job. At that moment, Li was busy leveling up with Zhang Fan, Shun Shun, Blind Sister, and a random passerby. Upon receiving his message, he promptly replied, "Sure, I'll inquire for you." Less than 5 minutes later, Li sent another message stating, "Xiao, I found quite a few options. I've compiled the information for you. Take your time to review it. We're about to face a boss, so I'll have to chat with you later." "All right. Call me anytime if you encounter a boss you can't handle," Xiaofeng responded. Soon after, he received a plethora of NPC information from Li. He began to examine it one by one. Wild Mage NPC information, List 1. Ice and Snow High Priestess, Elena. Level 175 Mythic Boss. Located near the frozen main city at a place called Frost Fortress. 2. Storm Grand Sorcerer, Duncan. Level 180 Legendary Boss, situated in the Level 4 city of Iron Helmet City. One of the military officials of that city. 3. Flame Sanctum Mage, Larinar. The Level 200 Mythical Boss, the task NPC of the advanced map, the Heart of the Earth Lake. Feels an overwhelming solitude due to guarding this place alone, yet he is eager to assist players with their requests. The Moon Poet, Fiona. A Level 150 Mythical Boss and a Bard, has recently appeared in the Level 5 town of Stonehenge. A list details more than 30 Mage-type advanced NPCs along with their locations. After perusing a dozen entries, Xiaofeng found it all too overwhelming and dizzying. He sifted through the list, starting with the first entry, Frost Fortress, which sounded militaristic. He figured it would be best not to venture there as he would likely be stopped. The second entry was similarly daunting. The army NPCs would surely not be inclined to assist him. The third option, however, seemed worth considering. A level 200 mythical being, definitely a significant figure. The Heart of the Earth Lake, that's quite far. It would take 3 hours just to traverse the map. The Moon Poet, yes, she will do. The world of the celestial realm is indeed vast, with the jurisdiction of each level 3 capital city comparable to the land area of the Dragon Kingdom. Although there are some level 4 cities scattered within their bounds and teleportation arrays available, the distances between cities still exceed 1,000 kilometers, making travel exceedingly arduous. The Heart of the Earth Lake, a zone populated by level 150 monsters, is located within the jurisdiction of the Flame Capital, and very few have ventured there for quests. Xiaofeng wished to minimize the time spent traversing. Therefore, he resolved to seek out the nearest location. Stonehenge, let me see. He opened the world map and searched for the name. In the next moment, the map automatically indexed and pinpointed the jurisdiction of Storm City. Located approximately 950 kilometers northwest of it, conveniently close to the level 4 city, Wind Fury City, which could be reached within 30 minutes. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaofeng cleared his inventory, taking only the Weather Mage's secret tome, Demonic Corruption, and a few essential items, embarking on his path of the second transition. Paying a fee of 10 gold coins, he returned to Storm City. Then, he performed a teleportation within the jurisdiction to a small city for the price of 1 gold coin, arriving at Wind Fury City. The scale of a level 4 city is significantly smaller than that of a level 3 capital. The teleportation square is merely the size of a basketball court, and the streets measure only 3 to 4 meters wide. Compared to the expansive capital, this smaller city feels more intimate, with a less frantic pace of life. The number of players here is scant. Due to the absence of resurrection arrays in level 4 cities, players who die are sent back to the level 3 capital. resulting in a lower permanent population. Moreover, the resources, NPCs, quests, and monster zones are not as plentiful as in the capital, which means that those who linger here are primarily casual players. What a rarity. No one has told me to get lost. Exiting the teleportation array, Xiaofeng surveyed his surroundings, surprised to find not a single patrolling soldier, feeling somewhat out of place. He checked the map to confirm the direction to Stonehenge and prepared to run towards it. At that moment, a surprised voice suddenly called out from nearby. "It's you, the foolish yet affluent Xiaofeng." The voice was soft and melodious, yet the abruptness of her tone, coupled with the content of her speech, rendered it somewhat unappealing. Xiaofeng turned to behold a female player clad in a flowing white robe, clutching a spell book, hastily approaching him. "Don't run. I must return your money this time." She advanced quickly, spreading her arms to block his path. What are the odds of encountering her here? Xiaofeng was utterly bewildered. This female player was none other than the fortunate Miao, who had previously sold him 3 pieces of equipment for 5 silver coins in the novice village, only to later regret the price and express a desire for reimbursement. Checking her information, he noted she had now reached level 39, her class being Moonwitch, and she was prominently listed on the rankings, showcasing considerable prowess. With over 1 billion players spread across 7 major cities and numerous level 4 towns, the coincidence of their meeting was indeed remarkable. Quickly, accept the trade. After blocking his path, the fortunate Miao promptly initiated a trade request. Xiaofeng was left speechless. 5 silver coins, a mere 50 cents, insufficient even to buy a bottle of water, and she had the audacity to obstruct him at the teleportation point twice. Well, if she insists on giving it, so be it. Xiaofeng felt resigned. Encountering someone so insistent, he feared that if he fled, he might become the subject of a worldwide manhunt. He accepted the trade request, and she proposed a transaction of 50 silver coins. When the game first launched, the exchange rate for 1 gold coin was 100 yuan. Now it stood at 10 yuan, indicating a 10-fold devaluation of the currency. The original price of 5 silver coins equated to what is now 50 silver coins. The actual value of the 3 pieces of equipment was approximately 50 cents, which aligns with the current 5 silver coins, meaning he had indeed sold them at a premium and thus owed her 45 silver coins. However, considering the passage of time and the factors of interest, cash flow, and replenishment, he decided to add 5 silver coins as compensation. Click confirm, and we shall be settled. For a mere 50 silver coins, she elaborated extensively. Throughout her lengthy discourse, Xiaofeng's mind wandered, hardly registering her words. With a simple click of confirmation, he received the 50 silver coins and turned to depart. "Hey, add me as a friend." The fortunate Miao pursued him, sending a friend request. Without a moment's thought, Xiaofeng promptly declined. "Why?" she inquired, puzzled. Xiaofeng's lips twitched. The last time he had rejected her was due to her calling him foolish and wealthy right off the bat, which had left a lasting grudge. Yet this time, he found himself genuinely fearing her. It was a valid concern. With her penchant for meticulousness and her penchant for accounting, any potential economic dealings could lead to daily haranguing. Such a person was undoubtedly unsuitable for friendship. With a sudden burst of speed, he activated his swift shoes, unleashing a 200 movement speed, and vanished without a trace. "Stop. How infuriating. What is wrong with you? What have I done to deserve this?" The fortunate Miao stamped her foot in frustration as she watched Xiaofeng dart away with astonishing speed. Here she was, kindly returning his money, and instead of gratitude, he behaved as though he had encountered a ferocious tiger. Was she truly that intimidating? Chapter 044. The debut of meteor magic. Xiaofeng departed from the city, hastening towards the direction of Giant Stone Town. Along the roads outside the city, one could observe several players engaged in leveling up, albeit at a rather leisurely pace. They formed small groups, contentedly pulling monsters and battling slowly. Among them were both the elderly and children, creating a tranquil and harmonious atmosphere, far removed from the violent skirmishes near the main city's leveling zones. Outside Wind Fury City, a small river meandered, and as Xiaofeng crossed a rickety wooden bridge, he encountered an NPC girl approaching him. The players were not the only ones enjoying leisure. Even the NPCs seemed at ease. The girl, adorned in a pristine white dress and clutching a bouquet of wildflowers, trod lightly, humming a tune reminiscent of a fairy. This scene unfolded like a fantastical dream. Xiaofeng couldn't help but be enchanted, a smile gracing his face as his spirits lifted. However, in the next moment, just as he was about to pass the NPC girl, she unexpectedly stumbled, falling flat on the ground. "Oh no, I've fallen," the NPC girl exclaimed loudly. Xiaofeng was taken aback. What on earth? How could one trip on such an even path? His expression was one of disbelief. While what left him even more astonished was that the NPC girl had latched onto one of his legs, crying out, "Help! The adventurer has maliciously knocked me down. Come quickly, a miner is being bullied. What in the world? Is she trying to extort me?" Xiaofeng was flabbergasted. After years of gaming, this was a first. He looked down at the NPC girl, who, to his surprise, was quite beautiful. If rated on a scale of 1 to 100, she would score a solid 95. Yet her character left much to be desired. Even he, a level 59 mage, was being extorted. Danis, level 73 health, 272, 272, 400 magical attack, 910 physical defense, 45 magical defense, 60 skills, wind blade, wind wall, levitation, small wind tornado. Upon inspecting her stats, he noted that at level 73, her attributes were nearly on par with those of an epic boss, not weak by any means. This little girl, so formidable, resorted to deception akin to an old hag's trickery, outrageous. "Let go," Xiaofeng said curtly. Danis shouted, "You knocked me down and want to escape? Pay up. You want to leave without 1,000 gold coins. 1,000 gold coins? Why don't you go rob someone?" "Humph, a beauty like me could never be a thief." "Enough chatter, hand over the money, or I'll report you." Danis's slender arms were surprisingly strong, and Xiaofeng found himself unable to break free. Glaring at the NPC girl, who wore an expression suggesting she held all the cards, Xiaofeng's temper flared. "What? Am I being extorted by an NPC while playing a game? If you want to let go, fine. I'll teach you a lesson with meteor magic." She was merely an NPC, after all. Did she think her looks would afford her any privilege? Setting aside the fact that she was merely a collection of data, even if she were a real person, Xiaofeng wouldn't hesitate to retaliate. Meteor magic. He began to chant the forbidden spell on the spot. As a legendary skill, the meteor spell requires an incantation time of 10 seconds. During this duration, the fire element gathers frantically, and a crimson object suddenly manifests in the sky, gradually taking shape. "What are you doing? Could it be?" Danis, a wind mage herself with considerable knowledge, was taken aback when she witnessed Xiaofeng resorting to a forbidden spell without hesitation. In a flurry, she exclaimed, "Let's talk this over. There's no need to resort to forbidden spells. If 1,000 gold coins seem excessive, we can negotiate." "Release me," Xiaofeng retorted coldly. The countdown for the incantation had reached 5 seconds. "How about 500 gold coins? Is that acceptable?" Danis clung to his leg, striving to bargain. The countdown dwindled to 2 seconds. "It's over for you," Xiaofeng remarked lightly. "No, wait. I promise I won't threaten you anymore." Danis, her face etched with reluctance, ultimately released him under the intimidation of the meteor spell. Simultaneously, the incantation concluded. In light of her perceptiveness, Xiaofeng adjusted the targeting of the skill, setting the meteor's aim on a nearby rabbit grazing by the riverside. Great rabbit, level 5 health, 340 skills, none. With a rumbling sound, the sky darkened abruptly, and a fiery red meteor floated above, vibrating the air and exerting pressure upon the universe as it plummeted at high velocity. "What a massive meteor!" Danis exclaimed, rising from the ground. Upon glancing upward, she was astonished to see a colossal meteor 6 times larger than the typical meteor spell. Players training outside Wind Fury City were drawn to the immense commotion, turning their gazes towards the spectacle. "What is that? A shooting star? A meteor? Magic? Oh my gosh. Help. Run." Those nearest, gripped by fear, fled in a panic. As the meteor descended, it ignited in a dazzling blaze from the friction with the air. The next moment, a thunderous boom reverberated, shaking the entirety of Wind Fury City. The ground trembled, the river churned, and people fell uncontrollably to the earth. The meteor struck the ground, creating an enormous crater. The shockwave radiated outward, dispersing only after extending 180 meters. The affected area was several times larger than a football field. Amidst the deafening noise, a faint yet piercing cry of a small creature could be heard. The unfortunate little rabbit, caught within the meteor's vast coverage, had nowhere to escape and was instantly reduced to ashes. 162999999, a 9-digit damage figure slowly ascended from the center of impact. Within a 180-meter radius, countless damage values emerged, indicating that far more than one wild creature had perished. How terrifying. Is this a natural phenomenon within the game? Damn it, I'm utterly frightened. What in the world is this? That accursed meteor. It has killed the adorable rabbit. Oh, how tragic. Outside the city, players stood in stunned silence, eyes wide in disbelief. As the effects of the meteor spell dissipated, Xiao Feng was taken aback to discover a 5-meter-deep pit at the center of the area struck by the spell. This forbidden incantation had directly altered the gaming environment. How formidable. He distinctly recalled that the last time Tianxia Wushuang had utilized a meteor to strike himself, such devastating consequences had not ensued. The magnitude of this impact was likely attributable to the meteorological mage's innate talents and extraordinarily high damage output. Although the pit began to regenerate swiftly, its shocking impact remained fearsome. You startled me. You owe me compensation. Dainey's complexion turned somewhat pale, clearly grasping the terrifying potential of the meteor spell. Habitually, she opened her mouth to demand payment. Just as she uttered her request, she immediately regretted it, waving her hands in denial. No, I didn't mean that. It's just a habit. Xiao Feng glared at her, poised to cast another lightning arrow. However, seeing her cower so quickly, he decided to let it go. Step aside, he said curtly. Pay the toll, Dainey's instinctively began to ask for money again, but was promptly silenced by her own left hand pressing firmly against her mouth, leaving her subsequent words to languish unspoken. Crazy. Xiao Feng rolled his eyes and continued onward. Detestable adventurer. Dainey shot him a resentful glance, glancing nervously at the distant meteor pit. She then picked up the wildflower she had dropped, inhaled deeply, rubbed her eyes, and resumed her act of innocence, humming a tune as she strolled ahead. Before long, a level 39 female player emerged from the city, traversing the same path and crossing the small bridge. Chapter 045. The elderly poet Lucky Cat felt rather disheartened. Despite having settled her debts, a sense of joy eluded her. Upon leaving the city, she caught sight of the verdant mountains and flowing waters beyond the walls, which slightly improved her mood, though the destruction wrought by the meteor had been completely restored. Ahead, on a quaint little bridge, a Navi NPC girl sang with unrestrained delight, piquing her interest and prompting her to draw near to listen to the enchanting melody of the game. Then, crash. Alas, I have fallen. Woe is me, an adventurer has maliciously knocked me down. Come quickly. Witness the injustice against an underage girl. You dare to run after colliding with me? Pay up. You shall not leave without 1,000 gold coins today. Lucky Cat. 20 minutes later, Xiao Feng arrived at Giant Stone Town. The scale of this town was comparable to that of Silver Mine Town. While it was labeled a town, it was scarcely larger than a village, with only a handful of shops and a smattering of players meandering about. Hey, friend, do you happen to know where the Bard de Fiona is? Xiao Feng casually inquired of a player he encountered. Wow, a level 59 master. It's the legendary Xiao Feng of the leaderboard. Yes, indeed. So, do you know where de Fiona is? Xiao Feng replied with a forced smile. Master, you are so impressive. Could you possibly take me along to level up? Your equipment looks extraordinary. Might you spare me a piece? Excuse me, I must take my leave. Xiao Feng decisively retreated, abandoning his quest for directions and opting instead to search each establishment himself. Bards of this nature typically frequent taverns. Indeed, there was a tavern in the town, and he swiftly entered, immediately greeted by the melodious strumming of a harp, accompanied by a captivating baritone voice. Why is it a man? Xiao Feng mused, glancing at the bard's information. The singing bard was named Algernon, level 80, clearly not the target he sought. The tavern housed only 3 individuals: the bard, the tavern keeper, and a blind old woman. Initially intending to inquire about de Fiona's whereabouts, Xiao Feng was taken aback upon examining the old woman's information, which led him directly to his answer. Moon Poet, de Fiona, mythical boss, level 150 health, 13 700 000 13 700 000. Target level too high. Unable to retrieve further data. Goodness, how ancient. When perusing the introduction, he had assumed this bard, with a name so melodious, would be a striking beauty, no older than 35, embodying the allure of a sensual matron. However, upon closer inspection, her age appeared to have doubled, if not more. At that moment, the male bard finished his song and addressed Xiao Feng on this splendid afternoon. Encountering a valiant warrior such as yourself is truly a delightful occurrence. Sir, would you care for a poem? For just 30 copper coins. I would be pleased to have a glass of rum. Very well. Xiao Feng nodded in agreement, handing over the 30 copper coins. The male bard plucked the strings of the harp and began to sing yet another tune. Brief lyrics, simple rhythms, accompanied by a deep and elegant voice. Indeed offer a delightful experience. Madam Proprietress, please serve some food and drink for me, this elderly lady, and the poet gentleman. With a fortune of several 100,000 gold coins, Xiao Feng displayed his generosity by producing a handful of coins. The singing poet, upon witnessing such a wealth, momentarily faltered in his lyrics. The elderly lady turned to glance at Xiao Feng, yet uttered not a word. Observing her reaction, it seemed she bore no immediate response to Otto's curse, which brought a slight sense of relief to Xiao Feng. As long as she was not a devout follower of the gods, everything would be well. Before long, the proprietress presented dishes of meat and fruit. The culinary delights within the game bore no attributes, serving solely to satisfy one's palate. The elderly lady did not hesitate to indulge, lifting the food from her table to feast. After the male poet completed his second song, he proclaimed, "I shall dedicate another poem to this generous adventurer. Let us first raise a glass." Seizing the opportunity while lifting his cup, he discreetly pilfered a coin from the table. Xiao Feng observed in silence, choosing to listen to the melody. Upon the conclusion of the third song, the minstrel appeared eager to repeat his previous act. At that moment, the elderly lady, Fiona, had finished her drink and turned her gaze to Xiao Feng, inquiring, "Are you here to seek me?" "Indeed, there is a matter I wish to ask your assistance with." Xiao Feng replied candidly. The minstrel, Algemin, believed Xiao Feng had taken a seat here to revel in his melodious voice, lavishly spending gold. Hearing their exchange, he felt a pang of disappointment. This scene did not escape the notice of Lady Fiona, who remarked, "Minstrels have it tough." Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng recognized there was likely a subtle storyline at play, and nodded in agreement. Indeed, having witnessed the myriad of human experiences and tasted the bittersweet flavors of life, they can only document it through song, powerless to effect change. In addressing this elderly NPC, one should logically approach from the perspective of life's adversities to gain empathy. As for the minstrel's life circumstances, he was ignorant, merely crafting a few generic phrases. Unfazed, Algemin chuckled awkwardly. "Well, it's not too bad. Aside from being somewhat impoverished and often hungry, there is nothing particularly difficult." Fiona smiled upon hearing this, nodding in understanding. Xiao Feng instantly grasped the situation. "Here, with this. You needn't suffer hunger any longer." He produced 1,000 gold coins, placing them on the table as a reward for Algemin. This. Algemin was left dumbfounded. Over 1,000 gold coins. In a world where a single drink costs merely 20 copper coins, a typical NPC could survive on just a few silver coins a month. 1,000 gold coins would make one a super rich individual in this small town. Xiao Feng's generous gesture left both Algemin and the tavern proprietress astonished. Fiona too displayed a look of surprise, stating, "Young man, you are quite affluent. However, with such wealth, you are not aiding him, but rather endangering him. Could it be that one might still be robbed?" Xiao Feng chuckled. The elderly lady shook her head, unabashedly stating, "Wealth can strip one of their integrity. Sudden riches will only lead to one's downfall." Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng replied, shaking his head, "Not everyone succumbs to such a fate. Those who fall prey to wealth never possessed any true integrity to begin with." "Oh, what leads you to such a conclusion?" the elderly lady inquired, somewhat taken aback. Xiao Feng smiled and said, "I am someone who has recently amassed great wealth, far exceeding a mere 1,000 gold coins, many times over. In fact, yet, I remain unchanged. Money has merely alleviated many of my worries without rendering me blind." He felt quite justified in expressing this sentiment, as personal experience is the most authoritative testimony. The elderly lady regarded him thoughtfully, nodding slightly after a moment. You are commendable, indeed, worthy of being a weather mage. With this, the conversation was poised to delve into the main topic. Xiaofeng feigned a rueful smile and remarked, regrettably, I have offended the gods, leaving me bereft of any opportunity for advancement. My purpose in seeking you out, esteemed elder, is to obtain your guidance in my quest to become a grand magician. Chapter 046. The Divine Spring of the Gods in the Realm of Class Advancement. Each stage bears a distinctive title. Below level 10, one is known as an apprentice. Upon reaching level 10 and completing the first transition, one becomes a formal mage. Advancing to level 50 allows one to attain the status of a grand mage. While at level 100, one is recognized as a magus. The fourth transition at level 150 elevates one to the rank of a grand magus, culminating in the prestigious title of a sanctified mage at level 200. Daphne had long discerned the essence of Xiaofeng's predicament, and upon hearing this, she was not taken aback. Nodding, she stated, I can assist you with this task, but there is one condition. Please, go on, he replied. You may be unaware, but I harbor a deep-seated enmity with the Moon Temple. The High Priestess of the Moon is dispatching numerous agents to secretly track my whereabouts, intent on eliminating me. Daphne revealed. Xiaofeng was momentarily perplexed. Wasn't this elderly lady a moon poet? How could she be at odds with the Moon Temple? Both factions revered the moon deity and were bound by a common faith, so they should coexist harmoniously. Recently, the Moon Temple has trained several new heirs, each inheriting the legacies of the Moon Witch, the Dark Moon Archer, and the Shadow Assassin. They are poised to come and assassinate me, and I require your assistance to repel them. Once this task is accomplished, I shall facilitate your transition, she concluded. Ding. Do you accept the quest, expel the heirs of the Moon Temple? The system prompted. A sudden realization dawned upon Xiaofeng. The fortunate cat, who had inherited the Moon Witch's profession, was also seeking this NPC in Giant Stone Town. However, her intentions were not to seek aid, but rather to eliminate her. Not a problem, I shall handle this trivial matter, he proclaimed confidently. Yet, a moment later, he reconsidered. But wait, at level 150. Would you really fear a group of mere children? Daphne sighed and shook her head. I am no longer as sprightly as I once was. Despite my formidable abilities, I now struggle to walk and possess little strength to cast spells. Very well. Lacking the strength to cast spells yet capable of aiding in your transition. Indeed. A character is merely a character, no matter how forced. Xiaofeng mused inwardly. The quest had been accepted, with the objective being to expel 3 heirs of the Moon Temple, and the reward was the advancement to a second-tier profession, clearly stated. It seemed that to achieve this transition, he would need to remain here for some time. Meanwhile, Algernon had consumed a modest meal during their conversation. He did not take all the coins from the table, only pocketing 10 of them. When Daphne inquired about his reasoning, he replied, I acknowledge that I cannot regard wealth as mere refuse, like this valiant gentleman. Therefore, I prefer not to carry excessive coinage. A modest sum suffices for distant travels, ensuring I do not starve and can remain warm. His words prompted both Xiaofeng and Daphne to regard him with newfound respect. Valiant gentleman, dear lady, allow me to regale you with another poem, he declared, taking a hearty swig of ale before resuming his lute and song. Once, there was a hero, and his name was Xiaofeng. The poet's words flowed seamlessly, crafting a spontaneous ode that painted Xiaofeng as a mighty and courageous champion, indifferent to material wealth. As the final notes of a poem resonated through the tavern, a knock echoed at the door. She has arrived, Fiona remarked with a furrowed brow. Just then, Xiaofeng beheld the player known as Lucky Meow stepping inside. Greetings, esteemed proprietor. I am in search of someone named. Ah, Xiaofeng. You're here too. She had been scouring various establishments, inquiring habitually, only to encounter Xiaofeng, the very individual who had bested her on 2 occasions. Are you here to eliminate her? Xiaofeng gestured towards the elderly woman beside him. Lucky Meow cast a glance at the NPC's details, realizing it was indeed Fiona, and exclaimed, How did you know? Xiaofeng shrugged. My duty is to protect her. According to the quest description, I need to eliminate 3 players akin to you. What? Lucky Meow's face registered utter disbelief. but her expression swiftly morphed into fury. Are you intentionally trying to mess with my mind? You ignore my requests for friendship, consistently refuse my friend invitations, and just now, you orchestrated that NPC to harass me. This is utterly unacceptable. How could that be? You were the one who was rude. Calling me foolish and wealthy, Xiaofeng replied innocently, though he found the situation quite amusing. Were you also harassed by that NPC? What do you mean also? That Danes was clearly sent by you. She even admitted it. Lucky Meow seethed, barely able to contain her anger. Xiaofeng was bewildered by her accusations. What do you mean? Can NPCs even frame someone? When did I arrange for her? It was she who attempted to con me, and I merely frightened her off with a forbidden spell. I am just an ordinary player. I have no authority over NPCs. Upon hearing this, Lucky Meow began to see some semblance of logic in his words. Yet, she remained aggrieved and questioned. Then why did she claim you sent her to deal with me? She extorted 1,000 gold coins from me, and my entire assets barely exceed 2,000. She spoke with a tone of deep grievance. Not everyone encounters an NPC who extorts them. Xiaofeng, being exceptionally powerful, had frightened Danes away with a mere meteor spell, but Lucky Meow lacked such prowess. Despite possessing a divine artifact and formidable attributes, she found herself at a disadvantage against the cunning level 73 epic Danes, ultimately yielding the 1,000 gold coins for medical expenses. Feeling exasperated, Xiaofeng remarked. She must have been frightened and sought to tarnish my reputation. Had I anticipated her slander, I would have dispatched her with a lightning arrow at once. Humph. After hearing his explanation, Lucky Meow was largely convinced, though her displeasure lingered. Her lips pursed in discontent. My dear, it must be the High Priestess who has sent you to eliminate me. Fiona, the Moon Poet, interjected. Lucky Meow, upon observing her attributes, recognized that a mythic boss with over 10 million health points was beyond her capability to defeat, and she momentarily abandoned the thought of completing the quest. She replied, The Moon High Priestess has declared that you betrayed the Supreme Deity and stole the divine artifact, the Moonlight Orb. Thus, she has commanded your elimination to reclaim the lost treasure. Fiona shook her head with a melancholic smile. I have never betrayed the Supreme Deity. I have merely grown weary of the temple's grotesque nature and yearn to lead my own life. As for acquiring the Moonlight Gem, it is a matter of survival. Lucky Meow is at a loss for how to continue this statement. Survival? How does one articulate that? Xiaofeng inquired. Fiona replied, My body has deteriorated. Only the divine power contained within the artifact can sustain my life. Unless I can obtain the nourishment of the divine dew spring, losing it would mean my immediate demise. There lies a clue. Both Xiaofeng and Lucky Meow, not novices in the slightest, quickly discerned the implications and simultaneously asked, What is the divine dew spring? Where can it be found? Logically deducing that if they could procure this entity known as the divine dew spring for Fiona, enabling her recovery, she would likely bestow upon them the Moonlight Gem. Although this endeavor held little significance for Xiaofeng, he nonetheless found it rather intriguing. Fiona elaborated. The divine dew spring is a treasure imbued with miraculous powers. It harbors potent vitality, capable of reviving withered plants and rejuvenating the elderly. This seems rather difficult to procure. Xiaofeng remarked. Resurrection and rejuvenation. Just hearing the description reveals it to be a divine artifact of considerable worth, not easily obtained. Fiona nodded. Indeed. I have searched for over 20 years without success. It is said that there are only 3 locations in this world where the divine dew spring exists, and my abilities are insufficient to delve into these realms. Which 3 locations? Xiaofeng and Lucky Meow eagerly inquired, already sensing the tantalizing prospect of a quest. Fiona disclosed the 3 sites, the Divine Realm, the Abyss, and the Tower of Heavens. Chapter 047. Seizing a task, Xiaofeng and Lucky Meow exchanged glances. Both taken aback, Lucky Meow remarked, The Divine Realm and the Abyss are beyond our current level. What exactly is the Celestial Tower? The Abyss is a realm suited for those above level 150, while the Divine Realm caters to those above level 250. Not only are the levels high, but the entry barriers are equally formidable. These are not merely ordinary maps one can access at will, but rather places that require teleportation to reach. Thus, both believed that the Celestial Tower was indeed the most suitable location for seeking the divine dew spring. However, they were mistaken. Daphne explained, The Celestial Tower is a unique trial ground constructed by the Creator God, lacking a fixed location. One can only enter when fortune permits. It is said that the Celestial Tower comprises 999 floors, each presenting its own challenges. Successfully overcoming these trials grants rewards and access to the next floor. The High Priestess of the Moon once ventured in, but was halted at the 100th floor. It is rumored that even a supreme god can only reach the 1000th floor. Upon hearing this, the two were utterly bewildered. A total of 999 floors. Only a supreme god could reach the 1000th floor. What kind of strength would be required to reach the end? At which floor can one obtain the divine dew spring? Xiaofeng inquired. Daphne was not entirely certain but replied, I once perused the tomes of the Moon Temple, which recorded that the divine dew spring appeared on the 84th floor. A level 220 high priest possesses the strength of the 100th floor, thus, the 84th floor equates to approximately 84 of a high priest. Rounding to a level 185 mythical boss. Lucky Meow calculated in her mind and decisively shook her head. It was far too difficult. All three locations were insurmountable challenges, beyond her current capabilities. Moreover, the entrance to the Celestial Tower was unknown. There was no way to even attempt to enter. Senior Daphne. This task seems rather daunting and certainly not achievable in a short time. I will soon undergo my second job advancement, and without bringing back the Moonlight Gem. The High Priest will not permit my promotion, Lucky Meow stated, her tone tinged with a hint of desperation. Daphne replied, if you are willing to assist me, I can facilitate your job advancement as well. Upon successful completion, I could even gift you the Moonlight Gem, allowing you to possess it without having to submit it to the temple. It was evident that she was quite eager for Lucky Meow to accept the task. However, to Lucky Meow, the allure of a mere artifact was not compelling enough. She was inclined to refuse. At that moment, Xiaofeng suddenly interjected. I actually have a way to enter the abyss, and given my current strength, I should have no significant difficulty traversing it. What do you mean? Are you offering to help me? Lucky Meow asked, her expression revealing a mix of surprise and delight. What are you thinking? Are you dreaming? Xiaofeng retorted. Eager to distance himself from the association, I am merely seizing a task. The artifact you disdain is something I value greatly. Like Zhang Fan. Lucky Meow had inherited the legacy of the Supreme God and had received 3 bound mythical equipment pieces upon her recent job advancement. In her eyes, an artifact was not a significant temptation, overshadowed by the importance of a job change quest. However, Xiaofeng held a contrasting viewpoint. No matter how inferior an artifact might be, it still possessed value, potentially fetching a handsome sum. Moreover, considering Dai Fiona's context, the Moonlight Orb was undeniably no ordinary artifact. It could extend lifespan and bestow vitality, categorizing it among the elite of artifacts. It may even possess qualities akin to a divine treasure. After all, in the eyes of NPCs, mythical equipment did not equate to artifacts, the latter being far superior. How can you be like this? Lucky Meow exclaimed, her annoyance palpable. She felt both indignant and aggrieved. After all, she was merely attempting a job change quest, and Xiaofeng not only obstructed her but also encroached upon her side quest. You are truly unreasonable. Well, I thrive on being unreasonable, Xiaofeng replied with a grin, his thick skin rendering him impervious to reproach. How infuriating. Lucky Meow stomped her foot, her voice tinged with frustration. I simply wish to avoid conflicts with others. Don't think I'm intimidated by you. I am a deity-level profession with 3 artifacts. Your higher level is of no consequence. In a fight, you would surely be no match for me. Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng burst into laughter. With a single forbidden spell dealing over 100 million damage, and even minor skills inflicting millions. Even a level 100 mythical boss would think twice before confronting him. A mere level 39 girl, after all, was woefully unaware of her own limitations. Lucky Meow, thoroughly exasperated, brandished her weapon, ready for a confrontation. Just then, Dai Fiona furrowed her brow and remarked, someone else is coming. Indeed, another player from the Moonlight Temple was approaching to assassinate her. Leave it to me, Xiaofeng declared, drawing his staff and fixing his gaze on the entrance. As the doors swung open, a male archer clad in leather armor stepped inside. Without uttering a word, Xiaofeng acted swiftly. Lightning arrow. The archer, known as Chun, was about to inquire about something when a bolt struck him squarely on the head. A massive damage figure of -22. 8 million flashed before his eyes, transforming his world into shades of gray. This is no place for those from the Moonlight Temple. Please leave, Xiao Feng proclaimed, his name turning crimson. The fallen archer, bewildered, protested, I was merely passing through to gather information. Which of you is so domineering? Damn it. Over 20 million damage? This is preposterous. Initially intent on expressing his lack of hostility, the sight of the damage he had just incurred rendered him utterly dismayed. Over 20 million? Lucky Meow gasped, her eyes widening in fear. Now that you understand the severity, be gone. Xiao Feng urged once more. All right, I'm leaving. Cheng Chun, terrified, promptly activated his return to town, not daring to linger. Lucky Meow, subtly stowing away her weapon, abandoned all thoughts of confrontation, her resolve dissipating entirely. A skill worth over 20 million, who knows how it was achieved? When facing such a formidable opponent, she stands no chance whatsoever. The tavern fell silent once more. Elder Dai Fiona, you have witnessed my strength. Delving into the abyss and traversing the divine realm poses no challenge for me. The task of seeking the divine dew can be entrusted to me, Xiao Feng said with a cheerful smile directed at the elderly lady. It was as if he had I crave divine artifacts written across his forehead. Dai Fiona, a high-ranking mythical boss, could clearly discern the terrifying power of Xiao Feng's attacks. She nodded slightly and remarked, Indeed, you are quite extraordinary, and your future accomplishments are boundless. However, the Moonlight Orb is an artifact exclusively usable by the followers of the Moon Goddess. Even if you were to acquire it, you would be unable to wield it. The first part of her statement filled Xiao Feng with delight, yet the latter part was somewhat disheartening. Perhaps you could offer me another artifact or something? I'm not picky, he said with a grin. Dai Fiona shook her head with a smile. The total number of artifacts in the entire world scarcely exceeds a few dozen. I possess only this one. There are no others. A few dozen? Both Xiao Feng and Lucky Meow were taken aback simultaneously. They exchanged glances, and the earlier thought that had crossed Xiao Feng's mind resurfaced. It appeared that the Moonlight Orb was indeed not the mythical equipment envisioned by players, but rather an item associated with the divine, of transcendent quality. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for there to be merely dozens in the entire world. After all, considering the current number of hidden class players and the various avenues of acquiring equipment, the quantity of mythical gear should certainly be in the hundreds. Transcendent. Up until now, the only transcendent quality Xiao Feng had encountered was his own innate talent. And this transcendent talent of his was undeniably superior to his roommate Zhang Fan's divine-level talent. This suggests that the quality of transcendent equipment must far exceed that of mythical gear by at least tenfold. Just as the two were in shock, Dai Fiona spoke again. Brave Xiao Feng, if you are truly eager to assist me, I can promise you a reward of equal value to an artifact upon the completion of this task. Equal to an artifact? What might that be? Xiao Feng immediately inquired. Dai Fiona refrained from elaborating, simply stating, In any case, it will not disappoint you. Very well. Since you say so, I shall accept this task. Xiao Feng nodded decisively. Wait a moment. Lucky Meow exclaimed urgently. What about me? I am the one who needs the Moonlight Orb the most. Chapter 048. Team Mission. As Lucky Cat watched her most crucial class transfer task slip away, tears almost welled up in her eyes. Since the server's launch and her initial lottery wins, fortune had favored her, leading her to optimal outcomes in every endeavor. She had anticipated that this task would pose no challenge, allowing her to prepare for her transfer ahead of time, yet the harsh reality proved otherwise. Observing Xiao Feng's cheerful demeanor, she nearly burst into tears, feeling aggrieved as she exclaimed, Xiao Feng, I haven't wronged you. Your actions are truly excessive. Xiao Feng, a paragon of stoic masculinity, remained impervious to her feigned distress, smiling as he replied, Thank you for the compliment. Moonlit Poet, please assign the mission to me, and I shall handle her departure while you assist with my second transfer. The latter remark was directed towards Dai Fiona. However, the mission had yet to be officially accepted. Despite their verbal agreement to exchange the divine dew for a reward on par with a legendary artifact, the system had not yet initiated the task, indicating that their informal pact held insufficient weight. Dai Fiona glanced between Xiao Feng and the increasingly distressed Lucky Cat. Suddenly, a smile graced her lips as she proposed. How about this? Both of you embark on a quest to seek the divine dew together. Should you succeed, I will grant you the items you desire. However, as a condition, you must complete this task in a shorter time frame. Ding, would you like to accept the team mission, searching for the divine dew? This mission must be completed within 7 days, game days. The system prompt appeared once more. Team up? Xiaofeng frowned, feeling a sense of reluctance. While he had no objection to collaborating with others for tasks, he firmly believed that such partnerships should involve male players. Female players tended to be inexperienced and excessively talkative, which he found intolerable, particularly when paired with someone who was overly calculative. It would be sheer torment. He swiftly declined, stating, "No way. This is a mission for a high-level map. I can barely manage alone. Bringing along a burden would be a hassle. Senior, please retract your command and assign me an individual task." He was unperturbed by the 7-day time constraint, given his current growth rate. He could likely vanquish even the main deity within that period. However, the thought of undertaking this journey with an inexperienced and bothersome female player, who also had a penchant for meticulous calculations, would surely drive him to distraction. Thus, he had to decline firmly. Lucky Cat, feeling belittled, responded with indignation mixed with sorrow. "I'm not a burden. I am a powerful support class with a hidden profession, capable of both damage output and healing, not to mention an array of formidable buffs. How could I possibly be inadequate?" Her tone softened considerably, reflecting her understanding that, given the nature of the task, she would need to rely on Xiaofeng's prowess. Moreover, since the mission required teamwork and the system had issued its directive, she had no choice but to adjust her attitude in hopes of joining his party. Formidable buffs? Just how formidable? Xiaofeng scoffed, dismissing her claims. "Fine. Join my team, and I shall let you see for yourself." Lucky Cat huffed defiantly, sending a team invitation, determined to prove her worth. Xiaofeng had just slain a player and had consequently turned red. Without forming a party, she would be unable to provide any buffs. Acknowledging this, Xiaofeng nodded and temporarily accepted her invitation to join a team. His companion, Lucky Cat, cast Moonlight Blessing upon him. Lucky Cat then utilized Knight's Sovereignty. Following this, Lucky Cat applied Moonlight Shield. Having just entered the party, Lucky Cat immediately unleashed 3 powerful skills upon him. Upon checking his status bar, Xiaofeng could not help but show a look of astonishment. Moonlight Blessing, Attack Power 10. Physical Magic Defense 10, regenerating 50 health per second, lasting for 30 seconds. Knight's Sovereignty, Attack Power 30, Movement Speed 30, Critical Hit Rate 30, lasting for 20 seconds. Moonlight Shield, Physical Magic Defense 30, absorbs 1 instance of damage, lasting for 30 seconds. These buffs are indeed formidable. His output was already exceptionally high. With the addition of Moonlight Blessing and Knight's Sovereignty, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. Impressive, isn't it? Lucky Cat remarked with a slight smirk, clearly pleased with herself. Simultaneously, due to bestowing buffs upon Xiaofeng, she too had been marked red. "It's nothing much," Xiaofeng replied nonchalantly. While these buffs were indeed powerful, he could still defeat the bosses without them. Lucky Cat pouted in response, "Stop being stubborn. If we team up to complete the quest, we can both smoothly transition to our next roles without any loss. If you think I'm a burden, I'll gladly give you all the rewards I earn and even add 500 gold to it. I only have 500 gold left anyway." Her tone had softened considerably compared to earlier, conveying a sense of humility and a desire for reconciliation. Hearing this, Xiaofeng's steely resolve softened slightly. It was indeed true that he had initially attempted to monopolize the quest. Lucky Cat had not been unreasonable and had even sought to make amends. If he were to persist, it would only make him the unreasonable one. "Hey, don't be upset. I didn't mean to provoke you. It was just to repay you. Nothing personal. And you did take the quest from someone else first, which is why I reacted hastily," Lucky Cat reiterated. Her eyes filled with sincerity as she gazed directly at him. This left Xiaofeng feeling somewhat awkward. In their banter, it was not about who could endure longer to win, but rather about who could afford to be more generous, thus holding the upper hand. "All right then, I shall reluctantly take you along, but remember, all rewards belong to me," Xiaofeng declared. Despite the awkwardness, he was determined that nothing would be left behind. Lucky Cat would undoubtedly be of little assistance in this quest. He was essentially carrying her through for free. And not demanding the 500 gold was already a display of magnanimity. Yes, I want nothing, Lucky Cat exclaimed, her expression brightening considerably as he finally relented. Daphne looked upon the two young individuals with a benevolent smile and remarked, "Then it is settled. Quickly, do not waste time," she urged. And with a wave of her hand, a beam of moonlight descended. Xiao Feng and Lucky Meow, unable to comprehend the situation, felt their bodies sway and found themselves transported from the tavern to a desolate wilderness. "Are we embarking on a quest already?" Both were taken aback. They had yet to make their choice when Fiona had already assigned the task to them. Upon inspecting the map, they discovered their coordinates situated between Wind Fury City and Giant Stone Town, precisely along the path they had traversed earlier. The distance of this teleportation, the methods of a level 150 mythical boss are indeed formidable. "Look at the task details," Lucky Meow prompted. Xiao Feng noticed that his quest, Exile the Moon Temple Heir, had vanished, with the rewards for the second advancement merged into the new task. Seek the Divine Spring of God, mythical quest. Task details. Together with designated teammate Lucky Meow, journey to the Divine Realm or Abyss. Locate the item, Divine Spring of God, and return it to the tavern in Giant Stone Town to present it to the moon poet Fiona. Task deadline, 6 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Task rewards, second advancement, mysterious rewards. Note, the collection of Divine Spring of God must be completed in a duo. "Goodness, it seems I cannot simply abandon you and collect it alone," Xiao Feng lamented. He had initially thought that his formidable strength would allow him to undertake the task solo, only needing to return with this little burden to turn in the quest. To his surprise, the system forbade Lucky Meow from slacking off. She must accompany him. "Why would you want to leave me behind? I can be of help too," Lucky Meow protested, looking aggrieved. "All right then, let us proceed with the task," Xiao Feng declared, retrieving a return scroll in preparation for their departure. "Hey, you're still marked as a criminal," Lucky Meow reminded him upon noticing. Xiao Feng froze, recalling that he had dispatched foes so swiftly that he almost forgot this detail. If he were to return now, would he not be incarcerated at the speed of light? Chapter 049, Reclaiming Dignity Ding. "You have received a new friend request," the system prompted. Lucky Meow suddenly sent a request to add him as a friend. This marked the third occurrence. The first time was in the novice village when her indiscreet remark about foolish individuals with abundant wealth infuriated Xiao Feng, leading him to reject her outright. He had previously declined her request in Wind Fury City as well, wishing to avoid being pestered by such an annoying female player. However, given their current need to collaborate on a quest, refusing her again would appear rather deliberate. After some contemplation, Xiao Feng chose to accept the request. "First, let us clear your red name status. Afterward, we can proceed with the quest," Lucky Meow suggested. The red name status prevented one from entering cities or utilizing the teleportation array, rendering them incapable of accomplishing anything. "All right," Xiao Feng nodded. In truth, he preferred not to engage in gameplay with women unless accompanied by friends like Li Li or Zhang Fan, as he found it awkward otherwise. Yet, since this quest stemmed from Lucky Meow's initiative and he had taken her task, it would be inconsiderate not to include her. Moreover, the quest description explicitly stated that they must work together. If he were to complete it solo, it would be a headache if the NPC did not acknowledge his efforts. "I know a route to the Abyss, but we must wait for the 1-hour dungeon cooldown," he remarked. "I'll take you there later. But please refrain from calculating silver coins or inflation, otherwise I might explode." Xiao Feng expressed his aversion to such topics. He had a way to access the Abyss through the teleportation portal at the end of the level 75 dungeon, Silver Mine, which led directly to the Abyssal World. However, mainline dungeons could only be entered once a day, and they needed to wait over an hour for the game time to reset and the dungeon cooldown to refresh. "I understand." Lucky Meow chuckled lightly, recognizing his annoyance with her accounting, and nodded cheerfully. "You're the captain now. I'll rely on your expertise for the tasks ahead," she declared, transferring the captaincy to Xiao Feng. The two maintained their team and ventured to a map to hunt monsters. The creatures near Wind Fury City were generally of low level, with one being level 39 and the other level 59. Defeating monsters between levels 20 to 30 to clear the red name status would take an exceedingly long time. Therefore, they opted to explore a map with level 50 monsters. As they walked, Lucky Meow inhaled the refreshing air, her spirits gradually lifting as the earlier irritation from her encounter dissipated. Upon reaching the wild monster area, she retrieved her spellbook and unleashed several lunar magic skills. Minus 75,626, minus 74,522, minus 79,231 damage numbers flashed across the screen, instantly vanquishing the minor foes. Impressive prowess, Xiaofeng commended. Of course. Do you think I achieved my level by mere chance? Lucky Meow replied, a hint of pride curling her lips. Although her level did not surpass Xiaofeng's, she was still a notable presence. As a god-tier class, her attack attributes were exceptionally high, and with 3 mythical items in her possession, she was hardly inferior to Zhang Fan. At this stage, regardless of the profession, the array of skills one can acquire remains remarkably limited, with most players possessing merely a handful of offensive abilities. In the absence of substantial disparity in skill levels, she, as a priest, demonstrates commendable output. In previous times, she had been leveling up solo, yet her progress surpassed that of others engaged in group leveling, even exploiting terrain glitches to defeat a legendary boss, resulting in a significant surge in experience and catapulting her into the rankings. Had she not encountered Xiaofeng, the top-ranked player, her prowess would have spared her the fate of being carried. Nonetheless, against abyssal monsters, she was indeed at a disadvantage. Xiaofeng did not hesitate to deliver a blunt remark, leaving Lucky Meow with no retort. The abyssal creatures typically exceeded level 100. A considerable gap rendering her inability to compete entirely reasonable. And what about you? How much can you deal? She inquired. Well, I suppose I'm just average. Xiaofeng replied with a slight smirk. He then waved his staff, unleashing a flurry of spells. Lightning Arrow, Fireball, Magic Missile, -319-71991-298100012- 1409198 he swiftly cast several spells, each inflicting staggering damage upon the monsters. The diminutive creatures, with less than 10,000 health, were clearly incapable of withstanding such overwhelming force, disintegrating into nothingness. Lucky Meow was momentarily stunned, her mouth agape at a loss for words. The previously slain City Spring had claimed to have endured over 20 million damage. Yet that was merely hearsay. Witnessing Xiaofeng's damage firsthand as a teammate rendered her speechless. It was truly outrageous, this level of damage, she marveled inwardly. Xiaofeng strode forward confidently, seeking out monsters while unleashing his spells, exuding an air of self-assurance. His damage output was nothing short of terrifying, leaving no teammate able to maintain their composure after witnessing such figures. It would not be an exaggeration to say that everyone who had teamed up with him reminisced fondly about the days of trailing behind him to absorb experience points. He observed Lucky Meow's reaction closely. Her expression mirrored that of Zhang Fan and others before her, all equally astounded. It was hardly surprising, after all. A player as dashing and formidable as Xiaofeng was one of a kind in the entire region. As they traversed the landscape, casting spells and defeating monsters with remarkable efficiency, Xiaofeng targeted one creature with each skill, occasionally unleashing Rainstorm and Gale, effectively cleansing the map. Most of Lucky Meow's offensive abilities were single-target. Though limited in area of effect, they still resulted in instant kills, contributing to the overall effort. During moments of respite, she would bestow upon him 3 powerful support buffs, enhancing his capabilities. The 3 auxiliary skills of the Moon Witch, with the exception of Night Sovereign, which experienced a 40-second cooldown, aligned perfectly with the other 2, akin to the Earth Elemental Shield, refreshing every 30 seconds without interruption. Thus, in collaboration with Lucky Meow, Xiaofeng's sustained attack power exceeded his usual output by 10, reaching an impressive 896 points. An enhancement of 10 in attack translates to an increase of at least 1 million in output, the effects of which are undoubtedly profound. Although the result remains the same, vanquishing minor adversaries, the distinction between defeating them with 10 million and 11 million in damage offers a markedly different visual experience. The accumulation of 50 points of sin value can be expeditiously remedied. Within a mere 10 minutes, Xiao Feng had regained his white name status. Where to next? Lucky Meow inquired. Xiao Feng glanced at the system time and replied, there is still an hour until the point transfer. We cannot enter the dungeon just yet. Let us engage in other activities for the moment. What dungeon are you referring to? Is it particularly challenging? Lucky Meow asked, somewhat puzzled. He elucidated the connection between the silver mine and the abyssal world. Upon hearing this, Lucky Meow's eyes lit up in understanding. Ah, I see. That silver mine seems to be one you achieved a first kill in. I noticed it on the announcements. Basic skills, don't overthink it, Xiao Feng replied nonchalantly. Since we have an hour to spare, why not? Seek someone out. Lucky Meow appeared to recall something and suddenly smiled, proposing, let us find someone. Who are we looking for? Xiao Feng inquired. Dainies, she said with a mischievous grin. Ah, Xiao Feng was taken aback. Dainies. The NPC girl who incessantly demanded money and had a penchant for exploiting others. Lucky Meow had previously been swindled by her, indicating a desire for retribution. You have high output. Help me subdue her and reclaim the money she owes. We shall split the recovered funds evenly, Lucky Meow continued as they walked. No need to split the money. It's merely a trivial task, Xiao Feng said dismissively, unimpressed by the prospect of 500 gold coins. Absolutely not. I refuse to take advantage of others without recompense. If you assist, you must receive a reward. Fine, fine, whatever you say, he conceded. Recalling the 2 occasions she had thwarted him over a mere 5 silver coins, thereby quelling any thoughts of bargaining. Moments later, Windfury City came into view. On a small bridge outside the city, a golden-haired girl named Dainies, clad in a flowing white dress, was meandering back and forth, clutching a bouquet of wildflowers and humming an unfamiliar tune. Lucky Meow clenched her fists and scoffed, that insufferable NPC, still pretending to be adorable. Xiao Feng. Let us advance and teach her a lesson. Chapter 050, extorting the NPC. The two approached together. The girl in the white dress, Dainies, instinctively hopped toward them upon noticing their presence. Just as she prepared to fall with a thud, she caught sight of their faces and her expression shifted to one of disappointment. Ah, it's you too. I've seen you today. I'll let you off this time. Xiao Feng's lips twitched. This extortionist surprisingly had her limits. She wouldn't exploit the same person twice. You deceitful swindler. Return my money. Lucky Cat fumed. What money? What are you talking about? I don't understand, Dainies replied, her wide blue eyes blinking innocently, tilting her head in confusion. Stop feigning ignorance. 1,000 gold coins, hand them over. Not a single coin less. Lucky Cat was visibly exasperated. This NPC was utterly despicable. Not only attempting to extort money, but also using magic to assault her, displaying an atrocious attitude. As a player, she could not accept such behavior. She had to reclaim her dignity. I didn't cheat you out of your money. You willingly paid me for medical expenses. Dainies firmly rejected. Humph. It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Xiao Feng, attack her. Lucky Cat, filled with indignation, immediately empowered Xiao Feng with all 3 of her status skills. What do you want from us? Dainies, sensing danger as Xiao Feng approached, instinctively took a step back. Meteor spell. Xiao Feng, honoring his teammate, unleashed the forbidden spell that had just cooled down. Buzzing sounds filled the air as fire elements gathered high above. With a 10-second chant countdown commencing. You're using that spell again. How infuriating. Dainies shrieked in terror, turning to flee. Do you think running will help? Xiao Feng chuckled lightly. The designated impact range of the meteor spell extended to 100 meters, with an additional 180-meter spread, unless she could sprint 280 meters within 10 seconds. Escape was futile. Clearly, Dainies lacked the speed to achieve such a feat. Boom. The fire elements converged more densely, casting a gloomy shadow over the sky. Players leisurely leveling up and battling outside the city were taken aback by this spectacle. It's happening again. It seems to be targeting that extortionist NPC, finally. Someone is here to bring her to justice. Crush her, that would be so satisfying. With 5 seconds left on the countdown, Dainies realized she couldn't escape after a few frantic steps and panicked. I was wrong, I'm sorry. Please, spare me. Wu return the money. Xiao Feng shouted. I'll return it, I promise. Dainies burst into tears. That's more like it. Xiaofeng scoffed lightly. The countdown reached its conclusion, and with a slight adjustment of the designated area, he targeted a nearby rabbit. Rabbit. With a thunderous crash, a colossal meteor plummeted, reducing the innocent little rabbit to mere dust. The shockwave once again radiated nearly 200 meters, causing the very earth to tremble and the river waters to surge violently. Hiss. Lucky Cat beheld a succession of damage figures exceeding 200 million and 100 million in the distance, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. At that moment, Danes, now weakened, had collapsed to the ground, trembling and sobbing in fear. Observing her pitiful demeanor, Lucky Cat felt no sympathy. Rather, a sense of satisfaction welled within her. "Return my money." She stepped forward and declared with outstretched palm. "Oh." Danes reluctantly retrieved a pouch of gold coins, containing exactly 1,000 pieces. Lucky Cat bent down, preparing to take it. "Wait." At that moment, Xiaofeng called out to her. "What is it?" Xiaofeng approached, gazing down at the golden-haired girl seated upon the ground. With a smirk, he remarked, "Little sister, you must be earning quite well from your daily antics here." "Huh? What? What are you talking about?" Danes responded with a bewildered expression, feigning ignorance of his meaning. Xiaofeng weighed the pouch of coins in his hand, shaking his head. "Too little, far too little. Your actions today have startled both me and my companions twice, inflicting tremendous psychological harm upon us. I hereby formally demand compensation for emotional distress in the amount of 1 million gold coins. You may choose to pay immediately, or I could send you to the heavens with a lightning arrow, allowing the Lord God to judge your transgressions." "Huh?" Lucky Cat tilted her head, a line of question marks appearing above her. She merely sought to reclaim her 1,000 gold coins. Yet here was Xiaofeng, extorting the NPC instead. Danes, equally flabbergasted, gazed at the man with ill intentions and exclaimed, "You cannot do this. How can you demand 100,000 when I have only earned 1,000 from you? This is impossible. Unthinkable. Is it?" Xiaofeng slowly raised his staff. "You should be aware of my power. Even without forbidden spells, I could eliminate you in an instant." Wailing once more, Danes cried out, "Wretched adventurers, you are bullying me. I shall not let this go. I will report you to the Mother Goddess and have her cast you into the abyss, ensuring you never see the sun again." "The Mother Goddess?" Lucky Cat arched an eyebrow, curiosity piqued regarding Danes' identity. However, Xiaofeng remained unfazed, extending his palm. "Enough of the prattle. 1 million gold coins, either pay up, or I will end your life." "You are threatening me. You are threatening me," Danes wailed. "Oh, Mother Goddess, someone is bullying me." Her cries grew louder and more fervent, directed toward the heavens. "Stop shouting. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to your rescue. Hurry and pay." Xiaofeng retorted impatiently. "Women who weep and wail are the most bothersome, were it not for the bounty on killing NPCs which would hinder their entry into the city." He would have certainly dispatched Danes with a lightning arrow. "Mother Goddess, save me!" Danes cried and shouted, yet it was all in vain. Bang! Xiaofeng delivered a resounding smack to her forehead, exclaiming, "Will you ever cease?" "Quiet down." With a heart full of despair, Danes found her pleas for help falling on deaf ears, only to be met with a merciless beating, her eyes brimming with tears. She possessed an exquisitely delicate appearance, and in her current state, she resembled a weeping willow, evoking a sense of sympathy that could soften the heart of any ordinary man. Regrettably, Xiaofeng was a man of unwavering resolve. "I will comply. I will comply. Is that not sufficient?" Danes sobbed, realizing her attempts at feigned vulnerability had failed and resigning herself to her fate. Slowly, with great reluctance, she produced a pouch filled with gold coins. This pouch served as a monetary vessel within the game, its size invariant regardless of the quantity of coins it contained. The second pouch contained a remarkable total of 35,000 gold coins, a sum quite substantial. Lucky Cat, upon witnessing this, was taken aback, his gaze toward Xiaofeng shifting dramatically. The extortion of an NPC had indeed succeeded, yielding such a fortune. 35,000 gold coins equated to 350,000 in cash. This was a veritable windfall. "Is this all you have? You engage in petty schemes daily. Surely you cannot be this destitute?" Xiaofeng scrutinized the coin pouch, still somewhat unsatisfied. Danes, seeing his dissatisfaction, cried out, "This is all my money. If you were to take my life, I would have nothing more." "Very well, I shall accept this for now. I will take the money as a lesson for you. From now on, behave properly as an NPC and refrain from tormenting the weak and helpless players. Should I discover otherwise, I shall confront you each time we meet. Xiao Feng admonished sternly, seizing both coin pouches and dividing them, with one pouch containing 18,000 coins to be shared with Lucky Cat. Woe is me. Just you wait. I shall have my divine mother avenge me. Danny's lamented, clutching herself in despair and vowing vengeance. I shall await her arrival. When she comes, perhaps she could bring along some additional wealth or artifacts. I do relish a scene filled with explosive riches, Xiao Feng replied calmly, unfazed by her threats. Whether or not Danny's had any backing was inconsequential. Even if a deity were to appear, Xiao Feng had nothing to fear. At worst, he could obliterate the god with a single meteor spell. Chapter 051. Re-entering the abyssal world, you possess a remarkable skill in dealing with NPCs. Upon returning to Wine Fury City, Lucky Cat regarded Xiao Feng with newfound respect. Xiao Feng replied nonchalantly, "What's the big deal? It's merely a low-level NPC." He was a formidable player who could hold sway over more than 20,000 members of the World Association. This trivial matter was but a piece of cake. Let us proceed to the abyss. The time is ripe. The two boarded the teleportation array, making their way back to Stormwind City. Under Xiao Feng's guidance, they set off towards Silvermine Town. Shouldn't we gather a few more people for the team? The abyss is a high-level map, and it is said that the weakest monsters are at least level 100, with bosses roaming freely above level 150. Lucky Cat expressed her concerns. Xiao Feng shook his head. No need. The fewer, the better. Entering the abyss requires specific items. If you call more people without the necessary items, it will only lead to complications. He indeed wished to invite a few others, like Old Li and Old Zhang, yet the strength of the others was insufficient. Their presence would merely hinder progress. Furthermore, to enter the abyssal world, one must carry abyssal monster essence. Without it, one's attributes would be severely diminished, and one would be expelled from the abyssal world, randomly deposited in some location. Xiao Feng possessed only one abyssal monster essence. Defeating another boss would yield a second, but it would suffice for only 2 individuals. All right then. Lucky Cat, aware of his superior strength, one individual stronger than an entire team, refrained from further protest. The two journeyed to Silvermine Town. With the rise in player levels, various hidden quests, and the discovery of unique professions, the overall strength of players was rapidly escalating. Now, numerous players had appeared in the level 60 training area near Silvermine Town, and even the Silvermine Cave dungeon had seen its share of visitors. However, merely entering the cave was one thing. Whether they could conquer it was another matter entirely. The second and third bosses within the cave were no trifles, and even a typical level 50 team would find themselves challenged. The two formed a team and entered the Silvermine Cave dungeon, the narrow pathways remaining unchanged from their initial visit. "Follow me," Xiao Feng instructed, moving swiftly and confidently. Now, he wielded several more skills compared to his previous foray. Without pausing, they advanced at full speed. Upon encountering minor monsters, he unleashed Chain Lightning and Fireball in a small area of effect. In less than 3 minutes, they arrived at the lair of the first boss, the Lizard King. Before Lucky Cat could fully discern the appearance of the boss, a colossal fireball erupted, inflicting damage in the millions, obliterating the boss and leaving behind a scattering of blue and green gear. This guy is simply absurdly powerful. Lucky Cat, having reached level 40 from the boss's experience, finally realized they had vanquished a boss and couldn't help but grumble. Xiao Feng paid no heed as they descended to the second layer, maintaining their rapid pace, as if taking a leisurely stroll through a garden. Soon enough, they encountered the second boss, the Abyssal Servant Chief, adorned in red, blue, green, and purple, appeared fierce. Yet, Xiao Feng unleashed a flurry of skills: Lightning Arrow, Magic Missile, Fireball, and Chain Lightning, one after the other. The bosses, unable to transfer their life force in time, perished entirely, transforming into experience points. Lucky Cat, numbed by the staggering damage of 20 to 30 million, mechanically followed behind to collect items, resembling a devoted acolyte. The duo descended to the third level. The third level of the dungeon bore slight differences from their initial exploration. There were no half-dead miners like Roblo to guide them, compelling them to rely solely on their own wits to locate the boss. drawing upon his memory. Xiaofeng retraced his steps along the familiar path and found it entirely accurate, leading him directly to the final boss's chamber. Before entering the boss room, he heard that rather familiar voice. "Foolish humans, daring to disturb the mighty Lord Samaka, prepare to meet your demise." The voice of the Abyss Lord echoed from within, shortly followed by two tentacles lunging at Xiaofeng and Lucky Cat. "Be careful." The enormous, grotesque appendages caused Lucky Cat to panic, hastily retreating 20 to 30 meters. Xiaofeng, however, stood his ground, unleashing a chain lightning spell. Zing! Ah! The Abyss Lord Samaka roared in pain, exclaiming, "Cursed humans, how dare you resist?" Inside the boss room, Samaka's form writhed as if attempting to extend more tentacles for an assault. Xiaofeng activated his swift boots, charging forward, casting a high-level magic missile that obliterated the crystal pool. He then followed up with a lightning arrow, reducing Lord Samaka to mere remnants. "Ah, how infuriating! I shall return." Samaka bellowed, collapsing amidst his unwilling fury. "You have defeated the Abyss Lord Samaka, earning 282,000 experience points." With the boss's demise, an epic item and a plethora of blue and green gear were dropped. Xiaofeng seized the sole orange item on the ground, the essence of abyssal creatures, and tossed it to Lucky Cat. "Let us proceed through the portal." Without delay, he leaped into the portal, entering the abyssal world. "This is rather swift." Lucky Cat observed the uncollected blue and green gear on the ground, feeling a pang of regret. The portal would soon shrink and vanish, prompting her to hastily follow suit. "Then you have entered the abyssal world. All healing effects are reduced by 50 and attack power diminished by 10. Upon exiting the portal, a system notification promptly appeared. Despite possessing the essence of abyssal creatures, their attributes were still slightly suppressed. Without it, the penalties would be even greater. "Is this truly the Abyss?" Lucky Cat remarked, scanning her surroundings, which bore no significant differences from the dungeon. "The cavern is indeed the Abyss. Stepping outside will reveal the true abyssal world," Xiaofeng clarified. The cave emanated a blue-purple glow, accompanied by the melodious sounds of mining. "Warrior, warrior, you have returned." A voice suddenly emerged from nearby. It was Jeffrey, the miner who had previously implored Xiaofeng for assistance. Jeffrey beheld Xiaofeng, a look of joy illuminating his face as he exclaimed, "Brave Xiaofeng, I knew you would not abandon us. Please, lend us your aid." "Are you acquainted with the NPCs here?" Lucky Meow inquired, astonished. Xiaofeng nodded, having encountered them during his previous visit. They were mere human miners, captured to toil under duress, and he hoped to escort them back if possible. Lucky Meow muttered, "They are merely low-level NPCs. Sometimes, a plot twist eliminates a whole group," implying that such lowly NPCs were not worthy of special rescue, as they offered no rewards. However, Xiaofeng retorted, "That is precisely why we must save them." His sentiments towards the NPCs in all realms diverged from those of other players. The fearful Rofro, the infatuated Minya, the scheming Danis, each character seemed vividly alive, engaging him as if he were conversing with living beings. Thus, he was reluctant to adopt the same perspective he had held in previous gaming experiences regarding these characters. "Come, let us vanquish Lord Ramika. To liberate these miners, we must first defeat him." A level 150 legendary boss posed no challenge to Xiaofeng. A single skill would suffice. The only concern that lingered in his mind was the Abyssal Princess Minya, a boss capable of disregarding skill attacks. Chapter 052. The City of the Abyss. Returning to the matter at hand, it was recalled that Minya had ventured to Storm City to assist in a crisis, subsequently finding herself pursued by the Storm Goddess General, Zeviel. It remained uncertain whether she had managed to escape. With a sense of curiosity, Xiaofeng made his way towards the exit of the mine. Within the cavern, a few imps were idly overseeing the area, and he effortlessly dispatched them one by one with minor skills, causing no upheaval. Lucky Cat followed closely behind, occasionally bestowing buffs upon him, rendering any further action unnecessary. The pair arrived at the barrier outside the mine. To their surprise, the barrier was ajar, allowing them to exit without delay. Beyond the barrier lay a dungeon, patrolled by several imps. Spotting Xiaofeng and Lucky Cat, one of the leaders bellowed, "Ugly human miner, how dare you sneak out?" and brandished a whip to attack. Chain lightning. Xiao Feng unleashed his spell, a bolt of electricity arcing from the tip of his staff. Within the confines of the narrow dungeon, the lightning chain ricocheted flawlessly 9 times, instantly annihilating all the imps. The transition from raucous shouts to eerie silence transpired in less than 2 seconds. I had only come here before, beyond this point. I am unaware of what lies ahead, Xiao Feng remarked. Let us investigate, suggested Lucky Cat. The dungeon comprised numerous cells, and Xiao Feng meticulously examined each one, hoping to find human NPCs imprisoned, akin to Ramsit. However, each cell was devoid of occupants. The duo pushed open the next door and continued their advance. Beyond lay not the narrow and treacherous mine tunnel, but a flat, shadowy corridor. Xiao Feng enveloped himself in an earth elemental shield, leading the way. He recalled that the Lord Ramika had entered the dungeon through this very corridor, and he wished to avoid an encounter with a formidable boss that could result in his untimely demise. After traversing several paces down the corridor, they heard the slithering sounds of tentacled creatures approaching, accompanied by the murmur of abyssal beings engaged in conversation. Captain Jigil, you have arrived. What are your orders? One inquired. By the command of Lord Ramika, I am to capture 10 humans and deliver them to Princess Minya's palace, came the reply. Ah, is the princess to hold a coming-of-age ceremony? But why has she chosen humans instead of? Hush, speak not such filth. The princess is not as vile as you think. She is injured and requires the essence of humans to heal. Well wait. The princess is injured? She is the daughter of the great blood demon god. Who would dare harm her? This I cannot say. It is said she was wounded by a human deity, and only through the intervention of the demon god himself was she rescued. Hiss. The great blood demon god has intervened personally. The last time that occurred was 3,000 years ago. Enough of this chatter. I shall go capture humans. You lot, come here to assist in the escort. As the footsteps drew nearer, a mix of heavy footfalls and the slithering of tentacled creatures filled the air. Xiao Feng listened intently to their exchange, deep in thought. Just moments prior, he had been pondering Minya's fate, and now he found himself privy to crucial information. It appears that Minya, after departing from Storm City, has still not evaded the relentless pursuit of the Storm General, Xavier, narrowly escaping demise. Fortunately, the bloodthirsty demon god intervened personally, rescuing her from peril. Given the bloodthirsty demon god's capacity to vanquish the god of war, dealing with a mere general was undoubtedly a trivial matter. Yet, it remains uncertain how grievous Minya's injuries are, as she seems to require the absorption of human life force for recovery. Footsteps approached, and several abyssal creatures emerged in the corridor ahead. Alarmingly, humans had slipped out. The leading tentacled creature spotted Xiao Feng and his companion, urgently commanding, "Quick, capture them." "Yes, Captain." The other minions responded, raising their weapons and charging forward. Xiao Feng took a moment to assess the attributes of the leader. Abyssal Dungeon Guard Captain, Gigi, Rare Boss, Level, 120 Health, 178,400 178,400, Target Level 2 High, unable to retrieve further data. 2 weak. A lightning chain was unleashed from his staff. In the narrow passageway, the 3-meter range proved more than sufficient to maximize his impact. The lightning chain struck multiple times, and several abyssal creatures collapsed on the spot, some reduced to ash. "Captain, this is dire. A human powerhouse has invaded. Quickly report to Lord Ramika." Behind them, more abyssal creatures had not yet arrived. Upon hearing the commotion, they turned to gaze, only to witness their companions and superior eliminated in an instant, prompting them to panic and flee to deliver the news. "This is troublesome. A minion has sounded the alarm. We may soon be besieged," Lucky Cat remarked, visibly anxious. Xiao Feng, unperturbed, replied, "No worries. As long as they are not mythic-level bosses, I can handle any number." While speaking, he collected the items dropped by Gigi and the abyssal creatures, continuing onward. Not long after traversing the corridor, they reached a sturdy door, crafted from stone and exceedingly heavy. Xiao Feng attempted to push it, but it did not budge in the slightest. Lucky Cat stepped forward to assist. However, both being magic users with minimal strength, they could not move the stone door an inch. "What shall we do?" Lucky Cat frowned. "Let me see if I can blast it open." Xiao Feng stepped back a few paces, reciting the incantation for fireball, releasing an enormous fireball with a diameter of 1 meter. Boom. The fireball soared forth, crashing into the stone door and provoking a violent explosion. As the flames dissipated, the door lay shattered, reduced to rubble scattered across the ground. Peering outside, Xiaofeng discovered a street beyond, where numerous abyssal creatures stood armed and prepared. So much experience, he thought joyfully, casting a new earth elemental shield upon himself and instructing Lucky Cat to step back as he approached the entrance. Beyond the shattered door, it appeared to be nighttime, with a resplendent full moon illuminating the sky. This moon shone exceptionally bright, casting a clear light over everything on the earth below. Beneath the moonlight, a city of stone stands majestically upon the mountainside, its scale modest compared to the grandeur of Stormwind, even smaller than the fourth-tier city of Windfury. The thoroughfares within the city crisscross, with one particularly broad street, nearly 10 meters wide, extending from the city's entrance to the base of the towering mountain behind it. At this moment, Xiaofeng emerges from a cavern at the mountain's foot and steps onto the bustling avenue. Bold humans, how dare you intrude upon the abyssal realm? In the names of the bloodthirsty demon lord and Lord Ramika, you are hereby apprehended. Surrender your weapons at once, or we shall drown you in our collective spit. A throng of abyssal creatures, each above level 100, gathers, vociferously clamoring. Their numbers swell as more abyssal soldiers rush to the scene. Xiaofeng refrains from immediate action, patiently awaiting the convergence of foes, intending to unleash a tempestuous spell once sufficient numbers have amassed. However, the abyssal beings, upon noticing the relatively low levels of Xiaofeng and his companion, Lucky Cat, cannot contain their eagerness to strike first. Seize him. This male human is particularly unsightly. The princess will surely take a liking to him. No, we cannot present him to her highness. He must be slain. Indeed, let us end his life. Such a loathsome human, ugly and audacious enough to pursue our abyssal maidens, is utterly detestable. Let us vanquish him. A cacophony of grotesque monster shrieks as they charge forward. Chapter 053. Lord Lamaka, why are you so eager to deliver yourself? Xiaofeng remarked, speechless. A dozen abyssal creatures charged forth, some resembling slimes, others akin to octopuses, and a few resembling red goblins that had indulged too much in sweet potatoes. They were utterly grotesque. The proximity of these hideous monsters was a distressing experience, prompting Xiaofeng to take action. Fireball. An enhanced, luxurious, plus-sized fireball surged forth, exploding amidst the horde of goblins. Boom. Flames erupted, and anguished cries filled the air. The foremost abyssal creatures met their gruesome fate. Damn it. How can he be so powerful? A level 59 human dispatches a group of level 100 creatures in a single strike, a reality too hard for the abyssal beings in the street to fathom. Subsequently, an even more shocking event unfolded. With their numbers sufficiently amassed, Cyclone, observing that over 100 abyssal creatures had gathered on the street, Xiaofeng hesitated no longer and unleashed his ultimate move. Whoosh! A fierce wind swept in, forming a swirling vortex. Within a mere 1.5 seconds, a colossal tornado with a diameter of 240 meters took shape. In the next moment, damage figures began to soar. -2106348-2067664-2098464. Each damage figure exceeded 2 million. And none of the abyssal creatures could withstand it, perishing in an instant. Furthermore, the immense cyclone toppled surrounding buildings. The homes of the abyssal beings along the street were also devastated, resembling a scene from an apocalyptic disaster, a truly terrifying spectacle. Ah, help! Humans are so fearsome. Great Demon Lord, save us. The nearby abyssal creatures collapsed in an instant, transforming into a wealth of experience. Though Lucky Meow had witnessed the effects of Cyclone before, the efficiency of experience acquisition at such a pace left her utterly astonished. After 5 seconds, Cyclone came to an end. Within a 100-meter radius, not a single abyssal creature remained. All had been eradicated. At that moment, a furious bellow echoed. Bold human, how dare you run rampant in the abyss? Whoosh! The sound of rushing wind accompanied the arrival of tentacles over 20 meters long. Following this, not far ahead of Xiaofeng, a gigantic tentacled monster emerged. High-level abyssal lord, Lamaka, legendary boss. Level, 150 health. 700, 0004, 700, 000. Target level 2 high. Unable to obtain further data, the most formidable creature of this small abyssal city had appeared. It is you. Upon recognizing the troublemaking human as Xiaofeng, Lamaka's enormous eye narrowed slightly. Last time, I spared your life for the sake of Princess, and you dare return. Lamaka thundered, its massive tentacles thrashing violently, exuding an overwhelming aura. Xiaofeng smirked, I never asked for your mercy. In fact, I was begging you to end my life back then. Humph. Cunning human. You exploited the princess's naivety to aid your escape when you were weak, and now that you have gained strength, you seek to prove your might? Ridiculous, truly laughable. Lamaka coldly retorted, looking down upon Xiaofeng's actions with disdain. There is no need for such harsh words. In truth, I am in search of a certain item. Initially, Xiaofeng felt indifferent, yet upon Ramaka's remark, he realized he might have indeed overstepped his bounds, albeit slightly. Thus, he momentarily discarded the thought of conflict and turned to address more pressing matters. What item? Ramaka retorted coldly. The treasures of our abyss shall never be entrusted to mere humans. Xiaofeng replied, it is something known as the divine dew spring, which possesses the power to bestow vitality upon life. Upon hearing the name, Ramaka paused in contemplation, soon recalling the significance and status of this item within the abyss. In an instant, his enormous eye widened in fury, and he bellowed, you seek death. With a swift motion, he launched an attack, accompanied by his roar. The sky darkened abruptly, and black raindrops began to pour down like a deluge. Each droplet coalesced into a black blade, sharp as a dagger. Minus 15,819, minus 17,193, minus 16,818 white damage numbers began to appear above Xiaofeng's head, indicating the gradual depletion of his shield. Each droplet of black rain inflicted over 10,000 damage. And as numerous droplets fell upon him, the rate at which his shield was eroded was alarmingly swift. A level 150 legendary boss was indeed formidable. Xiaofeng mused quietly, then called out, Ramaka, for the sake of Manaya, I offer you a chance at survival. Stand down and depart, and I shall not pursue you. Arrogant. Ramaka, a high-ranking lord of the abyss, had never endured such disdain from a mere human. Enraged, he unleashed 4 tentacles toward Xiaofeng. Simultaneously, a more potent skill was silently activated, and from his colossal single eye, a crimson ray burst forth. Sizzle. The ray, akin to a laser, struck Xiaofeng, causing his earth element shield to visibly diminish at a rapid pace. Minus 100,000, minus 100,000, minus 100,000, a devastating 10,000 damage per strike. With 3 strikes per second, such a display of destruction was truly terrifying. Moonlight Shield, ruler of the night. The fortunate cat hidden within a cave hastily cast buffs upon Xiaofeng. With a pop, the protective effect of the Moonlight Shield shattered, absorbing a portion of the 100,000 damage. Smack! Ramaka's tentacle reached him, delivering a heavy blow that inflicted damage exceeding 100,000, sending Xiaofeng hurtling away into the mountainside. Ouch, that hurts. The impact caused several thousand points of damage, and the Earth Element Shield endured a total of over 2 million damage, diminishing by approximately 15%. At this rate, Ramaka could easily dismantle his Earth Element Shield within 30 seconds. Now it is my turn. Xiaofeng wiped the dirt from his face and rose from the ground. Lightning arrow. Raising his staff, a bolt of electricity, as thick as an arm, surged forth from its tip. Ramaka's colossal eye was filled with scorn as he mocked. Is this the extent of your pitiful abilities? He looked down upon the lightning arrow, dismissing it as a mere low-level spell. Pop. His own shield absorbed the attack, rendering it ineffective. Once more, Xiaofeng, having discerned the limited nature of the special shield from Lucky Cat's skill effects, felt no lingering trepidation. He unleashed a magical missile that struck the colossal form of Ramaka. Pop. Boom. The second layer of the shield shattered and vanished, while Xiaofeng endured a blow, his Earth Elemental Shield sustaining significant damage. Fireball. Whoosh. A massive fireball erupted forth. Ramaka continued to mock Xiaofeng's insignificance, unleashing his might while neglecting defense. In the next instant, boom, the fireball collided with Ramaka's barren head, erupting in a blaze of searing light. Minus 24, 883, 911 critical hit. A tremendous crimson damage indicator flared up. Ramaka's eyes widened in disbelief. This cannot be. Boom. His immense form collapsed like a towering edifice, stirring a cloud of dust. Simultaneously, Xiao Feng and Lucky Cat heard a melodious notification in their ears. Ding! Your team has defeated the level 150 legendary boss, the High Abyss Lord Ramika, and gained 20 for 150 reputation. Your team has vanquished the High Abyss Lord Ramika, earning a shared experience of 4,636,000. Both their levels ascended, Xiao Feng leaping 3 levels to 62, while Lucky Cat surged from level 40 to 46, propelling into 3rd place on the leaderboard. Trailing only Xiao Feng and sword slashing the mortal. Lord Ramika is dead. The Lord has been slain by humans. Everyone, flee. Quickly report to General Krim. With Ramika's demise, the abyssal creatures watching from afar scattered in panic. Xiao Feng chose not to pursue them, not out of mercy or a lack of desire for experience, but because he had noticed several unique items dropping from Ramika's corpse. Chapter 054. The affluent Lord of Ramika, the radiant crimson glow shone brilliantly, symbolizing the mythical quality of the items. The ground was strewn with an array of treasures, predominantly gold coins, followed by purple items, then orange and blue, with the red items being the rarest, totaling only 2. Xiao Feng stepped forward to collect them one by one. 1,040,000 gold coins, surpassing even the wealth amassed from the mythical boss, the Phantom General, enough to purchase 2 luxury homes outright. Turning to the red items, Scarlet Domain Scroll, mythical. After a chant of 3 seconds, it creates a scarlet domain with a radius of 1,000 meters and a height of 100 meters, reducing all attributes of every character within the domain by 50 except for the caster. The domain lasts up to 300 seconds. And this effect is ineffective against legendary tier lords and players beyond the 4th class advancement. Heart of the Demon, mythical. Upon use, it permanently grants 50 points of strength. Higher tier items supersede lower tier ones, and only one effect can exist at a time. Both red items are consumables with remarkably impactful effects. The Scarlet Domain Scroll is a strategic treasure, crucial for territorial battles. An assassin could stealthily infiltrate the enemy ranks and unleash it, having the attributes of all adversaries in an instant. The Heart of the Demon is equally extraordinary, providing a free 50 points of attributes, equivalent to the potential points gained from 25 level-ups. Even considering the automatic attribute increases from each level up, it is comparable to reaching level 17, albeit it only augments strength. Numerous legendary quality items were also present, with 4 or 5 pieces of equipment alone, though none were without level restrictions, rendering them temporarily unusable. Additionally, there was a highly significant legendary quality scroll, Directional Teleportation Scroll. Upon use, it opens a portal for teleportation to a designated location, lasting up to 60 seconds. With the current destination set to Storm City's Silvermine Town, this scroll serves as a quest item for rescuing the miners trapped within the magic crystal mine. Other items, such as the essence of abyssal creatures, lacked considerable appeal. Conversely, 2 noteworthy items emerged from the epic quality category. Group Resurrection, epic, usable by 3rd-class priest-type professions. It instantly resurrects all teammates within a 50-meter radius and restores 20 of their health and mana, requiring a 5-second chant with a cooldown of 600 seconds. Random Teleportation Scroll, epic, instantaneous, it teleports the user randomly to any location. Lucky Meow's eyes lit up upon spotting the boss's drop of an epic skillbook for her class, causing her to salivate with desire. However, she had already promised not to take anything, and thus found it difficult to ask. Group Resurrection is a skill that both she and Lily could learn. This skill can revive up to 4 teammates, holding immense significance, and is a coveted ability for every priest, although it requires 3rd-class advancement to learn. Acquiring it now would alleviate future worries. Furthermore, this is no mere basic skill given freely by the system. After playing for half a year, only a select few priests would encounter it. This book is needed by my brother, so I shall not give it to you, Xiao Feng declared. Oh, fine. Lucky Meow replied, feeling a twinge of disappointment yet refraining from voicing her discontent. Gazing upon the scattered precious artifacts, Xiao Feng casually picked up a rare skill book usable by priests and tossed it to her, saying, "Here, a little reward for you. Do not spread tales of my stinginess." The skill book, titled Group Purification, though not as valuable as Group Resurrection, possessed the remarkable ability to dispel adverse conditions for all teammates, making it an exceptional skill in both PvP and PvE scenarios. "Thank you, esteemed one," Lucky Meow exclaimed. Her initial expectation of returning empty-handed abruptly transformed into joy as she received the book, her eyes crinkling with delight. Xiaofeng proceeded to stow the remaining spoils into his backpack. "Let us first rescue the miners, and we shall continue our search for the Divine Spring afterward." After gathering the items, instead of venturing deeper into the abyssal city, he turned back towards the mine. Isn't that a bit premature?" Lucky Meow remarked. Taken aback that his first action after vanquishing a boss was to retrace his steps to save an NPC. The duo navigated through the winding paths of the cave until they reached the very depths of the mine. "Xiaofeng, brave one, you have returned. Is there danger outside?" Jeffrey and the other miners awaited his news with bated breath. Xiaofeng unfurled a directional teleportation scroll and declared in a clear voice, "I have slain Ramika. You are safe now, and may return home." He then activated the scroll, opening a portal. "Oh my, this is real. The valiant Xiaofeng has vanquished the malevolent Lord of the Abyss. We are free, we are free." The miners erupted in tears of joy. Jeffrey, overwhelmed, fell to his knees in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, valiant Xiaofeng. Without you, we would have likely fallen prey to the abyssal monsters. Even if we survived, we would have been condemned to spend our days in this sunless abyss. You have saved us. Please accept our most sincere gratitude. Indeed, you have saved our lives." The miners chorused, bowing deeply in appreciation. Xiaofeng quickly assisted Jeffrey to his feet and addressed the crowd. "There is no need for such reverence. Please hurry and leave. The portal can only remain open for a minute. Delay, and you may find yourselves unable to depart." These miners were merely common NPCs, and he held no expectations of receiving any significant reward. His return to rescue them stemmed not from desire for gain, but from a concern that should he venture deeper into the abyssal world, the creatures might retaliate against the miners in his absence, endangering their lives. "Xiaofeng is right. We should leave this place at once. Upon our return, we shall petition the Lord of the city to commend the valiant Xiaofeng." Jeffrey and the others quickly rose, expressing their gratitude once more before one by one stepping into the portal. Upon counting, there were indeed 4 or 5 dozen human miners present. Had they lingered any longer, the portal would have likely closed. As the miners departed, silence enveloped the surroundings. The clattering of mining tools ceased. "You treat NPCs as if they were real people. Engaging with them and showing such concern for their safety," Lucky Meow remarked in astonishment. "They are indeed akin to real individuals, possessing their own personalities and stories. Do not be deceived by their seemingly ordinary appearances. Behind these common NPCs may lie friends and kin of mythical proportions." Xiaofeng responded with a hint of indifference. After encountering Lofro, he gained a novel perspective on this game. Some truths are not inscribed on the surface. NPCs embody not merely tasks and rewards. They also encompass a narrative that the game designers seek to convey to the players, or perhaps a deeper significance. "Let us continue our quest for the Divine Dew Spring." Xiaofeng led the way beyond the cave. As they walked, he remarked, "When the boss heard about the Divine Dew Spring, he seemed rather anxious. Clearly, that treasure is of great value even in the abyss and is not easily obtainable." Indeed, the fact that Fiona is willing to exchange an artifact for it sufficiently attests to its worth. A consumable item rivaling an artifact, one can only imagine its rarity. It appears there is a commotion outside. Could the monsters have returned? As they neared the exit, a cacophony of noise echoed from beyond. Lucky Meow furrowed his brow and instinctively cast 3 buff skills upon Xiaofeng. It seemed some lesser creatures had mentioned reporting to a general. Could they have arrived so soon? Xiaofeng speculated. A general sounds more formidable than a high-level lord. Might it be akin to a 200 mythical boss? Like a divine general of the temple? If that is the case, then how intriguing. Xiaofeng's interest was piqued as he donned the earth elemental shield and hastened outside. Before long, he found himself back at the site of his earlier battle with Ramika. With a thunderous roar, the sky erupted with an ominous growl. Looking up, he beheld a dozen enormous wolves, each adorned with wings, soaring through the air. Upon their backs perched several formidable demon warriors, their faces twisted with ferocity. So, you are the ones who vanquished Ramika? The leader, a robust figure, gazed down upon Xiao Feng and his companion, regarding them as mere insignificant insects. Chapter 055, 13 Bosses at Once. Yes, it is us. Do you have any objections? Xiao Feng remained composed, unfazed. He glanced at the information of his adversaries. Winged Flying Wolf, Elite, Level, 110 Health, 103, 000 103. 000, Abyssal Warrior Leader, Epic, Level, 150 Health, 1, 278, 501, 278, 500. Abyssal General, Mew Legendary, Level, 180 Health, 6, 205, 0006, 205, 000. The mounts, minions, and bosses varied greatly in attributes, presenting a significant disparity. One legendary boss accompanied by 12 epic bosses demanded accountability, creating a scene that was undeniably explosive, far more formidable than the solitary struggle of Lamaka moments ago. Consequently, their momentum surged with audacity. Furthermore, Lamaka was an esteemed lord. His demise at the hands of humans would undoubtedly incite the wrath of the abyssal powers. Observing the two humans of considerably lower levels, the leading abyssal general seethed with rage, exclaiming, "Since that is the case, you shall perish. I will carry your corpses back to General Clem for reporting." With a wave of his hand, the 12 epic bosses launched their assault simultaneously. Xiao Feng, be cautious. Lucky Meow offered a warning, swiftly retreating into the corridor. Her survivability was too low. Faced with such an overwhelming number of high-level bosses, even a glancing blow could send her back to the city to resurrect. The 12 bosses unleashed their attacks upon Xiao Feng, and the Earth Elemental Shield had long been prepared, awaiting their arrival. A thunderous roar ensued as 12 energy impacts struck, fracturing the floor beneath him. Upon assessing his health, he realized each attack depleted over 70,000 of his health, totaling over 1,000,000. This is formidable. I might just meet my end here. Xiao Feng gasped in shock. He could not afford to hesitate any longer and promptly retaliated. Chain Lightning. A bolt of lightning shot forth, targeting the nearest abyssal warrior leader. The speed of the lightning was so rapid that evasion was impossible. With a crackle, the chain lightning struck true, resulting in a staggering 20 million damage, instantly slaying the foe. However, as the opponent was airborne and distant from his companions, he could not be bounced back. Damn it! How can he be this powerful? The group of epic bosses was taken aback and enraged upon witnessing their comrade's swift demise. They unleashed their ultimate abilities, a barrage directed at Xiao Feng. Quagmire, Abyssal Tyrant Slash, Bloody Plunder. Each spectacular skill fell, causing Xiao Feng's Earth Elemental Shield to flicker ominously. -28, 938, slowed. -179, 892, -72. 894 damage figures flashed rapidly, overwhelming his senses. Just as Xiao Feng prepared to unleash further skills to eliminate his foes, an abyssal warrior leader leapt from his mount, diving down to deliver a devastating blow. To his astonishment, he found himself stunned. The duration of the stun lasted a full 5 seconds. Damn it, Xiao Feng was momentarily taken aback. Immediately following, several skills were unleashed, and an array of negative statuses once again enveloped his being. Deceleration, dizziness, immobilization, paralysis, and magic suppression. It seemed he was destined to be subjected to unending control, leading inevitably to his demise. Xiao Feng, in a state of panic, realized he was completely immobilized, unable to cast even a single spell. Purification. At that moment, the fortunate cat, concealed in the corridor behind, hurled a signature priestly spell. In an instant, all negative statuses and control effects afflicting Xiao Feng were eradicated, and he entered a 5-second invulnerability state. Splendidly done. Xiao Feng let out a hearty laugh, the crisis averted. And he struck back. Storm of rain. Boom. Thunder roared. Wind surged. A torrential downpour commenced, enveloping an area measuring 60 meters in length and width. Raindrops cascaded relentlessly. 7 out of 12 epic bosses found themselves ensnared within its grasp. In an instant, agonized cries echoed throughout. What is this? It hurts. Save me, Vice Commander, damn it. I can't hold on. Ugh. The staggering damage of 1 million per second was utterly insurmountable for this cadre of epic bosses. In a mere 2 seconds, All 7 epic bosses perished, transforming into a rain of gold and equipment, showering down with the deluge. Cursed humans! The Abyssal Warlord watched helplessly as 2/3 of his subordinates were annihilated, his fury erupting. "You shall perish," he bellowed, leaping from the heights. A 3-meter-long battle blade materialized in his hand, descending with the weight of the world, aimed directly at Xiaofeng's face. This was a targeted skill, from which Xiaofeng could not evade, leaving him with no choice but to weather the blow. Yet he would not stand idly by. Lightning arrow. Bang. Sizzle. The battle blade and the lightning struck simultaneously. A massive -870,000 damage appeared above Xiaofeng's head. However, the Abyssal Warlord, Mio, merely had a shield layer shattered, sustaining no actual harm. The failure to slay Xiaofeng left Mio astounded. He did not relent, his body emanating a blinding aura of blood. And he unleashed an even more potent strike. This damage was beyond the endurance of a level 180 knight donned in full epic gear. Crack! A battle axe larger than Xiaofeng himself descended, once again inflicting damage in the millions. The earth elemental shield was severely compromised, losing 1/3 of its value. This boss was indeed formidable, far surpassing the level 105 spectral knight. Truly impressive, yet you shall still meet your end. Magic missile. Fireball. Xiaofeng had adapted to the peculiar shield effects of high-level bosses. He refrained from slow casting, instead unleashing several instant spells in rapid succession. The missile, with a whoosh, shattered one layer of the shield. The fireball erupted, breaking another layer. That made 3 layers. Gale force. Observing that the boss had yet to perish and his invulnerability time was waning, Xiaofeng initiated another spell. Simultaneously, he was besieged by the Abyssal Warlord and several remaining epic bosses, causing his shield value to plummet by 50. With a gust of wind unleashed, a colossal azure tornado spiraled forth. The Abyssal Warlord's shield shattered once more, reducing it to a mere 4 layers. Xiaofeng's magical missile had completed its cooldown, striking with precision at close range. The damage dealt was -3, 998, 123, a figure disappointingly about half of what had been anticipated, preventing an instant defeat of the boss. Nonetheless, the Abyssal Warlord was gripped by terror, hastily uttering, "Bloody shield." A crimson barrier suddenly materialized around his form, reminiscent of the earth elemental shield, serving as a defensive measure against harm. The whirlwind continued to swirl, and above the boss's head, 2 damage values emerged, -1, 000, 000 in white and -1, 099, 892 in red, causing the shield to shatter immediately. Impossible. This cannot be. The Abyssal Warlord was engulfed in fear, unable to fathom that a mere level 62 human could render him so helpless. In the next moment, another violent gust struck, inflicting a staggering 2,000,000 damage, obliterating his health completely. No. With a roar, the Abyssal Warlord exploded into a shower of gold and equipment. The other epic bosses had met their demise even earlier, torn to shreds by the tempest. You have defeated the epic leader, Abyssal Warrior Chief, earning 755 reputation points. A chime echoed, "You have vanquished the legendary boss, Abyssal Warlord Mio, gaining 500 reputation points. Your team has triumphed over Abyssal Warlord Mio, receiving a shared experience of 8,950,000. Your team has also defeated the Abyssal Warrior Chief, acquiring 994,500 experience points." The system notifications flooded the screen. 12 epic bosses and 1 legendary boss had bestowed upon Xiaofeng and Lucky Miao an astounding 20,000 experience points. In an instant, Xiaofeng's level soared to 67. Even Lucky Miao ascended to level 57, rapidly closing the gap and ranking second on the leaderboard. My heavens, I just skyrocketed. 16 levels? Lucky Miao was taken aback by his sudden elevation in rank. Xiaofeng, however, was not overly surprised, remarking, "It's reasonable. Defeating higher-level monsters yields greater experience, though it will slow down as we progress." The ground was strewn with gold and equipment. A dazzling array of purple and orange items scattered about. Even a singular piece of red equipment lay amongst the bounty. Chapter 056. the tri-layered Holy Shield. Xiaofeng, overflowing with anticipation, lunged towards the singular crimson piece of equipment and seized it. Crown of Bloodthirst, mythical, level requirement, none class requirement, priest. Mage health points 2500 physical defense 100 constitution 50 special effect. Bloodthirst, automatically restores 50 health points per second special effect. Blood Shield, automatically gains a layer of blood shield every 300 seconds. Stacking up to a maximum of 3 layers, each layer can absorb 1 attack, with a maximum effect of once per second. This is an unparalleled mythical item. The foundational health points and physical defense it provides are remarkably substantial, far surpassing the previous epic headgear. Moreover, the automatic health restoration of 50 points per second is akin to having a priest at one side. Even more astonishing is its ability to stack the Blood Shield effect. The Blood Shield is, in essence, a holy shield. I finally possess a holy shield. Xiaofeng rejoiced. Having previously envied Minya's ability to disregard his attacks, he now felt a sense of triumph in acquiring such a power for himself. After reviewing the equipment's effects, he grasped the mechanics of the Holy Shield. In truth, even with this Holy Shield, one cannot completely disregard damage. If attacked multiple times within 1 second, it can be obliterated, regardless of how many layers are present. It can only activate once per second. He promptly allocated this mythical quality crown to himself, replacing his former equipment and donning it. After equipping the mythical helmet and redistributing his attribute points, his health surged to 12,958 points, while his physical defense also surpassed his magical defense, reaching 198. Although none of this proved as practical as an earth elemental shield. The ground was strewn with gold coins. Several bosses had fallen in a somewhat scattered manner. Xiaofeng and his companion meticulously gathered them, ultimately accumulating a total of 930,000 gold coins. Comparatively, this was rather meager when juxtaposed with Lord Ramika. The 180-level legendary boss, the Abyssal Warlord, along with his 12 subordinates, yielded far less value collectively than the bounty from a single encounter with Ramika, albeit with a greater number of epic items. This discrepancy likely stemmed from Ramika's status as a lord, possessing more wealth, while the Abyssal Warlord and his ilk, being mere soldiers, had limited opportunities to amass riches. In addition to equipment, various scrolls, potions, and miscellaneous items littered the ground. After rummaging for a considerable time, Xiaofeng discovered that his backpack was uncomfortably full and had no choice but to discard items of blue quality and below to Lucky Meow, retaining only epic quality gear and some valuable skill books. We initially set out to complete a quest, yet we unexpectedly ended up with such a plethora of treasures. Thank you, Xiaofeng, Lucky Meow exclaimed, her face beaming with delight at the mountain of spoils before her. As someone who desired nothing, she had amassed a wealth of items just by collecting the items Xiaofeng could not carry, and upon returning to the main city to sell them, she would easily earn at least 10,000 gold coins. That equates to 100,000 cash. What a remarkable profit. Before meeting Xiaofeng, her entire fortune had barely exceeded 2,000 gold coins. After being paired together by Fiona, she first extorted a sum from Danny's alongside Xiaofeng, thereby acquiring a substantial fortune. Subsequently, upon entering the Abyssal World, she encountered unimaginable wealth in astonishing 2 million gold coins, nearly 10 legendary items, dozens of epic equipment, and a plethora of high-quality scrolls, potions, and skill books. The cumulative value of these treasures soared to several tens of millions in cash. For a fortunate cat hailing from an ordinary family, this represented an astronomical figure, merely the beginning of her grand fortune. Xiaofeng produced several commendable epic priest armors and handed them to the fortunate cat, saying, "Here, I'll gift you 2 useful pieces. Your purification spell just saved my life, so consider this a token of gratitude." Although these items were of decent quality, their level requirements were rather high, rendering them temporarily unusable. He had not forgotten old Lee's equipment needs either, as he had legendary quality items resting in his backpack. The few items given to the fortunate cat constituted a mere one of their total value. However, for her, they were quite abundant. This. The fortunate cat stammered in shock. Such exquisite gear was unattainable even if she joined a raid against a formidable boss. Now, Xiao Feng had merely let slip a fraction of his spoils, far exceeding her expectations. She was profoundly astonished and, after a considerable pause, timidly stated, I only came to complete a quest. I cannot accept such a bounty. I haven't even laid claim to the divine dew spring. Nor have I faced the mythic boss yet. Xiao Feng, unfazed, replied, It's nothing. Since acquiring the construction orders for the base, my perspective on valuable items within the game has become quite indifferent. Naturally, I am ecstatic about artifacts that I can utilize. But those that I cannot are merely excess inventory to me. They could be sold for a bit of coin, and I wouldn't mind sharing with my teammates. Especially since I still retain the lion's share. But this is too much. All of these are from bosses you defeated. I hardly contributed. The fortunate cat felt a pang of conscience, hesitant to accept such a generous reward. Stop dawdling. Let us go find the General Clem. We fought too swiftly and failed to inquire about the divine dew spring. We must continue our search. Xiao Feng interrupted her hesitation, striding purposefully towards the outskirts of the city. He had carefully considered distributing items to the fortunate cat. She was currently a formidable support, capable of providing buffs, dispelling control effects, and playing a significant role during boss encounters. Should they face a more challenging boss battle soon, her assistance would prove invaluable. Otherwise, if the boss managed to incapacitate him, even his impressive output would be rendered meaningless. Dying and respawning in Stormwind would delay their progress until the next day. Bestowing some benefits upon her could be seen as a form of compensation for her efforts. Then, I shall graciously accept, she acquiesced. Hey, Xiao Feng, slow down. Wait for me. The two of them proceeded, one following the other, along the spacious road leading out of the city. The name of this city is Lamaka, though it remains unclear whether it is Lamaka naming the city or the city adopting Lamaka as its name. The system map functionality in the abyssal world is significantly restricted, preventing the opening of a world map for viewing. One can only discern the name of a location upon arrival. The abyssal creatures of Lamaka have been so intimidated by Xiao Feng's terrifying prowess that they dare not emerge, leaving the roads remarkably serene, devoid of any demonic presence. Xiao Feng, disinterested in leisurely hunting minor creatures for experience, hastened directly to the city gates. Lamaka is perched atop a mountain, with its gates situated at a vantage point on the mountainside that offers an expansive view. Under the luminous moonlight, one can gaze into the distance and behold a vast plain below, resembling farmland, cultivated with crops unique to the abyssal realm. Further afield, several mountain cities akin to Lamaka can be seen, varying in size. Most are smaller than Lamaka, though a few are comparable in scale. The only city larger than Lamaka is situated atop a grand mountain, approximately 30 kilometers away, exuding a majestic presence, slightly smaller than a level 3 main city, yet significantly larger than a level 4 city. That must be General Clem's city. Let us proceed in that direction. Xiao Feng analyzed the surrounding terrain and remarked, The distance is considerable, and traversing it will require some time. The two advanced along the path, witnessing the mist on the map dissipate into visibility as they passed. While running, they suddenly spotted a structure atop the distant mountain, distinctly different in architectural style from the other mountaintop edifices. Look over there, Xiao Feng. Lucky Meow inquired with curiosity. That city seems somewhat reminiscent of a human city. Xiao Feng also noted the opulent and grand castle-like structure. This fortress starkly contrasted with the architectural style of the abyssal demons, reflecting the essence of surface-dwelling human civilization. The entire city stood sentinel on the mountaintop, where abyssal demon soldiers could be seen patrolling the vicinity. Above the castle, a flag fluttered in the breeze, adorned with a striking rose emblem. The rose, the castle. Recalling snippets of information gleaned from the abyssal creatures, he could not help but exclaim, could that possibly be the palace of Minya? Chapter 57. The Lucky Cat is deeply shocked as Minya the Abyss Princess you mentioned? Lucky Cat had heard of this NPC on several occasions. Xiao Feng nodded and responded. Last time, she seemed to have sustained quite serious injuries while trying to save me. Since we are passing by, I think we should pay her a visit. With his increasing strength, he no longer feared Minya. Although this infatuated sorceress possessed considerable power, she would undoubtedly be no match for him in a confrontation. Moreover, as a princess of the Abyss, she surely possessed a wealth of knowledge. making her an excellent source for information regarding the divine spring of revelations. Xiaofeng altered his course and headed towards the castle. As he traversed the plains of the abyss, the surrounding map gradually illuminated, revealing the names of various locations. This expanse was known as the Land of Klim, named after General Klim himself. The nearby small towns bore diverse names, predominantly named after their respective lords. Much like Lamaka City. Alarm. Humans are approaching, flee. Amidst the agricultural fields of the abyss, the local beings would immediately scatter upon spotting Xiaofeng and Lucky Cat. Just as the common folk of the human realm feared demons, so too did these abyss inhabitants dread humanity. Regarding these lower-tier abyss creatures, Xiaofeng couldn't be bothered. He refrained from engaging with them. After half an hour of travel, he and Lucky Cat arrived at the entrance of what seemed to be Minya's palace. The castle sprawled over an area exceeding 2 football fields, its front gate situated at the mountain's base, easily identifiable. Outside the gate, a group of level 120 abyss warriors stood guard. Upon noticing Xiaofeng and Lucky Cat's arrival, the warriors immediately assumed a defensive stance. How dare you, audacious humans, intrude into the abyss? Seize them at once, for they shall serve as nourishment for Her Highness the Princess. Several abyss warriors brandished their weapons and charged forward. Xiaofeng had intended to inquire further, but before he could utter a word, they had already revealed their intentions. Indeed, this was Minya's residence. Let us enter and take a look, he declared, disregarding the abyss warriors entirely. With a swift flick of his wrist, he unleashed a chain of lightning, obliterating one of them in an instant. What? Such strength! Witnessing their comrade disintegrate, the nearby castle guards were taken aback. A small demon leader shouted, "Hurry, inform General Klim. A human powerhouse is attempting to ambush Princess Minya." Another demon cried out, "We shall defend the princess at all costs. Engage them." In an instant, dozens of abyss creatures surged forth from within the castle, resembling a swarm of agitated hornets, charging towards Xiaofeng and Lucky Cat. Such abundant experience. Xiaofeng smiled nonchalantly. Summoning the rainstorm spell, torrential droplets fell relentlessly, striking down any who dared approach, causing his experience to soar, even eliminating those who had sought to sound the alarm. Although these creatures were Minya's subordinates, and Xiaofeng harbored no intent to kill her, he could not simply stand idle while the little demons eagerly sought to retaliate against him. Visiting Minerva and leveling up are not mutually exclusive. The abyssal creatures are all marked as hostile. If he refrains from attacking, it would be somewhat saintly of him. After a torrential downpour, few monsters remain alive in the vicinity. At the entrance of the castle's grand hall, a high-ranking demon with emerald skin observed the ferocity of the two and commanded in a low voice, "Halt. This is the palace of Princess Minerva, the cherished daughter of the bloodthirsty demon god. Should you dare to enter, you shall face certain death at his wrath. Even your revered deity cannot save you." Xiaofeng glanced at the information regarding the demon. Butler of Rose Castle, Nunit, Epic Boss, Level, 150 Health, 1, 384, 0001, 384. 000, Target Level 2 high to retrieve further data. This was a named high-level creature with considerable health, yet it posed no threat to Xiaofeng. Rose Castle, Abyssal Rose. Upon reviewing the information, Xiaofeng recalled that he possessed a token of affection from Minerva. He retrieved it from his bag and declared, "I have come to seek your princess." The deep purple abyssal rose appeared in his hand, exuding a pure and noble aura of high-ranking demon essence. The lesser demons, who had initially intended to continue their assault, abruptly ceased their attacks, their gazes fixated on the abyssal rose. They fell silent, relinquishing their weapons and prostrating themselves. This was a natural suppression. Lower-tier demons instinctively felt fear in the presence of higher-tier demons, leading them to kneel in submission. However, Butler Nunit did not kneel. Instead, he displayed a look of astonishment, incredulously exclaiming, "This aura, it is the essence of Her Highness. You actually possess Her Highness's essence." Stunned into silence, the earlier threats he had issued vanished in an instant, and the entire castle fell into a hushed stillness. Xiaofeng, witnessing this, smirked and remarked, "Had I known this item was so effective, I should have revealed it upon my arrival in the abyss." With the abyssal rose in hand, all the lesser creatures submitted. awaiting him to reap their experience. What a delightful experience that was. Just then, the doors of the castle hall suddenly swung open. A shadow swiftly emerged from within, darting toward Xiaofeng in the blink of an eye. Xiaofeng, dear brother, you have come to see me. The sultry and sweet voice was utterly enchanting. Xiaofeng felt a sudden weight, a force rushing toward him, causing him to slightly lean back. Hey, what are you doing? The enchantress had leapt directly into his arms, wrapping her arms around his neck and nestling herself against him. A mysterious fragrance filled his senses as her head brushed against his neck, gently nuzzling. The intimacy of the gesture was palpable, reminiscent of a long-separated couple's reunion. But that was not all. Just as Xiaofeng stood momentarily stunned by the enchantress's sudden advance, Minerva lifted her head from his embrace and, with astonishing swiftness, pecked lightly on his lips. Mua, I adore you, Xiaofeng. My first kiss. For a moment, Xiaofeng's mind buzzed as if struck by heavenly thunder, and it felt as though 1,000 alpacas were galloping past him. He had been unexpectedly stolen a kiss by an NPC. Although he was aware that Minyu was infatuated, he never anticipated their reunion would unfold in such a manner. You all? Beside him, Lucky Meow was equally stunned, as she watched a level 120 mythic boss charge forth with a massive health bar. She had prepared to cast buffs and retreat, allowing Xiaofeng to face the boss alone. However, this boss, moving with astonishing speed, did not attack upon reaching Xiaofeng. Instead, it kissed him and added, I adore you. In that instant, Lucky Meow felt her worldview shatter. Wasn't he a red-named entity supposed to be a monster? Aren't monsters meant to be slain? How could it embrace and kiss him? Xiaofeng, my dear brother. The sweetness of that title. Was that truly what a boss ought to call a player? This was utterly illogical. Even more outrageous was that Xiaofeng, typically fierce and quick to eliminate threats, showed no signs of resistance against her. Xiaofeng, my dear brother. It was not in vain that I ventured into the human capital for you. I am so delighted you came to see me so soon, Minya exclaimed, holding on to Xiaofeng without releasing him, tilting her head to gaze up at the utterly bewildered young mage, her eyes sparkling with joy, brimming with happiness. As for Xiaofeng, well, he suddenly forgot what he intended to say. Initially, he had serious matters to attend to, but the witch's sudden ambush had left him utterly flustered. Hearing his silence, Minya smiled enchantingly. If you've forgotten, then let it be. Do not dwell on it. Come, let us go to my chambers. You promised me that as long as I lent you my assistance, you would serve me well with that. She took his hand and led him toward the castle. Chapter 058. This unfathomable hostility. Wait a moment. Lucky Meow exclaimed in a panic, directing her urgent call at Xiaofeng. We're here for serious business. Why are you getting cozy with an NPC? NPC? What does that mean? Minya inquired, her expression revealing her confusion. Casting a glance at Lucky Meow, she turned to Xiaofeng and asked, Xiaofeng, dear brother, is she your friend? I sense the presence of a certain deity, albeit faintly. Xiaofeng, regaining his composure, clarified his thoughts. Observing Minya's face, which radiated joy yet bore a pallid hue, he said, well, Minya, I am extremely grateful for your assistance last time. I heard you were injured, so I brought some healing potions. I hope they may be of some use. As he spoke, he produced several vials of golden-hued life elixirs. Minya glanced at them and promptly took all of them, stowing them away with a flick of her wrist. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she said, You care for me. That's wonderful. Xiaofeng, you need not worry. My injuries are not severe. It's merely my physical form that has been harmed. My essence remains largely intact, and I shall recover in a few months. Ah, that's good to hear. Xiaofeng replied politely, though he found it difficult to gauge the seriousness of her condition. He continued, We have another purpose for our visit to the Abyss. We seek a particular object. As the Princess of the Abyss, you must possess extensive knowledge. Might you be willing to share some information with us? Minya's brow furrowed slightly at his words. Is there another objective? I had thought you came solely to see me. Her tone carried a hint of disappointment. Beside them, Lucky Meow was utterly flabbergasted. Her intuition as a woman told her that this NPC was not merely pretending to be affectionate. She truly harbored special feelings for Xiaofeng. The extent of these feelings was so profound it could only be described as obsession. How absurd, Lucky Meow mused. While it was true that Xiao Feng was exceptionally handsome and powerful, this abyssal princess was merely an NPC. How could an NPC become infatuated with a player? Did she not realize she was merely a string of data? Even if she believed herself to be real. The game had only been live for a little over a day. How could she fall madly in love with a male player in such a short span of time? Such a preposterous situation was beyond her comprehension, something she dared not even consider. Yet, it was unfolding right before her eyes, Your Highness at that moment. The steward, Nunit, approached with an air of urgency, ready to report. What is it? Minia inquired, her brow furrowing in displeasure. She detested being interrupted while conversing with someone she cherished. Out of respect for Nunit's unwavering loyalty, she refrained from expressing her irritation. The castle steward leaned in cautiously and said, Your Highness, this man and woman have just slain Lord Ramika and Deputy General Miao. They are our enemies in the abyss. You should not be so close to them. Upon hearing this, Minia furrowed her brows even deeper and rebuked. Silence. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my duties? I dare not. Nut quickly lowered his head. Withdraw. But Your Highness, do not compel me to repeat myself. In front of her subordinates, Minia exhibited a different facet of herself, one that was exceptionally assertive and beyond question. Nunut, with no other option, led his subordinates out of the sight of the others. Suddenly, the surroundings felt desolate, leaving only Xiao Feng, Lucky Cat, and Minia in their midst. Once her subordinates had retreated, Minia frowned and earnestly inquired, Brother Xiao Feng, is what he said true? Did you kill Uncle Ramika? That is indeed the case. Xiao Feng was unaccustomed to lying, and given the multitude of witnesses in Ramika City, he could only concede. Upon hearing this, Minia sighed, her gaze toward him tinged with reproach. She spoke slowly. Uncle Ramika was an old soldier who had followed my father long ago. While his prowess may not have been formidable, his experience was invaluable. During my years of exile here, I have greatly relied on his care. To have killed Uncle Ramika is a grave matter. As the Princess of the Abyss, I must uphold the iron laws of the Abyss and cannot permit your departure. What do you mean? Xiao Feng asked, bewildered. Minia pondered for a moment before responding. According to the rules, your actions warrant a death sentence, specifically, to be devoured alive. However, you are to be my future husband, the son-in-law of the demon god, thus such a brutal punishment cannot be applied to you. In my view, you shall be sentenced to serve as my male slave in my Rose Castle for 10 years, attending to my every need. Xiao Feng. So, it seems you circled around to seek his body after all. He replied helplessly, Your Highness Minia, I appreciate your affections. However, I am merely an ordinary player and truly unworthy of such an honor as being the son-in-law of a demon god. Today, I came both to express my gratitude for your assistance in Storm City and to inquire about the sacred dew spring. As for remaining as a male slave, that is genuinely impossible. Xiao Feng's tone was exceedingly polite. Had he been confronted by a female player, he would not have been so courteous, dispatching her with a single skill. Yet, NPCs differ from players. Their thought processes are dictated by the game designers, and when it comes to matters of mutual benefit, one must show respect to fully exploit their value. Otherwise, even without injury, Minia's level of power could not withstand the barrage of his skills. Despite his politeness, Minia was still displeased by Xiao Feng's response. You are unwilling to even remain as my male slave. It seems you harbor no feelings for me at all. I understand now. It must be because of her, right? She is human and has received the legacy of the Lord God, holding a noble status. From a human perspective, it is only natural for you to favor her. The expression of the sorceress princess turned melancholic, resembling someone heartbroken, her pitiable demeanor evoking sympathy. Yet, in the next moment, her countenance suddenly hardened. Nevertheless, I still cannot allow you to leave, Minia declared. The originally gentle and alluring sorceress suddenly transformed, her eyes igniting with a fierce glint. Whether it be out of the responsibility of the Abyss Princess or my personal affections for you, I shall not let you go. As for her, daring to compete with Minerva for a man, she can only meet her demise. With that, she grasped firmly with a single hand, her delicate jade-like fingers tightening around the neck of Lucky Meow. Lucky Meow? Ah, it hurts. What have I done? Why am I suddenly facing death without reason? The sorceress possessed immense strength, causing the onlookers to suffer painfully as they were held by the throat. Lucky Meow was at a loss for words, feeling utterly innocent. She was merely an ordinary teammate, seeking to gain experience through the task. Who would have thought she would stumble upon an illicit romance between an NPC and a player during the mission? As if that were not enough, the NPC, rejected by the player, now regarded her as an imagined enemy, intent on eliminating her. Could anything be more absurd? Xiaofeng observed this scene with a mixture of laughter and tears. Minerva, please do not indulge in wild imaginings. I am merely a serious player, harboring no peculiar feelings for you or any special intentions toward Lucky Meow. Let us communicate openly. If we cannot be lovers, surely we can at least be friends. His tone was sincere. Is that so? Are you certain you are not deceiving me? Minerva responded with skepticism. Ahem. I am suffocating. Please set me down. I beg you, Lucky Meow, resembling a small chick, was held aloft, her face turning crimson, upon witnessing her near demise. And seeing no urgent desperation in Xiaofeng's expression for his beloved, Minerva finally believed him and released Lucky Meow onto the ground. That wicked sorceress. Lucky Meow silently harbored resentment after her fall. Let us sit down and discuss this matter seriously, Xiaofeng suggested. Minerva gazed at him, her eyes still reflecting infatuation, yet considerably clearer than before, nodding in agreement. Very well, let us converse. It is not too late for you to reconsider. With that, she led the two of them into the castle. Chapter 059. The essence of the divine spring. The interior of the Rose Castle is spacious and resplendent, reminiscent of a royal palace. The attendants serving Minia are not the grotesque denizens of the abyss, but rather ordinary human slaves. Most of these servants are common NPCs below level 80, having been captured and deprived of their freedom in the abyss. However, they do not appear to have suffered excessively harsh treatment. At the very least, their limbs are intact, and they bear no signs of prolonged abuse. Xiaofeng and Lucky Cat followed Minia into the drawing room. Minia elegantly took her seat as the mistress, her noble black chiffon gown draping over half of her form, revealing her slender legs and delicate arms. What brings you to the abyss? Minia inquired. Xiaofeng reiterated his earlier words. His primary objective, of course, was the divine spring. Visiting Minia was merely a matter of convenience. Nonetheless, he felt it prudent to show due respect to the esteemed sorceress by presenting both matters in tandem. However, it was difficult to ignore that Minia had a rather romantic disposition. Upon hearing Xiaofeng's response, she sighed wistfully. If you do not harbor affection for me, why would you risk peril and travel such a great distance to see me? You are playing hard to get. You are tantalizing me, you wicked man. Yet, I find myself willing to accept this side of you. As she spoke, a hint of glee crept into her expression, transforming her previous fierce demeanor into one of infatuation. Xiaofeng was left speechless. Lucky Cat, sensing his exasperation, interjected to clarify. That is not the case, Your Highness. Xiaofeng is actually gay. He does not fancy women. His attentiveness is merely a matter of courtesy. Xiaofeng, why implicate me in such a scandal? He was a man of steel. How could he possibly be attracted to men? Fortunately, being an NPC, Minia did not comprehend the term gay. Instead, she simply chuckled, shaking her head. You speak nonsense. I do not believe you. Just moments ago, when I embraced and kissed Xiaofeng, his heart raced with excitement. Clearly, he has feelings for me. Is that true? Lucky Cat regarded her with a puzzled expression, sensing something amiss. Xiaofeng replied flatly, I was merely startled. To steer the conversation away from this convoluted topic, he decisively shifted gears, saying, let us discuss the divine spring. Minia, could you divulge the information regarding this item? I am in dire need of it. Without it, I cannot undergo my second transformation, and my strength will struggle to advance. Well, Minia displayed a look of distress. After a brief pause, she continued, I could tell you, but this item is exceedingly precious. Even I cannot grant it to you, as it is of utmost importance. I can only acquire it with my father's permission. Xiaofeng's interest was piqued. When he had previously inquired about the divine spring from Ramika, she had reacted with palpable excitement and immediately offered assistance. Now, with Minia exhibiting such gravity, it seemed the divine spring was indeed a rare and elusive treasure. What exactly is it? What powers does it hold? Where might one procure it? Xiaofeng pressed with 3 consecutive questions. Minia elucidated. The divine dew spring is a term used in the divine realm. In our abyss, it is referred to as the primal essence. The primal essence? Both Xiaofeng and Lucky Miao were momentarily taken aback. The name sounded remarkably formidable. Minia nodded. Indeed. The primal essence is a treasure of utmost significance to both the divine and demonic races. It has the capacity to enhance the quality of bloodlines and amplify potential. For instance, evolved from a high-ranking demon into a perfect pure-blood demon precisely because I absorbed a substantial amount of the primal essence during my youth, which granted me an immaculate appearance. In addition to elevating bloodlines, it can also prolong life. Each drop of the primal essence can extend one's lifespan by 10 years. The more one consumes, the greater the effect, potentially extending life by up to 10,000 years. Its rarity is unmatched across the world. For the abyss and the divine realm, it is a crucial treasure for racial inheritance, meant to remain undisclosed. Should anyone covet it, they would face relentless retribution. This explanation finally enlightened Xiaofeng and Lucky Miao regarding the capabilities of the divine dew spring. Enhancing bloodline quality and prolonging life, this substance was undoubtedly formidable, ranking among the finest of all items in the game. Although they were uncertain of its implications for players, Xiaofeng could still sense the challenge in acquiring such a treasure. He pondered for a moment before inquiring. You evolved from a high-ranking demon to a pure-blood demon by utilizing a considerable amount of the primal essence. Nearly a single drop can only extend life by 10 years, which isn't excessively potent. If I were to seek just a few drops, would it be possible for you to procure some for me? Minia shook her head. It is impossible. My father would never consent to the primal essence being distributed to humans. Even if you sought the gods in the divine realm, they would similarly refuse. What then? If we cannot obtain this substance, we shall be unable to undergo the second transition, and our progress will falter, Lucky Miao said, her brow furrowed with anxiety. She understood the difficulty of acquiring the divine dew spring, but she hadn't anticipated it would be this arduous. This item was of great concern even to the great demon gods. For 2 players not even at level 100, obtaining it seemed nearly impossible. Minia remained indifferent to Lucky Miao's distress. However, upon noticing Xiaofeng's furrowed brow, she felt compelled to offer assistance. Thus, she inquired, "What is your purpose in seeking this item? Who sent you to request the primal essence?" It is an elderly poet named Dafiona. She was originally from the moon goddess temple, but later, Xiaofeng recounted the situation. Upon hearing this, the witch frowned. Xiaofeng, my dear brother, you are being foolish. You need not rely solely on her for your advancement. Surely, you could find someone else. As for the moon witch, why not simply devise a plan to eliminate her and take her artifact? That would not be overly complicated, would it? Lucky Miao explained, that was my initial thought. But I seem unable to defeat her. If I wait until my strength has increased, I will no longer need her artifact. Moreover, Xiaofeng also requires her assistance for the job transition. Dafiona issued a team quest, so we decided to join forces. Xiaofeng, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, I merely wish to acquire a super artifact for some amusement. I had never anticipated that acquiring the divine spring would prove to be such a formidable challenge. Moreover, one must ponder the scenario. What if I were to defeat Daphnia and she did not yield the coveted artifact? When it comes to gaming, the most essential element is the sheer enjoyment. Enticed by the allure of rewards that rival even the mightiest artifacts, he was undoubtedly willing to exert himself in pursuit of this goal. A journey into the abyss posed no significant challenge for him. Thus, upon hearing Daphnia's stipulations, he hastily made his way there. However, reality proved to be quite harsh. After Minya's explanatory discourse, he came to a profound realization regarding the extraordinary difficulty of obtaining the divine spring. Daphnia was indeed a source of frustration. Minya couldn't help but smile, gazing at Xiaofeng with affectionate eyes, and remarked, Oh, foolish brother, if you desire treasures, simply come to me. Although our demon clan cannot forge artifacts, over the years, we have vanquished numerous deities and high-ranking divine emissaries, acquiring a considerable number of artifacts from them. As long as you ask, no, rather. As long as you promise to serve me well and be my man, I can provide you with anything your heart desires. Chapter 060, Substitute. As soon as the words left his mouth, Both Xiaofeng and Lucky Meow froze in their expressions. Xiaofeng awkwardly replied, "Could you refrain from making such bizarre requests? Though my level is not high, I am more than capable on my own and have no need to rely on others. I possess dignity and principles. Please do not mention such matters again." However, the witch spoke from the heart. Lucky Meow, observing from the side, felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Yet, on second thought, if serving an NPC could yield numerous artifacts, particularly super artifacts, it didn't seem so unacceptable after all. In fact, it could be quite profitable. All right. I am the mightiest man in the realm of all heavens, and my mind is quite clear. I would never trade my body and dignity for virtual items. Xiaofeng replied with evident impatience. The infatuation of Minya was indeed a source of annoyance for him. Were it not for the assistance this NPC had provided, his temper would have led him to obliterate her with a skill by now. Minya, I still wish to inquire, if I am determined to obtain the primordial source liquid, where should I seek it? He rose to his feet, posing the question one last time. Minya shook her head. Do not even think about it. There is no opportunity. Its only location of production is the ancient mountain range at the very heart of the endless abyss. There. My father and 2 other demon lords guard it with their 3 formidable avatars. Even the supreme deities would find no advantage there. Very well, I shall abandon the thought. Xiaofeng sighed, expressing his resignation. The power of the demon lords was comparable to that of the supreme deities. Given his current abilities, he might have a chance against divine generals, but confronting true gods was far beyond his reach. Let us depart, Lucky Meow. Xiaofeng produced a return scroll, preparing to leave. But what about the quest item? Lucky Meow exclaimed in a fluster. Xiaofeng could forego Fiona's reward for assistance from another NPC for the second job change, but she could not. Only the High Priest of the Moon and Fiona could aid her in her transition. If she did not complete this quest, she would be unable to learn advanced skills. And even if she currently outpaced others, she would eventually be overtaken. Xiaofeng suggested, "You could form a party to defeat Fiona and then proceed with the temple quest for your job change. She appears to be on the brink of death, so she likely poses no significant threat." This left Lucky Meow in a difficult position. The difficulty of a level 150 mythical boss remained exceedingly high, and she was uncertain of her ability to prevail. At that moment, Minya suddenly interjected, "I happen to possess an item that may assist you in completing this task." "Oh? What do you mean? Didn't you say the primordial source liquid couldn't be given to us?" Xiaofeng asked in surprise. Minya shook her head. "The primordial source liquid, of course, cannot be given to you. But the person you mentioned, does she not simply wish to extend her lifespan? Extending life does not necessarily require the primordial source liquid." That seems reasonable." Xiaofeng and Lucky Meow were momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement. Minya explained to them, in our abyss, there exists a treasure known as the Fountain of Youth, which can also promote longevity. A sip from the Fountain of Youth could extend one's life by 2 centuries. A boon ample enough for your mission's completion. Xiaofeng was elated. Where can we find this elixir? Let us seek it without delay. Lucky Cat's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Yet, just as their spirits soared, Minya began to play coy. With her arms crossed, in a leisurely tone, she remarked, "There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. What do you desire in return?" Xiaofeng inquired, "What sort of compensation do you seek?" Minya, with her violet eyes resembling blooming wisteria, gazed at him, smiling yet silent. Lucky Cat, catching on instantly, interjected, "You merely need to serve her for 1 night." Xiaofeng responded with incredulity, "Farewell." Such an absurd condition was utterly unacceptable. He promptly produced a return scroll, ready to depart. "Do not leave. We can negotiate." Minya, noticing his resolute refusal, grew anxious and swiftly cast a control spell, immobilizing him. Although Xiaofeng could not move, his tongue was unrestrained as he firmly declared, "I am a respectable player, not one to engage in such risky antics. Fear not, you shall not suffer any loss. I shan't disclose your actions to anyone. Once you leave here, you'll be a pristine young man," Lucky Cat fervently encouraged, unwilling to let such an opportunity slip away. "How dare you betray me?" Xiaofeng thought furiously, wishing he could strike her down with a lightning bolt. Minya, faced with repeated rejections, felt her confidence wane. Seeing his steadfastness, She could only sigh in resignation. Very well, you are right. A forced fruit is never sweet. Take this and leave. She then tossed a beautifully crafted metallic vial to Xiaofeng. What is this? Upon closer inspection, Xiaofeng's spirit sword, Fountain of Youth, mythical, grants a permanent increase of 10,000 life points upon use. Each character may utilize it only once. This potion not only extends the lifespan of NPCs, but enhances player attributes, akin to a piece of legendary armor. Alas, its quantity was too limited for personal use. It was designated for quests. Minia, thank you. Xiaofeng expressed his gratitude earnestly. Humph. The once fiery enchantress now turned her back, resembling a sulking bride. Ignoring him, Xiaofeng felt a twinge of awkwardness but had nothing further to say. After stowing the Fountain of Youth away and offering one last thank you, he departed. Curse that man, Minia thought, feeling the sting of his departure. Yet, moments later, a smile crept across her face as she mused. My judgment was indeed astute. Xiaofeng is not only handsome, but possesses remarkable integrity, principles, and boundaries. Such a man is rare and cannot be easily won over. I must strive harder and persist. Upon exiting the Rose Castle, Xiaofeng and Lucky Cat shattered their return scroll, reappearing in Storm City. Get out of the way. Don't block the path. Familiar shouts greeted their ears. How comforting it was to be back on solid ground. Bathed in sunlight, Xiaofeng stretched luxuriously, indifferent to the city guard NPCs beside him. The curious Lucky Cat gazed intently, pondering, pray tell, what charm do you possess that has ensnared Minerva so utterly? Xiaofeng shrugged nonchalantly, how should I know? She was infatuated with an NPC not long ago, and the moment she laid eyes on me, she instantly shifted her affections, leaving me utterly embarrassed. Could it be my exceptional handsomeness? It's quite perplexing. Perhaps this is merely her character trait. This game grows ever more intriguing. Lucky Cat couldn't help but chuckle, intriguing. Indeed. Now, let us proceed to complete our quest. Not wishing to linger on this topic, Xiaofeng strode directly towards the small teleportation array. After paying the fee of 2 gold coins, the duo was teleported to Wine Fury City. They then retraced their steps towards Giant Stone Town. Outside the town, the figure of the scheming Danny's had vanished. It was uncertain whether she had scampered home to weep after being extorted or had shifted her antics elsewhere. The pair moved swiftly and soon arrived at Giant Stone Town. Senior Daffiona, we have returned, they announced upon entering the tavern, where Daffiona remained seated in her usual spot. And the bard Algernon had not departed either. So soon. Have you found the task too arduous and wish to abandon it? Daffiona inquired, puzzled. The mere 3 hours since their teleportation from the tavern seemed insufficient to have completed such a quest. Clearly, it was impossible they had returned victorious. She surmised they might have reconsidered their ability to fulfill the task and sought to negotiate a reduction in difficulty. Thus, she shook her head, though this matter poses challenges. I assure you that the rewards I offer are well worth the effort. I shall not alter my decision. You must find another solution. Exchanging glances. Xiaofeng and Lucky Cat smiled. Senior Daffiona, you may be mistaken. While we could not procure the divine spring, we have discovered another treasure that bestows longevity. They then produced a beautifully crafted vial containing the elixir of eternal youth from their satchel. Another treasure? What could possibly rival the divine spring? Daffiona expressed her skepticism. She accepted the vial, scrutinizing it closely before uncorking it and inhaling its aroma. After a brief moment, she exclaimed in astonishment. What is the substance that brims with such immense vitality? Xiaofeng elaborated. It is called the elixir of eternal youth, sourced from the abyssal realm. Consuming it grants an additional 200 years of life. It is a mythical treasure. Senior, this is equivalent to 20 drops of the divine spring. Surely you find it satisfactory? Indeed, a remarkable treasure. Daffiona's aged eyes sparkled with delight, her weathered visage seeming to regain a semblance of vitality. Suddenly, she erupted into laughter. Seizing the vial and tilting it to her lips, draining the elixir in one swift motion. At last, I can cast off the shadow of death. Brave Xiaofeng and valiant Lucky Cat, my heartfelt gratitude to you both. There's no need for such formality, Senior. We simply seek mutual benefit, they replied. Regarding the matter of job advancement, Xiaofeng eagerly rubbed his hands together, poised to embrace the arrival of the second job transfer. Upon achieving this milestone, He would not only acquire a plethora of new skills, but also witness an enhancement in his professional talents, significantly broadening his skill set. Should he encounter a group battle thereafter, the scale would not merely be limited to 20 or 30,000 adversaries. Even 50 or 100,000 would be insufficient to withstand his prowess. Lucky Miao was equally exhilarated. Her profession was, in fact, more formidable than Xiao Feng's, albeit lacking a 10,000-fold talent. Once she underwent her second job transfer, it would mark a transformative leap. However, just as the two were on the brink of their eagerly anticipated transition, Fiona, having sipped from the elixir of immortality, suddenly let out a cold chuckle, her expression shifting dramatically. With an icy demeanor, she remarked, "What do you mean by each taking what they need? What I tasked you with was to find the divine spring, not this elixir of immortality. This potion is a gift you have bestowed upon me, not a quest item I entrusted to you. Since the divine spring has yet to materialize and your mission remains unfulfilled, on what grounds do you demand that I facilitate your job transfer?" Simultaneously, her appearance began to alter at a remarkable pace, transforming from age to youthful. In a short span, she assumed the guise of a 30-something black-robed sorceress. "What do you mean by that?" Hearing Fiona's words, Xiao Feng and Lucky Miao were both taken aback. This NPC was attempting to renege on her promise. Battle at level 061. Mythical level 200. What does it mean? Ha ha ha, foolish adventurers. As Fiona slowly rose, her black robe began to morph, revealing intricate magical patterns. Simultaneously, a staff adorned with ethereal blue gemstones materialized in her hand. Saint Sorceress of the Moon, Fiona, Mythical Leader, level 200 health, 17. 450,00017, 450,000, target level 2 high. Unable to retrieve further data, a new set of data emerged. This was Fiona's true form. Observing the bewildered expressions of Xiao Feng and Lucky Miao, she laughed haughtily. "I once believed my life had reached its end, yet fate has spared me, sending forth two simpletons to rescue me. Now that my strength is restored, I shall continue my battle alongside the High Priest, my sister. As a token of gratitude, I will grant you a painless death." With that, she waved her staff, unleashing a beam of moonlight that shot forth like a blade towards Lucky Miao. "Watch out." Xiao Feng sidestepped, shielding his teammate behind him as the earth elemental shield rapidly enveloped him. Thud. The moonlight blade struck him, but was absorbed by the blood shield from his mythical hat. This wretched game, an NPC deceiving players, is utterly disgusting, Lucky Miao exclaimed, hiding behind Xiao Feng, her indignation palpable. She was furious, and Xiao Feng was even more enraged. Had he known things would escalate to this, he would have helped Lucky Miao eliminate this old hag beforehand. Yet now, it was too late. The situation was irrevocable, and the precious elixir of immortality had been squandered. Irretrievable. They could only vanquish Fiona to reclaim their honor. Lightning Arrow. Magic Missile. He swiftly cast two minor spells in retaliation, only for them to be nullified by an invisible shield. Algernon and the tavern mistress, cowering beneath a table, were paralyzed with fear. What pitiful creatures, daring to resist. Fiona scoffed at Xiao Feng's defiance. With a flick of her left hand, vast magical energy erupted forth. In the next instant, boom! A surge of white moonlight radiated from her being, expanding outward and instantaneously demolishing the entire tavern at a blinding speed, reducing surrounding structures to rubble. What is happening? Help! The poor tavern mistress and the bard were obliterated by the shockwave of moonlight, losing all their health in an instant. Bang! Another layer of Xiao Feng's blood shield shattered, leaving only a final layer intact. Lucky Miao, sheltered behind him, remained unharmed. The moonlight shockwave continued to expand, ceasing only after reaching 500 meters, annihilating all structures within its range. Players and NPC civilians perished. Only a few slightly stronger militia members survived. Damn it, this lunatic even slaughters innocent NPCs, Xiao Feng thought, his heart heavy with shock and guilt. It was his fault. Had he acted differently, Fiona would not have descended into such madness. Since it has come to this, he must be the one to clean up the aftermath. The rainstorm spell. Xiao Feng chanted his skill, unleashing a vast area of magic centered around himself, enveloping Fiona within. The little creature, surprisingly, did not perish. Fiona, astonished that he survived a moonlight blade and a shockwave, looked on in disbelief. The rainstorm spell was successfully cast, and raindrops accompanied by magical missiles and fireballs rained down upon Daifiona. In that very instant, 3 waves of damage struck. Even the holy shield could not withstand it. However, a white spherical protective barrier shielded Daifiona, rendering those skills completely ineffective. This was the passive skill, Eternal Moonlight, acquired after reaching the 5th advancement in the Moon Temple profession, granting immunity to all damage for 3 seconds. Lucky Meow explained. Truly formidable, if only I could have it. Perhaps it would grant me 30,000 seconds of invincibility, Xiaofeng mused. Aware that damage was currently nullified, he retreated with Lucky Meow, distancing themselves from Daifiona. Your struggle is quite endearing. I shall indulge you for a while. Daifiona wore a cat-and-mouse expression as she waved her staff, launching a barrage of damaging spells towards the two. Xiaofeng, be careful. Moonlight Blessing. Dark Night Sovereign. Moonlight Protection. Lucky Meow swiftly cast 3 enhancement buffs upon Xiaofeng while stating, My survivability is lacking. I fear I may perish. Should I be slain, I will immediately resurrect at the Moon Temple to summon reinforcements. Hold out for me. No need for that. It remains uncertain who will fall first. Xiaofeng retorted with a cold snort. Being deceived by an NPC is an affront to one's intelligence. He must eliminate Daifiona to vent his frustration. NPCs issue quests, and players undertake them. This was an unspoken rule. And no one would anticipate that an NPC would resort to trickery. Yet, what has transpired cannot be undone. There is nothing to be gained from overthinking, only battle remains. Bang, bang, bang. The moonlight spell struck him, and the last layer of his blood shield and moonlight protection vanished. With a crack, Xiaofeng endured a blow, a massive -310,000 damage appearing above his head. At level 200, the 5th advancement mythic boss possessed peak strength. Even a basic attack dealt 200,000 to 300,000 damage, illustrating the formidable challenge he posed. Nevertheless, Xiaofeng boasted 1,000,000 shields and remained undaunted. The 3 seconds had elapsed. Prepare to meet your end. Counting down the time, he watched as the moonlight barrier around Daifiona dissipated, and he immediately struck once more. First, a magical missile was sent forth, swiftly followed by the gale spell. The rain continued to pour, and the winds began to howl. The surrounding space was engulfed in a tempest, the terrifying damage sweeping through everything, utterly demolishing the already ravaged buildings. A novice mage dares to challenge a domain powerhouse. How laughable. Daifiona scoffed. She briefly chanted for 1 second, and a radiant white moon rose behind her, emanating boundless brilliance, coalescing into beams of light that cascaded towards Xiaofeng. As the beam of light struck, it inflicted an astonishing damage of 300,000 every half second. Simultaneously, Xiaofeng's skills also took effect on Daifiona. The damages appeared, -169,192, -1378198, -268,981 from the torrential rain spell, magic missile, and wind spell respectively. In stark contrast to Xiaofeng's nearly 1,200 attack power, these figures seemed abnormal, representing merely about 1/10 of the theoretical damage. To his astonishment, Daifiona's magic damage reduction was as high as 90. Xiaofeng was taken aback. He had anticipated defeating Daifiona with just a few skills, but he never expected her to be so resilient, which posed quite a predicament. Without hesitation, he decided to unleash his ultimate skill, Meteor Strike. The cooldown for this powerful spell had long since expired, and with the storm still raging, it could potentially affect Daifiona. He swiftly began to chant his strongest spell. Beneath the cover of the tempest, fire elements began to coalesce. Meanwhile, the damage from his previous skills garnered Daifiona's keen attention. Impressive. Under the pressure of a saint's domain, you still managed to inflict such significant damage upon me. Attempting a forbidden spell? A reckless endeavor. With narrowed eyes, she noticed Xiaofeng commencing the incantation for a forbidden spell. Without a moment's delay, Daifiona unleashed 3 consecutive high-damage single-target spells. Boom. Bang. Hiss. The catastrophic damage figures of -2193829, -1887919, -2409919 sent shockwaves through both Xiaofeng and Lucky Meow, leaving their faces ashen. Fortuitously, the earth element shield proved sufficiently robust. Despite sustaining such grievous injuries, it remained intact with a sliver of health left. What? Still alive? Fiona exclaimed in disbelief, confident in her prowess. She assumed no one beneath the saintly domain could withstand her relentless assault unscathed. Yet, before this seemingly weak adventurer, she had faltered. The elemental shield had not even shattered. This was inconceivable. Determined to rectify her error, Fiona unleashed another powerful spell. A crescent moon materialized, casting a vast array of moonlight in a 100-meter radius, executing indiscriminate attacks. Lucky Meow was caught in the moonlight, letting out a wretched cry as damage of -800,000 appeared above its head, collapsing instantly. Simultaneously, Xiaofang's shield registered a staggering -900,000 damage, enduring for a full 5 seconds. The Earth Element Shield was breached. Chapter 062. Even meteorites cannot bring death. As Xiaofeng chanted the meteorite spell, he found himself unable to unleash any other abilities. The cooldown for his Earth Elemental Shield had not yet expired. Merely 3 seconds remained. 3 seconds? How frustrating. Anxiously, he realized that halting his spellcasting to perform another action was not an option. You brat, prepare to meet your end, Fiona sneered. Recognizing that he had no defensive measures left to employ, with a swift motion of her staff, a singular moonlight blade surged toward him. Purification. At that moment, Xiaofeng was astonished to see the recently vanquished Lucky Cat rise once more, bestowing upon him a state of invulnerability. However, this invulnerability offered no damage reduction. If struck, he would surely perish. Moonlight protection. Lucky Cat cast a new buff. With a soft pop, the moonlight blade approached, only to shatter the protective effect of moonlight protection, perfectly negating the attack. Do you have no cooldown for your skills? How can it be so quick? Xiaofeng exclaimed in disbelief. It has even been 30 seconds. How's your skill already off cooldown? Before Lucky Cat could respond, another moonlight blade descended upon them. Only 2 seconds left. This time, he truly had no skills remaining. Xiaofeng, I've done my best. Lucky Cat leapt forward, arms outstretched to shield him. With a piercing sound, the moonlight blade struck down, inflicting over 200,000 damage, and the recently revived Lucky Cat fell once more. Alas, how tragic witnessing his companion fall again. Xiaofeng felt a pang of sorrow. The meteorite spell was but a second away from release, yet Fiona's next ability was already upon them. It's over, he thought, realizing he had no means to conjure another shield. The Divine Helm's blood shield effect required over 4 minutes to regenerate. How disheartening! A sharp pain struck his chest, and for a brief moment his vision darkened. Yet, he remained alive. Immortal Spirit, a status effect emerged from above his head. His health bar remained full. And astonishingly, an additional shield identical to his health value appeared. Immortal Spirit, the passive effect of the God-slaying rope, Xiaofeng exclaimed in delight, almost forgetting he possessed such a life-saving passive. At that moment, the chant for the meteorite spell concluded. Boom. The heavens trembled, and flames illuminated the earth. Damn it. He actually succeeded. Fiona cursed, astonished that 2 seemingly insignificant weaklings could prove so troublesome. With the incantation of the forbidden spell, the meteorite fell. Having experienced Xiaofeng's devastating power firsthand, after enduring a full barrage of storm and rain, her health had plummeted by over 3 million. She recognized that she could not withstand the colossal meteorite, which was 6 times larger than a standard meteorite spell. Consequently, she hastily cast defensive magic, enveloping herself in 3 layers of protective shields. The meteorite plummeted from the sky, igniting with fierce flames as it cut through the air. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as the meteorite struck the ground. Bang! The 3 layers of divine shields enveloping Fiona shattered one after another. -10, 000, 000, 000, -20, 000, 000, -30, 000, 000. The 3 layers of shields effectively absorbed a staggering 60 million points of damage, a truly terrifying feat. However, at this moment, the meteor spell unleashed a devastating damage of 240 million. After breaking through the 3 layers of shields, the meteor spell continued its relentless assault on Fiona. Moon Goddess Body. Fiona activated her final life-saving skill. Boom! The earth trembled, and shockwaves radiated outward in every direction. A crater formed where the tavern once stood. with the Fiona being struck deep into the ground by the meteor. -12, 398, 299. A damage value far less than anticipated appeared above her head. Miraculously, she was not dead. In disbelief, Xiao Feng exclaimed, "How incredibly resilient." A skill inflicting over 200 million damage failed to vanquish her, achieving an astounding damage reduction of 95. Ha ha! From the depths of the crater, the Fiona erupted into wild laughter. At that moment, her health had dwindled to less than 2 million. Yet, she remained alive. Floating clumsily out of the pit, she taunted, "The weak will always be weak, in the true realm of the divine." You. Before she could finish her sentence, a bolt of lightning, a missile, and a fireball struck her in succession. -1, 672, 892 -900, 918 damage numbers flashed above her head. With the fireball spell falling short, the Fiona's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the young mage not far away, filled with regret. "Not dead yet. Why don't you finish me off quickly? How foolish to waste time with taunts." The mocking voice echoed in her ears. In the next moment, the Fiona lost consciousness, her body plummeting back to the bottom of the deep pit. With a crash, a plethora of items erupted from her form, nearly filling the entire bottom of the crater. Simultaneously, a delightful system notification resonated in the ears of Xiao Feng and Lucky Meow. "Ding, you have defeated the level 200 mythical boss, Moon Saint Mage de Fiona, earning 98, 750 reputation. Congratulations! You are the first player in this battle zone to slay a divine boss, receiving an honor reward, a mythical skill book for your class. Your team has defeated Moon Saint Mage de Fiona, collectively receiving 92, 650, 000 experience points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 68. Congratulations. You have leveled up to level 69. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 85. Battle Zone Announcement. Players Xiao Feng and Lucky Meow have first defeated the divine boss, earning a mythical skill book for their class. Battle Zone Announcement. Battle Zone Announcement. In an instant, the resounding announcements echoed in the ears of all players within the battle zone. Everyone stood in shock. A divine boss. ISNT that a mythical creature above level 200? Goodness, did two players just defeat a level 200 mythical boss? Who can elucidate the circumstances surrounding this? The mythical skill book. Oh, how I yearn for one. Behold the leaderboard. Those two individuals have soared like rockets. It has scarcely been 2 days since the server opened, and some players remain oblivious to the significance of the term sanctuary leader. This denotes a boss of mythical caliber, requiring a level exceeding 200. Merely reaching level 200 without attaining mythical prowess does not suffice. At this very moment, the astonishing news of someone vanquishing such a formidable boss has left all players in awe. A glance at the leaderboard reveals that the top contender, Xiao Feng, has skyrocketed to level 85, while the second, Lucky Meow, has reached level 82, far outpacing the rest. The third, Sword That Slays All, has only just attained level 50, and those following in the ranks are still below level 45. It is utterly absurd. Throughout the entire battle zone, countless players are lamenting this situation. Xiao Feng has received messages and friend requests from his companions, yet he has chosen to ignore them all. For it is the time to gather loot. The crater from the meteor spell will soon be repaired. Should he delay, what if the treasures dropped by the boss become buried beneath the earth? Disregarding Lucky Meow, who remains incapacitated on the ground, he leaps into the depths of the crater, fervently collecting all the dropped items. Red, red, and yet more red. Oh, what is this? A dazzling item of 7 colors. In this moment, Xiao Feng is overwhelmed with astonishment beyond measure. Chapter 63, the Super Artifact and Divine Punishment Skill in merely a minute. Xiao Feng had stowed all the items into the communal backpack of the team. Lucky Cat chose not to resurrect in the main city, instead lying on the ground, eagerly awaiting the outcome of the battle. Upon noticing the additional items in the communal backpack, she exclaimed, "Ah, a super artifact dropped." The radiant, multicolored glow was truly exceptional, distinctly showcasing a performance unlike any other quality item. Amidst the swirling brilliance, a perfectly round white orb materialized before their eyes, exuding an irresistible allure. It was worth the fight. Super artifact, exhilarating. Xiao Feng laughed heartily. He climbed out of the pit and retrieved a resurrection scroll, bringing Lucky Cat back to her feet. You are incredibly powerful. Even a level 200 mythic can be vanquished by you. It's simply astonishing. Lucky Cat marveled. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would have never believed such a feat was possible. Gazing at the overflowing spoils in the backpack, her mind buzzed. Overwhelmed by the sheer bounty, rendering her momentarily incapable of coherent thought. The dazzling multicolored light beckoned her to examine its attributes. Moonlight orb, transcending mythic, bound to the soul. It will never drop. Equipment requirement. Follower of the moon god, designated player, Lucky Cat. Serial number, XXXXXXXXXX. Effect. Power grants a spell attack power equal to level 80 effect. Sovereign grants a health cap equal to level 1000 effect. All beings, all healing effects 100 effect. Wisdom, allows learning of all class skills. Disregarding level effect. Divine grace, has a small chance to trigger double effects when using skills active effect. Wrath of the moon god, summons a radiant moon. Projecting scorching moonlight over a designated area with a radius of 100 meters. Inflicting spell damage equal to 200 of attack power per second for 10 seconds. Limited to once per day active effect. Night's reprisal, designates a target, blinding them for 60 seconds. This effect cannot be dispelled. Limited to once per day 5 effects. 2 active skills. Both Xiao Feng and Lucky Cat were dumbfounded. This was an equipment piece devoid of basic attributes. Yet the first 2 effects surpassed any standard attributes in potency. Any level 50 player wielding the super artifact would gain an astounding 4,000 attack power and 50,000 health. It is worth noting that when Xiao Feng was level 60, his attack power barely exceeded 800. With this super artifact in hand, even without a hidden profession or special talents, one could traverse with supreme authority, not to mention the subsequent effects, each more formidable than the last. The active skill, Wrath of the Moon God, boasted a total damage of 2,000, akin to an incantation-free forbidden spell, such as the might of a super artifact. However, such an extraordinary super artifact could only be wielded by a follower of the Moon God. Moreover, it had been bound directly to Lucky Cat upon its drop, leaving him utterly bereft of opportunity. Xiao Feng's demeanor crumbled. Sister Cat, how about we swap accounts for a game? He lamented pitifully. At this moment, Lucky Meow was still immersed in the terrifying effects of the super artifact. Upon hearing a voice, he instinctively replied, I can't change it. How can I switch accounts? Xiao Feng was on the verge of tears. After much difficulty in acquiring a super artifact, it turned out to be unusable for him. One can only imagine the dismay. Slowly regaining his composure, Lucky Meow felt a surge of joy at having unexpectedly obtained an invincible super artifact. Seeing Xiao Feng's woeful expression, he couldn't help but chuckle. Do not wear such a sorrowful face. You still possess numerous mythic quality items, all of which are immensely valuable. Sighing, Xiao Feng lamented. Once I have gazed upon the vast ocean, I cannot regard mere water as precious. Having seen the moonlight orb, everything else now seems worthless. He was dejected. Cursed system. Why grant such splendid equipment to a mere support role instead of the primary damage dealer? Where's the justice in this? The joy of having achieved a first kill on a level 200 mythic boss was now overshadowed by his frustration. However, in truth, he had somewhat prepared for this outcome. After all, before embarking on the quest, Fiona had already mentioned that even if the moonlight orb were given to him, he would be unable to utilize it. Now, having witnessed its effects firsthand, he could only resign himself to the reality. Let us examine other items, he thought. Out of sight, out of mind. He picked up the items. The moonlight orb had not passed through his hands. It was automatically allocated to Lucky Meow by the system. Xiao Feng, thank you for guiding me through my class change and helping me acquire this equipment. With the super artifact in hand, Lucky Meow's eyes gleamed with joy, narrowing into slits. Feeling a need to express further sincerity, he added, in the future, should you require anything, do not hesitate to call upon me. Even if it means confronting the Moon Temple, I will unconditionally assist you. No, even if it involves offline battles, I will soar over to support you. All right. Xiao Feng nodded, feeling a little lighter in spirit. Regardless of the circumstances, at least he had gained a friend from this encounter. With Lucky Meow now possessing the super artifact, he was assured a place as the premier support in the realm of all heavens. Should nothing unforeseen occur, Xiaofeng was certain to take the title of the foremost damage dealer. Together, they would eventually be able to vanquish all bosses in the world of all heavens. In due time, they would surely acquire even more super artifacts. As for offline battles, he was merely a university student, not a street fighter. What would he do? Engage in fisticuffs? First, he decided to inspect the other spoils. Within the communal loot bag, the quantity of gold was somewhat lacking, totaling only 200,000. Clearly, Fiona was rather impoverished. This sum was merely the baseline monetary reward provided by the system. However, the item rewards were exceedingly plentiful. A total of 6 red quality items had appeared. Among them, 3 were equipment, all requiring a 4th class advancement and level 150 to use, while their attributes were impressive. They would have to be stored away for now. The remaining 3, however, were particularly noteworthy. First and foremost was the base construction permit, an item guaranteed to drop from level 100 mythic bosses. Now, less than a day had passed since the commencement of their conquest to establish a base in all heavens. The value of this construction permit remained exceptionally high, even if it could not fetch a price of 100 million. Selling it for 30 to 40 million would be quite feasible. Next, there exists a unique item that is neither equipment nor a consumable, but rather a class transformation tool. Moonlight Priest Manual. By wielding this item, one may venture to the Moon Temple to transform into the Moonlight Priest class, a hidden class of the priest type. This item is perfectly suited for Oldly, Xiaofeng pondered. However, he was uncertain whether the Moonlight Priest or the Moon which was the more formidable. The final red item is the Divine Elixir, Sacred Heart, which permanently increases intelligence by 50 points. Xiaofeng consumed it immediately, enhancing his attributes. In addition to these, his backpack contained a plethora of legendary and epic quality items. Among them, there were 5 skill books, yet Xiaofeng could only utilize one. Blade of the Gale unleashes a blade of wind that advances forward, inflicting 200 spell damage based on attack power to enemies in its path, dissipating after traveling 30 meters or dealing damage 10 times, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. This skill is influenced by the meteorological mage talent, allowing it to strike out to an impressive 180 meters. However, the limit of 10 instances of damage, akin to the bounce limit of chain lightning, remains unchanged. Thus, it may only serve as a supplementary skill during gaps in other abilities. Additionally, there is a godly skill book awarded for a first kill. Xiaofeng suddenly noticed a flicker of red light in his backpack. Lucky Meow also just became aware of it. Mythical skills are even more powerful than legendary skills, representing the pinnacle of abilities. While legendary skills are classified as forbidden spells, mythical skills are indisputably ultimate skills, commonly referred to as divine retribution. Both individuals simultaneously revealed the mythical skill books awarded by the system. Apocalyptic Calamity, mythical. The ultimate skill of the meteorological mage continuously unleashes fire rain, hurricanes, earthquakes, tsunamis, and thunderstorms, covering a radius of 1,000 meters around oneself, with each meteorological effect lasting for 10 seconds. It requires a 5-second chant, during which movement is prohibited, though it grants immunity to control effects, consuming 2,000 mana per second, with a limit of once every 7 days. Fatal Sacrifice, mythical, the ultimate skill of the Moon Witch, sacrificing all of one's attributes to release the final moonlight within a 500-meter radius, restoring life to all allied characters equal to 200 of the sum of one's attributes, while inflicting damage to all enemy characters equal to 200 of the sum of one's attributes. It requires a 3-second chant, and for 24 hours post-casting. All attributes are reduced to 1, consuming 5,000 mana, with a limit of once every 7 days. Chapter 064. Who is Lucky Meow? The two individuals gazed at the descriptions of the skill books, enveloped in silence. Truly formidable. After a considerable pause, Xiaofeng finally managed to utter a few words. Lucky Meow was utterly at a loss for words. The two skills represented the pinnacle of their respective professions, with a cooldown period extending to 7 days. Their efficacy was beyond doubt, essentially capable of annihilating everything on the screen. Unfortunately, the mana cost was exorbitantly high, rendering them unusable at present. Xiaofeng lamented. His situation was slightly better. He could quickly accumulate the required 2,000 mana. However, for Lucky Meow, the 5,000 mana requirement would likely remain unattainable even at level 100. Let's learn them for now. They will prove useful sooner or later, Lucky Meow replied. Both books were bound to them, and even if they chose not to learn them, the items would still occupy space in their inventories. The two promptly consumed the skill books, assimilating these powerful abilities into their skill slots. With matters concluded and their bags filled to capacity, it was time to return to the main city. Xiaofeng discovered that his bag could no longer accommodate the plethora of items dropped by De Fiorna. The spoils from their previous exploits in the abyss had yet to be stored, and this substantial collection of equipment could only be temporarily discarded in the public storage. However, Lucky Meow frowned and inquired, "Can we return to the main city now?" Observing their surroundings, it was evident that the entirety of Giant Stone Town had been ravaged, with numerous NPCs having perished. Although primarily the work of De Fiorna, Xiaofeng's subsequent spells, Windstorm and Meteor, had also inflicted significant damage. They were uncertain if they would be pursued. At that moment, the frightened townsfolk began to regain their composure. A few wounded militia members approached Xiaofeng and Lucky Meow, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. "Brave warriors, although we are unsure of the events that transpired, we must thank you for saving us. The wicked sorceress has been vanquished by your might. We shall petition the lord of the city to commend you for your valor." Xiaofeng's spirits soared upon hearing this. It seemed they would not be hunted down. Moreover, the militia members, who had previously harbored hostility towards him, now displayed a newfound friendliness. Clearly, good deeds were rewarded. "Let us return to the city," he said. After exchanging a few words with the NPCs, Xiaofeng and Lucky Meow shattered the return scroll, instantly arriving back in Stormwind City. Make way. Do not obstruct the path." The patrolling guards of Stormwind City remained as arrogant as ever. Xiaofeng, having long since grown accustomed to their demeanor, ignored them. The pair headed directly to the marketplace, hastening to the warehouse to securely store their valuable items, while also retrieving the contents of the public storage to distribute to Xiaofeng. Although they had not completed their second job advancement during this expedition to Giant Stone Town, their gains were exceedingly fruitful. Both had surpassed level 80, drawing closer to their third advancement. Having organized her inventory, Lucky Meow turned to Xiaofeng and said, "With De Fiorna defeated, I shall return to Moonlight City to undergo my job change. Perhaps we can play together again in the future." Xiaofeng nodded in agreement. "Go ahead. I should accompany a friend to the Moonlight Temple shortly. Please speak well of me in front of your high priest, and perhaps I will be granted entry to assist with my second job advancement." After several hours of team battles, his attitude towards Lucky Meow had notably improved. He no longer found her as bothersome as before. After all, without this ally's assistance, it would have been exceedingly difficult for him to defeat such formidable bosses consecutively. "No problem. I'm off now. Farewell." Lucky Meow bid him goodbye as she exited the party and departed from Stormwind City. Xiaofeng, laden with an array of epic gear that neither he nor his roommate required, made a trip to the auction house. Each piece of equipment was assigned a starting price based on its level and then entrusted to the system for sale. As for legendary and mythical items, he refrained from consigning them, concerned that players might lack sufficient gold at this stage to afford them, thus avoiding unnecessary listing fees. The last items he had consigned to the auction house had sold, and after tallying the gold, he discovered he had amassed a total of 2.5 million gold coins. With such a sum, and with no immediate use for it, he contemplated selling it off. At this stage, players primarily expended gold on gear and potions. As someone who did not require potions or equipment, keeping just a few thousand gold coins on hand sufficed. Holding too much could lead to losses should the value of gold depreciate. With 250 gold coins and a construction permit for a base, he could potentially make a substantial transaction. It had barely been 24 hours since his last cash influx, and he was astonished to find he could earn another significant sum so soon. The realm of all heavens is truly a place where one can effortlessly gather wealth. Xiaofeng thought to himself, feeling quite pleased. He decided to contact Oldly to sell the items before logging off for a brief rest. After playing for so long, he was quite hungry. Approximately 36 hours had passed since the server launch, and nearly 4 hours in the real world. It was already evening. After logging off to eat and take care of personal needs, it would be nearly the next day in game. The garrison defense battle in the realm of all heavens would likely commence around that time, perfectly aligning for him to assist with the city's defense. Opening his friends list, Xiaofeng initiated a call with Li. However, as soon as he clicked on Li's avatar, a cacophony of voice messages inundated his ears. Wow, old Xiao, you're incredible. You can take down a level 200 mythical boss. Quickly tell me what rare artifacts dropped. Save any priests for me. Wait a minute. Hold on. You actually took down a boss with a girl? And didn't T bring us along? This is unacceptable. Spill it. Who is Lucky Meow? I want to challenge her one-on-one. We agreed to stay single together, and yet you secretly found a girlfriend. This is truly disheartening. Hey, respond. You can't be so busy charming the ladies. A flurry of voice messages had begun from the moment he defeated De Fiona, with the most recent one arriving just a minute ago. Xiaofeng chuckled, somewhat exasperated, and quickly replied, "She's just an ordinary teammate. We happened to encounter the boss while completing a quest together. What are you all up to? I've got some skill books and equipment for you. Come to the Stormwind City warehouse to collect them." Finally, you've deigned to reply. Stormwind City, is it? We shall arrive shortly. Tell that fortunate feline not to depart. As Lao Zhang and I wish to meet our sister-in-law. Li responded immediately. Your mother's sister, if you do not wish to come, then do not. Speak another word, and I shall give you not even a copper coin. Xiaofeng retorted with irritation. I was mistaken. Brother Xiaofeng, please wait a moment. We shall be there shortly. Seeing his tone was less than amiable, Li quickly backed down. What a simpleton, Xiaofeng lamented. He scrolled through his friends list, noting the numerous messages he had received. Aside from his roommates Li and Zhang Fan, Zhang Tian and the affluent Gao Kaishan had also inquired. This was primarily due to Xiaofeng's engagement with a level 200 mythical boss, which everyone knew would drop a residence construction order, prompting inquiries about its potential sale. Originally, Xiaofeng intended to enlist Li's assistance in finding a buyer, but now, with Gao Kaishan speaking up first, he decided to respond directly to the esteemed gentleman's message. Boss Gao, I was preoccupied earlier and did not reply in a timely manner. My sincerest apologies. Xiaofeng initiated the conversation. The response came swiftly. Understood. It is customary to take a moment to distribute the spoils after a boss fight. Indeed. Boss Gao, you mentioned wanting to act as an agent for the sale of my residence construction order? Xiaofeng inquired directly. Gao Kaishan, upon hearing this, chuckled heartily. Precisely. Great Xiaofeng, you must be aware that our treasure guild intends to establish a long-term presence in all heavens. At this early stage of the game, to enhance our influence, we must collect valuable items for sale to elevate our reputation. The rarity of the residence construction order is well recognized. Yours is likely the third in the game, holding substantial value. If you entrust it to us for auction, we shall not charge a single penny in fees. Chapter 065. The second fortune. The second construction order for a residence appeared 2 hours ago, issued by the Dragon Soul Guild, which has now established its own base. The benefits of double experience time are 2 days shorter than the first. Well, Xiaofeng feigned hesitation. Gao Qian, concerned that he might not be enticed, continued. The system auction house imposes a hefty transaction fee of 5, and it strictly requires gold coin transactions. If the buyer lacks sufficient funds, one cannot expect to secure a favorable price, even if a sale is made. The rarity of the construction order means that the transaction fees alone could amount to over 100,000 in cash. Just the thought of it is painful. However, if you entrust it to us, there would be no worries about poor pricing. We can directly convert it into cash deposited onto your card, alleviating concerns about fees and the depreciation of gold coins. Xiaofeng was indeed tempted. The auction house's fees were exceedingly high. Previously, he had lost several thousand gold coins in fees from auctioning off epic and legendary gear, equating to tens of thousands of real currency. Although he was financially stable now, losing that amount in one go still stung. Since Boss Gao is so graciously inviting me, I shall graciously accept, Xiaofeng replied, before Gao Qian could speak again. Xiaofeng added, by the way, Boss Gao, I possess not only the construction order for the residence, but also several high-tier mythic and legendary items. Additionally, I wish to liquidate some of my accumulated gold coins. Haha, no problem at all. The more business, the better. It is our honor to deal with you, Xiao God, whose every transaction is of exquisite quality. For today as cooperation, I shall waive all fees. And you can sell your gold coins directly to me at the most favorable current price. In the realm of commerce, liquidity is paramount. And Xiao Feng's willingness to part with a substantial amount of gold coins delighted him more than presiding over the auction for the construction order. Let us designate a meeting place then, Gao Qian proposed. Xiao Feng invited him to meet in Stormwind City. Shortly thereafter, Li Li and Zhang Fan arrived with their teammates, Shield and Blind Sister, to meet Xiao Feng. Gao Kaishan also arrived, and the group gathered in lively spirits. Xiao God, good to see you again. Gao Qian and Gao Kaishan approached the market area with their two assistants. Li Li and Zhang Fan had just arrived and were playfully bantering with Xiao Feng. Upon witnessing the presence of this commercial titan in the gaming world, they could not help but marvel at Xiao Feng's influence. Old Xiao has truly made a name for himself. He is conducting business with magnates even before graduation. How enviable. But we are not doing too shabby ourselves. Having such an extraordinary roommate means we can also benefit from top-tier equipment and skill books. Their admiration was devoid of jealousy, for merely a minute ago, Xiao Feng had bestowed upon each of them 2 pieces of legendary gear, several epic items for future use, and 2 excellent quality skill books. These treasures could easily fetch no less than 100,000 gold coins, equivalent to 1 million in cash, underscoring their preciousness. Such generosity from a roommate was beyond envy. Xiao God's friends were formidable as well. A dragon blood warrior with 30,000 health, a priest clad in epic gear, and 2 high-level young ladies. All impressive in their own right. Gao Qian greeted Li Li and the others with a smile. Among his 4 companions, Zhang Fan stood out as the most dazzling, boasting attributes even higher than those of Xiao Feng. As a businessman, Gao Qian was eager to associate with elite players and would certainly not overlook this group. Let us first discuss the matter at hand, suggested Xiao Feng. He had temporarily formed a team, merging Gao Qian's associates with his own friends, and began sharing a plethora of item information in the team channel. The first item was naturally the base construction permit, its crimson hue strikingly eye-catching, immediately capturing everyone's attention. Following this were several other mythic quality items. Crimson Domain Scroll, Mythic Scroll, dropped by Ramika, Godly Assassination Scroll, Mythic Scroll, dropped by Abyssal Envoy, Heart of the Demon, permanently increases strength by 50 points, dropped by Ramika, Evil Spirit War Spear, level 100 Knight Mythic Weapon, dropped by Evil Spirit Knight, Fallen Moon Bow, level 150 Archer Mythic Weapon, dropped by Fiona, Chasing Light Boots, level 150 Archer, Assassin Mythic Footwear, dropped by Fiona, Night Poet's Robe, level 150 Mage Mythic Garment, dropped by Fiona, Evil Spirit Summoning Scroll, Legendary Scroll, dropped by Evil Spirit Knight, Knight's Round Shield, level S Knight Legendary Weapon, dropped by Evil Spirit Knight, Knight Demon Dagger, level S Assassin Legendary Weapon, dropped by Fiona, Sky Splitting 10 Strikes, Assassin Epic Skill Book, dropped by Ramika. An avalanche of item information flooded the team channel, overwhelming the screen. For pieces of mythic gear, 2 level-less legendary weapons, accompanied by several mythic items. In that moment, everyone was left speechless. This was simply extravagant. Li Li opened his mouth in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. Even Gao Qian and his 2 assistants, seasoned individuals accustomed to the tumult of the game, were taken aback by the display. Were this the late game, and someone produced such a wealth of high-value items, they would have remained unflappable. Yet, the server had only been live for less than 2 days. To acquire such an array of divine artifacts in such a brief period was utterly outrageous. Oh, I apologize for mistakenly adding one more item. The Heart of the Demon is meant for old Zhang. My hand slipped, Xiao Feng remarked, scanning through the items he had posted, suddenly noticing the Heart of the Demon. He promptly informed everyone that this particular item did not count, directly trading it to his friend Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan was momentarily stunned. Old Xiao, this must be quite valuable, he stammered. Gao Qian was equally astonished. An increase of 50 points in attributes was equivalent to a full strength growth of level 17, and its market price was estimated to start at no less than 100,000 gold coins. TSK. Upon hearing this, everyone cast envious glances at Zhang Fan. Under their scrutiny, Zhang Fan nervously took a step back and gazed at Xiao Feng, flustered and overwhelmed, exclaiming, "Old Xiao, you are far too generous. It seems I must clean up tonight to await you. Get lost. If you don't want it, just give it back." Before the words had fully left his mouth, Xiao Feng had already sent him flying with a kick. Laughter erupted among the group, echoing joyfully in the air. After a bout of laughter, the atmosphere grew considerably lighter. Gao Qian meticulously examined the items from the past and addressed the crowd, stating, "These items, aside from the 3 troublesome level 150 mythical pieces, are all quite sellable. I estimate that if auctioned individually, they could fetch no less than 4.5 million gold coins, including the construction permits for the base. The total could reach approximately 8 to 9 million gold coins. None of these items are ordinary. The least expensive is likely the Divine Assassination Scroll, which can only eliminate a single target and has a somewhat limited effect. However, it holds the potential for immediate elimination of key figures, playing a crucial role in future faction wars, with a starting value of 100,000 gold coins. The 4 mythical pieces, each valued at 1 million gold coins, can be quickly attained at level 100, and reaching level 150 would take just a month or two, so they won't remain in stock for long. Well, my estimations are quite aligned. Boss Gao, considering these items along with my 2.5 million gold coins, how much do you anticipate I could receive offline?" Xiao Feng inquired. Gao Qian pondered for a moment and replied, "Currently, the price of gold has started to decline, with 1 gold dropping from around 10 to approximately 8. Adding your items in gold, I estimate the total to be around 100 million, with fluctuations not exceeding 10%. Upon hearing this, Lili suggested, "Why not a Boss Gao directly purchase them outright, allowing your guild to handle the sales? This way, our old Xiao can save a great deal of trouble. And if you market them well, you might even make a tidy profit." Chapter 66. The Moonlight Priestess. Gao Qian felt a flicker of interest. Yet uncertain of Xiao Feng's intentions, he refrained from speaking directly. Xiao Feng pondered for a moment. The value of gold coins was undoubtedly on a steady decline. The longer they were held, the greater the loss. The same applied to consumable items. Perhaps the only items that might appreciate in value were the high-level mythical gear, which would likely see a surge once player levels increased. However, that was a prospect too distant. Thus, he nodded, expressing, "I believe it is feasible, provided that Boss Gao agrees. This method of transaction would be the most convenient." "Very well, in that case, I shall take the liberty to purchase these items and gold coins from the esteemed Xiao," Gao Qian stated. As a prominent businessman, he could authorize a deal of 100 million without needing the approval of other executives. The two parties reached a swift agreement and executed the transaction on the spot. With Gao Caishan's reputable standing, Xiao Feng was unperturbed by the possibility of deceit and promptly exchanged his items and gold coins. Before long, a notification from the bank arrived via text message confirming a deposit of 100 million, bringing his balance to an impressive 220 million. "I suppose a trip to the tax office will be in order. With such a sum, I can only wonder how much tax is owed," Xiao Feng mused. Upon returning to the game, he verified the transaction's completion. Gao Qian produced a card and handed it to him, stating, "Esteemed Xiao, this is the Diamond VIP card of our Treasure Merchants Association. Should you have items for consignment in the future, simply bring them to our association. The service fee is merely 1, and you will enjoy priority bidding rights. We have storefronts in all major cities. Thank you very much, Boss Gao." Xiao Feng replied with delight. Gao Qian continued, "The rarity of the outpost construction order lies in its timing. We will be holding an auction in 20 minutes at the Dragon Blood City storefront, inviting the leaders of various guilds to attend. This auction will largely be your showcase. All these items will be up for sale. If you are not too busy, esteemed Xiao, you may wish to come and witness the excitement." 20 minutes, you say? Very well, I shall observe the commotion before dining." Xiao Feng considered and nodded in agreement. With the influence of the Treasure Merchants Association, 20 minutes would suffice to gather the core executives of the top 10 guilds from the Dragon Kingdom. He was eager to see who would ultimately acquire his treasures amidst the gathering of influential figures. Moreover, since their previous defeat, the Tianxia Guild had not made any significant moves. Their members were approximately 3 levels behind others, likely preoccupied with obtaining outpost orders. At this auction, the formidable Tianxiao Wudi would likely make an appearance to contest for the third-place position, although Xiao Feng had no intention of continuing to trouble the Tianxia Guild. Keeping an eye on their activities was not unreasonable. Should they succeed in bidding, it would essentially be a gift to himself, a delightful prospect indeed. Yao Qian and his assistant teleported away. With 20 minutes to spare, Xiao Feng opted not to leave the city but rather engaged in casual conversations with his friends. Exchanging gaming insights. The majority of players had reached around level 35, while the more accomplished players on the leaderboard had already attained level 43. It was expected that by the end of the day, a new wave of second transformation players would emerge. However, after reaching level 50, the pace of leveling slows considerably. It takes 2 days for a second transfer, while achieving a third transfer at level 100 requires a minimum of over 10 days. This does not apply to exceptional individuals like Xiao Feng. Li Li and 3 others are all at level 35. Zhang Fan has donned the auto ancient battle boots and upgraded to a complete set of level 30 equipment, with his health nearing 30,000, a remarkable feat. After consuming the demon heart gifted by Xiao Feng, his attack power has surged to around 1,300, and his attributes now exceed those of ordinary players by 2 to 3 times. However, compared to the fortunate cat that obtained the Moonlight Pearl, this pales in significance. Old Li, I have a splendid gift for you. After some idle chatter, Xiao Feng recalled a divine item he had yet to utilize and retrieved it from his backpack. Initiating a trade request with Li Li. What splendid gift. Oh my goodness, it's red. Wait a moment. This is a hidden class? Initially, Li Li did not think much of it, being rather nonchalant. However, upon seeing the item description in the trade interface, he was taken aback. Divine quality. Hidden class transfer item. Is this not the very thing that everyone dreams of? Stay calm, stay calm. It's just a hidden class. Who isn't one these days? Zhang Fan remarked with a composed demeanor. The strength of Xiao Feng was evident to all, so they would not be surprised by whatever he produced. However, for Li Li, the situation was entirely different. He accepted the trade, trembling as he held the transfer item, expressing his gratitude. Old Xiao, you are truly like a brother to me. That guy Zhang Fan has looked down upon me since his transfer. Now, I can finally reclaim my dignity. I thought you would be so grateful that you'd introduce your sister to me. And this is all I get? Xiao Feng teased. Upon reflection, it made sense. Among the 3 roommates, he was the only one without a hidden class, which was indeed rather disheartening. Let us hurry while we still have time. Let us take a trip to Moonlight City. Xiao Feng called out, departing with his 2 roommates. Shun Shun and Blind Girl did not follow. Their relationship with Xiao Feng was not particularly close, having only teamed up once. Having already acquired several epic items along the way, they felt embarrassed to continue shadowing him. The 3 men teleported to Moonlight City, heading directly to the Moonlight Temple. With 3 divine artifacts on Xiao Feng and 4 on Zhang Fan, one boasting a high level and the other an astonishing health pool, they attracted the attention of numerous players on the streets. Li Li, feeling somewhat invisible walking alongside them, sighed, at least I will soon transfer too. Otherwise, being with you 2 makes me feel like a mere shadow, unable to even attract a sister. Xiao Feng laughed. Once you transfer to a hidden class healer, you'll have countless ladies vying for your attention. Indeed, I suggest Old Li find a damage-dealing sister for a partnership. In-game she benefits from your healing, and in reality, you can enjoy her company. Zhang Fan chimed in, with a playful tone. You 2 are utterly shameless. How embarrassing to be associated with you. Li Li retorted, quickening his pace toward the temple. Before long, the trio arrived at the temple entrance. Stop. In the sacred precincts of the temple, it is strictly forbidden for the impure to approach. Once again, Xiao Feng found himself obstructed. The temple guard knight adopted a condescending expression. Evidently, the flattering words of the fortunate cat had proven ineffective. What audacity for a mere level 180 legendary boss to act so arrogantly. A wave of dissatisfaction washed over Xiao Feng, and thoughts of dismantling the temple resurfaced. However, such actions required patience. If he were to wreak havoc, it would be upon the temples of foreign cities. You may enter. I shall wait outside. With no other recourse, he reluctantly stepped aside, allowing his 2 friends to proceed with their class change. Li Li and Zhang Fan entered the Moon Temple while Xiao Feng awaited beneath a nearby statue. After a short while, the sound of Li Li's boisterous laughter echoed from within the temple. "Ha! I've finally transformed into a hidden class. How powerful, truly powerful. My dear sister, why are you so low on health? Come, let me heal you." Upon completing his class change, Li Li was as exuberant as a lottery winner, eager for the world to know of his triumph. He walked along, shouting joyfully and casting healing spells at passing players in need. This fellow, Xiao Feng, couldn't help but facepalm. Old Xiao, come and experience my healing spells." The two rushed toward Xiao Feng, and even from a distance of several meters, Li Li excitedly called out, tossing two spells through the air. Chapter 067. A sip of nourishment. Xiao Feng's health was full, yet the effects of the healing spell remained evident. Two green numbers emerged, 4882 and 19281. The first represented the fundamental first-tier priest skill, minor healing, while the latter was the newly acquired exclusive skill of the Moonlight Priest, Divine Moonlight Prayer. Quite an impressive amount of healing. What tier of hidden class is this? Xiao Feng inquired. Hidden classes are categorized into various tiers. The lowest tier is weaker than ordinary classes, possessing merely some unique traits. The mid-tier is comparable to standard classes, often featuring an additional skill or an epic item. Higher tiers not only boast numerous skills but also grant legendary equipment. Some even bestow a talent effect. The most prestigious tier, akin to that of an elemental mage, is colloquially known as a legendary class, endowing a legendary talent with distinctly pronounced skill characteristics. The pinnacle consists of the divine inheritance classes, which offer an abundance of skills, divine talents, and mythic equipment, truly formidable. Zhang Fan replied, "It aligns with your tier." But luck favored him. In addition to the talent, he received a mythic weapon. "Well, that is quite a stroke of luck," Xiao Feng exclaimed, astonished. "No wonder the healing output is so substantial. The mythic weapon must be at play. Otherwise, previously, Li Li's healing spell barely reached around 1,000. Insufficient to fully restore the health of the two health tanks, Xiao Feng and Zhang Fan. "Here, let me show you the results," Li Li said with a proud expression, revealing his attributes and mythic weapon. The attribute growth panel of the Moonlight Priest surpassed that of a standard priest, with both health and healing output elevated by 10. This advantage might not be overly noticeable in the early stages, as the panel appeared relatively normal. The talents and the artifact were more pronounced. Pure Soul, legendary talent, increases basic healing effectiveness by 50, enhances all support skill effects by 30, and grants a 10 chance to instantly break control effects and gain 3 seconds of invulnerability when affected by control. This effect can trigger a maximum of once every 15 seconds. Staff of Moonlight Chanting, non-tier exclusive mythic weapon, spell attack 750, healing power 200, spirit 50, healing effectiveness increased by 30. And the passive effect, Faith Rebirth, restores an equal amount of health to the user when healing others. With the combination of these elements, Li Li's basic healing output reached 3,000, and utilizing a higher coefficient healing skill would naturally lead to an explosive increase in healing power. Impressive. Healing 2,000 times equals the effect of my shield. This is a commendable profession. Xiao Feng nodded in agreement, visibly impressed. "Hey, you monstrous player. Who can compare with you?" Li Li, initially elated, felt a significant blow to his spirits upon hearing Xiao Feng's remark. "Hi, Xiao Feng." At that moment, a soft voice interrupted from the side. Turning, he saw Lucky Miao, whom they had just parted from not long ago. "What a coincidence to see you here," Xiao Feng greeted her. "I just finished learning some skills." "Are you discussing healing output?" Lucky Miao inquired with a cheerful smile. "My brother has transitioned to a hidden class and is showing off," Xiao Feng responded. Xiao Feng smiled and pointed at Li Li, saying, "You should give him a taste. Let him open his eyes." "Huh, what does that mean?" Li Li momentarily failed to comprehend. Upon recognizing the name of Lucky Miao, a realization dawned upon him, as if he understood something profound. Could it be? In the next moment, a moon-white crystal orb appeared in Lucky Miao's left hand, and with a gentle wave of her right hand, beams of white moonlight cascaded down, causing a green number to rise above Li Li's head. 146,312, double. Li Li was taken aback. A six-figure healing effect had utterly shattered his defenses. What the hell? How is this possible? His earlier bravado vanished, replaced by confusion and astonishment. Lucky Meow explained with a smile, "This is a fourth-tier healing skill, Holy Healing. With a base healing coefficient of 480. My attack power is 70-50, with a strong healing bonus of 115, so that amounted to over 70,000. I just happened to trigger the double healing effect, hence this result. Attack power, over 7,000? In that instant, both Li Li and Zhang Fan were astounded. Even the god-tier profession of Dragonblood Warrior, equipped with 3 divine artifacts, did not possess such terrifying attack power, barely a fifth of hers. How was this achievable? This defied logic. The two of them asked incredulously. Xiao Feng, aware of the effects of the Moonlight Orb, was not surprised but inquired. Was the Moonlight Orb not confiscated by the High Priest? Lucky Meow shook her head. The High Priest intended to give it to me all along. I had misjudged her intentions. Now I have learned all the skills from the 2nd to the 4th tiers. The 5th tier Sacred Domain skills have attribute point requirements, which I am currently unable to meet. You've learned all the skills from the 2nd to the 4th tiers? Are you even human? Upon hearing this, Li Li and Zhang Fan found it even harder to believe, disregarding the fact that the person before them was a girl, and they began to vent their disbelief. Lucky Meow shyly smiled and replied, "The High Priest insisted on giving it to me. I had no choice." Damn, comparing oneself to others can be infuriating. Sigh. I think I'll log off and get some sleep. Both of them felt deeply disheartened. Xiao Feng felt a twinge of jealousy. This girl was incredibly lucky, truly living up to her auspicious name. With such a powerful profession and a super artifact in hand, if it weren't for his own abnormality, perhaps few in the game could rival Lucky Meow's overall strength. With over 7,000 magical attack power, even a simple cast of a punishment skill could obliterate foes. Once her mana was sufficient to unleash a fatal sacrifice, her total attributes could reach hundreds of thousands, dealing damage in the range of 3 to 400,000, instantly annihilating all within 500 meters while keeping allies at full health. Truly terrifying. Moreover, this was purely the result of her own fortune. Even had she not encountered Xiao Feng, she could have achieved similar results by undertaking the Dayfiona quest herself. Are these two your friends? Lucky Meow inquired. Xiao Feng nodded. University roommates. He then introduced the 3 of them to one another. Hello, sister-in-law. May fortune favor you. Zhang Fan and Li Li snapped back to reality from their astonishment. They all possess a character that thrives on chaos, and upon seeing the beautiful Lucky Cat, who had previously teamed up with Xiao Feng to tackle a boss, their masculine flirtation was immediately ignited. Lucky Cat, feeling flustered by their advances, quickly clarified, Xiao Feng and I are merely acquaintances, having known each other for just a few hours. Well, every relationship has to start somewhere, they replied, understandingly. Your progress seems rather swift. It feels as though you've known each other for a month already. The two continued their light-hearted banter. Xiao Feng, growing weary of their antics, swiftly kicked them away with a foot each, turning to Lucky Cat and saying, "We are about to attend an auction, so we shall not continue this conversation. Until next time." All right, I have some tasks to attend to as well. Lucky Cat nodded in agreement. See you next time, sister-in-law. Do visit our university when you have the chance. Xiao Feng, from the Department of Classical Literature at Haizhou University, added his phone number, 18. As the two jesters continued their playful chatter, he then seized each of them by an arm, forcibly dragging them away. Lucky Cat watched the 3 depart, unable to suppress a smile. It turned out he was still a student. Haizhou isn't too far away. Chapter 068. Various big shots. The auction house of the Treasure Merchants Guild had commenced, and Xiao Feng along with his companions swiftly teleported to Dragonblood City, making their way to the grand entrance of the guild. Wow, what an impressive place. This establishment must have cost a fortune, exclaimed Lily, marveling at the magnificent facade of the guild. This edifice was even more opulent than the system's auction house, standing as one of the most iconic structures in Dragonblood City. To acquire ownership from the NPC would require at least several million gold coins. However, the Treasure Merchants Guild was affluent and indifferent to such sums. An 85-level meteor mage, it is the great Xiao Feng. As the trio approached the entrance, An employee of the guild promptly greeted them, saying, "Great Xiao Feng, the auction for the construction permits has begun. Please follow me. Thank you for your assistance." Xiao Feng nodded, grateful for the guidance that spared him the trouble of searching for the bidding room. The first floor of the guild was dedicated to the sale of potions, scrolls, and ordinary equipment, items available for quick transactions at fixed prices. The second floor housed the auction hall, divided into 12 chambers, akin to a cinema, where auctions were conducted in batches and by categories. Following the attendant, they entered auction hall number 1 through a rear entrance. The chamber was not particularly large, accommodating around 100 participants, with 10 sets of seats in the front, each set capable of seating 4 individuals, and the remainder comprised of standard seating. As Xiao Feng and his companions were not participating in the bidding, they settled into the guest seats in the outer section. At that moment, 5 items were displayed on the auction stage, all simultaneously open for bidding. The patrons seated before the stage possessed a remote-like device, allowing them to place bids on any of the displayed items, thus significantly expediting the auction process and saving precious time. This method eliminated the need for the cumbersome process of raising paddles and waiting for responses. Naturally, this collective bidding approach was suitable for ordinary items, designed to match the fast-paced atmosphere of the online game. Truly valuable items, however, would still be auctioned off slowly, maintaining an air of ceremony. The hall was quite crowded, with several familiar faces in attendance. As soon as they took their seats, Lily scanned the VIP section and remarked. The attendant remained nearby, quietly introducing the notable bidders present. Seated at number 1 was the president of the Divine Gods Guild, known as the God Emperor, accompanied by his right-hand men, the God of Death and the God of Fury. Xiao Feng glanced over at the first seat. The Divine Gods Guild had consistently overshadowed others among the top 10 guilds in the Dragon Kingdom, despite the absence of an official ranking. Many regarded them as the foremost guild. The God Emperor appeared to be a mature gentleman, in his late 30s, with a stern visage and an air of nobility, reminiscent of ancient aristocracy. His class was that of a thunder envoy, a mage type, indicating a formidable profession. His companions, the God of Death and the God of Fury, exuded an aura of menace, rumored to have engaged in unconventional professions in real life, leaving their hands stained with blood. The guild's background was quite enigmatic, with speculation that the God Emperor might be the illegitimate son of a tycoon, lacking the right to inherit family wealth, thus resorting to indulgence in the gaming world. There are those who assert that he rose from humble beginnings, having received no support from any conglomerate, and forged his own path to success. In summary, he is an extraordinary figure, having dominated previous generations of games with unparalleled prowess. He has also brought glory to his nation, triumphing in several world-class national battles. The second seat is occupied by the Dragon Soul Guild, which has already issued a residency decree and is merely here for the spectacle. The attendant continues with the introductions. The principal figure at the second seat is a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a kind expression, appearing quite amiable. Lily glanced over and rubbed his hands, saying, "Arnhead Long has surprisingly arrived. Perhaps I'll showcase the strength of our trio later. Let's hold off for today. There will be ample opportunities in the future." Xiao Feng chuckled in response. The president of the Dragon Soul Guild, known as Zhu Long, has been associated with the tank profession and is notably resilient, often playfully referred to as Ironhead Long. In the previous game, a member of the Dragon Soul Guild had pilfered a boss from Li, prompting him to confront Zhu Long. To his dismay, Zhu Long stood immobile and engaged him, ultimately losing less than 10% of health, while Li succumbed to a counterattack, leaving him quite embarrassed. Nevertheless, this was merely a minor grievance. Later, Zhu Long personally compensated for the loss, and the trio bore no grudge, instead developing a favorable impression of him. The third seat is occupied by members of the Conquer the Heavens Guild, who are also here for the excitement, having heard that the illustrious Xiao Feng has valuable items for sale. The attendant continues to introduce them. Xiao Feng noticed that the third seat holds Zhang Tian, along with a player known as Trimmer, not Parkinson, a top-tier marksman on the ranking list. Among the auction items is a level 150 mythic bow, which Zhang Tian is likely to bid on for the sake of Trimmer. The aforementioned Trimmer is a key damage dealer for the Conquer the Heavens Guild, recognized as one of the top marksmen in the country possessing exceptional awareness and skill. This time, he has acquired a formidable hidden class, gaining considerable fame. The fourth seed is taken by members of the Great Flag Guild, with their president, Iron-Blooded Loyalty. Also in attendance, expected to be a principal bidder. The fifth seat belongs to the Prosperity Guild. Their president, Prosperous Morningsong, is unable to attend due to other commitments. But they surely have sufficient funds for bidding. The sixth seat is occupied by members of the Heavenly Guild, with whom Xiaofeng is likely quite familiar. His gaze swept across the room, landing on the sixth seat. There are 4 individuals present: Invincible Under Heaven, Unmatched Under Heaven, and Heroic Under Heaven, all of whom Xiaofeng has encountered before. However, there is one individual who is rather surprising, a level 54 ancient sword immortal, known as Sword Slaying All Lives. Old Xiao, isn't that the expert who previously ranked second on the leaderboard? Zhang Fan exclaimed upon noticing the individual's details. Xiaofeng also recognized this name, having kept a subtle watch on it, as the level advancement has been consistently impressive. Sword Slaying All Lives is a young man of unremarkable appearance, exuding a cold demeanor. Dressed in simple cloth attire, devoid of any legendary artifacts or radiant glory. From a distance, he emanates an air reminiscent of an ancient hero returning to simplicity. His health exceeds 20,000, making him sturdier than Xiaofeng, though slightly less so than Zhang Fan. Lili furrowed his brow and remarked, "I have heard of this individual. He won the inheritance of the ancient sword immortal profession in a lottery upon the game's launch. The backdrop of this game is set in a Western fantasy realm, yet he is the sole player engaging with a profession rooted in Eastern mysticism, which has endowed him with a sense of superiority. His prowess is formidable. He has once single-handedly defeated mythic bosses exceeding level 50. It is said that he can also soar through the skies on his sword, making a hasty retreat if he finds himself outmatched. Quite the spectacle. Flying on a sword? How impressive!" Xiaofeng exclaimed in astonishment. However, upon reflection, he considered that once a mage reaches the second class, they might acquire wind-based spells like levitation, allowing for brief flights, which is not entirely extraordinary. Indeed, if one were to assess prestige, he undoubtedly ranks among the elite in this game. Yet, when it comes to actual strength compared to you, Old Xiao, he likely remains a notch below, perhaps merely a second or third contender, Lili stated. One must not underestimate him, Xiaofeng pondered. It is intriguing that such a skilled player has allied with the Heavenly Guild. Who can say if it is mere coincidence? Perhaps this is the backup plan orchestrated by the Invincible of the world, intending to exact revenge upon me, Xiaofeng. Nevertheless, Xiaofeng felt no trepidation. His capabilities were on an entirely different plane from that of ordinary players. Even granting the opponent the advantage of the first strike, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to take his life. At level 1, he is an ancient sword immortal. At level 30, still an ancient sword immortal. And at level 50, once again an ancient sword immortal. This fellow appears to have no need for a class change, truly enviable. Xiaofeng noticed a small yet significant detail and remarked, typically, a player at level 50 would undertake a minor quest to transition to their second class. As for an 85 level first class profession, he stands alone in the entirety of the game. Once the sale concludes and after assisting in the defense battle, he must hasten to seek the next NPC to facilitate his class change. Otherwise, after defeating a few more bosses, he might find himself at level 100. Chapter 069. A gesture of respect. The attendant continued to introduce the individuals seated at various tables. Representatives from the 10 major guilds of the Dragon Kingdom, along with emerging powerful factions from across the realms, were all present. The auction proceeded swiftly, with the legendary weapons sold to the wealthy god of fortune and 2 divine scrolls quickly finding their new owners. The divine assassination scroll indeed turned out to be the least expensive, fetching a mere 80,000 gold coins. The 2 legendary weapons and an epic skill book sold for around 150,000 gold coins each. The blood-type domain scroll, with its considerable strategic significance, commanded a high price of 210,000 gold coins. When all the miscellaneous items were accounted for, it appeared that the god of fortune had made a modest profit. The 4 pieces of mythical gear were auctioned off individually, one after another. The evil spirit spear, which could be utilized imminently, was fiercely contested. with the knight player Ironhead Long winning it for an astonishing 1.25 million gold coins, leaving the audience in shock. The other 3 pieces of 150 level mythical gear, though not immediately usable, promised longer-term utility and also sold for around 1 million gold coins each, with the shoes fetching a slightly lower price. Soon, the centerpiece of this auction, the settlement construction order, made its entrance. Esteemed guild leaders and distinguished patrons, this is the 3rd settlement construction order from all realms, graciously provided by our top-ranked player, the great Xiaofeng. The auctioneer began by recounting the item's provenance. Its purpose was evident to all present. He continued, "As per our previously established rules, game equipment will be traded for gold, while this settlement construction order will be auctioned for cash. Bidders may use gold to represent cash at the rate of 1 gold coin for 10,000 cash. The starting bid is set at 10 million, equivalent to 1,000 tokens, with increments of no less than 100 tokens. Let the bidding commence." Given the current scarcity of gold coins in the game, even the guild leaders found it challenging to amass over 10 million gold coins for the entire auction. Thus, the Treasure Merchant Association devised a special rule to separate the settlement construction order for cash bidding, preventing patrons from being hampered in the initial auction stages due to their desires for the final item. As the word "begin" echoed through the hall, the price display on the stage refreshed instantly. Qin Xiao Wudi pressed the device in his hand and entered a bid of 2,000 tokens, propelling the price to 20 million in one swift move. The other guild leaders, eager to establish their settlements, quickly followed suit, with bids rising in increments of 100 tokens, soon surpassing 3,000. It seemed that the final price for the settlement order would far exceed our expectations. Old Xiao might be at a loss this time. Lili observed the rapidly escalating price with a hint of regret. Xiaofeng smiled, acknowledging that those in business take risks and profits are rightfully earned. The final prices of the equipment and items were in line with expectations. If the settlement order did not yield a profit, would it not render the effort futile? "You seem to be quite philosophical about this," remarked the 2 brothers with a smile. Xiaofeng chuckled silently. His perspective was not one of mere acceptance, but rather of contentment. Earning over 200 million in just a day was already a considerable achievement. The difference of 10 million was of little consequence to him. 3,500 tokens. 3,700 tokens. 3,800 tokens. The price continues to rise. The bosses need not utter a word. By merely utilizing the bidding function in the auction room and possessing sufficient gold coins, they can elevate the bid. As the price surged to 4,000 tokens, the number of bidders dwindled. The Emperor of the Divine Guild abruptly raised the bid to 4,500 tokens, effectively suppressing many of his competitors, with the fluctuating numbers finally experiencing a momentary pause. 45 million. Is there a higher offer? If not, this construction order for the outpost will belong to the Emperor. The auctioneer proclaimed with clarity. The guilds such as the Prosperous Era and Great Banner had already conceded, as this price was not worth it for them. After all, within a day or 2 of gameplay, the majority of players would achieve a level of around 60 after their second promotion, at which point launching a full-scale assault against a level 100 mythic boss would be relatively effortless. Spending tens of millions for just a few hours of retime was simply not justifiable. Only the Divine Guild possessed the financial prowess to contend. Previously, they had offered 100 million for the first outpost order. Now, despite having dropped to 3rd place, they could still muster several tens of millions. 45 million once. 45 million twice. The auctioneer raised his gavel, ready to finalize the result. At that moment, the competitor in seat number 6, known as Invincible Under Heaven, unexpectedly refreshed his bid. 46 million. The price leaped once more. The Emperor furrowed his brow slightly and spoke. "Brother Invincible, why the need?" He then raised the bid to 48 million. Clearly, he was determined to secure this item, ready to follow through against any competitor. Invincible Under Heaven's expression darkened. At 48 million, continuing to bid would push it past 50 million. "Brother President," whispered a companion. "It's unwise to contest with the Divine Guild. Offending them could lead to trouble." Another, known as Hero of the World, added, "Indeed, brother. This outpost order belongs to that scoundrel Xiaofeng. We need not assist him in driving up the price. I understand, but Invincible under Heaven gritted his teeth and replied to the two. We suffered a significant blow yesterday. If we do not secure this order, the cohesion and morale of our members will falter. For the sake of our future development, this expenditure is necessary. With that, he raised the bid once more. 50 million. President Invincible bids 50 million. Such a lavish display of wealth was indeed rare. Is there a higher offer? The auctioneer exclaimed with delight. As an auctioneer, if the item fetched a price beyond expectations, he would earn a substantial commission. Upon seeing the price exceed 50 million, the emperor's brow furrowed slightly, and he remarked, Brother Invincible, it appears you are sincerely intent on contending with us divine. His tone carried a hint of threat. Invincible under Heaven responded, Emperor, I have no intention of creating enmity with you. Our guild is in dire need of this outpost order. I implore you, kind sir, to show leniency, and in return, our realm shall surely reward you handsomely. The emperor shook his head slightly, grasping the bidding device in preparation to elevate the price once more. At that moment, he suddenly received a message from a friend. Upon opening it, the divine emperor could not help but smile. He then remarked, Very well. Since the invincible brother has expressed it so, I shall grant you this favor and forfeit. Thank you. The unparalleled champion breathed a sigh of relief. Among the prominent guild leaders present, he harbored the greatest apprehension towards the gods and the dragon soul, while the dragon soul now possessed a stronghold, which posed little concern. He truly felt he could not compete against the gods if they chose to contend. Fortunately, with the divine emperor's voluntary concession, he had resolved a significant worry. 50 million for the first time. 50 million for the second time. 50 million for the third time. Sold. The auctioneer struck the gavel, marking the successful conclusion of the auction. Invincible President, the auction item has been automatically transferred to your inventory. The 5,000 gold will be refunded to you shortly, and representatives from the offline treasure merchant will reach out to you, the auctioneer announced. Haha, there's no need to refund the gold. I have already prepared for the offline meeting, and we must also proceed with the task of purchasing the stronghold. I shall take my leave. With the stronghold decree in hand, the unparalleled champion was in high spirits. After exchanging a few words with the crowd, he promptly shattered the return scroll and departed. Chapter 070. The third guild. As the esteemed guests departed, some having acquired items from the auction while others left empty-handed, Zhang Fan sighed. He had not anticipated that the gods would forfeit their bids, leaving the spoils to the world. What a boon for the third seat. Due to Xiao Feng's influence, they harbored little fondness for the Tianxia Guild. However, Li Li shook his head, asserting, I believe the situation is far more intricate. The God Emperor is an exceptionally domineering figure. With such wealth, he would not easily concede. Zhang Fan and Xiao Feng were not well acquainted with the leaders of the major factions, but Li Li was different. His passion lay in navigating the undercurrents of the world, and he possessed a profound understanding of the various forces and experts within the vast realm of online gaming. He even boasted his own modest intelligence network. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Feng pondered a possibility. Could it be that the gods had already issued a garrison order, prompting the God Emperor to suddenly receive news and subsequently withdraw from the bidding? It is plausible. Zhang Fan and Li Li nodded in unison. As the trio engaged in their discussion, an individual approached them. Li Ergu, it seems you fared well, climbing to the heights of the top-tier deity. The newcomer was Zhu Long, the president of the Dragon Soul Guild. The name he used for Li Ergu, was a remnant of his former identity. And among the three, only Li Li shared a closer rapport with him. Upon hearing this, Li Li scoffed. What do you mean by climbing to high branches? Old Xiao's my brother. Had he not been busy last time, he would have thrashed you. Zhu Long chuckled. Then I truly regret missing the chance to be beaten. Regret not. I can still arrange for that. Li Li retorted sharply. Xiao Feng felt exasperated. This old friend was indeed one to hold grudges. Despite their past grievances being long resolved, their banter remained unchanged. President Zhu Long, a pleasure to meet you, he greeted, extending his hand. Zhu Long grasped it with an appreciative expression, saying, God Xiao, I have heard of your remarkable feats. Over 20,000 members in the Tianxia Guild, all educated by your singular prowess. It is almost unbelievable. I was astounded to hear of your recent triumph over a level 200 mythical boss. Ah, merely luck. Devoid of any technical merit, Xiao Feng humbly replied. Luck is indeed a part of skill, Zhu Long remarked. God Xiao, it appears you three have yet to join a guild. Have you considered finding a place to rest? Zhu Long suddenly extended an invitation. Offering terms, our Dragon Soul Guild holds considerable prestige domestically. Given your trio's hidden class prowess, should you choose to join, I can guarantee a monthly salary of 100,000, with no restrictions on your freedom, provided you participate in major battles. Upon hearing this, the words extravagant wealth instantly surfaced in the minds of Xiao Feng and his companions. To do nothing and merely be present during large-scale battles to earn 100,000 a month felt akin to a windfall from the heavens. After all, major battles were infrequent, perhaps occurring only once or twice a month. Who would refuse such an offer for simply showing up? A sensible person certainly would not. However, the individuals he sought were none other than Xiao Feng and Li Li. Xiao Feng expressed his apologies, stating, the esteemed President Zhu Long has extended a gracious invitation, which indeed stirs our hearts. However, I personally do not wish to align myself with any faction at this moment. Perhaps we shall revisit this opportunity in the future. Li Li, more forthright, outright refused, exclaiming, what are you thinking? My ambition is to vanquish you, that great porcupine, with a single dose of toxic milk. How could I possibly serve under you? Observing his companion's rejections, Zhang Fan also shook his head in polite refusal. A salary of 100,000, in times past, would have sent their hearts racing, compelling them to eagerly join the Dragon Soul. Yet, the times have changed. Xiao Feng no longer lacked for wealth, and the items Li Li and Zhang Fan had acquired from him were valued well over 1 million. Even though this remuneration was undeniably tempting, they were not inclined to make a hasty decision. Not joining a grand guild and enjoying their freedom had been a shared understanding among the three for years. Throughout their university journey, it had always been thus. Oh, what a pity, sighed Zhu Long. Nonetheless, I hope for a chance to collaborate in the future. The charm of the great Xiao is something I deeply admire. Xiao Feng humbly responded, you flatter me, President Zhu. They exchanged friend requests and, shortly thereafter, Zhu Long departed with his entourage. By the time Xiao Feng and his companions exited the auction hall, most attendees had already left, and the illustrious Kai Shin personally came to bid them farewell. The recent auction had proven lucrative for the Treasure Merchant Association, and as the supplier, Xiao Feng was accorded every courtesy. After some pleasantries, nearly 30 minutes of game time had elapsed. The three of them prepared to log off from the Treasure Merchant Association. Old Xiao, you've struck it rich this time. You must treat us to a splendid meal. Li Li chuckled, seizing the opportunity to exploit the wealthy benefactor. Xiao Feng readily agreed. Absolutely. However, in the interest of game progress, let us not squander too much time offline. Dining near the school would be best, rather than at some grand hotel. Zhang Fan suggested. Isn't there a seafood buffet off campus? It's 158 per person, and I think it sounds quite good. 158? That amounts to just over 400 for the three of us. Far too inexpensive for old Xiao, Li Li insisted, determined not to let the opportunity to treat Xiao Feng slip away. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng hurriedly objected. No. It's best we refrain from discussing our fortunes in the game too widely, lest news spread and incite envy. Moreover, there are many adversaries in the game. Should someone seek revenge offline, it could be perilous. As for inviting Shield, if you wish to include her, I have no objections. But let me be clear, no alcohol at dinner. We must not take advantage of the young lady. Come on, am I that kind of person? I merely wish to meet up with my teammates from the game. Li Li lamented, feeling his character had been unjustly maligned. The three reached an agreement, and Li Li inquired whether Shield would like to join them for dinner. Unfortunately, she declined, expressing her shyness and suggesting perhaps another time. Reluctantly, they resigned themselves to dining as a trio in their dormitory. Just as they were about to log off, an announcement echoed through the air. Battle Zone announcement. The Guild Gods has successfully completed the application task for base construction and has received special approval from the Lord of Dragon Blood City to build. As the third guild in this battle zone to establish a base, all members will receive double experience for base tasks for 3 days in game time. And the difficulty of the first base defense battle will be reduced to 75. The announcement sent ripples of excitement through the gaming community. The third guild, the third, It is once again from the Dragon Kingdom. The players from the Dragon Kingdom are simply extraordinary. Conquest, Dragon Soul. Gods. These are poised to be the three dominant guilds in heavens. Countless players, both domestic and international, were astounded by this news. Just as Xiao Feng and his companions were about to log off, they heard the announcement and burst into laughter. Incredible! The Divine Emperor, true to his name, has once again outpaced the world in completing the application. The guild Unrivaled spent 50 million and couldn't even secure an announcement. This must infuriate them to no end. How tragic. If I were Unrivaled, I would vow to pursue the Divine Emperor for the rest of my life. Haha. The three continued their raucous laughter. Meanwhile, in another location, the Lord's office in Stormwind City, Unrivaled and a few companions rushed in to submit their final task items, only to be stunned by the announcement. What is happening? Gods? Impossible, this cannot be. Why? Why is this happening? Wasn't he the Divine Emperor just bidding? How could he establish a base so quickly? Could it be that his withdrawal was because of? Damn it, this is infuriating. Those wretched gods will never be spared. Curse them. Let us declare them as enemies. From now on, anyone from gods encountered in the wild will be met with death. A wave of fury surged through the group. Unrivaled's expression shifted dramatically, cycling from shock to anger, then to helplessness, ultimately settling into a deep silence. He submitted the task items, and the application for base construction was successful. 100,000 guild members received the news of the successful base construction and the coordinates. The Lord would dispatch craftsmen to the designated location to assist in the building, which would be completed within 24 hours. However, there was no battle zone announcement. No additional rewards and no benefits. Nothing at all. Even the difficulty of the base defense battle remained at a full 100. Sigh. Many sighed quietly. Originally, they should have been the first guild to establish a base. But now, Chapter 071. International Server Dynamics. The expressions of those few individuals from World Dominators must be utterly delightful. How exhilarating. This round of MVPs is simply remarkable. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng and his companions are indulging in a seafood buffet, their laughter echoing joyfully around them. The buffet restaurant features a large screen that connects to the internet, currently displaying a scrolling feed of news related to heavens. The game has garnered immense popularity. It launched at noon, and by evening, over 1 billion players had already ventured into its realms. Students and professionals alike have discovered numerous captivating gameplay mechanics within the game. The tenfold difference in time perception has provided a much-needed respite for those whose lives are typically fast-paced. While the reasoning behind the game's time dilation remains a mystery to many, most players have embraced this phenomenon with enthusiasm. At that moment, the television screen broadcasts news of the World Dominators Guild acquiring their base, prompting a flurry of congratulatory messages and reflections in the comments. Among those in the know, it was revealed that the World Guild had only managed to secure their base a mere minute after World Dominators, which drew scorn and sympathy from many viewers. The World Guild has indeed suffered a significant setback. In just one afternoon, they faced multiple lessons from Old Xiao, followed by being outmaneuvered by World Dominators. The loss of morale is likely to result in several hundred members resigning from the guild. As Lily peeled shrimp, he chuckled, I almost feel sorry for them. It's quite pitiful for such a large guild to be in this predicament. Spare the sympathy. They might be scheming revenge against you, Zhang Fan replied, shaking his head. True enough. Let us check the international news. I wonder how our foreign counterparts are faring, Xiao Feng suggested. Switching the screen to the international news channel, a slew of updates emerged. Federation's super expert Lord of Darkness single-handedly defeats an 80-level mythical boss. International server's top player battle axe challenges Dragon Kingdom. Prepare for conquest at level 100. Bug. Dropped 50,000 health upon descending the next step. Some news items garnered significant attention, while others remained obscure. The international servers have a higher prevalence of lone wolves and small teams, lacking the operational synergy of larger groups like those in the Dragon Kingdom. Although they have yet to vanquish a 100-level mythical boss to establish a base, the presence of skilled players is still formidable. Currently, the top-ranked player on the international server, Battleaxe, has reached level 76 without having taken down numerous mythical or legendary bosses, showcasing an impressive monster hunting speed. Additionally, many renowned professional players, seasoned veterans, and international competition champions are thriving, accomplishing remarkable feats. The announcements within the entire Blue Star battle zone have surged well beyond dozens, with the international servers' activity significantly surpassing that of the Dragon Kingdom's servers. The first kills of main storyline dungeons across various levels have predominantly been claimed by international players, primarily due to the elusive nature of these dungeons, which often require a stroke of luck to trigger. Otherwise, with Xiaofeng's prowess, it would be effortless for him to ascend from level 25 to level 155 alone. Furthermore, a mysterious player in the international server has unveiled the attributes of an extraordinary artifact. According to the described attributes, it is a staff that can enhance spell power by a staggering 10,000 points, accompanied by a cataclysmic active skill that, when unleashed, can obliterate an entire map. While skepticism regarding its authenticity exists, Xiaofeng believes it to be genuine. However, the individual did not reveal their in-game ID, leaving everyone in the dark about their identity, resulting in mere conjectures based on in-game performances. The disconnection between the gaming world and the internet renders many in-game messages and scenes unable to be vividly presented online. This is a significant disappointment, causing many who have yet to log in to harbor heightened anticipation for the game, yet unable to catch a glimpse beforehand. Fortunately, the end of work and classes is imminent. After dinner, the heavens will welcome a new influx of players, making the major cities even more vibrant. Enough of the meal. Let us hasten back to the dormitory to continue gaming. Xiaofeng and his companions, who were previously enjoying their meal, felt a renewed eagerness to log in after consuming a plethora of information. Thus, they hurried back to the school, quickly freshened up, addressed their biological needs, and returned to bed, reconnecting their consciousness to the game server. Welcome back to the world of the heavens. You have created a character and can log into the game at any time. Upon the login screen, Xiaofeng beheld a handsome male mage wielding the staff of meteorology. One must admit, I am quite dashing. After a moment of self-admiration, he stepped into the character S form. A swirl of light and shadow enveloped him, and he soon found himself on the bustling streets of Dragon Blood City. Old Zhang, his two roommates had already logged in, and the trio remained in a party. Old Xiao, what shall we do now? Shall we train together? Li, having thoroughly enjoyed his meal, brimmed with enthusiasm. All right, but someone is calling for me. Xiaofeng replied just as a friend chat notification chimed. Brother Xiaofeng, you have finally returned. Hurry and assist us. Our encampment is on the verge of being breached. The message came from the guild leader of the War of Conquest, Zhan Tian. His tone was laced with urgency, clearly indicating a dire predicament. Has it already begun? Xiaofeng inquired. It commenced nearly an hour ago. The monsters are of such high levels that it takes multiple skills to vanquish each one. Our team has already perished several times. We are now relying solely on the NPC army for support, Zhan Tian lamented. Provide me with the coordinates. I shall come immediately. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Xiaofeng exclaimed without hesitation. Make your way to Moon City, and use the small teleportation array to directly reach Conquering the Heavens. I have granted you teleportation privileges. Zhan Tian promptly responded. Please grant the same privileges to my two friends. We shall go together. Their serial numbers are XXX. Xiaofeng relayed, and then, accompanied by his two companions, they hurried towards the teleportation array. They teleported from Dragon Blood City to Moon City, and from the small teleportation array in Moon City, they were transported to the encampment of Conquering the Heavens. Prompt: the target area is currently engaged in warfare. Do you confirm the transmission? Due to the unique nature of the destination, the system sought additional confirmation during the transmission process. Confirmation received. Xiaofeng and his companions exchanged the transport fees and were directly transported to the guild stronghold, which was under siege. Boom, crack, roar. Upon their arrival, a cacophony of sounds erupted from the distance. Xiaofeng and his companions raised their eyes and found themselves in a rudimentary village, surrounded by minimal structures, merely wooden walls, and a few basic functional buildings. Within the 1,000 by 1,000 meter stronghold, numerous players surged forward, resurrected and fearlessly charging towards the outer walls to engage and battle with the monsters. Beyond the stronghold lay a monstrous tide, vast as the ocean, with creatures of varying sizes assaulting the stronghold. Players were overwhelmed by the beastly horde, falling within mere 3 seconds. The damage inflicted upon the monsters appeared feeble and ineffective. The priests concentrated on healing the NPCs, while the night warriors consumed potions. We may perish, but the NPCs must survive. Otherwise, we cannot hold the line. Lao Bai, head back to the NPC shop for supplies. Our healing potions are nearly depleted. Brothers who have broken weapons, retrieve new ones from the warehouse. Armor can wait. Slaying the monsters takes precedence. The roar of the guild leader resonated within the stronghold as he stood at the entrance of the modest council hall, commanding the situation. Behind him lay the true core of the guild. Should the monsters breach the walls and invade this hall, the defense would be deemed a failure. Lao Yang, where is the pressure on the walls the greatest? I shall provide assistance. In a matter of seconds, Xiao Feng assessed the surrounding situation and swiftly entered a state of readiness, calling out to the guild leader. Chapter 072. The defense of the outpost. Brother Xiao Feng, you arrived just in time. The pressure from the east is immense. I implore you. Upon seeing him, Zhang Tian's face lit up with joy. Xiao Feng nodded and addressed his two companions. Old Li, Old Zhang, let us depart. They swiftly maneuvered through the throng towards the eastern city wall. At last, I can display my prowess alongside Old Xiao, Li exclaimed with excitement. He'll do his thing. We'll just absorb some experience. Zhang Fan remarked with a sense of self-awareness. Oh, with so many monsters around, can he truly handle it alone? You should just unleash your transformation and join in on the spectacle, Li encouraged. The gathering within the outpost was somewhat congested, however, the area being limited. They soon reached the city gates. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as a colossal crazed bull monster collided with the 4-meter-high wooden wall, creating a thunderous noise. Level 105 Epic Boss, the Bull King. How impressive, Li noted in delight after glancing at the boss's information. No sooner had he spoken than, crackle, a bolt of lightning struck down, and the once arrogant Bull King let out a wail before collapsing. Witnessing this spectacle, the surrounding players were astonished. Who cast that lightning arrow? It's incredible! In the next moment, they beheld a striking young mage clad in a deep azure robe standing atop the city wall. Level 85 Weather Mage, Xiao Feng. The great Xiao Feng has arrived. Our formidable ally is here. Ha ha ha, monsters, meet your demise. Charge, they shouted enthusiastically. The level 200 mythical boss was vanquished by the great Xiao Feng. These lowly creatures 1T stand a chance. 1 down, 2 down. Xiao Feng's arrival triggered a chain reaction. The morale of the war-weary members of the guild, who had suffered numerous defeats, surged as their fighting spirit was reignited. Quickly, bestow buffs upon the Great One. Courage Blessing, Stone Skin, Rejuvenation. A multitude of enhancement spells enveloped Xiao Feng, amplifying his attributes even further. However, amidst the excitement surrounding Xiao Feng, a deafening crash reverberated through the air. A section of the wooden wall towards the southern part of the eastern wall suddenly suffered a heavy blow, tearing open a 1-meter-wide breach. Howl! The wolf pack roared as a horde of wild wolf monsters surged through the gap into the outpost. This is bad. Seal the breach. The commanding officer atop the wall shouted urgently. The assailant was a level 120 legendary boss, the multicolored giant python. The creature, measuring over 30 meters in length and thicker than a water barrel, could effortlessly claim the lives of several individuals with a single sweep of its tail. Even the skills of NPC soldiers proved ineffective against it. Faced with such a terrifying boss, the average player, with a mere level of around 38, stood no chance of resistance. Moreover, at the same moment, thousands of smaller monsters were assaulting the city wall, leaving them with little energy to confront the boss. The sound of splintering would echoed continuously, and the very structure of the outpost walls trembled perilously. Observing the tense situation, Xiao Feng realized that he could no longer remain concealed. He shouted, "You all, defend the city walls and focus on the minor monsters. Leave the boss to me." With that, he consumed a charge potion, his movement speed surging to 6 times that of an ordinary person as he rushed toward the colossal serpent boss. The great Xiao Feng had made his move. Quickly, heed his command. We shall first eliminate the small monsters. We cannot allow them to breach our stronghold. Priests and knights, be vigilant in protecting the great Xiao Feng. The crowd reacted swiftly, immediately setting their plans into motion. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng had already closed the distance to the giant serpent boss in just a few strides. Colorful Giant Serpent, Legendary Boss. Level, 120 health, 2, 189, 172 4, 500. 000. The boss was barely below half health. As the difficulty of this stronghold defense battle had been halved, all spawn monsters had their health, attack power, and defense reduced by 50%. Yet, even so, under the oppressive weight of level disparity, the task remained exceedingly arduous. Magic Missile. Upon seeing the boss's dwindling health, Xiao Feng, feeling no need to deploy his ultimate skills, opted for a simple attack. With a swift motion, a missile zipped forth, blending among a myriad of vibrant spells. Hardly noticeable. However, as it descended, the once mighty serpent, which had been thrashing its tail against the city walls with unabashed arrogance, emitted a shriek, its body stiffening and swaying before it slowly collapsed. You have participated in defeating the legendary boss, the colorful giant serpent, earning a shared experience of 189, 130 and a reputation of 890. The system notified him. Although the experience from a boss that had been attacked by numerous players was minimal when divided, Xiao Feng paid it no mind. In a defensive battle, the experience from the boss paled in comparison to the vast numbers of smaller creatures, which constituted the real prize. Storm of Rain. Having vanquished the boss, before the members of the Conquest Guild could erupt in cheers, Xiao Feng had already begun casting an area of effect skill. A thunderous roar accompanied by a tempestuous wind echoed through the air. Soon, a massive cloud of rain loomed in the sky, unleashing a torrential downpour. Spanning 60 by 60 meters, it enveloped a significant section of the city walls. Where the deluge fell, countless minor monsters perished instantly, unable to withstand even a second. Even the smaller bosses mingling among them were swiftly obliterated, transforming into experience and dropping equipment. You have defeated the Peach Tree Spirit, earning 168 experience. You have defeated the elite monster, the demonized giant tiger, earning 890 experience. You have defeated. The system notifications began to flood the screen. As a single skill unleashed resulted in the annihilation of over 100 monsters. And this was merely the beginning. The great Xiao Feng was invincible. Such overwhelming power. A single skill wipes out an entire area. The damage is immense, and the range is vast, truly divine. With such a clean and decisive execution of the boss and the swift elimination of the minor monsters, the members of the Conquest Guild were instantly invigorated, shouting with excitement. Chain Lightning. Fireball. Gale Blade. Magic Missile. Xiao Feng disregarded the jubilant cheers of the crowd, leaping from the city wall and charging straight out of the encampment. Breaching the defensive line of night players outside the city and plunging into the throng of monsters. Beware, great god Xiao Feng. The monsters possess formidable attack power. Urged the priest of Team 9, hastening to keep pace. The sight of his reckless advance left the onlookers astounded, prompting them to prepare for support. Yet, Xiao Feng bellowed. Do not concern yourselves with me, I am invulnerable. Just deal with the stragglers. With that, he accelerated once more, vanishing amidst the mass of creatures. Goodness, how brazen. The crowd marveled at his audacious plunge into the horde. At that moment, Li Li and Zhang Fan, who had been observing Xiao Feng's exploits, could no longer remain idle. How infuriating. Old Xiao is showing off without us. Li Li exclaimed. Zhang, transform quickly. I need to heal you. Understood. Zhang Fan, ever the straightforward companion, wasted no time activating his innate skill, assuming his dragon form. With a resonant roar, his stature surged, his body enveloped in a layer of dragon scales, significantly enhancing his attributes. Here I go. He mimicked Xiao Feng's earlier leap from the city wall, diving into the mass of monsters. How magnificent. What an impressive skill. Nearby players gazed in admiration at his imposing figure and valiant stance. As Zhang Fan entered the fray, he swung his legendary sword, unleashing the exclusive skills of the Dragon Blood Warrior. Numbers in the thousands erupted above the heads of the monsters, the damage output strikingly pleasing to the eye. While he could not eliminate monsters with the same swiftness as Xiao Feng, he nonetheless felled numerous battered and half-health foes with a single sweep. Prepare to meet your demise. A humanoid boss, having spotted Zhang Fan, brandished its weapon and charged at him, intent on delivering a lethal blow. Yet, upon executing a skill, the damage inflicted upon Zhang Fan was a mere few hundred points, instantly replenished by Li Li's healing. Ha ha ha, it's my turn to shine. Zhang Fan laughed heartily, relishing the moment as he readied himself for a duel with the humanoid boss. Just then, the crowd erupted in astonished exclamations. Look over there. What a colossal tornado. It is the great god Xiaofeng. He has unleashed his ultimate move. Chapter 073, The Power of One. A fierce whirlwind surged forth as the spell of Tempest was unleashed once more. With the earth element shield enveloping him, Xiaofeng intentionally plunged deep into the throng of monsters, positioning himself amidst a veritable sea of foes on all sides. In this perilous moment, he unleashed his ultimate ability. With a sweeping gust, all creatures within a radius of 120 meters perished almost instantaneously. The sheer magnitude of the area was teeming with countless monsters, numbering in the thousands, unfathomable to count. Yet, the bounty of experience accrued was solely his. The experience bar surged visibly, ascending dramatically in mere seconds, as he reaped nearly 1,000,000 experience points in just 1 second. Onward. With 4 seconds remaining on the Tempest spell, he was reluctant to squander its power, propelling himself forward with haste. The whirlwind followed in his wake, advancing alongside him. In just 4 seconds, he traversed 30 meters, sweeping away another wave of lesser creatures. Outside the East City wall, a clearing emerged, strewn with silver coins, gold, and an assortment of ordinary gear. However, the monsters were far from depleted, as they quickly replenished their ranks. The regional channel buzzed with system notifications, revealing that they had only reached the 12th wave of monsters. With a total of 24 waves yet to come, there was still much to contend with. Xiaofeng's expansive skill range provided temporary relief to one side of the wall, but entirely vanquishing the monsters in any given direction remained a formidable challenge. Furthermore, the encampment was besieged on all 4 sides, with the number of monsters beyond reckoning. Bang, bang, bang. Numerous lesser creatures assailed Xiaofeng. The earth element shield ensured his health remained intact, though intermittent stuns proved to be a nuisance. If only he could utilize the cataclysmic plague, he mused. His current mana pool barely exceeded 1,700, still shy of the minimum requirement of 2,000, let alone the sustained casting of the cataclysmic plague. No matter. He resolved to hold the line with smaller spells for now. With the Tempest and Rain of Fury already expended, the only potent spell at his disposal was Meteor Strike. However, considering the formidable foes yet to emerge, he deemed it wise to reserve his most powerful spell for the right moment. In just a minute, he swiftly opted to employ Fireball, Gale Blade, and Chain Lightning, 3 minor area of effect spells, to dispatch some elite monsters and bosses while using basic attacks and Chain Lightning to pick off lesser creatures, effectively alleviating the pressure. Whoosh, boom, swish. Each spell was cast with precision. Though the spectacle lacked the grandeur of a major skill, the outcome remained the same. Each foe fell before him, without exception. The once precarious East City wall gradually stabilized with Xiaofeng's intervention. After vanquishing all bosses, it finally held firm. Oldly, I can't hold on any longer. Zhang Fan, transformed into a dragon man, was besieged by a horde of monsters above level 100, his health plummeting as the ordinary priest struggled to keep him alive. One by one, Li Li's skills fell like rain, barely managing to stabilize his health. Everyone, hold steady. Our supply reinforcements are on the way, bringing with them numerous large scrolls to assist in clearing the field. The commander of the Conquest Guild rallied the troops, with members displaying unwavering resolve, respawning upon death, refusing to yield an inch to the encroaching monsters. The Zealot Guild, renowned for its financial prowess, swiftly replenishes the equipment lost upon the death of its members and the potions consumed, ensuring an unending supply for its affiliates. To meet the burgeoning demands, they have even engaged the Treasure Merchants Guild for assistance, pouring substantial funds into the endeavor. The impending siege must be defended. Failure would render all prior efforts futile, leading to the loss of their stronghold, which would be reclaimed by the system, resulting in utter devastation. Brother Xiaofeng, the pressure from the east has momentarily lessened. Please assist us in the south with the boss, as the brethren are struggling to hold on. The commander, Zhantian, oversees the battlefield, acutely aware of where the pressure is most intense. Upon the arrival of Xiaofeng and his companions, A series of formidable area of effect spells drastically alleviates the previously overwhelming pressure in the east, transforming it into the least contested area. He cannot help but admire Xiao Feng's prowess and seizes the opportunity to direct this formidable force where it is most needed. Not a problem. Xiao Feng responds readily, receiving the call to action and promptly making his way southward from outside the city. He need not even enter the city, armed with a shield of earth elements. He charges forward with unyielding determination. Though occasionally hindered by monsters, his pace remains unbroken, and he soon arrives at the southern outskirts. Before him looms a colossal lizard, over 6 meters tall, viciously assaulting the wooden walls. Even the NPC soldiers have fallen, leaving a level 150 NPC squad leader to hold the line. Ironclad Dragon King, Legendary Boss, level 160 health, 3, 177, 828 7, 650, 000. This creature possesses considerable resilience, its health akin to that of mythic bosses. Even with halved attributes, it remains beyond the reach of ordinary players, with each skill inflicting a mere -1 damage. Despite the relentless barrage from the NPC archers and mages, their efforts yield disappointingly minimal damage. Xiao Feng, this beast boasts high physical defense, yet low magical defense. We are relying on you. The main damage dealer of the Zealot Guild, Parkinson, a member of the Stargazer Hunter class, stands in the south, wielding a level S legendary weapon and unleashing skills with fervor. Yet, his damage barely reaches 3 digits. A mere trickle against the Ironclad Dragon King's 3 million health. Xiao Feng approaches without hesitation, casting a lightning arrow. With a crackle, the spell strikes true, and the once menacing Ironclad Dragon King crashes to the ground, showering the area with gold and equipment. A level 160 legendary boss, vanquished in an instant. What the hell? Incredible! The crowd gasps in disbelief, eyes wide as they behold the bounty of gold and epic gear strewn about. Even Parkinson, who had previously considered himself formidable, stands speechless, stunned by the sheer magnitude of Xiao Feng's devastating damage. Xiao Feng, however, does not collect the spoils. By default, items dropped during the stronghold defense belong to the guild and will automatically be deposited into the guild's warehouse shortly. He is a foreign aid, unfit to take the spoils without permission. If there is something desired, it is sufficient to request it from the war god after the battle concludes. Are there any bosses left? Command your mages to unleash fireballs upon the bosses and guide me. With a loud proclamation, Xiao Feng called out to eliminate the Ironclad Dragon King. The chaos on the battlefield was overwhelming, with combat erupting everywhere. The brilliance of skills and effects nearly obscuring the city walls. For a moment, Xiao Feng was unable to discern the bosses amidst the fray and sought assistance from fellow warriors. Fireball guidance. The Legion commander stationed on the walls immediately comprehended the directive, shouting through the Legion channel, "Mages of each team, in 10 seconds, concentrate fireballs on the nearest boss to signal the great Xiao Feng." The fireball spell had a relatively brief cooldown, allowing for another casting opportunity shortly. Upon receiving the command, the mages prepared to unleash a fireball. Release. At the Legion leader's command, thousands of fireballs surged towards several bosses outside the city walls. The vibrant flames erupted outside, rendering the silhouettes of the bosses strikingly prominent. Signal received. Xiao Feng instantly acknowledged the cue, weaving through the throng of monsters, heading straight for the nearest boss. Fireball. A superlative fireball was launched, causing a resounding tremor. Amidst the explosion, the level 135 epic boss was obliterated, transforming into experience and prestige. Without pausing, Xiao Feng pressed forward, vanquishing the bosses along his path. Rains of Fury. Gale Force. When the cooldowns of his major skills concluded, he would deftly select the most densely populated area of monsters to unleash his powerful attacks. These 2 area of effect skills with a 60-second cooldown effectively alleviated the pressure on the city walls, clearing hordes of monsters. In just a few minutes, the strain from the south was significantly diminished. Great Xiao Feng, swiftly head to the western city. There is a mythical boss there. War God sent a new message. Upon hearing this news, Xiao Feng could not help but reveal a glimmer of delight. Leave it to me. Chapter 074. The second evil spirit. The battle rages on. The siege defense is a torment for the players engaged in combat, as the frequency of their demise is overwhelmingly high. Despite the substantial experience gained from vanquishing countless monsters, the relentless cycle of death dampens their spirits. Were it not for the unwavering determination of the guild's multitude of players, many would have succumbed to the temptation of retreat. Yet, amidst all, Xiaofeng stands as the sole individual reveling in the onslaught of monsters. I have arrived at West City. Soon after, Xiaofeng reached the outskirts of West City. Where is the mythic boss? He inquired with a commanding voice. Over here. The commander of the Western Legion, a sorceress, stood atop the high wall, unleashing a dark thundercloud that bombarded the boss with a relentless barrage of lightning, guiding Xiaofeng. Upon following her direction, Xiaofeng beheld the boss, a humanoid figure draped in a black robe, towering over 4 meters, with decaying skin revealing its skeletal frame. Resembling a walking corpse, the distance was considerable, preventing him from discerning the boss's information, yet it bore a striking familiarity, as if he had encountered it before. Destruction shall befall you, insignificant insect. The boss spread its arms wide, chanting an incantation. Dark energy surged from its being, transforming into black, malevolent dragons that swept over the city walls. Bang, bang, bang. The frail wooden barricades could not withstand the boss's ferocious assault, yielding a 3-meter-wide breach. The NPC soldiers, too, were powerless against such formidable might, spewing blood as they plummeted from the walls, their fates uncertain. Captain, we cannot hold out any longer. The beleaguered members of the guild cried out, utterly helpless. Xiaofeng has arrived. At that moment, an exclamation rang out. Xiaofeng swiftly navigated through the throngs of monsters. Approaching the boss, a quick scan of information brought a radiant smile to his face. Evil Spirit Archbishop, Smoke, Mythic Leader, Level, 110 Health, 5003, 91910, 600. 000, target level 2 high for further data. To his astonishment, it was one of the 4 great evil spirits. After defeating the evil spirit knight, he had received a mythic main quest to vanquish the 4 scattered evil spirit bosses and liberate their souls. Successfully accomplishing this would unlock the 2nd level of the main city, granting him the opportunity to challenge the 220-level mythic boss, General Lyrial of the Holy Spear. He had previously been troubled, uncertain of where to seek the remaining 3 evil spirit bosses. Little did he expect to stumble upon one today. Perish. Upon sighting the mythic boss, Xiaofeng resembled a ravenous wolf spotting its prey. He fortified himself with a new earth element shield and charged forth. Fireball. He unleashed a colossal fireball, akin to an explosive inferno. The 2-meter-wide orb hurtled toward the towering form of the evil spirit boss. Boom. The fireball detonated, sending sparks flying. The boss let out a piercing shriek, instantly suffering 15 million points of damage. Such damage, even at full health, would be insurmountable, let alone in its current half-health state. As the fireball erupted, it struck the boss, rendering it incapacitated, its health bar locked at a mere 300,000. Master, oh master. Terrence, return to your embrace. The boss, despite not collapsing, tilted its head towards the heavens, emitting a deep, hoarse cry. A beam of golden light descended from the sky, accompanied by a gentle, feminine voice. Warsong Bishop, your soul shall find redemption. In the name of the 2nd war god of the War Temple, I welcome you back, Terrence. Under the radiance of the golden light, the boss's decayed form gradually rejuvenated, its black robe transforming inch by inch into a vibrant crimson, resembling a fierce inferno of battle. The entire metamorphosis mirrored that of the Holy Spear General, Relio. Before long, the boss was reborn, its attributes doubled. Warsong Bishop, Terrence, Mythical Boss, Level, 220 Health, 21, 200, 000, 21, 200, 000, target level 2 high. Unable to obtain further data, young warrior, I thank you for purging my fallen form and liberating my soul. Though you have slain Otto, which I deeply detest, your reward shall not be diminished. Relio and I await you in the War Temple. Your prize awaits there. Transitioning from a boss to an NPC, Terrence uttered a remark to Xiaofeng. With a wave of his staff, he ascended into the air, soaring towards the western horizon until he vanished from sight. Ding, congratulations! You have defeated the mythical boss, the evil spirit bishop, and earned 31 700 reputation. Subjugate the 4 great evil spirits. Task progress has been updated. Please continue onward to Unseal or City at the earliest. You participated in the defeat of the evil spirit bishop and gained a shared experience of 800,000. Congratulations. Your level has risen to 86. With a resounding crash, a plethora of loot erupted around, with gold alone amounting to 1,000,000 coins, alongside 2 pieces of mythical equipment. Xiaofeng glanced over and noticed one item was level less, igniting a sense of envy within him. Endless Smoke Belt, mythical, level requirement, none class requirement. None health 2000 physical defense 50 spell defense 50 physical damage reduction 15 magic damage reduction 15 special effect. Endless Smoke, in combat. For each enemy slain, increases personal attack and defense by 1, stacking up to 15 layers, becoming ineffective once out of combat. What an excellent item! Although it boasts only 1 special effect, this feature allows for a substantial increase in attack and defense simply by eliminating minor foes, making it exceedingly practical. Zhantian. A mythical belt has dropped here, perfectly suited for me. Just take a look. Xiaofeng promptly messaged Zhantian. Zhantian. Already informed by guild members about the 2 mythical items dropped by the boss, readily responded upon Xiaofeng's initiative. Brother Xiaofeng, feel free to take it. He was acutely aware of the significance of Xiaofeng's assistance in this defensive battle. To say that acquiring a piece of mythical armor was trivial would be an understatement. Even if all the spoils he had amassed were taken away, it would amount to little. Then I shall not be courteous, Xiaofeng exclaimed with a hearty laugh, promptly retrieving the Endless Smoke Belt from the ground and stowing it in his backpack. Unable to change equipment during combat, he could not don it just yet. The battle raged on, with the 13th and 14th waves of monsters approaching, and in the distance, the silhouette of a boss loomed ever closer. Leveraging his high damage output, Xiaofeng darted around, assisting in the swift elimination of the bosses. Whenever his Storm Rain and Gale spells cooled down, he would unleash them in the densest clusters of adversaries, significantly alleviating the pressure on the Conquest Guild. Minutes turned into 10, 20, 30. Waves upon waves of monsters emerged, placing immense strain on the city walls from all sides. Tirelessly, Xiaofeng roamed, providing aid from every direction. Alone, he exuded a might greater than that of 1,000 troops, steadfastly stabilizing an otherwise dire situation. As bosses fell and hordes of minor creatures were vanquished, his experience points surged. When the final wave of monsters appeared, a system notification flashed across the screen. Xiaofeng had reached level 89. His leveling efficiency rivaling that of a level 40 member of the Conquest Guild, devoid of the usual struggle that accompanied higher levels. After 2 hours of relentless combat, the NPC soldiers had been nearly obliterated, sustained only by the members' unwavering defense. The 24th wave of lesser foes was finally cleared. Exhausted, everyone collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily. However, the battle was far from over. Boom, 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 accompanied by the thunderous footsteps reminiscent of a war drum, a boss, towering like a mountain, slowly approached from the distance, heading towards the northern city. Was it not stated that there would only be 24 waves of monsters? Why was there still a boss? In that moment, confusion swept over the crowd. Yet, they remained unperturbed, having witnessed Xiaofeng's unparalleled prowess in dispatching bosses with a single blow. They felt no fear towards the impending foe. Regardless of its strength or vitality, before the might of the great Xiaofeng, it was as fragile as paper. Chapter 075. The welfare boss. The colossal boss gradually approached the defensive perimeter of the stronghold from a distance. It resembled a gigantic elephant, towering at approximately 20 meters. With a body cloaked in a dusty yellow hue and adorned with long, flowing golden fur. Its immense trunk resembled an inverted pagoda. How could it be so enormous? The previous level 180 legendary boss was barely half its size. Could this be a mythic boss exceeding level 200? The tens of thousands of members from the Conquest Guild gazed at the beast, their hearts filled with uncertainty. Brother Xiaofeng, can we defeat it? At this moment, Zhantian had exited the council hall and made his way to the northern city wall. Let us check its attributes. The boss's sheer size made Xiaofeng feel somewhat apprehensive. He leapt off the city wall, donned an earth elemental shield, and ventured forward. Just as he intended to approach and examine the boss's data, an area announcement rang out. Congratulations to all members of the Conquest Guild. For your exceptional performance in this stronghold defense, you have earned an additional opportunity to face a welfare boss. The welfare boss, War Elephant, is now in position and will begin calculating damage in 120 seconds. Welfare combat duration, 60 seconds. Friendly reminder, this boss possesses infinite health. The damage inflicted within 1 minute will be converted into 100 times experience points, distributed evenly among all participants in this defense. As soon as the announcement echoed, everyone fell momentarily silent, followed by a cacophony of voices from the crowd. Welfare boss? Is that a thing? Any damage output within 60 seconds will transform into a 100-fold experience, shared among all. Goodness. When calculated, if each person inflicts 500 damage per second, that's 30,000 damage in a minute, equivalent to 300,000 experience points per person, absolutely free. 500 damage per second? Who do you think you're looking down on? At least 520. Wait, have you all forgotten about the great Xiaofeng? In an instant, countless gazes turned towards the dashing mage outside the city. Xiaofeng, too, was momentarily taken aback. Infinite output, with damage converted into experience at a 100-fold rate. If he didn't have to share with others, he could potentially reach level 200 in one go. At the very least, level 150 would be guaranteed. If only he could monopolize it. Alas, the crowd's judgment dictated that all participants from today's defense would share the spoils, rendering any efforts to chase others away futile. The war elephant stood motionless, waiting for its impending assault, a mere 100 meters away. Xiaofeng drew closer to inspect its information. War elephant, special creature, level 1 health, physical defense, 100 magical defense, 100 skills, master of endurance, damage range 1000 meters, no need for physical attacks. Any offensive skills cast within the area will inflict effective damage, with a defense rating of 100. Even those lacking pure melee prowess should be able to deal around 500 damage per second. This could yield a substantial amount of experience. Brother Xiaofeng, Zhang Tian exclaimed as he leapt down from the city wall and hastily approached. Zhang Fan, Li Li, Parkinson, and others followed suit. Old Yang, how shall we proceed? Xiaofeng inquired. With just over a minute left to prepare, there was time to strategize a bit. Your output is astonishingly high. I intend to apply every conceivable type of support skill from our guild to you, maximizing your damage potential, Zhang Tian declared. The rest of us will focus on output, while the priests maintain a supportive role, surrounding the boss and inflicting as much damage as possible. Just as I had envisioned, Xiaofeng nodded in agreement. Although the boss was enormous and possessed an additional 1,000 meters of output range, with over 100,000 participants present, it was still impossible for everyone to engage it directly. To optimize our benefits, the Pure Tank Knights and the Healing Priest should slightly reposition themselves to the rear, allowing the damage-dealing classes to occupy the front lines, adorned with enhancement buffs to unleash their full potential. Time was of the essence. I must swiftly organize the formation of all guild members. You join Parkinson's team. Let him manage the buffs, Zhang Tian instructed, then began to coordinate the guild's arrangement. Everyone, move out. The multitude of members, having had no time to rest, was mobilized once more, converging on the open ground outside the city. Xiaofeng and 2 companions joined Parkinson's team, rapidly surrounded by a throng of teammates. A team of 50 individuals was formed within mere seconds. Aside from Xiaofeng, Zhang Fan, Parkinson, and an assassin known as Big Hammer 80, the remainder were exclusively priests, all there to bolster the output of these 4. Teams 1 and 2 will monitor the blessing status of the esteemed Xiaofeng. Teams 3 and 4 are mine, while Teams 5 and 6 support the adjacent Zhang. Teams 7 and 8 assist Big Hammer. Teams 9 and 10 will provide all special buffs to the esteemed Xiaofeng. Ensure that buffs do not overlap unnecessarily. Let us strive for maximum damage. Parkinson swiftly allocated the buff distribution across the teams. Once the arrangements were complete, the countdown to the welfare boss had reached 30 seconds. All members in position. Zhang Tian had also briefly organized the guild members, as thousands of damage-dealing classes sprinted into formation around the boss, preparing for battle. Countdown. 10, 9, 8. The system began its countdown, rapidly reaching the final 3 seconds. Buffs, now. Jean Tian bellowed. In the next instant, thousands of priest-class players unleashed a variety of skills. Xiaofeng's battle information panel was flooded with notifications. Player Milk Overflow has cast Blessing of Courage on you. Player Next Door Li has bestowed the gift of the Moon Goddess upon you. Player Wah 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 Crying has granted you Blade Blessing. Player Sitting on You has activated the Horn of Charge. Player. A continuous stream of buffs appeared in his status bar, causing his attack power to surge to a terrifying level. Originally, his level 89 spell attack was just over 1200. Now it had reached an astounding 2750. Additionally, he acquired a 25 critical hit rate and a 10 enhancement to spell damage. Brother Xiaofeng, commence your performance. After Jean Tian issued the command, countless players unleashed their skills in unison. He cast a glance toward Xiaofeng, eagerly anticipating the dazzling display from this master who could eliminate bosses in the blink of an eye. However, to the bewilderment of many, Xiaofeng did not initiate his casting immediately. Old Xiao, what are you doing? Lili, having completed his buffs, inquired hastily upon seeing him remain motionless. Xiaofeng offered no reply. He was in the midst of chanting a skill. Meteor. Strike. Initially reluctant to squander his abilities on minor foes, the moment for their true application had finally arrived. Gazing at his attributes, boasting an impressive attack power exceeding 2700, Xiaofeng felt a tremor of excitement. This would be the most formidable strike of his entire career. A hum reverberated as the fire element coalesced, and a vast expanse of fiery clouds materialized high above. Everyone looked to the sky. Many were perplexed by Xiaofeng's inactivity, some even eager to chastise him for occupying space without contributing, squandering so many buffs. Yet, soon enough, someone noticed the anomaly and directed their gaze upward. What a magnificent display of fire clouds! This was a forbidden spell, a spell of the highest order. The great Xiaofeng was unleashing his ultimate move, a true grand spell. In that moment, the excitement surged among the onlookers. They had witnessed Xiaofeng's gale and deluge spells and presumed those to be his pinnacle of power. But now, witnessing his incantation, they were left utterly astonished, trembling with exhilaration. A forbidden spell, a mere minor skill capable of dispatching a boss, and now he was invoking a forbidden incantation. The damage would undoubtedly be extraordinary. 5 seconds, 4 seconds. 3 seconds. The chanting of the meteor strike approached its conclusion. Here it comes. Before long, the incantation culminated, and an immense meteor appeared in the heavens. With a deft gesture of his staff, Xiaofeng directed the meteor, which quivered slightly, transforming into a blaze as it hurtled toward the war elephant. Chapter 076. The damage inflicted by Xiaofeng. Damage values of -906, -1071, -1293 erupted from the colossal war elephant, with thousands, even tens of thousands of damage figures appearing every second at an astonishing speed. Were it not for the war elephant's boundless health, such a staggering loss of health per second could have vanquished a mythical boss in an instant. Meteoric strike. It is the meteoric strike. Xiaofeng unleashed his forbidden spell, summoning an immense meteor that descended from the heavens, enveloped in blinding flames. My goodness, how terrifying. Would it annihilate us as well? Someone exclaimed in shock, feeling immense psychological pressure as they beheld the meteor plummeting towards them. Before anyone could ponder further, the meteor had already struck the ground. The searing flames collided with the formidable giant, resulting in an unprecedented explosion that reverberated throughout the vicinity, astonishing all present. The meteor crashed into the elephant, causing even the steadfast creature to sink into the earth. The shockwave radiated outward in all directions, akin to tumultuous ocean waves, shaking the very ground and extending a full 180 meters before dissipating. Although the frontline attackers remained unscathed, they were nonetheless staggered by the force of the shockwave, nearly losing their balance. Everyone, look at the damage. A voice rang out, breaking the stunned silence. All eyes turned to the boss's overhead display. A colossal damage figure slowly ascended, -907654851, a critical hit of 900 million. Good heavens, gulp. The sound of swallowed breaths echoed throughout the vicinity. Everyone stood in a daze. Even Xiaofeng himself was taken aback. One skill, 900 million damage. Up until now, the highest health pool seen in a boss was merely over 20 million. With this meteor strike, even a level 220 temple boss would owe him dozens of lives. Do not cease your attacks, continue to output. The commanding voice of Jean Tion resonated outside the city, rousing the astonished crowd from their stupor. Yes, yes. Maintaining output is crucial. Everyone hastily set aside their astonishment and quickened their attack frequency. Old Xiao, you truly have surpassed all expectations. Zhang Fan's voice drifted from beside him. He too was under the influence of numerous buffs, yet his accumulated damage from a flurry of skills barely reached several 100,000. Compared to Xiao Feng, he felt like a mere firefly in the presence of the full moon. Alas, it is a matter of fact, appearance and damage are indeed proportional. Xiao Feng, emerging from his astonishment, shamelessly remarked before resuming his onslaught. Rain of arrows, gale force, fireball, lightning bolt, -680015, -11292699, -1130155512, -1278121222. Damage figures soared from the hundreds of thousands to tens of millions, and then to over 100 million, eliciting envy and admiration from the other attackers. Just as the enhancement buffs expired, a fresh wave of new buffs surged forth. Xiao Feng's attack power consistently surpassed 2,500. With each skill unleashed delivering a staggering onslaught of damage. The welfare battle is drawing to a close, a countdown echoing in the air, 10, 9, 8. The system's announcement reverberates as time steadily approaches its end. Everyone exerts themselves to the utmost. Finally, as the countdown reaches 0, the colossal war elephant vanishes into thin air with a resounding hum. Simultaneously, a regional announcement resonates. In this welfare battle, the accumulated damage inflicted upon the war elephant amounts to 5,271, 888, 822. MVP player, Xiao Feng, with a personal cumulative damage of 2,791, 828, 412. MVP skill, Magic Missile, with an accumulated damage of 1,098, 282, 431. The number of participants in this garrison defense battle, 148, 893. Each individual receives an evenly distributed experience of 540, 723. In an instant, among the crowd of over 100,000. A radiant glow of level-up envelopes everyone except Xiao Feng. A staggering 5 million experience points. This is undeniably more rewarding than battling monsters for 3 hours. Incredible! I've leveled up 4 times in one go. I leveled up 3 times, ha 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 in a heartbeat. The levels of tens of thousands surged simultaneously. The previously under 40 average level of the Conquest Guild leaped to around level 43. A portion of elite players even catapulted into the top 1,000 on the level rankings. Parkinson, already on the leaderboard, ascended 2 levels to claim the 4th position, trailing only behind Xiao Feng, Lucky Cat, and Sword Slays All. Xiao Feng is indeed magnificent. Xiao Feng is unparalleled. Xiao Feng is the best in the world. The regional announcement plainly reveals the damage dealt by Xiao Feng. His contributions alone surpass the combined efforts of 30 to 40,000 other damage-dealing classes. With such statistics, who could possibly contest it? Old Xiao, you have truly outdone yourself. After this battle, all players in the Dragon Kingdom will recognize your astounding prowess. Even foreigners will be compelled to admire you wholeheartedly. Zhang Fan and Li Li were equally astounded by Xiao Feng's terrifying damage, expressing their awe. At this moment, however, Xiao Feng's mind is consumed by a singular thought. The meteor spell was not the MVP skill, having dealt less damage than Magic Missile. Upon reflection, it makes sense. The meteor spell could only be cast once. Achieving over 900 million damage is commendable. Yet, Magic Missile was unleashed 24 times, each dealing 120 damage, which undoubtedly exceeds the 2,000 of the meteor spell. Furthermore, this tally also includes the damage from the same skill inflicted by others, adding significantly to the total. Regional announcement. The Garrison Defense Battle of Conquest of the World has concluded. Congratulations to Conquest of the World for a successful defense. All participants are awarded 1,000 experience points, 500 reputation, and 10,000 guild contribution. All commercial operating taxes and maintenance costs are waived for 10 days. Keep up the excellent work. As the system announcement rings out, another million experience points shower upon the participants. The majority level up once more, and Xiaofeng finally reaches level 90. The entire garrison erupts in cheers. After the arduous battle, the bountiful rewards leave the members in ecstatic jubilation. Despite the extensive preparations in the ensuing battle that spanned over 3 hours, the rewards were undeniably gratifying. Each participant experienced an elevation of at least 4 levels. While some valiant warriors who faced minimal fatalities ascended 6 or 7 levels, transitioning from the second and third tiers to the forefront ranks. Brother Xiaofeng, we owe you a great debt. Had it not been for your valiant efforts, we would have surely succumbed to those formidable high-level bosses, Zhang Tian remarked, his gaze towards Xiaofeng brimming with admiration and gratitude. Individually, high-level legendary bosses may not pose a significant threat, as they can be swiftly eliminated by concentrated fire from the masses. However, during a siege with an overwhelming number of monsters, it becomes impossible to focus the damage effectively. The terror posed by the bosses is magnified exponentially. In such dire circumstances, had Xiaofeng not gallantly rushed to assist, annihilating nearly all bosses after the 12th wave, our defense would have undoubtedly ended in failure. Xiaofeng chuckled, having received such a substantial sum from you. It is only fitting that I lend my support. Zhang Tian expressed his sentiments once more. To forge a friendship with a player of your caliber is indeed a great fortune in life. Had you not warned me of the potential difficulty, I might have been inadequately prepared with scrolls and potions, perhaps unable to endure until your arrival. Haha. That is all in the past. Now, everything proceeds smoothly, and all is well. Xiaofeng, buoyed by the praise, felt a surge of joy. Zhang Tian laughed heartily, saying, though this endeavor was taxing, we can truly say we have struck gold. It is a pity you are not in our guild. You would be astonished by the wealth of resources we currently possess in our guild warehouse. The bosses you vanquished earlier dropped no fewer than 10 mythic quality items, and the legendary gear is nearing the 100 mark. Each wave of monsters spawned for legendary bosses alongside several epic bosses, complemented by the intrusion of a malevolent high priest, resulting in an impressive tally of high-quality bosses defeated. Xiaofeng claimed 1 piece of mythic gear, with 2 additional pieces dropping, along with 8 or 9 other red items, all of exceptional quality. Among these was a settlement construction order dropped by the malevolent high priest. However, this order is bound to the guild and cannot be sold to others, serving only to enhance the guild's settlement level. Otherwise, if we could summon a level 100 mythic boss for every defensive battle, we could infinitely acquire new settlement orders. Brother Xiaofeng, your contributions to this defense have been monumental. It would be remiss of us not to offer some form of gratitude. Come, let us head to the warehouse. I must properly thank you, Zhang Tian declared cheerfully, pulling Xiaofeng towards the settlement. Chapter 077. For skill books. Although Xiaofeng had acquired a mythical belt, it paled in comparison to the rewards from the bosses he had slain and the pivotal role he played in the battle. War Sky led Xiaofeng and his companions into the dilapidated guild headquarters, arriving near the warehouse. With its substantial resources, the guild had initially expanded the warehouse to an elite capacity, boasting a staggering 1 million slots, which were now nearly filled to the brim. Organized by the quality of items, the first page showcased an array of red and orange artifacts, followed by numerous epic quality items that filled several additional pages. Where Sky began to browse from the highest quality items, extracting those that Xiaofeng could utilize and presenting them to him. The second-tier equipment is becoming obsolete for you. I shall provide you with some ungraded and third-tier gear, which will prove more beneficial in the future, he remarked. Xiaofeng, now at level 90, was expected to reach level 100 and undergo his 3rd promotion within a day or 2, at which point he could transition to level 100 legendary gear, the attributes of which were bound to be impressive. However, even the ungraded equipment was beginning to fall short of Xiaofeng's needs, as the system-generated ungraded items were essentially based on a level 50 attribute template. The fundamental attributes of ungraded mythical items were not superior to those of level 100 legendary gear, although their special effects were indeed more potent. Nevertheless, appreciating the goodwill, Xiaofeng felt it inappropriate to decline. A plethora of exquisite equipment was traded to him. even if he could not utilize it immediately. He could reserve it for future use or gift it to friends. Each transaction was limited to 10 items, and after the first exchange, Warsky felt it insufficient and initiated a second trade request. This time, he offered a multitude of skill books. Upon inspecting them, a look of delight spread across Xiaofeng's face. Resist Fire Ring conjures fire elements to create an outward expanding ring of flames. The ring can expand up to 15 meters, inflicting 150 spell damage to any enemies it touches and repelling them. Casting time, 0, 5 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Icero instant cast, dealing 180 spell damage to a single enemy with a 50 chance to freeze them for 3 seconds. Range, 30 meters. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Dragon Breath, instant cast, unleashes a torrent of dragon flames in a 3 by 15 meter area in front of oneself, dealing 185 spell damage to all enemies within the range, with a 50 chance to instill fear, rendering them unable to use skills for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Elementary Fire Elemental Summon, instant cast, summons a fire elemental to assist, inheriting 10 of the caster's attack power and 10 of their health, lasting for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. These 4 mage skill books were all within his immediate grasp for learning, although they did not include epic or legendary quality skills. Each of these abilities would become exceptionally powerful in his hands. Warsky also placed 1 million gold coins on the table to accompany the skill books. After the trade, he expressed a hint of regret, saying, "Brother Xiaofeng, these items are but a trifle compared to the assistance you have rendered. However, as I manage this guild, I must retain some resources as a safety net, so I can only offer you this much for now. Rest assured, we shall forever cherish the assistance you have provided us. From now on, your adversaries shall be our foes in battle. Anyone who dares to provoke you shall not be spared by those of us who fight." Xiaofeng chuckled. "My dear brother, you overstate my contributions. My purpose in coming here was merely to gain experience and level up. We each benefit in our own way. You have already given me more than enough, so there is no need for you to feel indebted. If you truly wish to make amends, you could simply outfit a couple of my brothers. That goes without saying. Preparations were made long ago." Zhang Tian laughed heartily and promptly initiated a trade request with Zhang Fan and Li Li. Although they did not possess the formidable prowess of Xiaofeng, their combat capabilities were commendable and they had been of great assistance. With Xiaofeng's endorsement, Zhang Tian bestowed upon each of them a piece of unranked legendary gear, along with 5 or 6 pieces of current epic equipment and a couple of skill books. These items had all been acquired during the recent defense battle. This skirmish proved to be a tremendous boon for all participants, with the Conquest Guild reaping substantial rewards. In terms of economic gain, it far exceeded the 120 million spent on the Residence Decree. Of course, the 300 NPC soldiers who had come to support were nearly all lost in battle, and compensation for their losses would also need to be addressed. Now that the battle is over, you may celebrate at your leisure. We 3 shall take our leave. Xiaofeng bid farewell to Zhang Tian and the others. "You are always welcome in the Conquest Guild," Zhang Tian replied. "Until next time, great God Xiaofeng." The surrounding guild members shouted. "Until we meet again," Xiaofeng smiled. Teleporting away, he had gained another 5 levels, drawing ever closer to the 3rd transition. Yet, he still had not achieved the 2nd transition, which was quite vexing. The 3 of them teleported back to Moonlight City. "Ah, this feels delightful," Li Li remarked as he donned his newly acquired equipment, a satisfied expression on his face. Both he and Zhang Fan had reached level 44, joining the ranks of the top-tier players. With their exceptional gear and the advantages of hidden classes, they were undoubtedly among the elite. Xiaofeng also equipped his newly acquired mythical belt and legendary gauntlets, while temporarily stowing away the remaining level 100 legendary gear in his bag. With the new equipment and enhanced attributes, his health had soared to over 15,600, and his attack power stood at an impressive 1,247. However, his mana had yet to reach 2,000, barely surpassing 1,700, and its growth rate was somewhat sluggish. "Old Xiao, what are your plans next?" Zhang Fan inquired. Xiaofeng retrieved the 4 new skill books he had obtained and diligently learned each one. As he absorbed the skills, he remarked, "First, I will seek assistance from an NPC for the second transition. Then I shall undertake a main quest to unlock the level 2 main city. The second transition is undoubtedly a priority, followed closely by the quest involving the 4 great evil spirits. This task is crucial, as it pertains to the unlocking of a level 2 city. And the sooner it is completed, the better. Once unlocked, War City will become part of the territorial domain of the Dragon Kingdom, benefiting the entire half-region. Even when the boundaries of the half-region eventually open, merging the Dragon Kingdom with the international realm, the corresponding dominion will remain in the hands of Dragon Kingdom players. Moreover, a level 2 main city signifies greater strength and higher levels, and it is likely to present many valuable quests in the future. We cannot assist with changing jobs. But if you require help with a quest, feel free to call upon us, Lili remarked. Indeed, Xiaofeng nodded in agreement. If I am unable to defeat it, I shall summon you for assistance. Upon hearing that the task involved combat, Lili's enthusiasm swiftly waned. If even Xiaofeng could not prevail, their aid would be of little consequence. I'm leaving, Xiaofeng declared, disbanding from the party and teleporting away. He intended to seek out the level 200 mythical boss, Larinal, to aid him in his second job advancement. This esteemed NPC possessed a rather intriguing trait known as helpfulness, which implied he would likely be quite accommodating. Previously, he had hesitated to approach this formidable figure due to the considerable distance, deeming it a potential waste of time. However, upon reflection, he realized that if the journey proved efficient, the fatigue of travel would be a trivial concern. After all, he possessed the swift boots, which doubled his movement speed compared to others. Furthermore, the Gehenna Lake, where Larinal resided, was a region teeming with high-level monsters, making it an excellent locale for leveling up. Xiaofeng teleported to the level 3 capital, Flame City, and subsequently to the level 4 city, Volcano City, embarking on his journey across the map. Chapter 078. What is this thing called the fire element? The heart of the Earth Lake, nestled within a subterranean fissure 120 kilometers outside the city of Volcano. A level 4 city boasts a staggering temperature, rendering it nearly uninhabitable for most life forms. Previously, a player, in pursuit of a quest, ventured into its depths to collect a certain plant. However, they failed to procure the quest item and perished from the oppressive heat, ultimately forced to abandon their endeavor. Typically, only accomplished priests dare to delve into the heart of the Earth Lake, relying on their healing abilities to withstand the searing temperatures. According to the annotations in the Wild Mage NPC information table, the level 200 Saint Domain Mage, Larinal, resides at the lake's deepest point. This is not a place accessible to the average individual. Xiaofeng raced forth, maximizing the effects of his swift footwear, moving with the agility of a humanoid cheetah, astonishingly fast. Nevertheless, it took him a full hour and a half to arrive at the entrance of the heart of the Earth Lake. Utterly exhausted. Continuous running depletes hidden stamina attributes, and at this moment, Xiaofeng was breathless and could only rest in place. Roar! Not far off, a towering 3-meter-tall fire creature swayed towards him, emitting a low, guttural growl. Xiaofeng glanced at its information. Volcanic element, elite monster, level 150 health, 280, 000, 280. 000, target level too high, unable to retrieve further data, a volcanic element? I believe I possess one as well. Xiaofeng recalled a newly acquired skill and immediately cast it. Elementary Fire Element Summoning. 50 points of mana were deducted, only to be replenished instantaneously by the effects of his robe. A swirling mass of fire element gathered at the tip of his staff, transforming into a diminutive fire figure standing at 1.5 meters tall. Originally, the elementary fire element was a mere 20 centimeters in height. An adorably short creature with stubby limbs and a flame resembling a quirky tuft atop its head. However, augmented by the meteorological mage's innate talent, its size expanded sixfold, resulting in a charmingly oversized figure, yet still retaining its adorably short limbs. The elementary fire element emitted a delightful sound, then noticed the approaching enemy. It extended its diminutive hand, scarcely 20 centimeters long, and waved at the slowly drifting volcanic element. Whoosh! A small fireball shot forth, striking the target. In the next moment, boom! -621, 655, a violent explosion erupted. The volcanic element was flung back, shattered into fragments. What an incredible power! Xiaofeng was taken aback and hurriedly examined the attributes of this summoned creature. Elementary fire element, Xiaofeng's summon, level, 90 health, 15, 688, 00015, 688. 000 attack power, 1, 247, 000 physical defense, 0 magical defense, 0 skill. Small fireball deals 100 of attack power as magical damage to the target. Cooldown of 3 seconds, remaining duration, 25 seconds. My goodness. For a moment, Xiaofeng found himself utterly bewildered. What is this creature referred to as a beginner fire element? It is akin to the descent of a fire deity. Initially, the beginner fire element was merely a trivial skill, summoning a being with a mere fraction of health and an attack power equivalent to only 10% of its own. With its basic attack occurring every 3 seconds, it proved to be rather ineffective, even with a continuous 30-second invocation. The increase in overall damage output would barely reach 3%, and considering the enemy's magical defense, achieving even 2% would be commendable. However, under the extraordinary influence of Xiaofeng's divine-level talent, the attributes of the summoned creature were enhanced a staggering 10,000-fold. With health exceeding 10 million and attack power surpassing 1 million, even its basic attacks could obliterate epic bosses of the same level. It could potentially face legendary and mythical foes in one-on-one encounters. Suddenly, I seemed to have stumbled upon a novel strategy. Xiaofeng stood in astonishment, feeling as though a new world had unfolded before him. If a beginner fire element could wield such power, imagine the potential of advanced elemental summoning magic or acquiring multiple spells at once. Summoning 8 or 10 elemental beings would undoubtedly lead to the effortless annihilation of an entire temple. However, it appears there is a limit to the number of summoned creatures. Only 2 may coexist simultaneously, as any additional summons would replace the earliest ones. Little fire element, charge. With such a formidable ally at his disposal, Xiaofeng felt a surge of confidence, settling down to rest while directing the fire elementals to hunt the wandering monsters in the vicinity. The local creatures were predominantly fire-related entities, naturally possessing over 50% resistance to fire spell damage. Yet, against the might of the little fire elements 24 million attack power, such defenses were rendered inconsequential. One strike would spell doom for any foe. As Xiaofeng gradually regained his stamina, the little fire element continued to engage in battle, providing him with experience points. After 30 seconds, the little fire element emitted a weak sound before dissipating into a swirl of flames. Xiaofeng summoned another, instructing this new companion to continue the fight. Bayu, 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 the little fireballs danced through the air, swiftly clearing the surrounding volcanic entities. Noticing a towering volcanic creature over 4 meters tall in the distance, presumably a rare boss, he commanded the little fire element to engage. To his surprise, as the little fire element floated forward 100 meters, it suddenly ignited in a fierce blaze and vanished. Exceeding the distance limit, the summoned creature dissipated automatically. The system provided feedback, revealing to Xiaofeng that summoned beings could operate only within a 100-meter radius of their summoner. After resting for 5 minutes, Xiaofeng's stamina gradually restored. He summoned the little fire element once more, approaching the rare boss. Little fire element, go for it. Once within an appropriate range, Xiaofeng urged the fire elemental to charge. Thus began an epic battle between the volcanic entity and the fire elemental. Bayu boom, bayu crack, bayu roar. The two engaged in a fierce exchange for 10 seconds. Following the third strike from the little fire element, the boss let out a cry of agony before shattering into a myriad of fragments. Well done, Xiaofeng commended, filled with admiration. Although his combat efficiency may not match the swiftness of his direct intervention, he thrives in a state of comfort. Onward he pressed. Collecting the gold coins dropped by the boss, Xiaofeng guided the small fire sprite toward the Lake of the Earth's core. This vicinity was dominated by a vast volcanic region, with volcanoes and molten lava dotting the landscape. As he traversed, he had to skillfully avoid the rivers of lava beneath. For a misstep would cost him 5,000 health points, and lingering for even a few seconds would necessitate a return to town for resurrection. This environmental burn effect could bypass even the earth elemental shield, and even Xiao Feng had no choice but to adhere to the main path. The lake of the Earth's core lay within a subterranean fissure at the confluence of 3 volcanoes, and it took him a good 10 minutes to locate it. The fissure sloped downward, coiling like an inverted diamond mine. Its entrance was narrow, but it widened as one descended. Columns of lava flowed downward, creating a spectacular lava waterfall at the opening. Xiao Feng cautiously maneuvered around the lava, delving into the fissure and following the winding path deeper within. -100, -100, -100. The surrounding heat began to inflict damage upon him, draining 100 health points per second, while his artifact hat restored 50 health points each second, effectively resulting in a net loss of 50 points per second. Although his health had exceeded 15,600, the rate of decline was alarming, prompting a quicker consumption of health potions. Moreover, since acquiring the Earth Elemental Shield, Xiao Feng had abandoned the habit of using potions. Possessing only a little over 20 divine life potions and a set of superior life potions that restored 1,000 health points each, he attempted to cast the Earth Elemental Shield upon himself, but to no avail. Then he unleashed a rainstorm spell upon himself. The rain cascaded down, immediately lowering the ambient temperature significantly. Under the deluge's suppression, the lava momentarily turned a dark crimson, and the health decrement displayed above Xiao Feng's head came to a halt. However, the rainstorm could only be cast once every minute and lasted a mere 10 seconds, which was still insufficient. It seemed he had no choice but to hasten his pace and rely on health potions to endure. Xiao Feng lamented. Chapter 79. The Extraordinary Good Man, Larinar. He quickened his pace, dashing deeper into the chasm. Along the way, he encountered several formidable creatures, each at least level 150, possessing astonishing attack power. However, in the face of Xiao Feng's overwhelming damage, they were nothing more than mere trifles, shattering upon contact. After a few minutes of racing along the fissure, Xiao Feng had descended to considerable depths. The temperature around him intensified, his health depleting at a rate that escalated from 100 to 150 per second. Relying solely on health potions was becoming increasingly untenable. He had to intermittently cast Rain of Fire to cool himself down and sustain his vitality. This infernal place was truly perilous for those lacking strength. Xiao Feng felt a twinge of headache. Fortunately, he was nearing the heart of the Earth Lake. After sprinting down for another 2 minutes, a vast lake of magma appeared before him. The heart of the Earth Lake, situated 400 meters underground, was a massive body of molten rock, over 300 meters in diameter. The searing heat melted everything in its vicinity, leaving scant safe footholds. Only a few floating rocks, supported by magical formations, provided a place to stand. Upon arriving, Xiao Feng spotted an elderly man seated before him. The old man was clad in a golden-red robe, his hair a fiery hue, resembling a brilliant flame, almost blending with the surrounding environment. Upon closer inspection, the information revealed that this was indeed the person he had come to find. Flame Domain Mage, Larinar, Mythical Boss, level 200 health, 30, 000, 000, 30, 000, 000, target level 2 high. Unable to retrieve further data, as a mythical boss of the same level, this NPC's health was nearly double that of Defiona. His power was undoubtedly greater. Master, please save me, Xiao Feng cried out. HM? The Flame Domain Mage Larinar opened his eyes, locking gaze with Xiao Feng from a distance of over 50 meters. What troubles you? The venerable mage inquired with a gentle smile. He appeared quite aged, perhaps in his 70s or 80s. With a long beard and a face etched with wrinkles, his eyes somewhat clouded. Yet, the serene smile on his aged visage exuded warmth, making one feel as if they were enveloped in a gentle spring breeze. It's unbearably hot here, master. I feel as though I might perish from the heat. Xiao Feng feigned a pitiful demeanor, taking a leap from the floating rock to the expansive stone platform where Larinar sat. Upon making that leap, the surrounding temperature surged once more, causing his health to plummet at an alarming rate of 350 per second. Even with a divine artifact upon his head, he was losing 300 health per second. He adopted a woeful expression, seeking sympathy. According to legend, this NPC was a benevolent soul, always willing to assist within the bounds of his ability. Indeed, as the debuff of health loss manifested, Larinar smiled kindly and remarked, "My child, knowing well how scorching it is here, why would you venture forth?" With a single wave of his hand, a barrier of flames enveloped Xiaofeng. Though composed of fire, this barrier bore no heat, effectively shielding him from the surrounding oppressive warmth. The state of blood loss abruptly ceased, and Xiaofeng let out a sigh of relief. His health began to recover, with increments of 50. Emboldened, he replied, "The heart of the Earth Lake is indeed perilous, yet it cannot deter my fervent pursuit of magic. Master, to be candid, I have come to seek your guidance." "Oh, seeking knowledge?" Larinal chuckled softly, shaking his head. "You are a meteorological mage, and I am only adept in the arts of fire. I cannot impart anything of value to you. Certainly you can teach me. You are a master of the sacred realm, and even a casual utterance of a spell from your lips would suffice for a lifetime of benefit." Xiaofeng quickly flattered. Larinal, being a remarkably amicable powerhouse, responded, "Then what is it that you wish to learn?" Caught off guard by his amiability, Xiaofeng momentarily found himself at a loss. What did he wish to learn? What advanced skills did fire mages possess? He had not done his homework. For a moment, an awkward silence enveloped him. However, adept at concealing his discomfort, he swiftly redirected the conversation. "I wish to study forbidden spells and advanced fire magic, such as meteor fire rain and fire sea technique." Although he had not prepared, fire magic was a classic discipline among mages, and he could easily name a few renowned skills. Larinal, upon hearing this, shook his head with a smile. "Ah, you have arrived too early. Meteor fire rain is a 5th-tier sacred skill, and the fire sea technique requires at least a 3rd tier to learn. Your current prowess is insufficient. Hone your skills further, and when you are adequately prepared, return to me." Xiaofeng was taken aback by this implication of potentially receiving free instruction. What a benevolent soul. Larinal undoubtedly was the most amiable NPC in this realm. Though his current level was inadequate to learn these 2 skills, Xiaofeng felt no disappointment. Rather, he was elated. He promptly got to the point. "Speaking of which, Master, you must perceive that my cultivation has hit a bottleneck. Now at level 90, I have yet to undergo the 2nd-tier advancement, remaining merely a novice meteorological mage. Your formidable strength and vast knowledge in the realm of magic are unparalleled. Might you offer me some guidance to overcome this obstacle?" Larinal nodded. "This is not a difficult task, provided you possess the meteorological mage's heritage tomes. However, but what?" Noticing Larinal's hesitation, Xiaofeng eagerly pressed for clarification. Larinal stroked his red beard, chuckling. "I have been guarding the heart of the Earth Lake for over 200 years, and few venture here to seek me out. It has been rather lonely. Since you have come, do sit with me, engage in conversation. If you can bring me joy, I shall assist you in your class advancement." "Bring you joy? But you seem quite content at the moment," Xiaofeng mused internally. However, he dared not voice this thought, instead nodding and responding, "Of course. It would be my honor to converse with a master of your caliber." Larinal appeared pleased, his expression softening as he remarked, "Good child. You are far more delightful than the young men who visited last time." Delightful? Xiaofeng's expression momentarily froze, feeling that the term used to describe him was somewhat inappropriate. Larinal remarked, "The last child who came here sought a fire elemental crystal from me, driven by a palpable ulterior motive, rendering our conversation quite mundane. After I bestowed upon him the crystal, he departed without a second thought." Alas, with a sigh, he seemed to lament the previous visitor. However, to Xiaofeng, there was also an undertone of caution, a subtle reminder not to be overly perfunctory. Reflecting on this, he replied, "Perhaps that individual was simply too preoccupied, initially focused on leveling up, cherishing every fleeting moment, and striving to optimize his time. Yet, I am different. I possess ample leisure and am more than willing to engage in conversation with you. In such moments, it was essential to emphasize one's unique attributes to win the favor of the NPC. He was indeed unhurried, having amassed an extraordinary amount of experience, exceeding 100 million more than the average player, thereby advancing at least 3 days ahead in progress. Even if he were to converse with Larinar for 3 continuous days and nights, he would still rank among the upper echelons of players. Moreover, regardless of any level disparity, with a 10,000-fold enhancement effect, his strength would remain unparalleled. Larinar, Discerning the implications within Xiao Feng's words, inquired, "Is the outside world truly so bustling?" Chapter 080, Professional Companion. Indeed, life is quite bustling. Everyone is fervently engaged in the pursuit of levels and equipment, tirelessly scurrying for gold coins. Only a select few take a moment to pause, to revel in the surrounding scenery, and to unwind their minds, Xiao Feng replied. The initial wave of players entering the game primarily aim to enhance their levels and strength. Thus, they are perpetually occupied, dedicating most of their time to battling monsters and gathering equipment. Presently, there are few players seeking mere entertainment. Those who appreciate the scenery or engage in socializing are likely to log in only during the evening hours of real time, which corresponds to the current stage of character creation. Upon hearing this, La Ronald expressed a sense of nostalgia. In my youth, I too was caught in a whirlwind of activity, studying, practicing, fighting, contending against abyssal creatures, and repelling extraterrestrial races. Each day was filled with busyness and purpose. Then you must feel quite lonely now? Xiao Feng inquired, feigning ignorance. Indeed, I spend my days here, in the company of the molten core, enduring the solitude to prevent the eruption of these subterranean flames from endangering innocent lives. It is a heavy burden, La Ronald confessed. You are truly noble, Xiao Feng praised. While the game is merely a game, he held a profound admiration for La Ronald's character. This venerable mage, akin to a soldier in the real world, silently guards against crises, shielding the populace from peril. Unlike soldiers, however, this aged mage has no companions. He stands alone, tasked with suppressing an entire subterranean realm. La Ronald shook his head, saying, I would not call it nobility, it is merely my duty. This subterranean vein connects to the most colossal core of fire elements in the world. Should it be ignited by demons, the land within thousands of miles would be torn asunder, and the surging magma would consume all living beings. It is a lifelong honor for me to hold watch over this critical juncture. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng was taken aback. The significance of this subterranean lake was indeed monumental. If it were to erupt, the territory of Flame City would be transformed into a purgatory. This seemingly inconspicuous lake of molten fire is akin to the button of a nuclear launch. It appears small, yet the devastation it could unleash is unfathomable. Are there abyssal creatures lurking